After Zhu Kai's soul turned into nothingness, Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Zhu Kai had a lot of things on his memories. As long as he spent time grinding, he would be able to get all of them out. However, he wasn't willing to do that. He had too many other things to settle, and he had lots of things to cultivate. Why would he have the time to spend on a cunning soul? After destroying Zhu Kai, Mo Wuji left his undying world and returned to his flying shuttle. Now, what he wanted to do was to research on the two ancient scrolls left behind by the witch race. Mo Wuji brought both scrolls out. Indeed, they were from the same origins. Hong Guang's scroll was not a physique tempering technique, however. It was a sort of strength increasing method, and the scroll was damaged and incomplete. On the other hand, the scroll that Pan Jia left him was indeed the witch race's physique tempering technique. And this physique tempering technique was compatible with the strength increasing method. If Zhu Kai's soul tempering technique was considered the peak of sacred arts, then the witch race's legacy physique tempering technique could also be considered to be at the peak as well. Even though Mo Wuji had yet to cultivate yet, he could feel that this physique tempering technique was not simple. This physique tempering legacy was definitely created with meticulous care and it was complete. However, it wasn't completely suitable for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji decided to modify this technique according to his meridian cultivation technique. Whether it was in space or during cultivation, time was being spent like crazy. Mo Wuji also knew that even if he cultivated, it would be hard for him to advance in a short period of time. Thus, after he obtained the witch race's physique tempering technique, he had engrossed himself in modifying the technique. His experience was limited, so with every revision he made, he would try it out by circulating it through a small circulation path. Years passed in a flash. If his flying shuttle had not shook abruptly, Mo Wuji would still be engrossed with perfecting the physique tempering technique. Mo Wuji had installed an array at the front of his flying shuttle. Unless someone attacked, it would automatically avoid any loose meteors and continue moving in the direction. Now that his flying shuttle had been hit, clearly, it was attacked. Mo Wuji landed at the front of his flying shuttle, his heart enraged. His flying shuttle had been speeding and minding its own business, so it was impossible for it to have offended anyone. But now, someone actually attacked his flying shuttle. Mo Wuji instantly sent his spiritual will sweeping outwards. He actually saw two flying ships in his spiritual will. No, it would be more accurate to say two entirely different flying ships. One of the flying ships was the same as his, it was a magic treasure. If it was simply a magic treasure, then it wouldn't be anything much. But what left Mo Wuji shocked was that the grade of this flying ship was very high, it might even be higher than his grade 7 immortal flying shuttle. In other words, if he wasn't the other party's opponent, he wouldn't even be able to escape with his grade 7 flying shuttle. The other ship was actually a spaceship, it was a product of technology. What left Mo Wuji stunned was that at the exterior of the spaceship, he saw some familiar letters, Union F07. The YF07 at the back didn't matter. The key thing was the English word Union at the front. Mo Wuji did not know what happened on Earth all these years, but he was quite sure that this spaceship was from Earth. However, after a quick sweep with his spiritual will, he found that there wasn't any signs of life inside the spaceship. It was a mess within the ship, clearly, something had invaded and a battle occurred. Seeing the spaceship from Earth, even though there wasn't any trace of life, Mo Wuji was still very excited. However, at this point, he didn't have time to investigate that spaceship. Instead, his eyes had landed on the immortal flying ship that was slowly approaching him. He was sure that the thing that laid hands on him was this immortal flying ship. A gold-robed youth with a gloomy expression walked out from the ship. His eyes were fixed on Mo Wuji. This was an expert. Mo Wuji only needed a single glance to tell this fella was very likely an immortal king, or even an immortal reverend. Mo Wuji took a deep breath and retrieved his saber. Against expectations, Mo Wuji wasn't really afraid. Because he could tell that this immortal king's cultivation had been suppressed, at this point, he was roughly equivalent to a golden immortal. However, Mo Wuji did not believe that this immortal king's cultivation had been suppressed by some more powerful expert. Instead, he believed that this immortal king had suppressed his own cultivation. This actually left Mo Wuji feeling a little relaxed. This meant that his meridian cultivation technique really didn't need to feel the pressures from the heaven and earth. This was very likely due to his 108 meridians or his undying world. His 108 meridians formed a heaven and earth circulation within his own body, while his undying world was an independent heaven and earth of its own. Who are you? The gold-robed youth sized Mo Wuji up, then he asked with a gloomy tone. As for the saber in Mo Wuji's hand, he didn't even place it in his eyes. Mo Wuji said calmly, who I am isn't important. The important thing was that I was rushing somewhere. I didn't do anything to offend this sir, but this sir attacked me for no reason. Isn't that too tyrannical? So I request this sir to give me a reason. Even though this gold-robed youth had acted on him, Mo Wuji knew that the event that occurred on that Union spaceship shouldn't be related to this gold-robed youth. This sort of expert definitely wouldn't charge into a spaceship and fight with some mortals. If this expert wanted to destroy that spaceship, he had many different methods. Ha ha. The gold-robed youth chuckled. This is the first time Jieniren actually got questioned. And it's by a trashy little ant. Mo Wuji said with contempt, if I'm trashy, then you're not anything better. In Mo Wuji's perspective, they were both from the immortal world, no one was more dignified than the other. Jieniren said indifferently, could you have thought that just because you're from the immortal world, then you aren't trashy? An ant is still an ant. Your sky is only as big as the opening of your well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, 11 Fire Red Crystals. Chapter 586, 11 Fire Red Crystals. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After Jieniren said these words, Mo Wuji came to realize that he was really sitting in a well. Jieniren, who he had clearly suppressed in cultivation, was now soaring rapidly in power in cultivation. Soon, Jieniren went from the early golden immortal stage to the late stage, then to Shen immortal. Mo Wuji's heart sank as he prepared to escape. This fella did not even need to recover his full cultivation, as this fella was able to recover back to the grand immortal stage, then there was a possibility that he could be killed. An immortal reverent with a cultivation suppressed to the grand immortal stage versus a cultivator that was only at the grand immortal stage, were at two completely different levels. Overbearing killing intent had locked Mo Wuji in place. Mo Wuji directly kept his flying shuttle. His flying shuttle would be completely useless in front of this fella. Fortunately, he had his spatial teleportation and his wind escape sacred art. Jieniren was able to display a Shen immortal cultivation without feeling the suppressions from the law of the heavens and earths. Mo Wuji wasn't a half-bit surprised. The universe was so vast and there were countless of geniuses. If he, Mo Wuji, was able to achieve something, then why wouldn't others be able to do the same? Mo Wuji knew that the other party's killing intent had locked onto him. He had no chance to escape, and could only wait for an opportunity. The moment the other party attacked, there would definitely be a loophole. After he defended against the other party's first attack, he would immediately escape. What left Mo Wuji shocked was that when Jieniren was about the attack, the killing intent and energy that were locked onto him had suddenly become weaker. To Mo Wuji, this was the best time to escape. But Mo Wuji didn't escape. He could feel that Jieniren's cultivation would stop increasing when it reached the late Shen immortal stage. Mo Wuji suspected that this fellow wasn't able to casually bring his cultivation to the grand immortal stage. However, Mo Wuji knew that the reason why Jieniren's killing intent weakened wasn't because Jieniren was afraid of him, or because Jieniren thought the late Shen immortal stage wasn't enough to deal with him. It was because Jieniren's attention had been diverted. Mo Wuji also sent his spiritual will scanning outwards. Soon, at the edge of his spiritual will, a hazy figure of a planet appeared. It seemed to be a collapsed planet. This planet's speed could not be considered slow as it continued to sail along space. On the surface, it looked like an explosion had occurred on this planet, causing it lose a huge half of itself. Such incidents were frequently seen as one traveled in space. However, Mo Wuji's heart started to pound heavily. He thought about the planet that moved away from the morning flame star system after it exploded. If this was the planet that he was looking for, then the secret of the heaven and earth opening could be found within it. Otherwise, how was the morning flame star able to condense a fire elemental bead? Shie. A beam of shredding blade light sailed through space towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had long been on the guard against Jin'iren. The moment Jin'iren attacked, his figure flashed, and the saber in his hand hacked out two beams of saber light. One of the saber light went to block that blade light, while the other saber light hacked towards Jin'iren. Seeing that Mo Wuji was not only able to block against his blade light, but was even able to counterattack, Jin'iren cried out in alarm. With his two hands, he formed a hand seal in the form of the yin-yang fish which he shot towards Mo Wuji's second saber light. Then, his entire person instantly disappeared. Boom! The yin-yang fish clashed against Mo Wuji's saber light heavily. Immortal elemental energy violently exploded. Mo Wuji felt like a heavy hammer had smashed against his chest, making him feel breathless and incomparably unbearable. So strong, Mo Wuji uttered in his heart. He knew that Jin'iren had casually formed that yin-yang fish, but even that casual attack was already so strong. Clearly, Jin'iren was remarkably strong. However, even if Jin'iren was stronger, it wouldn't stop Mo Wuji from his heaven and earth opening treasure. He hurriedly chased after Jin'iren. As he passed by that spaceship with the English word on it, he waved his hand and casually sent that spaceship into his undying world. He did not believe that Jin'iren ran away because Jin'iren was afraid of him, because the direction that Jin'iren was moving towards was in the direction of that collapsed planet. Mo Wuji did not know why Jin'iren was interested in that collapsed planet, but whether Jin'iren knew of the secret or not, he was not going to let Jin'iren take away this collapsed planet. As for that spaceship, Mo Wuji did not currently have the time to investigate it. It will have to wait till he had time, then he would take another look at it. He did not think that just because a spaceship appeared here meant that Earth was not far away. Anything could happen in this vast universe. The spaceship might have unintentionally entered a spatial tear and moved through several worlds. At this point, Mo Wuji was worried that Jin'iren's sacred art was strong and could directly sweep this planet up and away. Thus, he pushed his wind escape technique to the max, and landed on this planet at almost the same time as Jin'iren. You are actually a Xian immortal, so why didn't you get suppressed by the laws of the heaven and earth? That's not right. Who exactly are you? When Jin'iren saw that Mo Wuji had landed on this collapsed planet at almost the same time as him, his eyes constricted. At the start, Jin'iren thought that Mo Wuji was a Xian immortal, but as he spoke, he got uncertain. He, himself, was currently in the late Xian immortal stage, but in reality, he was an immortal reverent. Who was there to say that this fella in front of him wasn't the same? Perhaps he might also be a suppressed immortal reverent? Perhaps the other party might even be higher than the immortal reverent. Mo Wuji continued wielding the saber in his hand and said indifferently, "This sir doesn't have to worry about who I am. If you want to fight, then let's fight. There's no need for all this nonsense." After Mo Wuji verified that Jin'iren's cultivation wouldn't increase beyond the late Xian immortal stage, his confidence boosted. After that previous exchange, he was indeed weaker than Jin'iren by a bit, but he was least afraid of a messy battle. Jin'iren's face was calm, except for that gloomy look. It was unable to discern any emotions from him. After he heard Mo Wuji's words, he frowned slightly. Thereafter, in the shortest time possible, a smile appeared on his incomparably gloomy face as he clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji and said, "I, Jin'iren, was careless and blind, to have acted against Dao Friend's flying shuttle. It was my fault. I seek Dao Friend's forgiveness." He was apologizing just like that? Mo Wuji was slightly confused, but he soon came to an understanding. Mo Wuji definitely didn't believe that Jiniren would be afraid of him. This fella completely had no reason to fear him. For such an insufferably arrogant person to apologize to him, there would only be one reason: this planet below him. Jiniren was willing to apologize to him because of this seemingly normal planet. This meant that Jiniren also knew that this planet wasn't simple. Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel spiritual will had also penetrated into the depths of this planet. In mere breaths of team, Mo Wuji's heart trembled slightly. In his spiritual will, he found a patch of fire-red crystals. There were 11 of them in total. Each of these crystals looked like a lotus petal, and they all exuded the purest form of fire elemental energy. Not only did these crystals have fire elemental energy which was pure to the max, there was also some form of energy which was similar to his breath of Hongmeng. What left Mo Wuji shocked was that he actually didn't know what that energy was. There was one thing he could feel, however. That fire elemental bead was definitely related to these fire-red crystals. Not only were they associated, they were formed together. Mo Wuji guessed that these fire-red crystals were the treasures when the heaven and earth opened on this planet. Alright, seeing that we're all of the same now, then I will forget about it. Dao friend, please make your way then. I want to cultivate here for a period of time. Mo Wuji nodded and said calmly. Even though he said that, he was prepared to fight. Since everyone could see those crystals, a fight was unavoidable. Jiniren's face sunk. He said coldly, "Is this Dao friend intentionally trying to start a fight?" "I came here first because I was prepared to enter a closed-door cultivation session here." "What does Dao friend mean by saying that just now?" Mo Wuji startled. Was this fella an idiot? Wasn't everyone spiritual well able to see those fire-red crystals? Since everyone was able to say it, why would this fella say that he wanted to cultivate here? Could it be he didn't have any spiritual will? That's not right. Mo Wuji immediately retracted his spirit storage channel spiritual will, then sent his usual spiritual will outwards. The spiritual will from the spirit storage channel was soundless and formless. It could penetrate through the surface of the planet and expand putwards. This sort of spiritual will was very hard to detect. Just now, Mo Wuji had used his spirit storage channel's spiritual will, and indeed, the other party didn't notice it. At this instant, Mo Wuji sent his sea of consciousness's spiritual will out, and it was immediately noticed by Jiniren. Mo Wuji was already prepared for Jiniren to attack when that happened. However, what left him shocked was that Jiniren didn't make a move, but simply stared coldly at him. Soon, Mo Wuji came to an understanding. When his spiritual will went back to the position of the fire-red crystals, it seemed like his spiritual will had been blocked by a natural seal and he was completely unable to see those fire-red crystals. So it seemed like his spirit storage channel's spiritual will was able to discover those crystals, but his sea of consciousness's spiritual will wasn't able to. To this, Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder why Jiniren wasn't afraid of him probing around with his spiritual will. He dared to bet that the other party had also swept through this area with his spiritual will and didn't detect anything. "I was originally cultivating within my own flying shuttle, but I was interrupted by you. Naturally, I can't cultivate on my flying shuttle. What if I met another person like you who would unreasonably attack my flying shuttle and even destroy it? I want this planet. I will be cultivating here." When Mo Wuji finished speaking, he expanded his domain and his aura soared. Jiniren's eyes were filled with overwhelming killing intent. If it really wasn't the case that he was the one that stopped Mo Wuji, he would have suspected that Mo Wuji was like him, and had come specifically for this plant. One must know that he had chased after this planet because he noticed the traces of an explosion when he was passing through a star system, and he deduced that a collapsed planet would have some treasures within. He suspected that this planet was that collapsed planet. After all, the destruction within this planet matched with his deduction of 2 to 3 explosions. Why did this cultivator, who he had stopped randomly, want this planet? Regardless of the reason, he must die. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to leave. As Jin finished speaking, his domain also violently burst outwards. At the same time, a fire-red spear appeared. Boundless spear waves formed, sending bursts of space-tearing energy towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji retreated furiously. While his person was retreating, his domain was continuously expanding. Don't simply look at his actions of retreating. In his heart, he was still without fear. The reason why he was retreating wasn't because he was being suppressed by Jin domain, nor was it because he was scared of the other party's red spear waves. It was because he wanted to find the most advantageous position. This sort of terrain wasn't suited for him to battle, but suited for him to take the crystals and run. He was only going to stop retreating when he was at the top of the 11 fire-red crystals. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587, Grand Desert, Winding River, Setting Sun. Chapter 587, Grand Desert, Winding River, Setting Sun. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. According to Mo Wuji's judgment, even though Jin was in the late Shen immortal stage, he definitely wasn't able to kill Jin. Even though he could temporarily suppress Jin, he was afraid that if he angered that fella would suddenly burst forth with his full cultivation. Perhaps this fella might suffer the pressures from the heaven and earth after he recovered his cultivation. However, at the very instant that he regained his cultivation, Mo Wuji did not dare confirm that he would be able to escape from this fella's attacks. Just when Mo Wuji was sure that he was standing above the 11 fire-red crystals, he no longer retreated. His saber also swept out thousands of saber light which flooded outwards. Boom! The violent spear wave killing intent crashed against Mo Wuji's saber light. Immortal elemental energy exploded. Mo Wuji had yet to fully form his saber-type sacred art. On the other hand, Jin spear waves were from a true spear-intense sacred art. The moment the saber and spear energies clashed, Mo Wuji immediately knew that he was in a disadvantage. He could feel a violent rebound of elemental energy. Mo Wuji had a premonition that if he didn't retreat, he was going to be corroded by the spear intent. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath his feet started to collapse. At the same time, Mo Wuji furiously sent out the immortal elemental energy from his elemental storage channel. Even if he was going to be heavily injured, he would never retreat. It wasn't because of his ego, but because Mo Wuji knew that if he retreated, it would be hard for him to reoccupy this position. PFF. Facing the harsh rebound of immortal elemental energy, Mo Wuji spit out a mouthful of blood. In just one exchange, Mo Wuji was heavily injured. Jin spear intent began to frenziedly tear into Mo Wuji's life force and meridians. If it was some other person, what he would do now was to escape. However, Mo Wuji still didn't retreat by even half a step. That was because he had the vitality channel. At this instant, Mo Wuji's vitality channel rapidly healed his injuries, and at the same time, he started calculating when this planet would explode. The moment this planet exploded, Mo Wuji would sweep away the part of the planet containing the fire-red crystals. That's not right. As he thought about sweeping up the bit of the planet, Mo Wuji suddenly thought that the planet might explode exactly in half. What should he do then? Even though this planet wasn't very big, with his power, he wouldn't be able to casually sweep half a planet away. By the time he slowly places half the planet into the undying world, this Jin would already know what was going on. I need to install an array. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji continuously threw out array flags. Even though Mo Wuji was the one placed in a disadvantage during that exchange, Jin was also sent retreating. He retreated as needed, he didn't stay rooted to his original spot, thus he did not seem to be as injured as Mo Wuji. Not bad, you have guts. To actually be able to gain the upper hand with that slash of yours. On account of that slash, I am willing to offer some compensation for attacking you previously. Jin once again landed in front of Mo Wuji, a hint of appreciation could be heard in his voice. Mo Wuji wasn't an idiot. He naturally wouldn't think that Jiniren would actually show appreciation for him. From Jiniren's words, he could clearly tell that Jiniren believed that he loved his ego, which was why he would rather allow himself to be heavily injured than to retreat. Thus, Jiniren would express his appreciation and offer a compensation, so that he would *ck off. One must know that he had clearly been in the disadvantage in the previous exchange, but this fella actually said that he had gained the upper hand. Because Jiniren also knew. If they were to continue fighting, this planet would explode. The moment this planet exploded, whatever was inside would be exposed. As Mo Wuji continuously threw out array flags, his vitality channel continued to furiously heal his recoveries. Seeing that Mo Wuji did not intend to take a step back and accept his compensation, and was even continuously throwing array flags, Jiniren's killing intent burst forth once more. The spear in his hand hummed wildly, and his domain raged outwards. It was as Mo Wuji believed. He did not think that Mo Wuji was a threat to him. Just now, Mo Wuji egotistically accepted the brunt of his spear-killing intent. He suspected that his spear intent had already started to tear Mo Wuji's spirit channels apart. The reason why he didn't want to fight with Mo Wuji was indeed because he was worried that a battle would reveal the secrets within this planet. Bang! The two's domains clashed once more. Mo Wuji was in the early Xian immortal stage while Jiniren was suppressed to the late Xian immortal stage. No matter what perspective one saw it from, Mo Wuji's domain could not become a pred to Jiniren's. However, Mo Wuji's domain was the whirlpool domain. It encompassed the savage grinding power of the whirlpool. Even though Jiniren's understanding towards the domain might be 10 times more than Mo Wuji, when the two's domains clashed, his domain did not manage to get the upper hand. You do have some. By this point, Jiniren already started to suspect that Mo Wuji also knew that there was something peculiar with this planet. Because his spear intent did not manage to cause Mo Wuji's combat power to fall, he started to have some apprehensions towards Mo Wuji. Jiniren's spear energy started to concentrate and become increasingly dense. It was like a huge mouth which devours everything, and it faced towards Mo Wuji. While he controlled his domain to defend against Jiniren, Mo Wuji also began to conjure raging saber energy. Just at this moment, at the fringe of space far away, a blinding white light burst forth. Even though it was relatively far from the two of them, the overwhelming white light caused the two of them to be unable to open their eyes for an instant. Whether it was Jiniren or Mo Wuji, they both subconsciously stopped that battle. Their gaze landed on that blinding white light. Instants later, a layer of undulating sand seemed to unfold from that white light on a magnificent scale, spreading outwards continuously without boundary. It was like a huge desert. Soon, that white light formed a silver river. That silver river seemed to slowly extend above the desert like a surging wave. Following which, another dazzling white light exploded. Mo Wuji subconsciously thought of that poem. A plume of smoke rises up into the evening sky of the great desert, the yellow river dimmed as the setting sun goes down. It looked like a star on the level of the morning flame star, or the sun had exploded. Mo Wuji suddenly had a premonition that the explosion was related to the planet right underneath his feet. When he saw that wave-like desert gradually disappear, a hint of enlightenment surged into Mo Wuji's mind. The saber in his hand gradually became hazy. It seemed like it had split into countless bits of saber-light sand. His killing intent slowly condensed into these countless saber-light sand, then merged with his domain. Jiniren immediately noticed the change in Mo Wuji. A hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Anyhow, he was still an immortal reverent. How could he not tell that while Mo Wuji's saber had yet to slash out, a considerable change had happened to it? Did he gain enlightenment from that exploding star? There was actually such a person in this world? He could no longer spend any time thinking any further, as Mo Wuji had already hacked over with his saber. The moment the saber hacked over, it seemed like a huge wave of sand had flooded out, turning the entire space into a desert, and the entire desert seemed to be filled with killing intent. Facing that daunting and boundless saber-light sand, Jiniren felt that even breathing had become a little difficult. He did not dare to think any further as he struck out with his all-devouring spear. The spear seemed to tear a clear red trail in space, threatening to form a tear in space itself. At this instant, Mo Wuji's heart surged with killing intent. He felt that his saber intent had transformed into a vast desert, and he was the master of this desert. Anything that stood in his way would be swallowed by this raging desert. That scene had etched itself into Mo Wuji's mind. The saber-type sacred art that he already had an outline of had now fully taken shape. Boom! 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 The surging desert sand crashed against Jin'iren's red spear, sending out resounding sounds of explosions. The immortal elemental energy and the killing intent tore into space, forming minute wrinkles in space. Even though these wrinkles disappeared instantly, it could be seen that the space around them couldn't contain their battle. Crack, crack. The ground beneath them began to crack. Jin'iren retreated rapidly. According to Mo Wuji's previous intentions, he should sweep away the part of the planet that contained the 11 fire-red crystals and run away. However, Mo Wuji, who had just gained enlightenment on the Saber Desert, was filled with confidence. Not only didn't he follow according to his original plans, while Jin'iren retreated, he jerked his saber to a stop. The desert in space went still, and the saber-killing intent and saber light formed a silver river. This was the second move that Mo Wuji had just gained enlightenment on, Winding River. The saber transformed into a silver winding river. The river suspended overhead like the northern lights in the sky, it formed countless of falling blades. Just at this moment, Mo Wuji felt an ache in his sea of consciousness. His winding river killing intent instantly turned sluggish, and his falling blades also dissipated. Not good, he wasn't able to display his winding river. It wasn't because he wasn't strong enough, but because he didn't fully understand that slash. If he wasn't even able to display his second slash, winding river, then there was no need to talk about the third slash setting Sunday. Mo Wuji did not think any further as he threw out multiple array flags, sweeping the part of the planet which concealed the fire-red crystals into his undying world. Thereafter, he used spatial teleportation and escaped. Mo Wuji's first slash, Grand Desert, had already left Jin'iren injured. When he saw that Mo Wuji's second slash was even more powerful than the first, he began to furiously retreat. Mo Wuji had gained insights on a saber sacred art during their battle, which was already extremely terrifying. He did not expect that Mo Wuji would even learn an entire set of moves. Jin'iren's insight was naturally not weak. He could feel that the moment Mo Wuji's river crashed into his domain, he would definitely be heavily injured. He rapidly retreated. With his combat experience, he naturally knew that he had to avoid Mo Wuji's saber light, then slowly beat Mo Wuji in a battle of attrition. He could tell that Mo Wuji was an empty vessel. If they were to really fight, Mo Wuji would not be able to compare to him. No matter how powerful the sacred art was, a newly learned sacred art had limits. The reason why he retreated was to prevent any heavy injuries. However, at this instant, he almost vomited blood. He saw Mo Wuji sweep up a piece of the planet then run away. Even if he was an idiot, Jin'iren also knew that Mo Wuji had the same motives as him, the treasure on this planet. His experience was right, Mo Wuji's sacred art had not been fully complete. It was his caution that had lost him his opportunity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, The Grand Emperor's Rage. Chapter 588, The Grand Emperor's Rage. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This planet exploded into hundreds of pieces and Jin'iren's expression turned gloomy the moment he took out his 8 trigrams magic plate. His treasure hunting plate could no longer sense the energy of the unique treasure, which meant that Mo Wuji had swept the treasure away with him. He had no clue as to how Mo Wuji was able to find the piece of the planet which contained the treasures, but no matter what, he would not let someone walk away with something he had been searching for years. At this moment, he had no hesitation as he instantly went towards the direction that Mo Wuji escaped in. Mo Wuji knew that Jin Yiren would not let him go, so he constantly executed his wind escape technique madly. As compared to his grade 7 immortal flying shuttle, his wind escape technique would not leave any traces behind. Even if there were the slightest of traces left behind, he had left much earlier than Jin Yiren, so the energy in space would definitely have wiped out these possible traces. Even though he didn't injure Jin Yiren badly, Mo Wuji wasn't disappointed. Not only did he manage to obtain the 11 fire red crystals, he gained insights on his very own blade sacred art. The first blade was the Grand Desert, second blade was the Winding River, and the third blade, Setting Sunday. He had only just gained enlightenment on his first blade, Grand Desert, and he was able to obtain the advantage in a battle with Jin Yiren. Unfortunately, his second and third blade had yet to form up properly, because the moment he was able to execute both the second and third blade too, he would no longer need to escape. This was because Jin Yiren would definitely be the one who would be trying to escape. After being on the run for multiple days, when Mo Wuji could no longer feel Jin Yiren's aura and felt that he was relatively safer, he stopped. Following which, he boarded his flying shuttle before allowing it to be autopilot mode. Mo Wuji entered his own undying world as he landed directly on the piece of the planet he sent in. Other than the 11 fire red crystals on it, everything else looked perfectly normal. After breaking apart the restrictions on it, Mo Wuji didn't seem to sense any peculiarity within the 11 fire red crystals. Even though its red color was the same shade of red as a flame, he didn't feel any burning sensation at all. After placing all 11 fire red crystals on the floor, other than a type of energy which even Mo Wuji was unable to perceive, there was also an extremely warm feeling. The only unique point was that every single one of the fire red crystal felt like a lotus flower petal. If he were to add one more fire red crystal and put all 12 of them together, it would really resemble the tier 12 red karmic fire lotus. However, Mo Wuji was aware that this was not possible and that the tier 12 red karmic fire lotus would not be separated into these. Furthermore, Mo Wuji had seen the red karmic fire lotus before, and if the one he saw was real, the real red karmic fire lotus should be in the third level of the broken world. At the thought of the fact that the fire elemental bead could be related to these crystals, Mo Wuji picked up a crystal and drew his scholar's heart simultaneously. The moment the scholar's heart was drawn out, it let out a shrill cry as if it was pregnant with a new life. Following which, the green flame instantly wrapped around the fire red crystal. It felt different as compared to when the scholar's heart advanced with the use of the fire heartstone. The flame of the scholar's heart actually converged and eventually turned into a green fire cocoon with no movement at all. Mo Wuji's spiritual will seeped into the green fire cocoon, and all he saw was a pure green and red energy. He was not able to see the specific process of what happened. Mo Wuji didn't touch the scholar's heart and went to keep all the remaining 10 fire red crystals into one jade box before sealing it up. Afterwards, he went to check on the spaceship. Mo Wuji could tell that this spaceship was in a mess because of the battles it got into. There were even some bloodstains and a few laser guns that were lying on the floor. Mo Wuji was a biologist and a pharmacy scientist, and even though he recognized that it was a spaceship, he wasn't all too familiar with such technologies. After looking through for half a day, he didn't find any azimuth coordinates that was related to Earth. With reference to the words on it, he realized that this spaceship was sent up by an alliance on Earth. As for when did his Earth had a new alliance, Mo Wuji had no idea and didn't want to know. After one more round of thorough checks, Mo Wuji lost interest in this spaceship when he confirmed that he couldn't make use of this spaceship to return to Earth. Ever since Mo Wuji decided to throw the memories of Xiaoruoyin away, he was not as eager to return to Earth. He was more eager to return to the immortal world because he had his friends and future there. The pity was that up till today, Mo Wuji had no clue as to how to return to the immortal world. He was slightly helpless and frustrated when he thought that Jin Yiren could know the way back to the immortal world. Unfortunately, he was his enemy and was definitely not able to have a good talk with him if he met him again. The universe was so vast, and even if a puny Shin immortal like himself were to exhaust all his energy to search for his way back, it might still be futile. Fortunately, he had gained some rewards, and the first was that he was aware that his technique would not be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Secondly, he obtained a physique tempering technique and enlightened his blade's sacred art. Thirdly, he even managed to obtain 11 valuable-looking fire-red crystals. He decided to continue cultivating because he still had a pile of immortal crystals with him. Additionally, he had plenty of immortal pills after coming out from the Yunxian Immortal Valley, which would be enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. Who knows that maybe one day, after he reached the grande stage and felt the pressure of the heaven and earth, he would be swept up back to the immortal world. Mo Wuji was indeed very optimistic. He knew that there was no difference between controlling the flying shuttle himself and setting it to autopilot because he had no specific destination anyway. However, Mo Wuji didn't start cultivating inside the flying shuttle or in his undying world, but chose to cultivate on the deck of his flying shuttle. He only installed a defensive array and not a concealment array because he wanted people to notice him. The moment he met a cultivator in space, he might be able to find his way back to the immortal world. God's immortal domain, unfettered Emperor Palace. A skinny and tall man wearing an immortal emperor crown was staring at the people kneeling in front of him with a gloomy and stern face. This skinny and tall man was the God's immortal domain's peak-grade immortal emperor Luan Kai, who was also known as Grand Emperor Luan Kai. Under normal circumstances, those who were in the advanced immortal emperor stage would be qualified to be addressed as Grand Emperor in the immortal world. However, the truth was that every Grand Emperor would be one of the strongest in their region, because if one didn't have the true capability, even if others were to address him as in Grand Emperor, one wouldn't dare to acknowledge it too. A Grand Emperor in the immortal world comes with supreme honor and would be considered as a symbol of true power and strength. Immortal Emperor Luan Kai was indeed a Grand Emperor at the pinnacle of the advanced immortal emperor stage and was shockingly strong. After a full incense worth of time, Immortal Emperor said in a solemn tone, "Lai, are you certain that the Mo Wuji went to the soul-condensing immortal pool?" A young-looking man walked over and bowed, "Yes, and he didn't return after he went there." Luan Kai was very familiar with the soul-condensing pool, so he didn't ask if the young man went to check thoroughly. If a Shin immortal like Mo Wuji entered the soul-condensing immortal pool, he would basically be courting death. Immortal Emperor Luan Kai's face turned serious again as his tone sounded even more furious than before. "Hongling, what have you found out?" A red-haired girl walked over hurriedly. That Mo Wuji was a Pill King of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance and was even an elder. He had participated in the Yongying Immortal Domain Grand Alchemy competition and had went to the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Other than this, he also had a pill house in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, called the Tianji Pill House. Luan Kai said with an icy cold tone, informed the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance immediately that it was a small matter that Mo Wuji died at the soul-condensing immortal pool, but he actually affected the life of my imperial concubine. I need everyone around him to be buried for my concubine. Because of my respect for the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, I would not be calculative with them, but I hope that when I am acting against Mo Wuji's pill house and the people around him, the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance would not interfere. Otherwise, they shouldn't blame me for turning nasty against them. And also the Devil Moon Immortal School, who provided Mo Wuji a slot to enter the soul-condensing immortal pool, should also be held responsible. If Mo Wuji was here, he would definitely be dumbfounded at the sight of such unreasonable person. He had not even met, let alone promise, Immortal Emperor, and simply because he had some medical skills, he made Immortal Emperor Luan Kai so infuriated that the people around him had to be buried. In fact, he wasn't even aware that Luan Kai was looking for him during this period of time. Pill Dao Immortal Alliance was a massive and tyrannical existence in the immortal world. The only reason Luan Kai could be so unreasonable was because Mo Wuji was dead. Presently, at the headquarters of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, Vice Head, Hu Zhenyu had an ugly expression on his face. The main reason was not only because of Immortal Emperor's lack of respect, but more importantly, the fall of Mo Wuji, whom he held high hopes for. His eyes swept across a young man called Lai before saying faintly, "Does this mean that if my Pill Dao Immortal Alliance refused to let Luan Kai act, Luan Kai would go head-to-head against us?" My Pill Dao Immortal Alliance had really not met such an opponent before, someone who would threaten us all the way till our doorsteps. Lai Yi replied calmly as he bowed, Alliance head whose words are too serious. Since that Mo Wuji was an elder of the Piltdown Immortal Alliance, this meant that he was a part of the Piltdown Immortal Alliance. However, he disregarded the high regards held of him by the Piltdown Immortal Alliance and actually risked his life to enter the soul-condensing immortal pool and died eventually. This was evidently a display of the lack of appreciation for the Piltdown Immortal Alliance. Grand Emperor Luan Kai had also mentioned that as long as the Piltdown Immortal Alliance allowed us to act against the people around Mo Wuji, the Grand Emperor was willing to take out, Humph, before Lai Yi could finish speaking, Hu Zhenyu let out a cold grunt. What? Are you trying to scare my Piltdown Immortal Alliance with the reputable name of a Grand Emperor? The fact that my Piltdown Immortal Alliance was able to maintain our foothold in the immortal world for such a long time was mainly because we were never afraid of threats. Lai Yi hurried to respond, my unfettered Emperor Palace always had huge respects for the Piltdown Immortal Alliance, so we would never dare to scare the Alliance. Grand Emperor was merely suggesting, and it would of course be fine if the Piltdown Immortal Alliance is not agreeable. Grand Emperor Luan Kai's words were naturally not as gentle and polite as how Lai Yi expressed, because Luan Kai really did say that he would not be nice if the Piltdown Immortal Alliance was not willing to show some face to him. Lai Yi would definitely not say the original words of Immortal Emperor Luan Kai, because if he did, there would definitely be an upcoming war. Vice Alliance head, why don't you listen to Grand Emperor Luan Kai's condition? An extremely obese man with small eyes walked out and said. This obese man, Ren Xian, was also an elder of the Piltdown Immortal Alliance and was a Tier 7 Immortal Emperor. He held a high status in the Piltdown Immortal Alliance and was only slightly less commanding than the Vice Alliance head. Among the many elders, he was also the one with the most authority. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Shameful Bird. Chapter 589, Shameful Bird. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Let me hear it then. Honestly speaking, Hu Zhenyu was also slightly frustrated with Mo Wuji. Why would such a talented Pill King have so little self-love that he would choose to go to the soul-condensing immortal pool? If he didn't enter the soul-condensing immortal pool, it would be impossible for Luan Kai, no matter how strong he was, to act against a Piltdown Immortal Alliance like him. Lai Yi dared not slow down his pace as he clasped his fists once more. Grand Emperor said that he would offer the Piltdown Immortal Alliance 2 slots to enter the God's Tower. Are you serious? Hu Zhenyu stood up in excitement, as even he couldn't control his excitement when he heard Lai Yi's words. God's Tower was the most secretive place of the God's immortal domain, and it was also the wealthiest place according to rumors. Rumors mentioned that this was the place where the real deities had fought against each other and that countless of deities had fallen in this God's Tower. Any item left behind by the deities would definitely be of a supreme existence in the immortal world. The reason why Immortal Emperor Luan Kai's strength exceeded all the others in the same stage as him and was even addressed as a Grand Emperor was because he had been to the God's Tower once. While he was in the God's Tower, he managed to find plenty of opportunities which aid his rapid progress to become a Grand Emperor. Hu Zhenyu had cultivated to become this strong, so there were really not many things in the world which he wanted and was unable to get. However, this slot to enter the God's Tower was indeed one of the few things he sought after but was unable to obtain. Every time the God's Tower opened, even the slots reserved for the people of the God's immortal domain were limited, let alone people of the other domains. Even though the Piltdown Immortal Alliance were given slots once in a while, they were extremely little. It was considered very generous of Luan Kai to be offering 2 slots to enter the God's Tower. This offer really made Hu Zhenyu consider accepting Luan Kai's request. One must know that the God's Tower had no restriction in terms of cultivation level and anyone could enter. Hu Zhenyu had always coveted for a chance to enter the God's Tower but never had the opportunity. The Piltdown Immortal Alliance was given 3 slots for the opening of the God's Tower this time round, and it would usually be given to the younger generation with the most potential. Hu Zhenyu was the vice-head of the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance, so he would naturally not be that shameless to fight for the slots with the juniors. Now that Grand Emperor Luan Kai had offered 2 slots for him, it was simply equivalent to being treated a luxurious feast. Grand Emperor controlled majority of the domain, so he would only need to say a few sentences for this to be happened. Therefore, he would naturally not be lying about such things, Lai said respectfully. Even though his tone appeared to be extremely modest and humble, Lai's heart was starting to feel slightly indifferent. So what if he was from the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance? He couldn't believe that the vice-head of the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance to get so excited over just 2 slots to enter the God's Tower. Alright, I agree to his request, but I hope that Grand Emperor Luan Kai would not go overboard. Hu Zhenyu calmed himself down before replying. Of course, Lai said pleasantly. As for Hu Zhenyu's wish for Grand Emperor to not go overboard, nobody really bothered about it, as everyone knew that that wish would never be granted. Mo Wuji had no idea how long he had cultivated for, but he had no choice but to stop cultivating now. The main reason was because he depleted all his immortal crystals and he couldn't possibly only rely on pills to cultivate. After all these years of cultivating, he had at least advanced into the intermediate Xian Immortal stage and was only a step away from entering the advanced Xian Immortal stage. Because he was unable to cultivate, Mo Wuji could only control his flying shuttle like a headless fly with no particular direction to head towards. At this moment, without mentioning the immortal world, he would not even be able to find his way back to the planet Heavenly Crow. When he was cultivating, he wasn't too bothered by the fact that he was lost out in this space, but once he stopped cultivating, he started to feel anxious. He was still fine after 1, 2, and 3 months, but after he spent meaningless time on the flying shuttle for over a year, there was a change in Mo Wuji's attitude. If he continued carrying on like this, he could die of old age in this vast universe. Yet another month had passed, and just when Mo Wuji was considering if he should find some cracks within space to try his luck, he sensed a familiar trace of energy. Even though the energy he sensed was extremely weak, Mo Wuji was still able to capture it and dash towards it on his flying shuttle. At this moment, even if the person he met was Jin Irin, Mo Wuji would find ways to strike a deal with him to talk. Shui Gua. What made Mo Wuji surprised was that he actually saw Shui Gua. Shui Gua was curled up on the deck of a flying ship, and there were even a few high-tier spiritual herbs in front of him. To Mo Wuji's surprise, Shui Gua's strength didn't improve much ever since they parted ways. Given Shui Gua's talent, Mo Wuji wouldn't find it strange even if he was a grade 9 beast now. Back when they parted ways, Shui Gua was a grade 4 beast, and after all these years, he was still a grade 4 beast and even had weak energy around him. Mo Wuji was well aware of Shui Gua's alluring character. However, this fellow was even uglier than before, with a body of gray feathers. Previously, he had 3 legs, but now one of the legs was gone and he became a 2-legged beast. Other than this, he looked so listless without any shred of energy or spirit left in him. Logically speaking, Shui Gua's current environment was not that bad because he could sit on the deck and watch the space while feeding on spiritual herbs. So why had he not improved at all over all these years? Furthermore, Mo Wuji had already sensed Shui Gua, and given the fact that Shui Gua should be more sensitive because he was a beast, Mo Wuji found it weird that Shui Gua had yet to sense Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji kept his flying shuttle immediately as he took one step to board that flying ship. This restrictions placed on the flying ship was nothing more than a display to Mo Wuji. Master. A depressed and dejected Shui Gua finally recognized Mo Wuji as he jumped up in joy onto Mo Wuji's shoulder. Even though he was only a bird, the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. Who are you? A young man wearing a green robe walked out, and not only was this man handsome, he had an imposing appearance too as he walked out with extreme confidence. Spirituality were even floating around his body surface, and even people who had yet to cultivate would be able to tell how unique this young man was. Mo Wuji was secretly in praise of this fella because he was at most 20 years old, yet he was already in the true god stage level 7. There shouldn't be someone as talented as he was in the entire Jinxing, right? No matter how confident or impressive the other party appeared to be, Mo Wuji chose not to bother about him as he carried Shui Gua by the neck and threw him on the deck. Shui Gua, you are after all a bird with some origins. After parting for all these years, how could you not progress at all and even lost one of your legs? How shameful is this for a person? No, how shameful are you as a bird? Shuaigui used one of his legs to wipe his own eyes as he said, Master, if I didn't see you today, I would have died. This B***star grabbed me, fed me with good food and drinks every day so that he could let me bleed. It was this fella who insisted on drinking a cup of my blood every day. No matter how strong I'd become, I would have no more blood left because of this thrash. My third leg was also degenerated because of the lack of blood left in my body. Hoot hoot. Master, you have to seek justice for me, There was indeed 2 stalks of spiritual herb meant for blood replenishment, and there was a sudden trace of killing intent in Mo Wuji's eyes. He didn't act immediately as he said with a cold tone, Back when I asked you to wait for me outside that lightning province, why did you leave? You made me look for you for a long period of time. I didn't leave on my own accord but was brought away by these rubbish. They said I am some ancient spiritual beast and that they needed to make me bleed. Before Shuaigui could finish explaining his case, Mo Wuji understood everything. His eyes fell on the green robe youth and said coldly, Are you the one who made Shuaigui bleed for over 10 years? The green robe youth frowned because if Mo Wuji hadn't appeared unknowingly on his flying ship, he would have kicked Mo Wuji off the instant he landed. Hu Bo. The green robe youth didn't answer Mo Wuji but shouted instead. A weak-looking elder landed on the deck and there was one more middle-aged man standing beside him. The weak elder sized Mo Wuji up and couldn't tell the difference between Mo Wuji and an ordinary mortal. Friend, are there any misunderstandings here? The weak elder called Hu Bo clasped his fist towards Mo Wuji and asked politely. Mo Wuji's origin was way too mysterious and one must know that the restriction on his young master's flying ship was not of low grade. Therefore, it was quite impressive that Mo Wuji managed to board the ship without them noticing. Mo Wuji answered sternly, You are not worthy to become my friend, so answer my question directly. So what if I drank the blood of this domesticated animal? The green-robed man grunted as he drew out his own magic treasure. Shuaigui, go ahead and drink all the blood that he had took from you. Do not drink even the dross and just drink whatever you lost, Mo Wuji said faintly. You are courting death. Once he heard Mo Wuji's words, the green robe youth was infuriated as the round moon blade on his hand was swung towards Mo Wuji. Following which, he was shocked as he couldn't move a single inch. An invisible space trapped him, and other than his thoughts and mouth, he couldn't move anything else. Hu Bo, save me. There were fears in the eyes of the youth because he couldn't believe there was an expert this strong, till the extent that he had no idea what cultivation level he was on. Hu Bo was in the elementary worldly immortal stage, but he only took a step forward before realizing that he was trapped as well. Senior, please have mercy on us. We come from the Mirage Mountain, and the Mirage Mountain has the 5 transformation robe immortal experts. Hu Bo said everything in a single breath. Noticing that Shuaigui was staring at himself in joy, Mo Wuji kicked him and said, Go and drink your blood, stop wasting any more time. Yes, master. Shuaigui jumped excitedly onto the green robe youth and landed on the forehead of the terrified youth. In one mouth, Shuaigui bit the youth's forehead. Blood gushed out and entered Shuaigui's mouth just like that. Senior, please have mercy on him. He is the young master of my Mirage Mountain. Looking at how Shuaigui was really sucking his blood, Hu Bo almost spat out blood as his tone was no longer coherent. Mo Wuji didn't care about his words as he replied, Where is the Mirage Mountain again? What on earth is a robe immortal? Hu Bo took in a deep breath as he knew that he had to stop Shuaigui in the shortest possible time. Otherwise, even if his young master could survive this ordeal, he would become a worthless person. Senior, 1 transformation robe immortal would be equivalent to elementary heavenly immortal stage, while the strength of the 5 transformation robe immortal would be equivalent to intermediate golden immortal. Hu Bo hurried to reply. Heavenly immortal, golden immortal? Mo Wuji looked astonishingly at Hu Bo as he started to suspect if this fella was a cultivator from the immortal world. Otherwise, how would he know of the heavenly immortal or golden immortal? One must know that even he didn't know about the stages of the cultivation world back when he was in Jinxing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, The Mighty Mirage Mountain. Chapter 590, The Mighty Mirage Mountain. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Hu Bo said proudly, Senior should be in the advanced earthly immortal stage, right? One step after the earthly immortal stage would be the heavenly immortal stage. One must ascend into the immortal world to undergo the earthly immortal lightning tribulation, and the golden immortal stage would be the stage right after the heavenly immortal stage. Hu Bo noticed that Mo Wuji was able to use his domain to restrain him, so he should at least be in the advanced earthly immortal stage or even the great circle of the earthly immortal stage. Even though it might seem a little appalling for an earthly immortal stage to succeed in restraining him, an earthly immortal would still mean nothing when faced against the rogue immortal. Mo Wuji asked in a serious tone, Where is that Mirage Mountain located at? Senior, are you able to ask that bird to stop sucking my young master's blood? The instant Hu Bo finished speaking, that green robe youth fell to the ground with a pale face. The energy around him was evidently weak and the spirituality around his body had all disappeared while he had no cultivation left in him. On the other hand, Shuaiguo was jumping ecstatically as both his eyes lit up in joy. Even though he didn't grow out his third leg, the gray feathers of his were filled with much more luster, and Mo Wuji could feel Shuaiguo's energy just like before. Master, I've obeyed your order and sucked back all the blood which I've lost without killing him, Shuaiguo said loftily before flying back up onto Mo Wuji's shoulder. Hu Bo was in daze with his mouth wide opened. The middle-aged man who was initially trapped by Mo Wuji instantly felt that his body was free again as he rushed over to pick the green robe youth up. Following which, he managed to make the green robe youth swallow some pills. Naturally, Mo Wuji was able to tell that Shuaiguo did not only take back what he lost but also sucked out most of the blood that belonged to the green robe youth. If he didn't let the middle-aged man go to save the green robe youth, this green robe youth would not live for much longer. You are pretty decent to actually collect interest from him. Mo Wuji was extremely disgusted with people who absorbed blood of the others to cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that this green robe youth had been sucking Shuaiguo of his blood every day before they met, he would never allow Shuaiguo to be this indecent. However, if Shuaiguo dared to suck other people's blood in the future, he would not go easy on Shuaiguo. Even though Shuaiguo had not been with Mo Wuji for a long period of time, he understood the meaning behind Mo Wuji's words. He was well aware that Mo Wuji would never allow him to suck anyone's blood. Therefore, when he noticed there was something wrong with Mo Wuji's tone, he hurried to reply, Master, I accidentally suck a little more than I should. If there was a next time, I would strip your skin off you before stewing you, Mo Wuji said without hesitation. Shuaiguo kept shaking his head, I will not unless Master asked me to do so. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered to reply Shuaiguo as his eyes fell back on Hu Bo. Hu Bo looked at the dying green robe youth with a pale face before saying, You killed the young master. Mo Wuji replied, I am asking you a question now. Stop spouting nonsense before I really kill him off. Yes. Hu Bo answered anxiously, The Mirage Mountain is at the High E continent and it is the number 1 sect of the High E continent. Cultivators of the High E continent can ascend into the immortal world? Mo Wuji glared at Hu Bo because this was the question he was most concerned about. Yes indeed, Hu Bo didn't dare to ignore Mo Wuji as he was worried that Mo Wuji would kill all of them at once. If Mo Wuji really did that, the only thing the rogue immortals could do was to avenge them. So who captured Shuaiguo? Shuaiguo had already exacted his revenge, hence, Mo Wuji's question was simply to find out his way back to Jinxing. Hu Bo had already figured out that Shuaiguo was this bird with gray feathers, so he replied pitifully, It really wasn't us but an elder from the sect. Mo Wuji thought to himself that he might need to make a trip down to the Mirage Mountain as he continued questioning, Tell me more about a rogue immortal and why a rogue immortal is stronger than the heavenly immortals and even the golden immortals. Hu Bo was cursing Mo Wuji's words in his heart as he wondered if Mo Wuji was even listening to him previously. What he said was that the 5 transformation rogue immortal's strength were comparable to a golden immortal. He certainly did not say that the rogue immortal was stronger than a heavenly or golden immortal. In fact, even the rogue immortals would be split into different transformations. It was truly terrifying to be as clueless as Mo Wuji was. Moreover, how can the heavenly and golden immortals be placed on the same level? Hu Bo dared not say any of these words, as all he did was to reply cautiously, rogue immortals are those who failed in their earthly immortal tribulation yet managed to keep their primordial spirit. Rogue immortals are those who undergo tribulation after their earthly immortal primordial spirit had been restored. One transformation rogue immortal refers to the stage after the earthly immortal primordial spirit underwent the first tribulation. 2 transformation rogue immortal would be the stage after the second tribulation. Primordial spirit's tribulation? Mo Wuji asked shockingly, because how could a primordial spirit, without a solid form, undergo tribulation? Furthermore, the primordial spirit was most afraid of the lightnings. Hu Bo knew that Mo Wuji was completely clueless, so he could only explain patiently, the lightning tribulation of the primordial spirit is different from the lightning tribulation of a heavenly immortal, yet it is not any weaker in the power of the tribulation. As long as the rogue immortal prepared sufficient amount of precious and incredible treasures coupled with his magic treasure, there is a chance of tribulation success. Every time a tribulation succeeded, the rogue immortal's body would be further compacted with even stronger sacred art. I've even heard that after the 9th tribulation was successful, the rogue immortal would be able to condense his physical body and ascend straight up to the immortal world as a grand immortal. How do you know about the grand immortal? Mo Wuji was starting to be more surprised by the minute, because he didn't expect that there was a chance to become a grand immortal right after you ascend into the immortal world. This was simply heaven-defying. After failing the earthly immortal tribulation, there was still a shot at becoming a transformation rogue immortal. This was indeed a kind act of heaven providing yet another lifeline for one. Mo Wuji was well aware that rogue immortals who failed tribulations and the rogue immortals without any sect were 2 very different people. Hu Bo said, this is because the Mirage Mountain's technique was exquisite for transformation rogue immortals, which was why there were the most number of rogue immortals in the Mirage Mountain. And also because of the tremendous strength and power of these rogue immortals, they were able to communicate with the Mirage Mountain of the immortal world. This was also why we would be able to know all sorts of movements or activities in the immortal world. There was a Mirage Mountain in the immortal world? Mo Wuji really had not heard of such a sect. Hu Bo saw the confused expression on Mo Wuji's face before grunting coldly. However, he still sounded respectful as he continued, yes, there is a sect called the Mirage Mountain in the immortal world, and it is a fairly huge sect. How many rogue immortals does the Mirage Mountain has? And what is the highest level of the rogue immortals there? Mo Wuji had made his decision to go down to the High continent because not only was he curious if he could make his way back to the immortal world from the High continent, he wanted to find that cultivator who caught Shuaigua too. There are 3 rogue immortals, a 5 transformations rogue immortal, 2 transformations rogue immortal and a 1 transformation rogue immortal, Hu Bo answered truthfully. Since this is the case, please lead the way from the front. I want to make my way down to the High continent. When he heard that there were no 8 or 9 transformations rogue immortal there, Mo Wuji ordered Hu Bo immediately. Despite not being fearful of any 8 or 9 transformations rogue immortals, it would still be better if he was cautious. Senior wants to go to the High continent? Hu Bo looked astonishingly at Mo Wuji. All you have to do is to lead the way and cut the crap, Mo Wuji replied with no courtesy at all. Hu Bo felt the easing of the space around his body as he hurried to bow to Mo Wuji before dashing to the helm of the flying ship. There would still be a chance to save the young master if he could reach the Mirage Mountain as soon as possible. Even though the High continent was called continent, it was merely a planet of the vast universe. The moment Hu Bo's flying ship entered the High continent, Mo Wuji's spiritual will could sense that this planet was multiple folds bigger than Jinxing. The spiritual energy here was even more phenomenal as compared to Jinxing's. No wonder there would be so many experts who were comparable to golden immortals being produced in a place like this. For a cultivator who had yet to convert their energy into immortal energy, this was truly a holy land for cultivation. The entrance of the Mirage Mountain was even more magnificent, as Mo Wuji had no idea when the Mirage Mountain were made known of his arrival. Just as Hu Bo brought Mo Wuji into the periphery of the Mirage Mountain, over 10 people walked out. Mo Wuji saw this group of people and knew that Hu Bo was not boasting about his sect. In the group of over 10 people, there were at least 5 earthly immortal experts and 2 experts with half a solid body and faint elemental energy flowing around the surface of their bodies. Their aura looked much stronger than the 5 earthly immortals, so Mo Wuji's guess was that these 2 should be the rogue immortals. I, Tang Anxuan, sect head of the Mirage Mountain, heard that Dao Friend was visiting, and I, Tang Anxuan, seek for Dao Friend's forgiveness for not going out to meet you. The man who spoke was a middle-aged earthly immortal stage level 4 expert, and this fella appeared to have yet to notice the dying green robe youth, as his tone remained extremely polite. Mo Wuji nodded as his eyes glanced across the 2 rogue immortals. His main purpose here was to question the 2 rogue immortals as to how they could communicate with the immortal world. Of course, Mo Wuji knew that the Mirage Mountain would not talk to him nicely. Noticing that all Mo Wuji did was to nod, a short man standing behind Tang Anxuan grunted as killing intent started to show. Mo Wuji could tell that this short man was in the earthly immortal stage level 7 and was slightly higher than Tang Anxuan. Evidently, Tang Anxuan's status was much higher than his, because all he did was to wave his hand slightly and the short man retracted his killing intent. As for the 2 rogue immortals, they were simply standing in silence as if they had yet to notice Mo Wuji. I have yet to ask, how should I address this Dao Friend here? Tang Anxuan maintained his smile. Mo Wuji answered casually. It's an honor to meet you. Tang Anxuan had no idea why it was an honor to, but he simply continued, let me introduce some people to Dao Friend Mo. This is 5 transformations rogue immortal, Elder Ling Lian of the Mirage Mountain. Mo Wuji had long noticed this Ling Lian, as this fella had been standing quietly without looking at Mo Wuji this whole while. Moreover, he had a sinister-looking face with an extremely good-looking palm and beautifully long fingers. His hand was similar to that of a female. Ordinary people might not be able to tell, but Mo Wuji only needed one look to tell that this fella's physical body was not completely solid. It seemed like Hu Bo's claim was true about the rogue immortals being those who had evolved from the tribulation of primordial spirit. After realizing that Mo Wuji didn't care too much about Ling Lian, Tang Anxuan's heart turned cold, but appeared as if it didn't matter as he continued introducing the rest of them to Mo Wuji. Tian Zizong, a short-hair elder in the earthly immortal stage level 9. The previous shorty with the killing intent was called Han Shi and was in the earthly immortal stage level 7. These 2 fellas were the first and second elder of the Mirage Mountain respectively. There was also a skinny-looking 2 transformations rogue immortal called Xingfeng. Even though all of them looked like they were out here to welcome Mo Wuji, when Tang Anxuan was introducing them, none of them did anything to express their welcome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, The Guest Seated on the Head Seat. Chapter 591, The Guest Seated on the Head Seat. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Despite knowing that this was merely a demonstration of their power, Mo Wuji was not bothered by it at all. Other than questioning more about how to head to the immortal world, Mo Wuji's purpose here would be to find out who was the one who brought Shuaigui into the High E continent. As long as he managed to find this person, he would have a possibility to return to Jinxing. Dao Friend Mo, may I invite you to enter our Mirage Mountains guest hall to talk? Tang Anxuan bowed slightly as he guided Mo Wuji with his arm. He was testing out if Mo Wuji would dare to enter the sect of the Mirage Mountain, because if Mo Wuji didn't dare, they would attack him immediately. If Mo Wuji dared to enter, they would choose to observe him for a while more to see if Mo Wuji was really that powerful, or was he this fearless only because he was ignorant. After all, Mo Wuji looked way too young, and for such a young cultivator to be able to fend against the joint attack of these many experts of the Mirage Mountain, even Tang Anxuan found it hard to believe. Mo Wuji appeared as though he had no idea what Tang Anxuan was thinking about as he casually walked into the hall. As they watched Mo Wuji enter the hall, the two rogue immortals exchanged astonished glances with each other. Was Mo Wuji really that ignorant? Or was he really that powerful? How could someone, who had just destroyed the direct genius descendant of the Mirage Mountain, walk so blatantly without any signs of fear into the number one sect of the High E continent? Even if he was that strong, he would possibly lose half of his strength after he entered the Mirage Mountain, which were full of array traps. At this moment, no one would advise Mo Wuji against doing so, because since Mo Wuji was bent on finding trouble with the Mirage Mountain would definitely want to ask Mo Wuji some questions. The truth was that the Mirage Mountain had been looking for Mo Wuji, and they couldn't believe he would actually walk right into their lair. One reason would be because they accidentally found out from Shuaigua about Mo Wuji's scholar's heart, and since Mo Wuji had a heavenly fire in his possession, why would the Mirage Mountain not covet for it? The second reason would be because of Shuaigua's origins. Even Shuaigua himself had no idea where it came from, so since Mo Wuji was here, they would force Mo Wuji to explain Shuaigua's origins. The guest hall of the Mirage Mountain was beautifully designed, and the moment Mo Wuji entered, he could tell that there are at least a few hidden peak-grade death trap arrays in this hall. However, these death trap arrays were not of any threats to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji started to hold this sect in contempt simply because of the number of trap arrays they concealed in the guest hall. This proved how indecent this sect was. "Dao friend Mo, please take a seat." Tang Anxuan continued to maintain his enthusiastic attitude as he took the initiative to bring Mo Wuji into the guest hall. He pointed to a seat by the side, but Mo Wuji appeared to have not seen his gesture as he walked straight to the head seat. Tang Anxuan shivered slightly because it was already considered very ridiculous for Mo Wuji to walk into the Mirage Mountain's guest hall so blatantly. He simply couldn't believe his eyes as he saw Mo Wuji sitting on the head seat, which was usually meant for the host. He couldn't understand why Mo Wuji was really that eager to die. The short Han Shi was about to erupt again, but it was the 5 transformation rogue immortal Ling Lian who pulled Han Shi back this time round. His cold eyes swept across Mo Wuji's action as he made a gesture for Tang Anxuan. Tang Anxuan nodded, and the 10 elders of the Mirage Mountain landed in the hall went to their seats. Out of the 10 people, other than the 5 earthly immortals, 2 rogue immortals, the rest of them were mostly in the advanced worldly immortal stage. The crowd took their seat, and just as Tang Anxuan was laughing out loud and was about to speak, a young female cultivator walked to the entrance of the guest hall before bowing. "Sect head, fellow elders, Lu Fuji and Chu Lin are here to visit." "Oh, who did they bring to be the witness this time round?" Tang Anxuan was all smiles as he asked. It seemed like he treated everyone here with such an enthusiastic attitude. The young female cultivator said, "No one, it is just this husband and wife here." "Invite them in then." Tang Anxuan nodded as his tone started to become faint. Mo Wuji chose not to speak because he really didn't wish to kill his way through this sect. After all, Shuaigua was still alive, and it would be a little too hostile for him to exterminate the entire Mirage Mountain because of Shuaigua. At the same time, he knew that the Mirage Mountain would be able to bear with his actions till now was because they had questions for him too, and it was not about taking revenge. He was indeed interested to know why was the Mirage Mountain looking for him other than seeking revenge. However, he would not allow his patience to be tested, and if the Mirage Mountain were to not know their limits, he wouldn't mind wiping the Mirage Mountain off the surface of the High E continent. After a while, the female cultivator brought a man and a woman in. The man had a scar on his face, and even though he looked neither handsome nor strong, he had this aura with him. Mo Wuji could tell that he was only in the worldly immortal stage level 4. The female cultivation was even lower at the true god stage level 5. On first glance, she looked like a really ordinary female in a light green dress with her hair tied up in a bun while carrying a long sword on her back. However, this woman was evidently very prettier, and in fact, she seemed to be getting prettier the longer he looked at her. The two people were in daze as they set foot into the guest hall. Firstly, it was because the head seat of the guest hall was occupied by a young man whom they had never seen before. Secondly, the people in the guest hall today was simply too terrifying. It only took them a while before they recognized 5 earthly immortals and 2 rogue immortals. Such a strong lineup, just to handle the 2 of them? One must know that previously when they invited the High E Continent's reputable Zhu Huang over, the Mirage Mountain only sent the sect head and 1 earthly immortal over. As for the welcome reception by the sect head of the Mirage Mountain, Tang Anxuan, it wasn't because the Mirage Mountain looked up to them but because Tang Anxuan was a smiling tiger. Someone who was polite to anybody and everybody but had killed countless of people before. Greetings sect head Tang, elders and the 2 senior rogue immortals. The 2 people paid their respects by bowing from the entrance. Just like how he treated Mo Wuji, Tang Anxuan nodded and invited them to take their seats while all the rest didn't even bother looking at the couple. Lu Fuqi and Xu Lin were evidently not treated this coldly for the first time, as they didn't seem to mind as they bowed towards Mo Wuji and said, "We have clumsy eyes so we couldn't recognize this Dao friend here. We seek your forgiveness." Despite not recognizing Mo Wuji, they didn't dare to offend someone seated at that position as they greeted politely. Mo Wuji grew slightly fonder of them because at least these 2 didn't lie like Tang Anxuan about being honored to meet him even though he didn't know him too. "I am the same as both of you because I am also here to pay a visit to the Mirage Mountain. I am considered a guest too, so please don't bother about me and take your seats." Mo Wuji nodded before acknowledging them. Put. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Han Shi was the first to grunt unhappily. The couple Lu Fuqi and Xu Lin were dumbfounded, and when they heard Han Shi's grunt, they knew that Mo Wuji was just as unwelcome as they were. If he wasn't welcome, why would he be allowed to sit at the head seat? The 2 of them were also aware that this shouldn't be something they could interfere with, so they quickly took their seats at the back of the hall. As the atmosphere in the hall started to become strange, Lu Fuqi knew that the longer they stayed in this hall, the more disadvantaged they would be, so he stood up in a hurry and bowed to the many elders and Tang Anxuan. "My son must have been blind to offend a disciple of the Mirage Mountain. However, we promised this would be the only time it happens, and we would seek for sect head Tang to spare us, and we would not complain regardless of your condition." When he heard this, Mo Wuji finally understood why the couple was here even though they were not welcomed by the Mirage Mountain. It seemed like their son had been captured by the Mirage Mountain. As to why Lu Fuqi said that they would be willing to accept any condition, Mo Wuji understood, because how could an intermediate worldly immortal and a true god dare to complain about anything here? Tang Anxuan's voice was faint. "I will forget about other matters because of the respect I have for Dao friend Lu, but your son, Lu Yang, actually insulted the female disciple of my Mirage Mountain and he will not be forgiven. The 2 of you should head back, otherwise, don't accuse the Mirage Mountain of bullying the weak." Tang Anxuan finished his piece and Han Shi added, "This would be the last time this happens. The next time the 2 of you were to cause trouble at the Mirage Mountain, there would not be a return trip for you." Xu Lin stood up hurriedly. "I believe my Lu Yang would not do such things." "Sect head Tang, could you let Lu Yang out for us to speak to him?" Tang Anxuan's smiley face turned serious as he said, "Why? Dao friend Chu thinks that my Mirage Mountain is accusing your son? Why would my Mirage Mountain, the number 1 sect of the High E Continent, accuse a small true lake-stage cultivator like your son?" From the conversation of the 2 of them, Mo Wuji made certain of something. That would be that Lu Yang insulted a female disciple of the Mirage Mountain, and initially, nobody questioned the reason for the capture. However, the key was that the Mirage Mountain refused to let Lu Yang meet his parents. Even a fool would be able to tell that something was amiss. Since he committed a crime and deserved to be detained, we should of course gather everyone to find out the truth. I shall be the witness today, so bring that Lu Yang out to question him. Mo Wuji hit against the coffee table as he laughed while speaking. If he didn't step in, this couple would leave in the same state that they entered this place. The moment they anger the Mirage Mountain, they could very well end up locked. When they heard Mo Wuji's help, Lu Fuqi and Xu Lin were also surprised as they bowed pleasingly at Mo Wuji. Ha ha ha. After containing himself for so long, Han Shi could no longer take it as he jumped out from his seat laughing as he scolded Mo Wuji. "What are you? You ruined the cultivation, future and even half the life of the first descendant of my Mirage Mountain, and you dare talk so arrogantly here? Let me see how strong you are today." After saying this, Han Chi jumped right towards Mo Wuji. This time round, even Tang Anxuan did not stop him as everyone watched Han Chi. Everyone here wanted to know how capable Mo Wuji truly was. This was the best place to observe the fight between the two of them. Very soon, Han Chi was shocked as he was actually trapped midair and was unable to move no matter how hard he tried. Everyone here knew that he was an earthly immortal and was in fact, in level 7 of the stage. Even a true heavenly immortal should not be able to trap him midair. In the next instance, he reacted and realized that someone who dared to destroy the direct descendant of the Mirage Mountain and sat at head seat should not be a simple man. Moreover, this man here looked so young, so could he be a true celestial? There was an extreme coldness in Han Chi's heart at this moment, and the fact was that he did not remember feeling this fearful ever since he started cultivating. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, Blood-Sucking Sect. Chapter 592, Blood-Sucking Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Everyone stared at Han Chi and aghast. No one believed that Mo Wuji was the one suspending Han Chi in space. Even the strongest 5 transformations rogue immortal Ling Lian wasn't able to use spiritual will and domain to suspend a level 7 earthly immortal in the air. Mo Wuji did not intend to kill Han Chi, but this fella had evil intentions plastered across his face. It was necessary to show him some discipline. With the grinding power of his whirlpool domain, one of Han Chi's limbs fell onto the ground. Thereafter, Mo Wuji's domain dispersed and Han Chi landed heavily on the ground. How rude and unreasonable, every attack. When Ling Lian saw one of Han Chi's limbs being decapitated by Mo Wuji, coupled with Mo Wuji not continuing to suspend Han Chi in the air, Ling Lian made the wrong judgment and decided to attack Mo Wuji. Seeing Ling Lian make a move, the other earthly immortals also attacked. Mo Wuji's eyes turned cold. He was truly too soft in his approach. If it was any other Xian immortal, even if he didn't kill an entire river of blood, that Xian immortal would have at least killed some experts to establish his might. Ling Lian was a 5 transformations rogue immortal. His cultivation approached the intermediate golden immortal stage. However, in Mo Wuji's perspective, Ling Lian was still far from being a true intermediate stage golden immortal. His strength could only be compared to an average early stage golden immortal. As for the earthly immortals, they weren't even placed in Mo Wuji's eyes. The people from Mirage Mountain seemed to already have discussed it. The moment Ling Lian pounced towards Mo Wuji, the others made a move at almost the same time. Mo Wuji still didn't move. This time, he wasn't going to be merciful. He didn't even take out his magic treasure as he shot out 10 bolts of lightning. Whether they were at earthly immortal stage level 1 or level 9, under Mo Wuji's lightning bolts, no one would be spared from harm. Some wouldn't even have the chance to survive a single blow. The one to first lose a limb to Mo Wuji, Han Chi, had the worst of luck. A lightning bolt slammed against his brain, directly ripping his mind palace apart. His primordial spirit wasn't even able to escape and he died there and then. Ling Lian had already condensed half his fleshly body, but as it got struck by 2 bolts of lightning, it directly shattered to pieces. A primordial spirit that had a cultivation of the true god stage floated blankly in mid-air. A cultivator at earthly immortal level 2 was directly killed by Mo Wuji. Even the earthly immortal level 9 Tian Zizong was maimed and struck onto the ground by Mo Wuji's lightning bolt. Whether he could recover his cultivation would have to depend on his luck. Everyone in Mirage Mountain stopped. Mirage Mountain's sect head Tang Anxuan, who was originally heading to block the door of the guest hall, cried out urgently. In reality, even if he didn't call for them to stop, the 5 cultivators from Mirage Mountain weren't able to make another move. Instead, it was Mo Wuji's who stared at Tang Anxuan peculiarly. He knew what Tang Anxuan was doing. That fella was prepared to block the entrance of the guest hall so that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, when this fella noticed that things were going wrong, he immediately called for the people of Mirage Mountain to stop. He was seemingly telling Mo Wuji that Mirage Mountain no longer dared to show Mo Wuji disrespect. Among the 5 other cultivators, besides 5 transformations rogue immortal Linglian, there were 4 earthly immortals. Among which, Han Qi and an earthly immortal level 2 cultivator had been killed by Mo Wuji's lightning, while Tian Zizong and an earthly immortal level 4 cultivator had been maimed and struck onto the ground. The physical body that 5 transformations rogue immortal Linglian worked hard to condense had been destroyed, and his primordial spirit had even fallen to the true god stage. It could be confirmed, Linglian was over. His primordial spirit had to go through the lightning calamity 5 times in order to condense his fleshly body, only he knew how difficult it was. Moreover, the difficulty a rogue immortal faces was more than 10 folds harder than an ordinary immortal. Mo Wuji had destroyed the body that he struggled to condense. This was equivalent to ending him. "Senior, please show mercy." Tang Anxuan no longer had his previous demeanor and calm, he was even kneeling on the ground. Even a 5 transformations rogue immortal wasn't able to do anything to Mo Wuji, and the rest that survived couldn't even stand. Clearly, if Mo Wuji wanted to destroy Mirage Mountain, he could do so in a few breaths. "Oh, weren't you going to close the doors and keep me in here?" Mo Wuji asked. Tang Anxuan hurriedly said, "Senior is mistaken, I was calling for people to send in tea, but..." Tang Anxuan's entire head was drenched in sweat, his soul seemed to be shaking to its core. Lu Fuqi and Chu Lin finally reacted. This guest definitely wasn't an ordinary person, even a 5 transformations rogue immortal wouldn't catch his eye. This person was likely a 9 transformations rogue immortal, or even a true immortal. Right when they reacted, the 2 hurriedly bowed, "Senior, please help us." Before Mo Wuji could even speak, Tang Anxuan hurriedly said, "Hurry, get Dao friend Lu's young lord Lu Yang over." Yes. A worldly immortal cultivator had already swiftly sprinted out of the hall. "Who's the one who brought Shuaigua to Mirage Mountain? Get that person over too." Mo Wuji suddenly realized that reason wasn't as straightforward as a display of force. "Senior, I was the one who brought Shuaigua to Mirage Mountain." The 2 transformations rogue immortal, that didn't make a move previously, now stood forward and bowed towards Mo Wuji. He was sure that Mo Wuji wasn't a rogue immortal, but a true immortal. He celebrated the fact that he didn't make a move previously. Even a 5 transformations rogue immortal had his fleshly body destroyed with mere lightning bolts, leaving behind a primordial spirit with only a true god stage cultivation. Clearly, if he had made a move, he would be nothing more than dust right now. "Do you have the positioning ball that shows the position that you took Shuaigua from?" Mo Wuji asked in a mild-mannered tone. "Yes." Xingfeng immediately took out a spatial positioning ball and handed it to Mo Wuji. "This is a positioning ball that I made myself. During that time, I used a world-splitting talisman to leave this region." "Wait." Mo Wuji lifted his hand and stopped Xing Huang. "You said that you were able to get to where Shuaigua was because you used a world-splitting talisman?" Xingfeng responded, "Yes. During that time, I had 2 world-splitting talismans, one to, and one back." "What grade was your world-splitting talisman?" Mo Wuji's heart sank. If Xingfeng had used a world-splitting talisman to get to the space around Jinxing, then how was he going to go back? "It was a talisman given to us by the Mirage Mountain in the immortal world." Xingfeng did not dare to hide anything. Mo Wuji's tone was no longer as mild-mannered as before. "Why did the immortal world send you these world-splitting talismans?" Xingfeng answered especially cautiously, "The immortal world asked us to search for a token called the Universal Peak Token. But when I went there, I wasn't able to find that token." Mo Wuji nodded, he believed Xingfeng's words. Because there was also a girl called Naihe that went to Jinxing to look for the Universal Peak Token and the Immortal Seeking Token. However, those 2 tokens were already in his hands. "Do you still have any more of those tokens?" Mo Wuji asked. Xingfeng shook his head, "No. Even in the immortal world, such world-splitting tokens are incredibly valuable. After I searched for many years to no avail, The Immortal World's Mirage Mountain no longer asked me to continue searching for the Universal Peak Token. Mo Wuji was very disappointed, but he continued to ask, then are you able to communicate with the Immortal World? I'm not. Only rogue immortals at the 5 transformations and above have the ability to communicate with the Immortal World. As Xingfeng spoke, he subconsciously glanced towards Ling Lian, who was only left with a true god primordial spirit. Mo Wuji just discovered that he had almost killed the only fellow with the ability to communicate with the Immortal World. He shook his head, but he didn't feel much regret. In this part of the world, there were still cultivators who could ascend. That meant that he would still find a way to get to the Immortal World. Just at this instant, the worldly immortal that just left returned with a youth that did not even look 20 years old. The moment Mo Wuji laid eyes on this youth, a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. This youth was like Shuaigua, his vital blood had been sucked away, leaving behind a dispirited and withered body. You have the gold-horned violet dragon bloodline? The moment this youth entered, Shuaigua exclaimed in surprise. Mo Wuji instantly came to an understanding. He stared coldly at Tang Anshuan and said, so this is a blood-sucking sect. Not only do you suck the blood of beasts, but of human beings as well, but. When he heard Mo Wuji's words, Tang Anshuan's entire body shuddered in fear. He hurriedly knelt and said, Senior is mistaken. Only the Tian clan and the Mirage Mountain are the descendants of bloodsuckers and can cultivate the core Mirage technique. The Mirage technique requires peak-grade demonic beast blood to cultivate. Because Shuaigua and Lu Yang have the bloodline of god beasts, Mirage Mountain's current Tian clan young lord uses them to cultivate his Mirage technique. As for the others, even though some cultivate the Mirage technique, they have yet to absorb any vital blood. You're talking about that trash that I wasted? Mo Wuji said indifferently. Yes, he is Mirage Mountain's current Tian clan heir, Tian Jiko. After he was wasted by Senior, Mirage Mountain no longer has any Tian clan heirs. Mo Wuji's gaze landed on the earthly immortal level 9 Tian Zizong and said calmly, looks like this fella is also a descendant of the Tian clan. Yes. Tang Anshuan had only just uttered that word when a lightning bolt slammed against Tian Zizong. Tian Zizong was already heavily injured, but now with another lightning bolt, he was turned into meat juice. He didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Does Mirage Mountain have any experts in the immortal world? Mo Wuji asked. Tang Anshuan shivered as he answered, Tian Jiko's ancestor, Senior Tian Tai, is an immortal king expert. Mo Wuji really didn't need to place an immortal king in his eye. He looked at Lu Fuqi and Chu Lin and said, Mirage Mountain sucked your son off his vital blood. What do you want to do? Lu Fuqi naturally knew that Mo Wuji was trying to help them when he said these words. As long as he agreed, Mo Wuji could even help them raise the entire Mirage Mountain to the ground. His son had been tortured like so, was merely because he had the gold-horned violet dragon bloodline. It was completely an unreasonable calamity. This anger, Lu Fuqi, really couldn't endure it. If no one offered to help, then he couldn't do anything about it. But now that Mo Wuji had expressed intentions to help, how could he let go of this opportunity? However, before he could speak, Chu Lin knelt down and said, Many thanks Senior for offering a hand, allowing our entire family to reunite. I only wish to be able to leave with my son. Everything else is secondary. Hearing his wife's words, Lu Fuqi sighed. At the end of the day, Mirage Mountain was too strong. Even if the entire Mirage Mountain was destroyed, there were still cultivators that might not be in the mountain right now. Some of those cultivators could easily destroy his entire family. After, the Senior Mo wouldn't stay by their side and protect them all the time. The pale-faced Lu Yang had already come to an understanding of the situation. He hurriedly said, Senior, Junior has something important to say, that if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Goldhorn Violet Dragon. Chapter 593, Goldhorn Violet Dragon. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. What's the matter? Mo Wuji looked at Lu Yang, feeling rather confused. If there was really an important matter, it should not be said here. After all, he did not intend to kill everyone here. Even though Lu Yang was still young, he should understand such basic things. Mirage Mountain has captured a gold-horned violet dragon and has trapped it in Mirage Mountain's spirit pith pond. After he finished speaking, Lu Yang anxiously knelt down. That gold-horned violet dragon is my benefactor. Senior, please help. There was really a gold-horned violet dragon? Mo Wuji exhaled a breath of cold air. He did not think too much about it when Lu Yang possessed the gold-horned violet dragon bloodline. Sometimes, heredity was a complicated thing. Lu Yang's ancestor might have been a gold-horned violet dragon and the bloodline might have skipped generations. Or perhaps, due to some fortuitous opportunity, he might have obtained some gold-horned violet dragon. A gold-horned violet dragon was an ancient dragon breed. It was incomparably priceless. Just a simple drop of a mature gold-horned violet dragon's blood was an invaluable treasure that even immortal emperors would covet. An actual gold-horned violet dragon and having the bloodline of the gold-horned violet dragon were two completely different things. That gold-horned violet dragon gave me a vase of dragon saliva. Because I cultivated using that dragon saliva, I managed to obtain a sliver of the gold-horned violet dragon bloodline, and that was also why I was caught by the Mirage Mountain. After I was caught by Mirage Mountain, they forced me to reveal where that young dragonling was. Then they caught that dragonling. I was the one that brought harm to that gold-horned violet dragon. Lu Yang said all that in a single breath. When Tang Anxuan heard Lu Yang's words, his head started ringing. Just now, he was wholeheartedly praying that Mo Wuji didn't destroy his sect, and the matter of the gold-horned violet dragon slipped out of his mind. Now that the matter had been revealed by Lu Yang, how was his Mirage Mountain going to get out of this? I was the one who caught that gold-horned violet dragon to refine my fleshly body. Even if you destroy my Mirage Mountain, there will be someone from the immortal world to take care of you. Your rampage will not last for long. I, Ling Lian, will be waiting for you. Ling Lian already knew that there was no point for regrets, and he directly shouted at Mo Wuji angrily. After he said that, Ling Lian's primordial spirit suddenly started to disperse. From the looks of it, he was going to take this responsibility to his death. Mo Wuji snorted and sent a lightning bolt over. To disperse his primordial spirit in front of Mo Wuji, he must be dreaming. Ah! Ling Lian cried out in agony as his soul burnt. Lead the way. Mo Wuji stared coldly at Tang Anxuan. His voice was no longer as kind. How could Tang Anxuan not know the meaning behind Mo Wuji's words? He hurriedly bowed and said, Senior, please follow me. That gold-horned violet dragon has been living in great conditions. We have never mistreated it. Lead the way. Mo Wuji snorted. As a person who stayed in the immortal world before, Mo Wuji naturally knew of the gold-horned violet dragon. Even in the immortal world, this dragon was probably extinct. Now in the cultivation world, a gold-horned violet dragon actually appeared. He did not intend to be like Mirage Mountain and suck this gold-horned violet dragon's blood. However, he wanted to ask this gold-horned violet dragon about where it came from. As the #1 sect in High E continent, Mirage Mountain did have some clout. Even before they neared the huge spirit pith pond, everyone could already feel the dense spiritual energy. Mo Wuji also sighed in his heart. If he had such a spirit pith pond to cultivate back when he was in the cultivation world, why would he need to go searching all over the place for cultivation resources? The spiritual energy from the spirit pith pond was so dense that fogs visible to the eye were formed. A violet dragon that was not roughly 5 meters long had its 4 limbs shackled as it lay in the center of the spirit pith pond. The horn on this violet dragon was indeed gold in color. From the looks of it, this was truly a gold-horned violet dragon. Big brother violet dragon, I'm sorry. You saved me, but I implicated you and got you caught by the Mirage Mountain. The mountain they reached the spirit pith pond, Lu Yan cried out with a voice filled with guilt. They don't dare to kill me. One day, this entire sect will be squashed by my parents. This bird is not simple. The gold-horned violet dragon was like Shuaigua. Not only could it talk, its voice was filled with pride. Eventually, it noticed Shuaigua that was perched on Mo Wuji's shoulder, and it exclaimed in shock. "Oh, you know of this bird's origins?" Mo Wuji asked eagerly. Shuaigua was considered his pet beast. It was just that until now, he didn't know what Shuaigua was. If this violet dragon knew about it, then he was really interested in finding out. "Big brother Violet Dragon, this senior is here to save you." Lu Yang knew of the gold-horned violet dragon's pride and was worried that it might offend Mo Wuji, so he said anxiously. Before the gold-horned violet dragon even said a word, Mo Wuji lifted his hand and made a few small motions with his fingers. The 4 huge shackles and the seals installed immediately disappeared. The gold-horned violet dragon fell safely into the spirit pith pond. "Dao friend is really strong. Many thanks Dao friend for your saving grace." This gold-horned violet dragon's EQ was not low. The moment it was released, it smiled and thanked Mo Wuji. "Let's talk after we leave this place." Mo Wuji knew that the legacy from a god beast like this violet dragon was far from ordinary. He had many things which he wanted to ask this violet dragon, so he naturally wouldn't want to waste time here. "Wait!" The gold-horned violet dragon cried, then it suddenly turned and sucked strongly. The dense spiritual energy formed a white cloud which got sucked away by the violet dragon. The spiritual energy in this spirit pith pond noticeably got thinner. However, the gold-horned violet dragon didn't leave it at that as he continued to take a few more whiffs. In the pleading eyes of Tang Anshuan and company, they saw this gold-horned violet dragon suck out a good half of the energy from their spirit pith pond. Only then did it close its mouth and say, "We can go now." Shuaigua stared at this gold-horned violet dragon enviously. Unfortunately, it wasn't as capable as this violet dragon. If it was as capable, with this big lord around, how could this tiny dragon get a chance to absorb the spiritual energy? Mo Wuji lifted his hand and grabbed. Mirage Mountain's sect protecting array was like a thin piece of paper as it was easily torn by Mo Wuji. Thereafter, Mo Wuji waved his hand, sweeping up the Lu family and the gold-horned violet dragon, and they instantly vanished without a trace. Seeing Mo Wuji leave, Tang Anshuan immediately said, "Hurry and inform the immortal world that someone had come and destroyed our Mirage Mountain." "But Senior Uncle Ling Lian has already fallen. We don't have the ability to communicate with the immortal world," Xingfeng said subconsciously. "Even if we have to initiate a blood array, we must let the immortal world know of this matter. Otherwise, our Mirage Mountain will not be far from extermination. Whoever this person is, if he dares to bully our Mirage Mountain, he definitely wouldn't let things go so simply," Tang Anshuan said through gritted teeth. If Mo Wuji was still around, he would definitely sigh in praise. This fella's expression actually changed so much in a matter of seconds. Tens of breaths later, Mo Wuji stopped on the peak of a huge mountain. The Lu family landed by his side. The moment that gold-horned violet dragon descended, he asked in surprise, "Dao friend is not from the cultivation world? But from the immortal world?" It was indeed knowledgeable. Mo Wuji nodded and said, "That's right. Later, I have some questions that I wish to ask you." Lu Fuqi and his wife grabbed the opportunity. They knew that Mo Wuji had some matters to settle with the gold-horned violet dragon, so they immediately expressed their gratitude, and at the same time, bid their farewells. Mo Wuji retrieved a flying ship and handed it to Lu Fuqi and said, "This is a grade 2 immortal flying ship. I'm giving it to you." "Ah!" Chu Lin cried in alarm. Even in Mirage Mountain, immortal equipments were core sect treasures. The main reason was because it was very hard for immortal equipment from the immortal world to be brought to the cultivation world. The moment Lu Fuqi heard that it was a grade 2 immortal equipment, his heart jolted. He hurriedly rejected it. "Senior, this is too excessive. I really don't dare to accept it. I haven't even repaid Senior for helping us, so how could we just accept Senior's treasures?" Mo Wuji smiled and waved his hand. "This thing isn't very valuable to me. You guys just keep it. If the people from Mirage Mountain ever have any malicious intentions, at least you will have a method to escape. If he was going to help someone, he would do it to the end. This grade 2 immortal equipment really didn't mean much to Mo Wuji. His own flying treasure was already a grade 7 flying shuttle. As he recalled Mo Wuji's startling methods, Lu Fuchi started to understand that Mo Wuji was speaking the truth. He also knew that his family didn't really have anything to repay Mo Wuji. After eagerly expressing his thanks, he brought Chu Lin and Lu Yan and left. I'm called Mo Wuji. Waiting for the Lu family to leave, Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, "This gold-horn violet dragon's power was far from his, but every gold-horn violet dragon was a heaven-defying existence. It will definitely be a mighty expert in the future." Mo Wuji did not want to make such an existence happy, which was why he was polite. I'm called Yen Li. Once again, many thanks friend for saving me, the gold-horn violet dragon also replied extremely courteously. After it finished speaking, it lay its body on top of a huge stop, as though waiting for Mo Wuji to talk about conditions. Aren't the dragon race surnamed Ao? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Yen Li said, my gold-horn violet dragon clan has always been surnamed Yen. What does the Ao even stand for? Mo Wuji did want to beat around the bush, and he was also too lazy to do so. He directly went straight to the point and asked, I know that the gold-horn violet dragon does not exist in the cultivation world. Even in the immortal world, it is an incredibly rare existence. How did you appear in High E continent? Yen Li's IQ was clearly not low. It did not answer Mo Wuji's question. Instead, it asked Mo Wuji a question. Dao friend Mo, if I'm not wrong, Dao friend should be from the immortal world and want to ask how to get back, right? Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said emotionally, exactly, I accidentally left the immortal world and I don't know the way back. I have to ask Dao friend Yen, do you know how I can return to the immortal world? Yen Li went silent for a moment, then it sized Mo Wuji up before saying, Dao friend Mo doesn't intend to drink my blood? Or even ask me for a bit of my blood? Mo Wuji chuckled, do you think I'm like Mirage Mountain? It wasn't very trouble for me to save you. And there's no need to talk about how you're just a young god beast, even if you're a mature primordial god beast, I wouldn't ask to drink your blood. Dao friend Mo's words are true? Yen Li sprang off the huge rock and asked anxiously. Mo Wuji replied seriously, naturally it's true. I, Mo Wuji, never intended to lie to you. Good, brother Mo, you're my friend now. Actually, I do know how to enter the immortal world, I know more than one method. Yen Li said excitedly, it never thought a person wouldn't covet its vital blood. Hurry and tell me, Mo Wuji said eagerly. He started to feel that his nomadic days roaming around the cultivation world were going to end. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, A Mosquito. Chapter 594, A Mosquito. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The first method is very simple. That is to follow an ascending cultivator into the immortal world. The law of the heaven and earth over High E continent are perfect. Almost every few years, a person would ascend into the immortal world. The moment they ascend, a perfect ascension path will form between High E continent and the immortal world. With your ability, you would definitely be able to follow the ascending cultivator along this path into the immortal world. However, this method has its dangers. Yen Li had clearly researched on the methods to ascend into the immortal world. He was very confident as he spoke. Mo Wuji had also thought of the ascension path. Now that Yen Li had mentioned it, he hurriedly asked, what's the danger? He had gone to the immortal world before. This should be different from his own continent. There shouldn't be any half-immortal domains, so what's the danger? Yen Li explained, because these ascension paths will lead to the ascension pond in the immortal world, and the ascension pond is guarded. The moment you go up, even if the Mirage Mountain didn't send people to deal with you, the immortal world wouldn't allow other cultivators to use the ascension pond. Unless you have a huge backer in the immortal world and no one dares to touch you. Mo Wuji thought in his heart, he did have a backer back in the immortal world. He was an esteemed elder at the Piltdown Immortal Alliance. Logically, even if he used the ascension pond, no one would do anything to him, right? Even the Mirage Mountain, when they know of his status, they shouldn't dare to touch him. If Mo Wuji knew that the god's immortal domain's immortal emperor Luan Kai hated him to the core, and that the Piltdown Immortal Alliance had already cast him aside, perhaps he wouldn't have such thoughts. Then what's the second method? Mo Wuji already decided to use the ascension pond to enter the immortal world. However, there's no harm learning about another method. Yenli said, the second method is to use the dragon race's hidden dragon pool to enter the immortal world. Hidden dragon pool? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Yenli continued, it's expected that you don't know of the hidden dragon pool. Even descendants of the dragon race might not know that there's a path to the cultivation world from the hidden dragon pool. In reality, when an outstanding disciple appears in the dragon race, he will be sent to the hidden dragon pool to cultivate. That place is simply a cultivation holy land for dragon race geniuses. Mo Wuji said speechlessly, if I used that method, wouldn't it be more dangerous than using the ascension pond? Not necessarily, Yenli said resolutely, there will definitely be danger if you use the ascension pond. However, if you sneak in through the hidden dragon pool, it might be possible for you to be undiscovered. While it's true that the hidden dragon pool is the dragon race's biggest secret, there aren't many experts standing guard there. Moreover, since it's the dragon race's biggest secret, not anyone can just enter the hidden dragon pool. Those years ago, my mother was training within the hidden dragon pool and she accidentally found a pathway to the cultivation world. Eventually, after my mother got pregnant with me, she was worried that the Dragon King would cause trouble for her, and at the same time, she was scared that I would directly be killed. Thus, she secretly went into the hidden dragon pool to give birth to me and sent me to the cultivation world. You're saying that only you and your mother know of this hidden dragon pool? Mo Wuji asked in surprise. Yenli replied in uncertainty, I can't be sure about that. There are many geniuses from the dragon race that enter the hidden dragon pool. If my mother was able to discover it, then others could do so too. Mo Wuji finally understood why Yenli didn't take the surname Ao, and even felt contempt towards that surname. So it turns out that Yenli was a B***-starred child and Yenli's father probably had nothing to do with the dragon race. It was exactly because of this that Yenli didn't feel any feelings of attachment towards the dragon race and revealed the matter of the hidden dragon pool to him. Mo Wuji wouldn't ask Yenli about his family matters. As he prepared to ask Yenli about the position to the pathway from the cultivation world to the hidden dragon pool, Yenli had already taken out a map and handed it to Mo Wuji. This is the position of the hidden dragon pool in High E continent. It is within High E continents because ocean. Follow this map and you should be able to find it. After Mo Wuji accepted the map, Yenli took out a dragon scale and handed it to Mo Wuji. Brother Mo, you have saved my life and your character is worthy of my respect. I'm giving this dragon scale to you, we will meet again in the immortal world. Cultivating in the immortal world is far better than cultivating here. Why do you stat in the cultivation world? Mo Wuji accepted the dragon scale with thanks. Then he asked Yenli curiously. Yenli said helplessly, if I go to the immortal world, before I even mature, I might already have become somebody's lunch. Also, cultivating in the cultivation world would make one more attuned and have a greater understanding towards the law of the heaven and earth. Mo Wuji took out a vase of billion-year immortal wood marrow and handed it to Yenli. This is some good stuff that I obtained. I'm giving some to you. Billion-year immortal wood marrow? The moment Yenli opened the vase, he cried out in pleasant surprise, this thing was too valuable. To him, the billion-year immortal wood marrow was simply a timely treasure that couldn't be purchased even if one wanted to. He promptly kept this vase of immortal wood marrow up and said gratefully, Big brother, you really helped me big time. This immortal wood marrow is very useful to me. Mo Wuji laughed at Yan Li's straightforward and candid character. He smiled and said, "You gave me your dragon scale, and even told me about the hidden dragon pool. What does a vase of immortal wood marrow even count for? Cultivate properly and go to the immortal world. I have some urgent matter back in the immortal world, so I won't stay here for much longer." Mo Wuji was indeed in a rush to get back to the immortal world. He didn't know of Qin Shuin's situation and whether she had successfully been revived. Yan Li vomited out a green pearl and handed it to Mo Wuji. "Big brother, this is something that my mother gave me those years ago. If you see my mother, please pass this pearl to her. Tell her that I'm doing well and she doesn't need to worry about me. If I meet your mother, I will definitely do that." Mo Wuji did not reject Yan Li's request as he kept the pearl. Yan Li's mother would definitely have the same aura as Yan Li. If he were to meet her, he would be able to recognize her. "Then big brother, let me send you to E." Yan Li had already treated Mo Wuji as his best friend. The way that the dragon race makes friend were different. The moment they recognized you, they would treat that you as a true friend. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother with you at all. Mo Wuji laughed. "Yan Li, you better find a place to cultivate. There are many experts here. If you get caught again, it wouldn't be so easy to escape." "Alright, I still have a question that I forgot to ask. You know of Shuaigua's origins? Is he a three-footed golden crow?" Mo Wuji had always suspected that Shuaigua was a three-footed golden crow. After all, Shuaigua had a natural affinity to fire. It looked like a crow, and it also had 3 feet. Its only difference with a three-footed golden crow was that it actually had 3 horns on its head. When Shuaigua heard that Mo Wuji was asking about its origins, it also perked its ears and stared at Yan Li. Even though it knew of the gold-horned violet dragon in its memories, it did not know of its own origins. At least, for now. After all, its legacy hadn't fully appeared in his memories. Yan Li stared at Shuaigua in appreciation. "Big brother, this bird looks like a mutated 3-footed golden crow, but in reality, it is not a 3-footed golden crow. In fact, it is a sort of ancient fierce bug." "Hey, little violet dragon, you can put nonsense in your mouth, but you can't just randomly throw it out of your mouth. Don't bullshit us. I'm so cute, in what way am I fierce? Don't try to lie to my lord." When Shuaigua heard Yan Li talking bad things about it, it immediately blurted out in anger. "Ancient fierce bug?" Mo Wuji also thought that it was rather funny. Shuaigua was quite ugly, but it was clearly a bird. So how was it related to a fierce bug? Yan Li did not pay heed to Shuaigua's words. It continued, "It is actually a bloodthirsty black mosquito." "What?" Mo Wuji exclaimed in shock. This answer really sent him into disbelief. What was the bloodthirsty black mosquito? Of course he knew what it was. He knew about it before he started cultivating. During that time, he could be considered a professional on it back on Earth. Because the bloodthirsty black mosquito was one of the fierce bugs in Chinese legends. 1. This mosquito was notorious. It continuously sucked on the turtle spirit Holy Mother till it became nothing but an empty shell. It even sucked away 3 tiers of the Tier 12 virtuous golden lotus, causing the virtuous golden lotus to be Tier 9. Together with the 6-winged sky silkworm, the many-eyed golden centipede, the 9-tailed scorpion and the 9-headed worm, the bloodthirsty black mosquito is one of the 5 great desolate bugs. But these are stories of legend. That's not right. Mo Wuji suddenly recalled of the Tier 12 red karmic fire lotus. Since he could see the Tier 12 red karmic fire lotus, then the bloodthirsty black mosquito wasn't something inconceivable. The red karmic fire lotus was also an item from the fabled Yellow Springs. But didn't it also appear in the Broken World's 3rd level? Could Shuaigua really be that great mosquito? It really seems like it could be true. Back when he was sucking that Tian Jiko's vital blood, it seemed to be extremely experienced, and it seemed to long for more. From the looks of it, sucking blood was in its blood. Mo Wuji sighed with emotion. Others kept dragons, tigers or leopards as pets, but he was rearing a mosquito. When Mo Wuji was still in disbelief, Yanli continued, Shuaiguo naturally isn't the bloodthirsty black mosquito from legends. However, it does have the bloodline of the bloodthirsty black mosquito. Its bloodline also contains some traces of the three-footed golden crow and even a hint of Ci Tai. But even so, it does not change the fact that it is a bloodthirsty black mosquito. Over a few years, Big Brother will naturally see it. Shuaiguo lowered its head. It was feeling very dejected. It felt that what Yanli was saying was true. It never expected that despite its handsome looks, it was actually a huge mosquito. Not only that, from Yanli's words, it had a fierce and notorious reputation. Of course, its handsome looks was only based on its own judgment. Mo Wuji soon gave up thinking on whether Shuaiguo was a mosquito or not. The reason why he asked Yanli that question wasn't because he wanted to do anything about Shuaiguo, but merely because he was curious about Shuaiguo's origins. Yanli, thanks for telling me about Shuaiguo's origins. I will be leaving now. We will meet again in the immortal world. With that, Mo Wuji took a step forward and instantly disappeared. Mo Wuji had a good impression of Yanli. Not only did Yanli teach him about the two methods, Yanli saved Lu Yang and even gave Lu Yang its dragon saliva. That was enough to show that it had a genuine heart. Seeing Mo Wuji disappear, Yanli sighed, I never thought that there would be such a forthright human being. This Big Brother is really not bad. 1, 5 bugs, 7 birds, 9 beasts. Really interesting stuff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Searching for an Ascending Cultivator. Chapter 595, Searching for an Ascending Cultivator. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Lord, I also didn't know that I was a mosquito. Shuaiguo was perched on Mo Wuji's shoulder. It was slightly worried that Mo Wuji, its lord, would be disgusted at it because it was a mosquito then abandon it. Mo Wuji casually said, if you're a mosquito, then so be it. However, even if you're a mosquito, if you want to stay by my side, you can't casually suck others' blood. Hearing that Mo Wuji didn't despise it, Shuaiguo immediately said delightedly, Lord, I promise that I will listen to you. Mirage Mountain Main Hall. Thousands of high-grade immortal crystals were placed at different positions. 10 young men and women were also standing at the various spots. At the center, there was a whirlpool-shaped diagram of the yin-yang fish. In Hai Continent, the only power that could bring out thousands of high-grade immortal crystals was Mirage Mountain. An emaciated man was standing right in the center of the yin-yang fish diagram. Including Tang Anshuan, 10 experts of Mirage Mountain anxiously stood at the four corners of the yin-yang fish diagram. The emaciated, bony old man shouted loudly and his elemental energy burst forth strongly. The 10 experts around him also burst forth with their elemental energy. Soon, this yin-yang fish diagram became an elemental energy whirlpool. That elemental whirlpool and that whirlpool diagram resonated strongly, seemingly wanting to merge with one another. The old man waved his hand and an energy blade sliced through the air. The heads of the 10 young men and women fell off their necks. 10 arrows of blood gushed out and they were immediately channeled into the whirlpool by the old man. The yin-yang fish in the whirlpool started to buzz. After an unknown period of time, a faint outline of a figure appeared in the air above the yin-yang fish. An extremely severe tone could be heard. What happened in Mirage Mountain that the blood sacrificial method has to be used to communicate with the immortal world? Tang Anshuan hurriedly knelt down and said, replying Senior Granduncle, Mirage Mountain had been broken into recently. Grand Elder 5 Transformations Rogue Immortal Ling Lian had been killed. Elder Tian Zizong, Han Qi and Fei Ping had been killed as well. Young Lord Tian Jiko has been wasted of his cultivation, the gold horn violet dragon has been snatched away, the sect protecting array has been torn apart, the immortal pith pond, Before Tang Anxuan finished speaking, that voice uttered in rage, "Who dares? And how was an ordinary cultivator able to kill his way into my Mirage Mountain?" Tang Anxuan lifted his hand and an image appeared in mid-air. "It's this person. His name is Mo Wuji and he should be from the immortal world. He is extremely powerful, even Elder Ling Lian wasn't able to force him to use his magic treasure. His main attack method was with lightning bolts." Mo Wuji? What a familiar name. After that faint outline muttered that sentence, he went into silence. After some time, he cried out agitatedly, "This person is really Mo Wuji?" "Yes, he is indeed called Mo Wuji," Tang Anxuan said, confused. "Ha ha ha ha." That figure suddenly chortled, as though he had met with some joyous event. Tang Anxuan and the various elders of Mirage Mountain glanced at each other in confusion. Tang Anxuan eventually could not endure it as he asked, "Senior Granduncle, why did you laugh when you found out that he's Mo Wuji?" The figure in the sacrificial blood array had already calmed down. He chuckled as he said, "As the saying goes, you bring yourself to ruin." This person did have some status. He was an elder at the Pildao Immortal Alliance. However, he offended Grand Emperor Luan Kai. In Immortal Emperor Luan Kai's anger, he destroyed Mo Wuji's pill court as well as the people inside. Even if Mo Wuji had escaped into the cultivation world, Grand Emperor Luan Kai wouldn't let go of him. "Hurry and find out about his whereabouts and report it to me. Every month, we will open a communication pathway from Mirage Mountain to the immortal world." If an immortal emperor did want to make a trip to the cultivation world, there were indeed some methods. Mo Wuji did not go to EC to find the hidden dragon pool. To him, there was a much simpler method, so why would he take the risk with the hidden dragon pool? Using the Ascension Pond was the simplest method. Even though the law of the heaven and earth over High E continent was perfect and the spiritual energy was sufficient, it wasn't that easy to find an ascending cultivator. Moreover, Mo Wuji wasn't very familiar with High E continent. Supposedly, within a few years, there should be an ascending cultivator in High E continent. However, in reality, there might not be one even after several decades, or there might be 4 to 5 cultivators ascending within the same year. After hanging around High E continent for several months, Mo Wuji got wind of a cultivator that was about to ascend. However, Mo Wuji found that this cultivator was from Jade Lady sect. This left Mo Wuji feeling rather troubled. After all, he had been here for quite some time. Mo Wuji had a rough understanding towards Jade Lady sect. This was a sect without men. Not only did they not have any male disciples, they did not even allow any men to enter within a 100-mile radius of their sect. Any men that entered would be provoking the sect. With Mo Wuji's ability, he naturally couldn't be stopped even if he were to openly walk into Jade Lady's sect. Even though it had only been a few months, Mo Wuji's name had already spread throughout High E continent. Probably no sect would dare show any disrespect to this expert that could casually kill the elders of Mirage Mountain. It was just that Mo Wuji wasn't willing to use such tyrannical means to enter Jade Lady's sect. Him entering Jade Lady's sect would not mean much to him, but it would definitely affect the reputation of Jade Lady's sect. With Mo Wuji's immense cultivation, even if the Jade Lady's sect protecting array was any stronger, it wouldn't hinder him at all. Since he couldn't openly walk into Jade Lady's sect, Mo Wuji decided that he would secretly sneak in that ascending female cultivator. He would then discuss with her whether he could follow her as she ascended into the immortal world. Mo Wuji believed that with the pills and treasures that he had on him, he shouldn't meet with any problems during that discussion. Jade Lady sect. It could only be considered an intermediate grade sect in High E continent. It had at least been 100 years since the sect had an ascending cultivator. This time, Jade Lady Su Dai was going to ascend. To the Jade Lady sect, it was their big day. Su Dai did not enter the Jade Lady sect for long. If she were to count the number of years she was here, it probably wouldn't hit 100. In less than a century, Su Dai cultivated to the great circle of the earthly immortal stage and was about to ascend to the immortal world. Her talent was definitely top-notch. Supposedly, for a talent like this, the next step for Jade Lady's sect was simple. It was to prepare a mountain for Su Dai for her tribulation, then gather the experts in the sect to be her defender and wait for Su Dai to ascend. But in reality, Jade Lady's sect did not prepare a mountain for Su Dai. At this moment, Jade Lady's sect's sect head Huang Ruo had an expression of vexation across her face. There was one reason for that: Su Dai wanted to undergo her tribulation outside the sect. Others would desperately want to rush back to the sect for a safer ascension, but Su Dai thought otherwise. It would be weird if Huang Ruo didn't have this bitter expression on her face. Was it easy for Jade Lady's sect to have a cultivator that could ascend? It was much more dangerous for Su Dai to ascend outside the sect. If she encountered an evil cultivator, Su Dai might be plotted against during her tribulation. Moreover, undergoing tribulation within the sect would allow the earthly immortals within the sect to observe the process. It would definitely be beneficial for the sect. Sect head: the reason why I'm leaving the sect to undergo tribulation is not something that I can easily disclose. But no matter what, I, Su Dai, am a lady of the Jade Lady sect. A tall and slender woman bowed towards sect head Huang Ruo. Her tone was especially sincere and it even had a hint of reluctance. Huang Ruo sighed and said, "You need to be careful. Before you undergo your tribulation, take note of your surroundings." "Yes, disciple understands." Disciple will be leaving now. In the future, disciple will meet sect head Jing Ho and the various senior grandaunties in the immortal world. With that, Su Dai turned and brought out a flying sword. She sped away on top of that flying sword. Outside Jade Lady's sect, a concealed Mo Wuji looked as Su Dai left into the distance. He was confused. Why didn't Su Dai want to undergo her tribulation in the sect? Well, this was better for him. It saved him the trouble of sneaking into Jade Lady's sect. Mo Wuji did not stop Su Dai. Instead, he silently followed behind her. In his perspective, Su Dai was preparing for her tribulation, so she would definitely go to an empty and remote area. That would mean that she would be flying for a few days at least. What went out of Mo Wuji's expectations was that after a short 4 hours, Su Dai stopped outside a mountain valley. This place definitely wasn't suitable for tribulation. Whether Su Dai was going to undergo her tribulation here or not, Mo Wuji decided to come forward and talk to her. He landed in front of Su Dai and clasped his fists. "Are you Dao friend Su Dai?" Su Dai was, after all, a great circle earthly immortal expert. Except the rogue immortals, she was the highest level existence on this planet. But at this instant, Mo Wuji had appeared in front of her and she wasn't able to detect it at all. Her face instantly changed and she immediately retrieved her magic treasure. Mo Wuji hurriedly said, "Dao friend Su, please don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions, I only wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Su Dai stared at Mo Wuji warily. She was actually unable to see through Mo Wuji's cultivation. Could he be a powerful rogue immortal? "I'm Mo Wuji, I'm from." Mo Wuji only said his name and didn't even manage to say where he came from, but an expression of agitation appeared in Su Dai's eyes as she hurriedly kept her magic treasure and said, "Senior is the Mo Wuji from the immortal world? The Mo Wuji who killed his way into Mirage Mountain, . These words clearly showed how agitated Su Dai was. Mo Wuji was rather confused. He nodded, "That's right, I'm that Mo Wuji. You seem to be looking for me." Mo Wuji wasn't surprised that Su Dai heard of him. And it was also expected that his incident with Mirage Mountain was known throughout High E continent. What left him confused was that the two of them didn't even know each other. Must Su Dai be so agitated? Junior was indeed looking for Senior, Su Dai said respectfully. "What's the matter? If I can help you, and if it doesn't go against my Dao ideals, I will definitely lend a hand," Mo Wuji said. He came here to ask Su Dai for help. Thus, if Su Dai needed his help with something, he naturally wouldn't reject it. Su Dai inhaled deeply, then she said, did Senior offend an immortal emperor in the immortal world, called Luan Kai? Now, Mo Wuji was more confused. He had heard of immortal emperor Luan Kai. That fellow was really a tyrant. When his concubine was sick, he forcefully called all the immortal doctors to examine her. Mo Wuji really looked down on a person. This fellow was simply a rogue. However, he had never met Luan Kai before. How did he offend Luan Kai? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, Razing Mirage Mountain to the Ground. Chapter 596, Razing Mirage Mountain to the Ground. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I received news that the immortal world's immortal emperor Luan Kai had destroyed your pill house and even killed the people inside. When Su Dai finally delivered this message to Mo Wuji, her heart felt relieved. What? Mo Wuji's killing intent filled the air. An indescribable raging anger brewed within his heart. He wasn't even acquainted with Grand Emperor Luan Kai. Why did this fella do such things to him? Feeling Mo Wuji's icy killing intent, even though Su Dai was a great circle earthly immortal, she still subconsciously took a few steps back. Only then did Mo Wuji force himself to calm down. He asked in a low voice, "Where did you hear that from? Didn't anyone in the immortal world try to stop him?" He was an esteemed elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. When Luan Kai acted against his men, shouldn't the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance have stood up for him? Su Dai continued, "I'm not sure about that. I only heard that you are an elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, but the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance has already given up on you and formed an agreement with Luan Kai." Crack crack. Mo Wuji clenched his fists tightly. Even though Mo Wuji did have intentions of seeking asylum when he joined the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, he did acknowledge the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, and if the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance needed him, he would not have hesitated to offer his help. But now, after the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance believed that he was dead, they actually betrayed him. Indeed, one could only depend on oneself in the immortal world. Any form of external strength was just an illusion. Only when you are within their interests, they help you. But once you no longer have any meaning, you would be directly thrown into the rubbish bin. Mo Wuji sighed gloomily. At this point, he really wanted to charge up into the immortal world and throw that Grand Emperor Luan Kai's neck into his scholar's heart. Eventually, Mo Wuji decided to calm himself down. Whether it was Grand Emperor Luan Kai or the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, he was but an ant to them. He might not even be an ant. If he wanted revenge, he would need to advance to the immortal emperor stage. There were countless of geniuses in the world, but many of them were unable to advance to the immortal emperor stage in their lifetime. Clearly, if he wanted to become an immortal emperor, it would take a long, long time. Suppressing the fire within his heart, Mo Wuji looked at Su Dai and asked, "Now, tell me how you know of this." When Su Dai heard this, her eyes turned red and her breathing got erratic. "After some time," she said, "my younger sister was the one who told me this. Us sisters were both disciples of the Jade Lady sect. The two of us have a secret, that is, right before we die, we could use our primordial spirit to instantly send a message to the other person. Months before this, my sister suddenly sent a message that she was caught to become a blood sacrifice for Mirage Mountain's array to communicate with the immortal world. Her head was sliced off, together with 9 other young men and women, by the Mirage Mountain, and their fresh blood was used to fuel the array. Right before her primordial spirit dispersed, she told me everything." Mo Wuji knew that Su Dai wasn't lying to him. With her ability, Su Dai wasn't able to lie to him. Moreover, Su Dai wouldn't even know of Luan Kai otherwise. He suddenly felt some regret. He regretted that he didn't steel his heart to destroy Mirage Mountain. He glanced at Shuaigua and he felt a little guilty. It was because he didn't really place much importance on Shuaigua. If Mirage Mountain had captured Sun Shuyin or Yen Er and sucked their blood, would he have endured his anger and refrained from destroying Mirage Mountain? Definitely not. He would immediately have burnt Mirage Mountain to the ground. "You want me to help you to destroy Mirage Mountain?" Mo Wuji asked. If Su Dai wanted to destroy Mirage Mountain, he really wouldn't mind helping her. He wouldn't feel any guilt destroying that sect. Su Dai shook her head. I don't dare, and it's not because I'm afraid of death. But if I work with Senior to destroy Mirage Mountain, my Jade Lady's sect would eventually suffer from that. Jade Lady's sect has raised me, so I can't do that. Mo Wuji nodded. I understand. Feel free to ascend. I will eradicate Mirage Mountain by myself. At this point, Mo Wuji's heart only contained killing intent. Any previous notions of mercy had already vanished without a trace. Previously, when he showed mercy, Mirage Mountain didn't seem to understand that, and even treated him as their greatest enemy. Since that's the case, why did he show mercy? Grand Emperor Luan Kai had destroyed his roots in the immortal world, Pildao Immortal Alliance had kicked him out, and now this Mirage Mountain had backstabbed him. If he didn't eradicate Mirage Mountain, he really couldn't quell the flames in his heart. Su Dia hurriedly said, Senior, I will take revenge for my own sister. The one who killed my sister was Mirage Mountain's elder Dai Chi. He is also at Earthly Immortal Level 9 and I believe that he would soon ascend into the immortal world. I will be waiting for him in the immortal world, and I will kill him. I only hope that when my cultivation gets higher and I wish to destroy Mirage Mountain, Senior would lend me a hand then. Mo Wuji chuckled, releasing the dejection he felt in his heart. To me, if I can take revenge now, I won't wait till tomorrow. If I can take revenge tomorrow, then I wouldn't wait for the next day. In the future, when you want to destroy the immortal world's Mirage Mountain and if we were to meet again, I would naturally lend a hand. But now, I am going to pull the cultivation world's Mirage Mountain out from its roots. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait here for me. When Mo Wuji finished speaking, he took a step out and he already disappeared in front of Su Dai's eyes. Now, he needed to kill. He didn't want to simply kill a person within 10 steps, but he wanted to kill 10 people in a single step. His path to revenge was going to start with Mirage Mountain. By the time Su Dai reacted, Mo Wuji was already gone. She really wanted to follow Mo Wuji and take her revenge, but she couldn't. It wasn't because she was afraid of death, but because she was really afraid of implicating the Jade Lady sect. Even though multiple experts of Mirage Mountain were killed by Mo Wuji a few months ago, Tang Anshuan wasn't dejected. For one, that vexing Tian Jiko had been wasted and a few powerful elders had been killed. Not only that, he had obtained large amounts of cultivation resources from the immortal world. In these few months, his cultivation raised from earthly immortal stage level 4 to level 5. He was sure that after a few years, he, Tang Anshuan, would be in existence at the great circle of the earthly immortal stage. Mirage Mountain was indeed very strong. How many other sects were there like the Mirage Mountain, to communicate so frequently with the immortal world? Mirage Mountain was the only one. It wasn't simply because Mirage Mountain's cultivation technique was impressive, but also because Mirage Mountain had an interworld communication secret. Today, Tang Anshuan was especially happy. Because Mirage Mountain's sect protecting array was finally completely repaired. Just at this moment, a violent explosion shook the entire Mirage Mountain. What's going on? Tang Anshuan immediately charged to the entrance. The first thing he saw was Mo Wuji. Unlike last time, Mo Wuji was wielding a magic treasure. The magic treasure was a saber. That explosion just now was from Mo Wuji destroying Mirage Mountain's sect protecting array with his saber. Senior Mo, why have you come? Tang Anshuan's heart sunk. Even though he had sent people to investigate for Mo Wuji's whereabouts, the thing he wanted the least was for Mo Wuji to appear in his Mirage Mountain. Mo Wuji couldn't even be bothered to answer him. He swung his saber and a white light flashed. Tang Anshuan's body was cut directly in half. A few elders that came over didn't even get to saw a word as that white light continued to sail through the air and cut them in half. Boom boom boom. At this point, Mirage Mountain was rumbling with noise. Whether it was the sect head, or the elder, or a disciple, as long as they appeared, they would be sliced by a white light. A sect that had lasted for countless of ages was now reduced to dust under Mo Wuji's saber. A few cultivators that heard of Mo Wuji's arrival came to spectate. These cultivators knew that Mo Wuji was from the immortal world and the treasures within Mirage Mountain was simply rubbish to Mo Wuji. However, it was different for them. They were from the cultivation world. The moment Mo Wuji left, the treasures within Mirage Mountain were there for the picking. Mo Wuji did not stay in Mirage Mountain for long. In merely half an incense's time, Mirage Mountain's gate and the sect protecting array had been reduced to dust. Mirage Mountain's 10 mountains had also been razed to the ground. As for the pill houses, the scriptures library, the spirit pith pond, they were all turned into fine powder. Just when Mo Wuji left, countless of cultivators swarmed in. At this point, Mirage Mountain was like a secret domain. Whoever entered first would be able to reap more rewards. As for the low-level disciples that Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered to kill, they were immediately faced with this countless surge of people and they could only lament with emotion. Only a few of these disciples speedily threw off their Mirage Mountain disciple robes and joined in the ravaging. The news of Mirage Mountain's destruction instantly spread throughout High E continent. While countless of cultivators headed towards Mirage Mountain in search for treasures, many of them also raided Mirage Mountain's mines, merchant houses, etc. Within a single night, High E continent's strongest sect had dispersed like a cloud. To establish such a legacy required countless of years. But to destroy it, only one incense of time was needed. Su Dai had only just received news of Mirage Mountain's ruin when Mo Wuji appeared in front of her. "Senior, you were able to destroy Mirage Mountain so quickly?" Su Dai's voice was trembling, she was still in a state of disbelief. She had only just received news from her sect that Mirage Mountain was razed to the ground by Mo Wuji and countless of cultivators were flooding into Mirage Mountain. That means to say, High E continent's Mirage Mountain was completely screwed. Mo Wuji handed a storage ring to Su Dai. "Thanks for saving my life. If you didn't tell me that bit of information, I might have died. This ring is just a token of my appreciation. Also, I suggest that you go back to your sect to undergo your tribulation. That would be better." Mo Wuji wasn't exaggerating. According to the current circumstances, the moment he entered the immortal world, he would be grabbed and sent to Grand Emperor Luan Kai. As for his previous intentions to use his status from the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance, it felt so laughable. The Pil Dao Immortal Alliance had already given up on him. Even if they knew that he was alive, they wouldn't be so foolish to think that he would still be part of them. It was very likely that the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance would even act against him. A huge alliance like the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance definitely wouldn't allow a disaffected pill refining genius like him to survive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Physique Tempering. Chapter 597, Physique Tempering. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Many thanks, Senior. I was also intending to return to the sect. The reason why Su Dai left was primarily because she wanted to search for Mo Wuji, and at the same time, she wanted to see whether there was any opportunity for her to kill Dai Chi. Now that Mo Wuji had already flattened the entire Mirage Mountain, she no longer had any regrets. When she got to the immortal world, she would still go to the immortal world's Mirage Mountain for revenge. Her innocent sister had been used as a blood sacrifice, she wasn't going to simply let Mirage Mountain go. Su Dai was very clear that for an immortal like Mo Wuji, it was better for her to accept his gratitude. Seeing Su Dai accept his ring, Mo Wuji continued speaking, "There's a defensive treasure in that ring. You can refine it. That will guarantee that you will be able to pass your heavenly immortal tribulation. I will be leaving now. If we have the opportunity, we will meet again in the immortal world." Mo Wuji knew that he needed to get back to the immortal world as soon as possible. However, he wasn't able to use the method of the Ascension Pond, so the only way left was through the hidden dragon pool. This was High continent's largest ocean. Mo Wuji was confident that with his current spiritual will, he would be able to reach the opposite bank if he was at Jinxing's Sky Sea. However, at E, his spiritual will wasn't even able to scan other tracts of land. One could clearly see how much bigger High continent was as compared to Jinxing. Mo Wuji was at the intermediate Xian immortal stage, and he also had a map. Thus, he only needed half a month's time to get to the rough location of the hidden dragon pool. This was a patch of reef, and the reef was even very dense. It looked like a marsh with many black mounts of soil. In EC, there were many such dense patches of reefs. It was exactly because these reefs look rather similar, one would easily get mistaken. However, Yen Li's map was very clear. Even though the sea was extremely deep, the moment Mo Wuji arrived, his spiritual will was quickly able to find a submerged reef that was in the shape of a bull's horn. Mo Wuji sent Shuaiguo into his undying world while he dived into the sea. Following this horn-shaped reef, Mo Wuji reached the seabed after an incense's time. This seabed was clearly enveloped by some sort of natural seals, as there weren't any marine life. Mo Wuji was in existence that was near to the grade 5 array master level. He was soon able to locate the seabed's natural seal. What left Mo Wuji dumbfounded was that even with his proficiency with arrays, he was still unable to discern what kind of concealment array this was. If he didn't even understand this array, it was naturally impossible for him to enter. After tossing around for 2 entire days, Mo Wuji decided to go back and question Yen Li. However, he suddenly recalled that if Yen Li told him about this place, then Yen Li would definitely know of this concealment array. Since that was the case, why didn't Yen Li inform him about it? Could it be that one must be in the dragon race to be able to get past this seal? The moment Mo Wuji thought about the dragon race, he immediately thought of the dragon scale that Yen Li gave him. Mo Wuji hurriedly retrieved the dragon scale. Indeed, the moment he brought the dragon scale out, the concealment array started to hum. Immediately, a crack the size of a person appeared within his spiritual will. Mo Wuji hurriedly flashed into that gap. In his heart, he was speechless. That fella actually gave him a puzzle, wasting 2 days of his time. It was just as Mo Wuji predicted. After he entered, he was greeted by a spatial gate. Even though Mo Wuji still wasn't able to install a spatial gate that could travel through worlds, he was not unfamiliar with spatial gates. There were various kinds of spatial gates. The relatively simple kind of spatial gates allowed one to travel through a distance. Mo Wuji was able to install such spatial gates. There was also another kind of spatial gate, one that crossed through worlds. To install a world-crossing spatial gate, not only must one's array Dao reach the peak of the immortal world, one's cultivation also mustn't be too low. If the cultivation was too low, it would be very difficult to install the spatial gate no matter how good one was with arrays. Mo Wuji did not hesitate. The faster he returned to the immortal world, the better. In the cultivation world, no matter how hard he worked, it would still be impossible for him to raise his abilities. If he was unable to raise his abilities, then how was he going to take his revenge? Thus, to raise his abilities as soon as possible, he could only return to the immortal world. The moment he entered the spatial gate, a powerful enveloped Mo Wuji, sending Mo Wuji away. Just when Mo Wuji wanted to extend his spiritual, small bits of tiny sharp light swarmed towards Mo Wuji. If it was just these tiny sharp light, Mo Wuji wouldn't really care about it. He would only suffer a few minor injuries at the most. However, these minute lights soon formed a scale-like whirlpool of blade light. These blade light grinded away Mo Wuji's clothes in a short time. Not only that, even Mo Wuji's skin got scraped away by this blade light one layer at a time. Mo Wuji anxiously sent his storage ring into his undying world. He was worried this scale-like whirlpool light would tear his storage ring apart. The whirlpool light got stronger and stronger. Towards the end, it felt like some steel needles were being stabbed into his meat. Even with his domain, he could only block against a bit of it. This hidden dragon pool was heading towards the immortal world. Mo Wuji knew that it would not simply take 1 to 2 hours. Even though it's a spatial gate, it wouldn't even be as short as 1 to 2 days. If he had to constantly use his domain to protect himself, he would eventually run out of energy. Fortunately, he had a page of the Book of Luo. Even if this place was any more ruthless, it still would be able to rip into his Book of Luo. At this instant, however, Mo Wuji didn't take his Book of Luo out. Instead, he started to circulate his physique tempering technique and started to train his fleshly body. Way before this, Mo Wuji had no contact whatsoever with training the physique. When he got to the immortal world, he had always been searching for a good physique tempering method, so he started researching on the various kinds of physique tempering techniques and specially tried to understand what tempering the physique really meant. It was only until he obtained the witch race's physique tempering technique did he have a complete understanding towards physique tempering. For an average cultivator that had a primordial spirit, his weakest point was the fleshly body. This was because cultivators cultivate the primordial spirit and learn magical skills, but they do not temper their fleshly body. This was why for most cultivators, their fleshly body was their weakest point. Cultivators also know that their fleshly body was weak, which was why they created all sorts of defensive magic treasures. But in reality, even the strongest of defensive treasures was unable to compare the strongest fleshly body. It was just that a cultivator had to spend countless of years and resources just to cultivate their primordial spirit. Then if they were to consider cultivating their fleshly body as well, there was no need to talk about how they might not have the right technique. Even if they obtained a proper technique manual, they would not want to spend the time and effort to train their fleshly body as well. According to Mo Wuji's understanding, there are 6 stages to physique tempering. They are mortal, truth, spirit, immortal, God, saint. Each stage was then further separated into 9 levels. For those who have never cultivated or practiced the ordinary martial arts of the mortal world, they basically have mortal physiques. Once one cultivates and reaches the Yuan Dan stage, even if they never trained their bodies before, their fleshly body would strengthen and become a truth physique. Even if you cultivated to the earthly immortal stage, as long as you didn't train your body, you would still have a truth physique. The only difference was that the Yuan Dan stage was truth physique 1 while the earthly immortal stage was truth physique level. Only through passing the heavenly immortal tribulation and becoming a true heavenly immortal, the fleshly body would receive another upgrade and become a spirit physique. For many cultivators, even if they ascended, in their entire lives, the level of their fleshly body would linger around the spirit physique stage. Some might not even have a spirit physique and stay stuck in the truth physique stage. Only a portion of cultivators have extremely strong immortal king tribulations, even if they didn't train their body. After advancing into the immortal king stage, their fleshly body would also advance and become an immortal physique. In the immortal world, the immortal physique was basically the highest point. Even if you're an immortal emperor, if you didn't have any secrets or any unique cultivation method, the fleshly body would only reach the immortal physique stage, and it would even be very hard to break past immortal physique level 7. Only cultivators that train their fleshly bodies would be able to break past the immortal physique and advance into the higher level, God physique. For cultivators that don't train their fleshly bodies, even though their fleshly bodies might be at the same level as cultivators who train their bodies, they would still be lacking. For instance, following a rise in cultivation, a cultivator might advance into spirit physique level 1. However, when compared to a cultivator who trained his body to become spirit physique level, the first cultivator's body would be weaker. Mo Wuji had never trained his fleshly body. But his meridian opening method was even more arduous than an average physique tempering method. It was exactly because of this reason that his fleshly body had always been stronger than average cultivators. For an average cultivator at the intermediate Xian immortal stage, his fleshly body would roughly be at spirit physique level 2. On the other hand, Mo Wuji's body was at least at spirit physique level 4. This scale-like whirlpool light within the pathway in the hidden dragon pool was suitable to train the body. Naturally, Mo Wuji would use this opportunity to start tempering his physique. He was different from other people. If he failed, he still had his Book of Luo to save him. Previously, Mo Wuji tempered his fleshly body entirely with his perseverance and grit. But now, he had a true physique tempering method. Mo Wuji's physique tempering technique was originally from the witch race, and the technique he received was largely complete. However, this technique wasn't suitable for Mo Wuji. After all, Mo Wuji had 108 meridians. His cultivation method was poles apart from other cultivators. After obtaining the witch race's physique tempering technique, Mo Wuji spent a large amount of time, and with the help of his Tao Revelation channel, he managed to completely revise the physique tempering technique. Now, his physique tempering technique might not be suitable for others, but it was perfectly suited for him. The pathway from the cultivation world to the immortal world seemed to be without end. At the beginning, Mo Wuji still left a bit of his attention to observe whether he had already reached the hidden dragon pool. 2 months in, Mo Wuji was entirely engrossed into his physique tempering. The grinding force of this whirlpool seemed to get stronger and stronger, which was really suitable for training the body. Occasionally, there might be some fractures within the space, causing heavy injuries on Mo Wuji's body, but it was unable to threaten his life. Mo Wuji possessed the vitality channel. As long as he didn't get insta-killed, he would still be able to recover. Immortal World. Pill Domain. It originally belonged to Luo Ling Immortal Domain, but it eventually became an independent entity. Even though the Pill Domain wasn't considered an immortal domain, its territory was extremely big, and the immortal spiritual energy here was even richer than an average heavenly immortal city. However, all this wasn't the greatest advantage of the Pill Domain. Pill Domain's greatest advantage was that this place was extremely suitable for the growth of immortal herbs. Someone had gone and calculated it before. Of all the planted immortal herbs in the entire immortal world, half of them were in Pill Domain. Pill Dao Immortal Alliance headquarters was in Pill Domain. Today was Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's big day, because today was the day Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's alliance head Xiao Lishir emerges from his closed doors. Xiao Lishir was one of the 2 Tier 8 Immortal Pill Emperor in the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, and he was even at the pinnacle of Tier 8. He was the only existence with a chance of advancing to Tier 9 Immortal Pill Emperor. This time, Xiao Lishir had entered closed doors for 1,000 years, also that he could break past the shackles of Tier 9. If Xiao Lishir could really break through to Tier 9 Pill Emperor, then Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's position in the immortal world was going to rise by a level. Even in the very high heavens, there would be a seat for their Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, Mo Wuji must be killed. Chapter 598, Mo Wuji must be killed. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The cave with the densest immortal spiritual energy inside of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance opened on its own, and out came a grey-robed youth. This grey-robed youth had a rather outstanding look, and while not extremely well built, was at least very lean. Congratulations Alliance head on completing closed-door cultivation. Once the youth came out, the 10 over Pill Dao Immortal Alliance Pill Masters and Elders quickly bowed respectfully. This youth was the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's alliance head, Xiao Lishir, who was also the person with the highest level of Pill Dao in the alliance. On top of that, he was one of the immortal emperors of the alliance, even being in the advanced immortal emperor stage. If it weren't for his wholehearted dedication to researching into Pill Dao, someone of his talent and background should have entered the ranks of great immortal emperors a long time ago. Xiao Lishir's expression remained unchanged, and he maintained a calm disposition. There wasn't a single speck on dust on his body either. If strangers saw him now, they wouldn't think that he had just come out from 1,000 years of closed-doors cultivation, instead probably getting the impression that he had just exited his bedroom. Thanks everyone for welcoming me. Let's talk in the Pill Dao Hall. Xiao Lishir raised his hand and spoke in a cordial tone. Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Tier 7 Pill Emperor Gong Yanxue was obsessed about pills, so before they had reached the Pill Dao Hall, he couldn't help but ask, Alliance head, have you broken through the bottleneck to advance to Tier 9 Pill Emperor? With a sigh, Xiao Lishir replied, I went through 1,000 years of closed-door cultivation, but every time I was at the verge of a breakthrough, there was just that little bit lacking. Perhaps even after 100,000 years, I still won't be able to overcome this small obstacle." Hearing that, Gong Yangshua's expression became sullen. Xiao Lisher knew Gong Yangshua's personality all too well, so he grinned and spoke again. "Pill Master Gong Yang, even though I am still unable to advance to Tier 9 Pill Emperor, I am still the best Pill Master in the immortal world. After this round of closed-door cultivation, my understanding towards Pill Dao has improved further. Moreover, I don't think a Tier 9 Pill Emperor won't appear within the next 10,000 years." However, Gong Yangshua seemingly ignored the fact that Xiao Lisher was the alliance head of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, as he shook his head and replied without hesitation, "This may not be the case. That Mo Wuji is probably not even 100 years old, but he's already a Tier 5 honored grade Pill King, and his knowledge of refining immortal herbs is even more frightening. He could actually refine the jade pomegranate immortal grass to almost 100% purity. With time, he would likely become a Pill Emperor. Who is this Mo Wuji? A Tier 5 honored grade immortal Pill King who's not even 100 years old? He could really refine the jade pomegranate immortal grass to almost 100% purity?" Xiao Lisher stopped in his tracks, and was completely surprised, firing off a barrage of questions. As a pill refiner about to advance to Tier 9 Pill Emperor, Xiao Lisher was more aware than anyone else what a Tier 5 honored immortal Pill King under 100 meant. Even if it were him, the hardest part of pill refining was refining the immortal herbs. Jade pomegranate immortal grass was not that high a grade, but the difficulty in refining it was very well known. This sort of immortal herb, even he was unable to refine to near 100% purity. If such a person did exist, how talented was this guy's pill refining? No, not only pill refining, his talent for cultivation would definitely be unparalleled. Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Vice Alliance Head, Hu Zhenyu, quickly went forward to speak. "Alliance Head, the story behind this is quite long. Let's continue back in the hall." Yet, Xiao surely did not bother with Hu Zhenyu at all, instead staring straight at Gong Yangshua. "All those here are elders of my Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. If there's really a Tier 5 honored grade Pill King under 100, then he will undoubtedly become number 1 in Immortal World's Pill Dao. No, even in terms of cultivation level, there will not be many that can surpass him. To Xiao Lisher, it would take at least a Grand E Immortal Stage cultivator to be able to concoct Tier 5 unique grade immortal pills. Naturally, he did not know that Mo Wuji cultivated with meridians, and had 108 meridians, with no spiritual roots and an ordinary body. Even his Pill Dao was different for the mainstream Pill Dao. Who could actually refine immortal herbs to almost 100% purity? Mo Wuji could, but who could use a spirit storage channel to concoct pills? Mo Wuji could. Gong Yangshua was not really interested in power, and all he bothered about was Pill Dao. To him, the news of Mo Wuji was nothing more than a routine report of another Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's elders perishing and subsequently being found. He was not aware of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's dealings with Grand Emperor Luan Kai, and neither did he want to know. This sentence of Xiao Lisher was obviously targeted at Hu Zhenyu. After he finished speaking, he then turned towards Hu Zhenyu, and said one word, "Speak." In his heart, Hu Zhenyu felt a jolt. How could he not understand what the alliance had meant? Xiao Lisher was aware that Gong Yangshua was focused on Pill Dao and did not care about anything else. Despite that, the alliance head still spoke in such a manner, which reflected the extent of unhappiness that the alliance head had towards him. It was probably because Xiao Lisher felt that things were important and urgent, but Hu Zhenyu actually said that it wasn't important and even hard to explain. Thus, Hu Zhenyu did not dare to beat around the bush any further, and reported, Mo Wuji's understanding of Pill Dao is frightening, and the first time he entered the Pill Dao Pagoda, he had already become a Tier 4 honored grade Pill King, and subsequently also our alliance's elder and an elder of the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins branch. Hearing that Mo Wuji was already an elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, Xiao Lisher heaved a small sigh of relief. What he had to do next was to meet Mo Wuji. But what Hu Zhenyu said next made his face turn blacker with every word. When he heard that Mo Wuji had died in the soul-condensing immortal pond, and the Pildao Immortal Alliance then struck a deal with Grand Emperor Luan Kai to make a move against those close to Mo Wuji, Xiao Lishur couldn't keep it in any longer, stepping forward and unleashing his slap. Splat! Hu Zhenyu flew under the slap from Xiao Lishur, and many of his teeth fell onto the ground. Even Hu Zhenyu also knew that Xiao Lishur had gone easy on him, otherwise why would someone in the advanced Immortal Emperor stage need a second strike to bring him down? Alliance head, I didn't know that he was not dead. Hu Zhenyu would have continued to put up his tough guy act in front of other people, but in front of Xiao Lishur, he did not have the balls to do so. Sighing, Xiao Lishur spoke, "You're not suitable to be the Vice Alliance head anymore. Do you think that I slapped you because Mo Wuji did not die? My Pildao Immortal Alliance has stood at the top of the immortal world for countless years, because all our members approve of us. But what have you done? No matter how valuable the slots for entering the God's Tower are, is it worth it to give up the reputation that our alliance has built up over the years? So what if Grand Emperor Luan Kai is strong? My Pildao Immortal Alliance has never been threatened by others before. The reason we could become a fearsome existence, other than Pildao, is because of our strength. A Grand Emperor is still enough to threaten my alliance. If one can do so, then there's no reason for us to continue existing. Hu Zhenyu, do you know how much damage your decision has done to my Pildao Immortal Alliance?" While those close to Mo Wuji were being killed, fractures had already been forming in the alliance. These fractures are not due to external factors, but internal ones. It is because once Grand Emperor Luan Kai made a move towards those longtime elders of the alliance, all Pill Masters and Defenders understood one thing: if anything happens to them, the Pildao Immortal Alliance can no longer be relied upon for help. Who would dedicate their all for such an organization? However, Hu Zhenyu did not agree with what Xiao Lishur had just said. He felt that the Pildao Immortal Alliance was unique in the immortal world. There was no way something as small as this could diminish the influence and control the alliance had over the rest of the immortal world. Although this was what he thought, Hu Zhenyu still respectfully responded, "I will definitely bring Mo Wuji safely back to the immortal world, and restore his position as elder of the alliance." These words made Xiao Lishur sigh again. "Making you the Vice Alliance head of the Pildao Immortal Alliance has been the biggest mistake I've ever made. I've never met Mo Wuji before, but do you think someone that made Tier 5 honored grade Pill King is as dumb as you? If Luan Kai had not taken any actions yet, or his friends had not been killed yet, then your actions would still be a decent attempt at making it up to him. But now those close to him are all dead, so even if we kneel to beg for forgiveness, he will not forgive us for sure. A genius like him definitely has a big ego, and he would not allow any shadows to form in his heart. There's only one path left for us since we've offended such a person." Without continuing on, everyone could understand what Xiao Lishur meant. The Pildao Immortal Alliance had to kill Mo Wuji. The reason behind this was simply, someone as impressive as Mo Wuji would be an extraordinary person after he progressed further. If you could not make friends with this kind of people, then you should at least not offend him. Once you did, the only option left would be to nip him as a bud. As everyone was on the same page, Xiao Lishur did not carry on about Mo Wuji. Hu Zhenyu clearly knew that his position as Vice Alliance head could not be secured any longer. Sighing to himself, he stood forward and bowed again. "Zhenyu did not think things through before acting, please punish me." Xiao Lishur calmly replied, "Then you'll give up those 2 slots to 2 from the alliance that have the most potential. Resign from your post as Vice Alliance head and focus on your research into Pildao." Roger. While he felt indignant about the outcome, he could only agree. The 2 slots he so painstakingly obtained were just given away together with his position as Vice Alliance head in the end, and he still couldn't go to the God's Tower. What could be more frustrating than this? Over 10 tough blade radiances stabbed straight into Mo Wuji's bones, and his body began to slow down. Before the blade radiances had the chance to tear his bones to shred, his vitality channel had begun circulating vitality in a major circulation route. At the same time, his physique tempering technique kicked in to the maximum. Under the technique, the blade radiances seemed to be immortal essences, reforging Mo Wuji's body once more. His bones began to crackle like fireworks, and without any hesitation, Mo Wuji poured the billion years immortal wood marrow onto his body. With this round of training, his body advanced straight to Spirit Physique level 9 before stopping. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, Hidden Dragon Valley. Chapter 599, Hidden Dragon Valley. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji let a small sigh of relief. He stopped the physique tempering too. It had already been years since he had entered the spatial gate from the bottom of the ocean, and in those years, he advanced from Spirit Physique level 4 to level 9, a rather heaven-defying pace. In such an environment, if he continued training, he would not be able to advance to immortal physique either. Firstly, it was unsuitable. Secondly, he had to prepare some top-grade physique tempering immortal herbs to advance to Spirit Physique. Now his body had reached Spirit Physique level 9, which was already stronger than ordinary immortal kings. One had to note that some immortals would only stagnate around Spirit Physique. Boom! Strong waves of energy brought Mo Wuji along with them, slamming him against a hard wall. His Spirit Physique level 9 body almost broke due to the impact. Soon Mo Wuji realized that this was probably the end of the path to Hidden Dragon Valley. He quickly stabilized his body, and swept his spiritual will out, which detected a black ring. As he lightly pulled down on it, a series of crackling noises echoed out. Although the sounds weren't that loud, but in an area that was deathly quiet, they were extremely sharp to the ears. This made Mo Wuji increasingly worried. If this led to Hidden Dragon Valley, wouldn't the Dragon Clan find out with such a big commotion? After the crackling noises stopped, a single door that could fit only one person appeared before him. Upon close inspection by his spiritual will, he determined that the door had nothing dangerous about it, and entered speedily. A pitch-black environment enveloped him, followed by immortal spiritual energy and dragon essence of the greatest density. There wasn't any activity nearby, and also not a single member of the Dragon Clan cultivating here. Just as he was about to extend his spiritual will further out to scan the area, Mo Wuji shockingly discovered that the entrance he came in had disappeared. With his level in Array Dao, he still could not determine whether the vanishing door was hidden in a concealment array. In his heart, Mo Wuji thought to himself, how exactly did Yen Li's mother find the path leading to the cultivation world? The way out had seemingly left no traces behind. Although he couldn't find any traces of the door, he knew that he would never go out from here, but still left a small mark behind just in case. Other than having dense dragon essence and immortal spiritual energy, Hidden Dragon Valley was filled with darkness, and restricted one's spiritual will to a certain radius. As Mo Wuji was worried that there would be others around, he did not dare to sweep out with his spiritual will haphazardly, instead forming his spiritual eye. His spiritual eye had become stronger together with his cultivation level. It didn't matter that it was pitch black and spiritual will was restricted, he could still see clearly through his spiritual eye. This was indeed very deep valley which wasn't that wide. Mo Wuji's spiritual eye could even see the whole valley. There were 5 corners at the bottom of the valley, and its radius was no more than 1,000 meters. In the center of the 5 corners, there was a pool of bubbling dragon essence. On top of the dragon essence, the immortal spiritual energy within was much denser too. Yet at this moment there were no dragon cultivating in it. At the edge of the pool, there was a stone slab with 3 words on it, Hidden Dragon Pool. Mo Wuji looked around a few more times, but still could not find any way out of here. The whole Hidden Dragon Valley seemed like a well, and he was at the bottom of it. With a single step, he reached the center of the pool. Dense immortal spiritual energy surrounded him, causing him to almost want to cultivate on the spot. He was almost sure that if he could cultivate here for a period of time, then he would definitely be propelled into the Grand Immortal stage. Thankfully, Mo Wuji still remembered what place this was, one of the greatest secrets of the Dragon Clan. If he dared to cultivate here and got found out, even if he were an immortal emperor, it wouldn't be that easy to walk away. For hours passed, and Mo Wuji was lost. There was simply no way out of there. The walls of the valley were slick and smooth, so climbing out was off the table. Moreover, the center of the hidden Dragon Valley had spatial and elemental restrictions, so Mo Wuji couldn't use the wind escape technique or teleportation to leave either. Another day passed. Mo Wuji had lost all hope by then. Since he entered the hidden Dragon Valley, he couldn't leave at all. Perhaps he could only wait for someone to bring him out, but he didn't know anyone from the Dragon Clan, and once someone found him here, the first thing they would do is probably to kill him. Since there was no way back, and no way forward, he could only cultivate here, and wait for an opportunity to appear. He did not blame Yan Li for his predicament though. He was sure that Yan Li likely did not know that this would be the case. Back when Yan Li left the hidden Dragon Valley, she could have been a young child, or possibly even wrapped up in someone or personally sent off by her mother. Since she had never come back, it would be unusual for Yan Li to know what lay within the valley. The only thing Mo Wuji could do was to set up a warning array, so he would be notified whenever someone enters Hidden Dragon Valley, even if he was cultivating. This way, he would be able to hide at one corner and use the guide to find an exit. Regardless whether he could ever get out, cultivating in the Hidden Dragon Valley was an extremely satisfying experience. Mo Wuji did not have to use any pills or immortal crystals. The boundless immortal spiritual energy circulated through his 108 meridians without stopping. This immortal energy was converted to increases in cultivation level by him, while the dragon essence continuously tempered his body, making his spirit physique level 9 body more solid and perfect. Half a year later, he had melted into the immortal spiritual energy of Hidden Dragon Valley. In that half a year, who knew how much immortal spiritual energy he had absorbed, but the density of immortal spiritual energy in the valley did not decrease one bit. The walls of Hidden Dragon Valley were like immortal spiritual energy generators. Every time the immortal spiritual energy density decreased by a little, more would seep out to replenish the supply. Another year passed, and Mo Wuji's bones seemed to have gone through an additional round of restructuring. Sound of his skeleton cracking did not give him the pain of physique tempering, instead filling him with happiness and comfort. Although the dragon essence in Hidden Dragon Valley did not strengthen Mo Wuji's physical body, but it made it filled with hidden potential. This meant that he would become much more accomplished in physique tempering in the future. While his bones were cracking, waves of immortal elemental energy penetrated all of Mo Wuji's meridians, and at this moment, his spiritual will and immortal elemental energy suddenly got a breakthrough in quality. Within the short 1-year timespan, Mo Wuji advanced from intermediate Xian Immortal to advanced Xian Immortal stage, all while he wildly cultivated with the reverse circulation Immortal Mortal technique. The instant Mo Wuji reached advanced Xian Immortal stage, a set of ethereal stairs appeared over his head, but being engrossed in cultivation, he did not notice them at all. What was the least precious commodity for cultivation? Time. Another year passed just like that, and only when Mo Wuji felt the lightning tribulation of the Grand Immortal stage coming did he suddenly get jolted away. Even if he could undergo heavenly tribulation to reach Grand Immortal stage in the Hidden Dragon Valley, he wouldn't dare to. Thus, he stopped cultivating. Since he couldn't advance to Grand Immortal, there was no meaning in cultivating anymore. Once he did so, he noticed the ethereal stairs above his head. I can go out now? Who put stairs there? Mo Wuji was utterly shocked. But soon, he regained his composure. One possibility that came to mind was that one had to advance by one stage in the Hidden Dragon Valley after entering before one would get the chance to exit. Advancing from intermediate Xian Immortal to advanced Xian Immortal stage counted as rising by one stage, it seemed. Both his spiritual will and spiritual eye detected no danger in the stairs, hence Mo Wuji carefully stepped onto the invisible steps. Although they were ethereal, but the steps were very solid. After Mo Wuji stepped onto them, there was no signs of instability. Step by step he climbed, and 2 hours later, Mo Wuji's spiritual will found an exit. It was a stone slab. But before he could inspect the exit in detail, a droplet of some liquid dripped onto the back of his hand. Was this blood? Mo Wuji confirmed it very quickly. It was indeed a drop of blood. As he had cultivated in the hidden Dragon Valley for 2 years, and had his body tempered with dragon essence, he could recognize that this was dragon blood at first sight. Just like a chain reaction, many more droplets of blood follow after the first. Drip, drip, drip. The blood dripped onto Mo Wuji's hand. This made him rather worried, and he moved his hand away, allowing the dragon blood to drip straight into the hidden dragon pool. Mo Wuji did not think that a disciple of the Dragon Clan had made a mistake and was being punished. The Dragon Clan was one of the top clans in the immortal world, so even though there weren't many dragons, but being a member of the clan meant a certain level of nobility. Such a noble clan would definitely not use such methods to punish their disciples. Even if they did, they wouldn't allow the disciples' blood to drip into the hidden Dragon Valley. For a clan as big as the Dragon Clan, it was even more impossible for personal fights to occur at a secret location like the hidden Dragon Valley. Thus, the only possibility left was that the Dragon Clan was faced with a great opponent, and this opponent even fought his way to right outside of hidden Dragon Valley, killing Dragon Clan disciples openly here. This thought made Mo Wuji pause for a moment. He didn't know whether he should stay inside or get out. There was a good chance that he would be intercepted outside, as this enemy had even massacred the Dragon Clan in their own home. As a mere cultivator in the great circle of Xian immortal stage, he wouldn't even be a good warm-up for those outside. However, he was also worried that once someone discovered the hidden Dragon Valley, he would be a sitting duck waiting there. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Wuji decided to go out. Hiding was not his style, and since someone had fought their way to the Dragon Clan, why wouldn't they take a look in a place as established as the hidden Dragon Valley? His cultivation technique was the immortal mortal technique, and he didn't have spiritual roots or spirituality either. Once he hid himself in a corner, even an immortal emperor might not be able to find him. As he thought of his, Mo Wuji took a few steps upwards, placing his hands on the stone slab. He intended to push the slab open, but as his hand touched the stone slab, a diagram on the center of it started spinning, following which a mysterious force dragged him away. This was a one-way transfer array. Just when he realized that, all energy was drained from his body. Plop! Mo Wuji fell onto the ground, and the scene before him made him take in a deep breath of cold air. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, Dragon Clan Orphans. Chapter 600, Dragon Clan Orphans. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. His current position was inside a large hall, but the empty hall was full of bloodstains. Many dragons had been killed inside, some even missing their horns and bones. The bloodstains had not dried yet, which meant that the culprit had not left for long. All of Mo Wuji's clothing were soaked with blood, a truly frightening scene. What cruel people! Mo Wuji sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen revenge killings before, as he had wiped out the Lei Clan and Yin Clan, and even Mirage Mountain a few years back. But was there the need to make things too bloody and brutal? It seemed like the person that took action was a psychopath. An expert of that level, even if he wanted to wipe out the Dragon Clan, did not have to make such a scene. Mo Wuji carefully stood up, his spiritual will circling the area, not daring to extend too far out. He was afraid that it would be detected by other experts. The hall was very spacious, hence Mo Wuji deduced that the entrance to the hidden Dragon Valley was not here. It was also because the place he came out from was a one-way transfer array. The gist of a one-way transfer array was that a spatial array would transport people and items from one side of Stonewall to another side, and it was not possible to be transported back. Once this kind of transfer array had been set up, both sides of the stone wall would not be able to use their spiritual will to probe to the other side. However, blood could indeed pass through the transfer array, which was why he saw dripping blood back in Hidden Dragon Valley. Regardless, this was not a good place to stay for long. But just as Mo Wuji wanted to leave, two people suddenly descended from above. His first reaction was to take out his magic treasure, but soon he realized that these two people posed no threat to him. Two children had come in, one boy and one girl, and both of them were bloodied, pale, and frightened. At the center of each of their foreheads, there was a faint dragon-shaped marking. Mo Wuji had interacted with Yenli, and also just came out of the Hidden Dragon Valley, so he knew straight away that these two kids were disciples of the Dragon Clan. Ah! The two of them saw Mo Wuji at the same time. Just as he was about to explain that he was not the one who killed the members of the Dragon Clan here, there was a disturbance at the border of his spiritual will. Although he did not see anyone yet, he knew that someone was coming. With one swift motion of his hand, he withdrew his spiritual will and swept both children away, then entered his undying world in a flash. His undying world turned into a speck of dust and landed at a corner of the hall. It was still incomplete, but because Mo Wuji cultivated with the immortal mortal technique, and he was also an ordinary mortal without spiritual roots, the speck of dust had nothing exceptional about it. In other words, it was a real speck of dust. Unless there was someone else like Mo Wuji who could use something as heaven-defying as the spiritual eye, or was extremely strong, no one would be able to see that this speck of dust was different from any other speck of dust. As Mo Wuji just finished hiding, a figure burst into the hall. It was a yellow-robed, middle-aged man, with a sharp nose, wide mouth, and large hands. Eh? The person's gaze swept through the entire hall, before he exclaimed. Sometime later, he mumbled to himself, "I'm quite sure that was a transfer talisman for this hall, so how could they have disappeared? Something's not right, even if there was a transfer array, they shouldn't be that fast." There were no spatial ripples either. The yellow-robed man did not give up, and swept the air with his spiritual will again and again, then seemed to remember something, quickly leaving in a hurry. Only after Mo Wuji sensed that the other party was really gone, did he bring both kids out from the undying world. Once he came out, he took out a crystal ball to record everything that had happened. Such spatial records would degrade and become more blurry over time, before completely vanishing. Thankfully, the yellow-robed man did not think that anyone would take a spatial recording, so he did not remove the spatial records of his appearance. After Mo Wuji had completed the recording in the crystal ball, the young girl pulled the young boy and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Elder, for saving us." Mo Wuji replied with a question, "How do you know that I'm not one of those guys?" To that, the young girl responded, "Elder, you have no killing intent, and we saw most of the disciples of the Dragon Clan being killed. It was done by a yellow-robed man and a golden-robed man." "Elder, where did you bring us to hide just now? Why didn't that yellow-robed guy see us when he came in?" The young boy might have been young, but the first question that came out of his mouth directly probed into Mo Wuji's secret. Naturally, Mo Wuji would not reveal the existence of the undying world to them. When he brought both of them into the undying world, he set some restrictions on them, so they could at most feel that they hid in a corner, but where that corner was, it was unclear. "I know some decent concealment magic. That's how we hid from that guy." "By the way, who's that guy? He's actually that brutal? Does he want to eradicate the Dragon Clan completely?" Mo Wuji casually asked. The young girl shook her head. "We don't know either. When we came out, most of the experts of the Dragon Clan had been killed already. They just didn't have the time to bother about the two of us at first, so we used a talisman to escape here." Now Mo Wuji suddenly recalled a couple of questions he wanted to ask in the first place. "Who are you two? Aren't you disciples of the Dragon Clan?" The young girl replied, "We cultivate with a different kind of Dao technique in the Dragon Clan which required us to use an immortal pill to change to human form at birth. This type of immortal pill is very valuable, so there aren't many young Dragon Clan members that went through the process. Most Dragon Clan members only start transforming after they reach Immortal King stage. Both these young dragon likely had high positions in the clan to be able to transform at a young age. But no matter how high their positions were, Mo Wuji was not interested in that. The Dragon Clan was a top-notch clan, so there was definitely a reason behind why they were being massacred like this. He didn't care much about all this either. Those questions before were just casual ones. He simply had too much on his plate at the moment. Seeming to feel that Mo Wuji was not that interested in them, the young girl seized this opportunity. Elder, I am Ao Sangzi. This is my cousin Ao Xia. The Dragon Clan is facing a disaster. Could Elder please lend us a hand? Mo Wuji shook his head. Sangzi, you should know that I accidentally stumbled into this place. My cultivation level is only at Shen Immortal stage, so in what way can I help the Dragon Clan? I've already put my life at considerable risk by saving the two of you just now. Ao Sangzi quickly followed up. Elder, you're mistaken. I didn't mean to ask you to help the Dragon Clan, but just to bring us out of this place. At this point, Mo Wuji was in a difficult position. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. He had benefited from the Dragon Clan quite a bit, even tempering his physical body with dragon essence. However, he really could not help anyone. Even then, he was still in danger. Elder, I know of a secret exit, but our cultivation levels are too low, so we can't leave through that place. Ao Sangzi carried on after hearing Mo Wuji's words. Ao Xia's and her cultivation levels were not even at Heavenly Immortal stage, hence it was rather low indeed. Where is it? Mo Wuji asked frantically. Now an ugly expression appeared on Ao Sangzi's face, but despite seeing that, Mo Wuji didn't bother about how polite or impolite he was, and quickly added on, don't worry, I really made my way here by accident. I will definitely not leak out any secrets of the Dragon Clan. In response, Ao Sangzi said, that's not it, Elder. That place only allows members of the Dragon Clan to escape. Since Elder is not a Dragon Clan member, you can only help us leave, but cannot leave with us. Upon hearing this, it was as though a bucket of cold water was poured over Mo Wuji. He also wanted to leave this place urgently, and he suspected that those experts that wiped out the Dragon Clan would not leave things at that, probably destroying the whole place in the end. Although he had the Book of Luo, but could something like that be taken out in the immortal world? Doing so would be courting death. However, that place is very far away from the center of the Dragon Clan. Once Elder sends both of us off, you can leave by yourself too. Just that we will leave through a transfer array, while Elder can only leave through the Westmost Ocean. Before Ao Sangzi could finish, Mo Wuji interrupted her. No problem, quickly bring me there. I guarantee that both of you will be sent off before I leave. Thank you, Elder. The young girl swiftly walked to a tile on the north, took out a talisman, mumbled a few forbidden words, and used a few hand techniques. A ethereal crack opened before Ao Sangzi, and she rushed to Mo Wuji to say, Elder, you can bring us out from here. Mo Wuji was already waiting for those words from Ao Sangzi. The moment she finished, he charged straight in, bringing the both of them with him. Moments later, the crack disappeared. Not long after they left, rumbling sounds erupted around the hall. The instant they got transported away, Mo Wuji felt a burden being lifted from his heart, and that foreboding sense of danger seemed to disappear. The transfer endpoint was a small house made of rock that was not even 5 meters in radius. There was a ring on the rooftop of the house, and a transfer array at the center. There was even a wave-shaped array tunnel on the roof too. Although Ao Sangzi was young, she was very familiar with doing things. She walked straight up, took the ring and passed it to Mo Wuji. Elder, this is a ring that the Dragon Clan left behind in case of emergencies. I'll give it to you. Because this transfer array requires a Shen Immortal and above to activate, we would like to request for Elder to activate it and send us away. After that, Elder can leave from the array gate on the roof. Mo Wuji knew that there was definitely a large amount of treasures in the ring, but he didn't intend to take it, hence he threw it back at Ao Sangzi while saying, just take it as we were helping each other. Without your guiding, I would not have made it here either. Since this ring was left behind by the Dragon Clan, you should keep it by your side. Thank you, Elder. Ao Sangzi was more mature than others at the same age. After all, which kid would know how to insist on giving the gift a second time? Luckily, Mo Wuji really did not want the ring. As she heard Mo Wuji turn it down, she quickly kept the ring and thanked him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 7. Chapter 601, Grand Immortal. Chapter 601, Grand Immortal. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Elder, can you make a copy of that crystal ball that you recorded with just now? Ao Xia couldn't help but ask. Since he heard his elder sister call Mo Wuji elder, he dared not to call him brother anymore. Mo Wuji immediately made 2 copies of the crystal ball, one for Ao Xia, and another from Ao Sangzi. I'm Mo Wuji. Next time just call me brother, I'm not really an elder. Both you quickly get into the transfer array. After I activate it, I'll be leaving too. He didn't bother asking where the 2 of them were going, as he already had some trouble taking care of himself at the moment. Activating the transfer array was easy. It didn't even require a single immortal crystal, so he activated the array and sent them on their way. Mo Wuji didn't stay for a moment longer, instantly charging out from that wave-shaped array gate. The transfer array that brought Ao Sangzi and Ao Xia away was built in a secret underwater location, and the array gate that Mo Wuji went through was very obviously a transfer array gate too, but this one brought him from the bottom of the ocean to the surface. Just as he surfaced, a sharp killing intent came directed at him before he had the chance to survey his surroundings. Luckily, Mo Wuji was always on guard, and once the killing intent arrived, his domain went sweeping out together with a punch. Boom! Both streams of immortal energy clashed, causing whirlpools tens of meters high in the air to be formed. Even though Mo Wuji reacted quickly and blocked in time, but he couldn't completely defend against this wild wave of immortal elemental energy. After blocking a large part of the energy, the leftover immortal elemental energy still tore through Mo Wuji's bones and meridians as it slammed into his chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Stop! It's not what it looks like. I don't have any enmity with the Dragon Clan, I even saved some of the Dragon Clan members. Mo Wuji frantically defended himself, seemingly finishing his sentences in the shortest time possible. The person that attacked him was a young woman, beautiful and elegant, and with one look Mo Wuji knew she was a member of the Dragon Clan. Because his opponent was a Dragon Clan member, he instantly understood what was going on. He had just come out from West Moat Ocean covered in dragon blood, so it was obvious that she would assume he killed Dragon Clan disciples. More importantly, this woman was very likely an advanced Grand Luo immortal stage expert, hence Mo Wuji wasn't her match at all. However, how would this Grand Immortal Dragon lady listen to Mo Wuji's words? Not only did she not stop, but instead she drew out her magic treasure, and produced greater killing intent than before. Now Mo Wuji knew that reasoning with her would not work, as sometimes reasoning had to be built on the foundation of strength. He didn't have the strength, so naturally he would not have the chance to reason with her either. As she leapt forward once more, Mo Wuji immediately activated his teleportation and wind escape technique, vanishing from the spot in the shortest time possible. Any more talk and he would have to leave his life behind. With his impressive wind escape technique, in half a day, the woman had been left in the dust. Making a stop, Mo Wuji quickly threw on a set of new clothes. Deep inside, he was rather frustrated. He should have changed out as soon as possible. In the end, even after he saved 2 Dragon Clan disciples, a Dragon Clan member still took him as the enemy and attacked him. Weak people indeed were not treated like a person, hence it was of utmost importance for him to find somewhere to advance to Grand Immortal stage. A day later, Mo Wuji stopped on a floating iceberg. He was utterly lost in West Moat Ocean, so the only option left for him was to undergo heavenly tribulation on an iceberg. He was already at the Great Circle of Xian Immortal stage, so a single Grand E True Pill initiated the Grand E Immortal Lightning Tribulation. Bolts of jet black lightning rained down from above, and as those unrelenting, thick bolts struck Mo Wuji's body, he finally experienced the benefits of physique tempering. If he weren't at spirit physique level 9, when facing such a wild lightning tribulation, even if he could absorb lightning essences, he wouldn't be able to avoid being severely injured. Just like back when he set up his undying world, or when he advanced to Golden Immortal, he would lay there, seriously wounded after the lightning tribulation, and slowly recover on the spot. At this moment, he did not have to rush into Grand E Immortal stage. Instead, he could focus on absorbing lightning essence while the endless thick lightning bolts struck his body. After 5 waves of continuous lightning bolts, Mo Wuji's immortal elemental essence naturally broke through the barrier to Grand E Immortal stage, following which his sea of consciousness began expanding rapidly, and his immortal elemental energy started condensing into a river. Mo Wuji had officially entered Grand E Immortal stage. Right as he advanced to Grand E Immortal, the lightning bolts suddenly weakened, and a wave of immortal spirit rainbow descended from above, healing his almost injury-free body. 5 days later, Mo Wuji stood up from the ocean surface. The iceberg had been blown to bits by the lightning bolts a long time ago. Having undergone lightning tribulation, not only did his cultivation level advance to Grand E Immortal, but his physique tempering had progressed too. However, Mo Wuji was aware that if he didn't use some top-notch natural treasures, it was difficult to temper his body to immortal physique before he advanced to Immortal King. Since he had reached Grand E Immortal stage, Mo Wuji naturally wanted his body to reach immortal physique too. Who knew how long it would be before he entered Immortal King stage, so he wasn't willing to keep waiting. The best immortal herb to match his physique tempering to reach immortal physique was the Void Nirvana root. It was extremely valuable, an existence beyond Tier 9 immortal herbs. This immortal herb could not only help cultivators temper their physique, and allow physique tempering cultivators to advance to immortal physique perfectly, but it could also be used to forge bodies. For cultivators that lost their body, using Void Nirvana roots to reforge their body would have a better effect than other immortal herbs. Other than the Void Nirvana root, there was also the Undying Holy Bamboo. It could help physique tempering cultivators advance to immortal physique, and was similarly difficult to obtain, because this was a real Tier 9 immortal herb. Coincidentally, Mo Wuji had 3 stalks of Undying Holy Bamboo on him which he obtained in the Yunxian Immortal Valley. This sort of Undying Holy Bamboo could be refined into the Undying Dao Pill too. If he couldn't find any Void Nirvana roots, he was prepared to use the Undying Holy Bamboo to advance to immortal physique. A lightning-fast figure shot through Mo Wuji's spiritual will, breaking his chain of thoughts. Sensing it, he quickly took out his flying shuttle to chase after it. Having lost his way in the Westmost Ocean, since he had finally found some traces of other people, naturally he would not miss this opportunity. Mo Wuji's flying shuttle was a Grade 7 immortal equipment, thus it was much faster than that flying treasure that just passed by. Within an incense's worth of time, that flying ship appeared in his field of vision. Seemingly sensing that Mo Wuji was chasing after it, the flying ship accelerated. But no matter how fast it went, it could not match up to the speed of Mo Wuji's flying shuttle. As it sensed that it could not escape from Mo Wuji, it stopped. "My friend, why are you chasing after my flying ship?" The flying ship had 3 people on board, a bearded middle-aged man, a slightly elegant woman, and a tall and muscular youth. The person speaking was the middle-aged man, and when he saw Mo Wuji exit the flying shuttle, he heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously he noticed that Mo Wuji's cultivation level was not higher than theirs. In terms of cultivation level, Mo Wuji's was indeed not as high as that bearded middle-aged man. Although he had just advanced to Grand E Immortal stage and his cultivation was solid, but the spirituality around his body was not obvious, and there was nothing special about it, hence he looked in an ordinary cultivator from the outside. Mo Wuji greets my fellow Dao friends. I lost my way in the Westmost Ocean, and would like to ask for directions from you. Mo Wuji humbly asked as he bowed respectfully. Based on his assessment, the bearded middle-aged man should have been in intermediate Grand G Immortal stage, while the woman and the fit youth were in advanced Grand immortal stage. Lost his way? The three of them stared at each other while silently sizing Mo Wuji up. It was a joke for a cultivator that could enter the depths of the Westmote Ocean to lose his way. Even though the Westmote Ocean was indeed large, but not to the point that it would make an immortal lose his way. A map of the Westmote Ocean was so common that you could buy it from any low-level shops. The only thing that could happen to you in the Westmote Ocean was to be eaten up by demonic beasts or get killed, not lose your way. Even if you really lost your way, it wouldn't be in the Westmote Ocean, but in the Great Desolate Sea Domain beyond Westmote Ocean. Compared to the Great Desolate Sea Domain, the Westmote Ocean was just a small insignificant dot. If Mo Wuji said these words in the Great Desolate Sea Domain, then it might have been more believable. I have a sea chart here. If Dao friend needs it, you can make a copy. The bearded man took out a crystal ball and tossed it to Mo Wuji. Many thanks. Mo Wuji quickly took the crystal ball and started recording down all of the information within it. Just as he passed the crystal ball back to the bearded middle-aged man, he heard a loud guffaw. 3 ants actually made me chase them for a few days. I guess that you guys were going to the Cape of Peace, and indeed I was right. Let's see how the 3 of you will escape my glass sword. A purple-robed youth stepped forward after speaking, landing in between the middle-aged man and Mo Wuji. This made the expression of the middle-aged man took a change for the worse, and he immediately took a step back, staying away from Mo Wuji as far as possible. He suspected that Mo Wuji was also one of the people chasing after them, and used an excuse to make them stop. Mo Wuji also understood what was going on. No wonder that bearded middle-aged young man was speeding away, so he was actually being chased down by someone. This purple-robed youth was probably at least in Grand Luo immortal stage, so the 3 of them added together wouldn't be a match for him. Regardless, this problem was caused by him. If he hadn't stopped them, they could have escaped. As he thought about this, Mo Wuji stepped out and bowed respectfully to the purple-robed youth. Dao friend, I was the one that stopped those 3. If anything happens here, it will not rest well with me. Why don't you let these 3 leave for a period of time before you continue chasing them again? Who are you to control what I do? This flying shuttle of yours is not bad. The purple-robed youth scolded Mo Wuji as his gaze fell onto Mo Wuji's flying shuttle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Mo Wuji's Saber Dao. Chapter 602, Mo Wuji's Saber Dao. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart, a mere early-stage Grand Luo immortal, he really didn't have any fear. So what if this fella had a higher cultivation than him? Only ability matters. Even though this violet-robed youth's spiritual will was indeed strong, Mo Wuji did not think that this fella was stronger than himself. Since he dared to stand here in front of this fella, it meant that he did not worry that this fella was a Grand Luo immortal. After he advanced into the Grand immortal stage, Mo Wuji had really been considering searching for a Grand Luo immortal to test his saber. This violet-robed youth in front of him was the perfect target. If he could, he would have directly gotten those 3 people who he had blocked to escape. Regardless, he didn't want to the reason why these 3 people lost their lives. This was not his principle. Leave the flying shuttle behind, chop off one of your arms, then F***ck off, the violet-robed youth said coldly. The killing intent within his eyes made it apparent that even if Mo Wuji did according to what this violet-robed youth said, the other party wouldn't have let him go. This time, Mo Wuji couldn't even be bothered to reply. His palm opened and his saber appeared. At the same time, an engulfing saber light shot outwards. Since they were going to fight, why was there any need for chit-chat? The saber light exploded, transforming into minute sand which filled the sky. These minute sands soon condensed to form a huge desert. Seeing Mo Wuji's saber, this violet-robed youth's eyes squinted. Just with the strength of Mo Wuji's saber, he knew that the Gai Guanyi trio could not compare with Mo Wuji. The moment the saber formed this desert, the Westmost ocean beneath their feet disappeared without a trace. In its place was raw, boundless killing intent. Each grain of sand within the grand desert was filled with killing intent, and these killing intent condensed with one another. The violet-robed youth turned serious and he burst forth with seething immortal liminal energy. His grand Luo domain flooded towards Mo Wuji like waves. Following which, he also wielded a saber. With a single slash, the saber conjured a myriad of brilliant colored glass which enveloped Mo Wuji's desert. Mo Wuji's saber's sacred art was indeed very impressive, but in this violet-robed youth's perspective, Mo Wuji's cultivation shouldn't be as high as his. As long as his cultivation was higher, his domain would be able to suppress Mo Wuji's domain. His colored glass slash would tell Mo Wuji was a true saber Dao. Boom! The two's domains clashed with one another. This violet-robed youth's wave-like domain did not meet with a towering dam, but a black hole-like whirlpool. No matter how high his waves got, no matter how many waves his domain sent out, it would be sucked away by Mo Wuji's whirlpool domain. Not a single drop was left behind. The violet-robed youth's heart sunk. In that clash of domains, he already came to a realization: Mo Wuji was definitely not weaker than him. If the others entered the fray, then he would definitely be at a disadvantage. At this instant, since his domain had been suppressed, he could only use his saber Dao to compete with Mo Wuji. This violet-robed youth was sure that Mo Wuji's cultivation hadn't even reached the Grand Luo Immortal stage. A cultivator that wasn't at the Grand Luo Immortal stage was actually able to evenly match him. If this news were to get out, then wouldn't he, Wan Ping, lose all his face? Boom! 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 The myriad of colored glass clashed against Mo Wuji's desert of killing intent. The killing intent within the desert dissipated, but the desert continued to grow. At the same time, the radiant colored glass also disappeared. Colored glass strike. The violet-robed youth's killing intent pervaded into the air. Even though he didn't manage to get even half of an upper hand in the clash of domains, he still didn't retreat, but even pounced towards Mo Wuji. A dazzling saber light of killing intent suddenly appeared above the ocean. Within that dazzling light, there was a unique energy in saber intent. At this moment, whether it was Mo Wuji's spiritual will, or Mo Wuji's eyes, they were all sealed by this dazzling saber intent. He was unable to feel or sense anything else in his surroundings. Even the three people in the distance fell into the entrancement of this dazzling light. They had never seen such beautiful light before. No, it should be, they had never seen such beautiful saber light before. It was like a pretty piece of colored glass. However, they soon reacted. This was no colored glass, but an attack. The moment this colored glass strike appeared, their eyes and spiritual will wouldn't be able to see anything else but this light. Mo Wuji was not the same as them. The moment his eyes weren't able to see anything, he simply closed them. At this moment, he hadn't even opened his spiritual eye. Even though he knew that he would be able to see through everything the moment he opened his spiritual eye, it wasn't important to Mo Wuji at all. The gray saber in his hand slashed out. This was his second slash, Winding River. Back when he was battling with Jiniran, he wasn't able to display the full power of his second slash. But he wasn't the same as he used to be. He was now a true Grand E Immortal. He was a Grand E Immortal who created the Meridian cultivation method. Under the violet-robed youth's colored glass strike, Mo Wuji's Grand River finally dispersed. But at the same time, a bright silver river welcomed the violet-robed youth's colored glass saber light. The waters cascade down from 3,000 chi above. Like the heaven's silver river descending from the top. At this instant, Mo Wuji's Winding River was that silver river descending from the heaven. This silver river's radiance seemed otherworldly as it directly swallowed the dazzling colored glass saber light. Beautiful, moving, surging, and even a bit arrogant. This was the first time Mo Wuji truly displayed his Winding River, but this Winding River left his heart reverberating in shock. It was more than 10 times stronger than he had expected. Moreover, this saber was but a scant of the enlightenment that he got from that river. A superficial saber's sacred art was already so powerful and grand. By the time he fully understood Winding River, he would even be able to match an immortal king. Perhaps it was a misconception, but this misconception left Mo Wuji filled with lofty ambitions. He started to have a grand and open ambition and courage. If it was before this, Mo Wuji merely felt that this violet-robed youth only had a higher cultivation but he might not be stronger. But now, Mo Wuji had complete confidence that he would defeat this violet-robed youth. Whether this confidence matched his actual strength, Mo Wuji was currently feeling at the top of the world. Shang! It was clearly a clash of saber light, but the heavy sound of metals clashing reverberated through the air. Even though the space was stable and wouldn't tear because of the two's battle, the three people spectating the battle could clearly feel the intense vibrations in the air. PFF. A faint blood light exploded. The violet-robed youth felt his colored flash saber light instantly dispersed. Following which, an intense sensation of emptiness inundated him, his forehead turned cold and he hurriedly retreated backward. Mo Wuji wasn't feeling all too good as well. His Winding River was clearly superior to his opponent's colored glass strike by several levels, but because his cultivation level was insufficient, and his understanding of the Winding River was only at the early stages, he felt that he wasn't able to fully exhibit its power. The Winding River clearly had some leftover power, but it was unable to cause any lethal damage to the other party. Not only that, his hand was slightly trembling. He was unable to continue with his third slash, setting Sunday. Mo Wuji inhaled deeply. He was sure that he could continue and use his setting sun. This violet-robed youth wouldn't be walking any further. This youth would directly perish under his slash. No, there was no need to even use setting Sunday. If he had fully displayed his Winding River, that one slash wouldn't have merely sliced a blood trail on the violet-robed youth's forehead, but sliced the other party in half. You're very strong, but do you know who I am? The violet-robed youth was no longer as arrogant as he was previously. The faint blood trail on his forehead had already disappeared. He knew that even if Mo Wuji wasn't as strong as him, he wouldn't be able to keep Mo Wuji here. There was no need to talk about keeping Mo Wuji here. It probably wouldn't even be possible for him to defeat Mo Wuji. That trail of blood on his forehead already made things clear. The saber Dao of this youth in front of him was much stronger than his. If not for his higher cultivation, then he, Wan Ping, would be the one fleeing for his life. Mo Wuji smiled faintly, but he wasn't looking at the violet-robed youth, but at the gray saber in his hand. To be honest, his saber was slightly lacking. Just now, he wasn't able to attain the upper hand was partly due to his saber. The grade of his saber was truly too low for his sacred art. Why haven't the three of you escaped? Mo Wuji's attention turned to the trio. The middle-aged man with a huge beard hurriedly went forward and bowed to Mo Wuji. This friend has helped the three of us. If the three of us run away like that, how could we still be considered human? Even if we know that we won't be able to offer any help, we would only leave after this friend leaves. Even though they clearly know that they wouldn't be a match for the violet-robed youth, they still said such words. This really changed Mo Wuji's impression of them. Seeing Mo Wuji blatantly ignore him, the violet-robed youth fumed with anger. However, he was helpless as Mo Wuji had no reason to fear him. He could only suppress the fire in his heart as he said, "This immortal here is Wan Ping. I'm from Zero Heaven Immortal Domain's Vast Ocean Immortal School." Friend, are you sure you want to make an enemy of my Vast Ocean Immortal School? It would have been better if this fella didn't mention Vast Ocean Immortal School. The moment Mo Wuji heard Vast Ocean Immortal School, his heart instantly exploded with killing intent. He was the one who killed Vast Ocean Immortal Schools by Qi Tian. Back during the Yongning Grand Alchemy competition, he was pursued by Wan Fan, and he almost died in the other party's hands. If not for his flying shuttle, he would already have been killed by Wan Fan. So what if they were from Vast Ocean Immortal School? If they want to kill him, Mo Wuji, they would have to pay the price. Friend, Vast Ocean Immortal School's Grand Elder Jin Yuxing is a late-stage Immortal Emperor expert. Also Vast Ocean Immortal School's sect head Wan Fan is Wan Fan's uncle. It's said that he is at the Great Circle of the Immortal Reverend stage and is about to step into the Immortal Emperor stage. That bearded middle-aged man hurriedly transmitted a message to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji stared at Wan Ping. In his heart, he was thinking, this guy is really courting death. No matter what, he was going to kill this fella. As he thought of this, he transmitted a message to the bearded middle-aged man, when I take action, the three of you help me to hold this fella down. Of course, if you guys aren't willing to offend Vast Ocean Immortal School, then please take your leave first. I can stay here on my own. That bearded middle-aged man chuckled, there's no need to talk about how friend is only here because of the three of us. Even if you aren't, would I, Gai Guanyi, be scared about fighting someone from the Vast Ocean Immortal School? Wu Nian, Ji Kai, we will attack together. As he finished saying that, he didn't even wait for Mo Wuji as he charged towards Wan Ping. Mo Wuji's heart was filled with appreciation. This fella was not only smart, but decisive. He clearly knew that Mo Wuji was going to kill Wan Ping, so he directly charged to the front. Mo Wuji naturally wouldn't send these three people to their deaths. He directly crossed the distance between them and slashed out with his saber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Cape of Peace. Chapter 603, Cape of Peace. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Wan Ping's face changed. He didn't really care about the other three people, but he was especially worried about Mo Wuji's winding river. If Mo Wuji used that winding river move again, he would very likely fall into a disadvantage and then be surrounded by the others. If the item on Gai Guanyi wasn't too important to him, he might already have fled. Fortunately, Wan Ping soon discovered that Mo Wuji's slash wasn't winding river, but an extremely ordinary-looking slash. He slashed with the colored glass saber in his hand, and he allowed his domain to burst forth strongly. Boom! Mo Wuji's saber light was shattered. The entire sky became filled with Wan Ping's colored glass saber light. Wan Ping rejoiced. He realized that he had overestimated Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji seemed to only have those two good slashes. This third slash easily unraveled. Crack! After Mo Wuji's saber light was shattered, the colored glass saber light landed on Mo Wuji's domain. Even if Mo Wuji's domain was any stronger, it wasn't able to defend against Wan Ping's colored glass saber light. In everyone's eyes, the only thing Mo Wuji could do at this moment was to retreat. The faster, the better. Otherwise, Mo Wuji would be completely restrained by Wan Ping. The bearded middle-aged man could clearly see that Mo Wuji was in a fire condition. The moment Mo Wuji retreated, the three of them would be sitting ducks in front of Wan Ping's saber. At this point, the best choice for the three of them was to retreat as well. However, this middle-aged man was very clear that the moment he retreated, Mo Wuji would very likely be maimed by Wan Ping's colored glass saber light. He, Gai Guanyi, had always done things true to his character. Leaving now would be a betrayal to their alliance. Moreover, if he retreated, this youth who helped them deal with Wan Ping would be heavily injured. When that happens, they also wouldn't be able to escape. As he thought of this, not only didn't he escape, his magic treasure began to concentrate with more immortal elemental energy. Mo Wuji naturally knew what situation they were in. Thus, he really appreciated the decision that Gai Guanyi made. This was a forthright man. At least this man didn't take the opportunity to flee, leaving him to fend for his own. Since Mo Wuji had already decided to kill Wan Ping, how could he be the one to retreat in injury? Not only didn't he retreat, he even took one step forward. He seemed to send himself towards the colored glass saber. Then, he punched. Suddenly, an yin-yang taiji seal appeared in front of his fist. That seal rapidly expanded, forming a huge gray energy. This death energy pervaded and filled the air. At this instant, the entire space seemed to be brimming with the energy of death. Mo Wuji's eyes were closed tightly, his face was pale white. Endless amounts of immortal elemental energy, spiritual will and vitality were being sucked away by this punch. At this instant, there was no need to even talk about Wan Ping, who was the target of the attack. Even the three people teaming with Mo Wuji felt their hearts turning cold. A sense of impending doom surged into their minds as their hearts became filled with despair. That's not right. Within the death and despair, there's a hint of life. However, this hint of life seems so distant and hard to grasp. What punch is this? Wan Ping, completely forgotten that his colored glass saber had landed on Mo Wuji and had only drawn a bit of blood. His entire mind had been drawn to this punch. Within this punch, there was life. Even though it was only several inches away from him, that life felt like it was as distant as an unending chasm. More than life was the death within this punch. Even though the punch hadn't landed, Wan Ping could already feel the beckoning of death. Mo Wuji's face turned increasingly pale. He had the vitality channel, but it was truly hard for him to support using this move against a Grand Luo immortal like Wan Ping. Wheel of life and death. You should be honored that I used this punch to send you to hell. Mo Wuji's voice was slightly raspy. It was like his punch, devoid of life. Wan Ping struggled to slash with his colored glass saber, but the energy of death was too oppressive. All his energy had been suppressed by this energy, and he wasn't even able to properly wield his weapon. No, you can't kill me. Wan Ping's eyes were finally filled with fear and disorder. Perhaps such an expression was more suitable for his youth-like appearance. You're not the first Vast Ocean Immortal School disciple I killed, and you won't be the last one either. Go on then. There's no need for any attachments. Bang! The moment Mo Wuji's words were uttered, the wheel of life and death landed on Wan Ping. Wan Ping's eyes dimmed and his body instantly turned gray. In just that short time, death energy had completely wrested away all his life. PFF. The body exploded. Mo Wuji extended his hand and grabbed Wan Ping's storage ring. At this moment, Wan Ping was dead in both body and soul. As for his colored glass saber, it fell into the Westmost Ocean. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered to pick it up. At this instant, he was also like a lamp running out of fuel. If not for his vitality channel, he really wouldn't have dared to his wheel of life and death. The exuberant vitality from the channel rapidly moisturized Mo Wuji's entire body. The vitality channel also drew in vitality from the surroundings, which also moisturized Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's gray, defeated face and withered spiritual will also recovered rapidly. However, he still wasn't able to move. Wan Ping wasn't weak. Just to kill Wan Ping, he had depleted much of his energy. Gai Guangyi and company stared blankly at Mo Wuji. Even after a long time, they didn't say a word. Previously, they thought that Mo Wuji was definitely going to be heavily injured and they expected the worst. However, with just one punch, this youth killed the Grand Luo immortal Wan Ping. They, themselves, knew exactly how terrifying that punch was, because they had also felt the overwhelming energy of death within that punch. If this punch had been targeted at them, not one of them would have survived. If a person could release such a deadly punch, one could easily tell how terrifying that person was. In their eyes, there was an additional tinge of reverence. After half an incense's time, Mo Wuji finally opened his eyes. He turned and saw Gai Guangyi and company. Friend, many thanks for lending a hand to help us. If this friend didn't do that, the three of us would probably have ended up in Wan Ping's hands. Gai Guangyi noticed that Mo Wuji had stopped healing himself, and he immediately clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji in gratitude. Mo Wuji smiled. It was mutual. If the three of you didn't help to hold him down, Wan Ping might already have escaped. My name is Mo Wuji. How may I address the three of you? Mo Wuji didn't say those words purely out of courtesy. During his battle with Wan Ping, because of the three of them, Wan Ping was only able to exhibit 70% of his strength. Mo Wuji was never weaker than Wan Ping, and now that Wan Ping wasn't able to fully display his abilities, his killing ace, the wheel of life and death, was able to murder Wan Ping without fail. The bearded middle-aged man hurriedly said, "I am Gai Guangyi." Thereafter, he pointed at the good-looking woman and said, "This is Wu Yan, and the big fella beside her is Ji Chai." Ji Chai was indeed a big man. He was more than 2 meters tall and he had a strong and muscular physique. Previously, I heard Wan Ping say that the three of you are heading to the Cape of Peace. May I ask where the Cape of Peace is? Is it near to here? The time Mo Wuji spent in the immortal world wasn't very long. Moreover, he was swept out of the immortal world after a short time here, so he still wasn't very familiar with the places here. Brother Mo doesn't know of the Cape of Peace? Gai Guangyi was shocked. The fact that Mo Wuji didn't know about the Cape of Peace was even more unbelievable than the fact that Mo Wuji was lost in the Westmost Ocean. Mo Wuji hurriedly said, "Ever since I ascended into the immortal world, I had always been behind closed doors. That's why I'm not too familiar with this place." Regardless whether Mo Wuji's words were true or not, Gai Guangyi decided not to question him. Instead, he said with prudence, "Brother Mo, that Wan Ping is an important figure in the vast ocean immortal school. If Brother Mo isn't the disciple of some big sect, then I would suggest that Brother Mo follows us to the Cape of Peace. I'd like to hear more details about the place." Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said. Gai Guangyi continued speaking, "The Cape of Peace is a place which prohibits killing. In that place, even if there are any sort of grievances, killing still isn't allowed. As long as you didn't offend someone as powerful as an immortal emperor, then you would be safe when you reached the Cape of Peace. No one would dare to lay hands on you. What if I offended an immortal emperor?" Mo Wuji asked. After all, he had really offended an immortal emperor. Even though he still didn't know how he offended immortal Emperor Luan Kai, but since immortal Emperor Luan Kai had killed his men, he wouldn't let this matter rest. Gai Guangyi didn't know that Mo Wuji had offended immortal Emperor Luan Kai. He only thought about the matter of Mo Wuji killing Wan Ping. Wan Ping was a genius of the vast ocean immortal school, and the vast ocean immortal school did have an immortal emperor. Thus, Mo Wuji wasn't wrong to say that he had offended an immortal emperor. If you have offended an immortal emperor, then you can only go to the Cape of Peace's Peace Rest House. The owner of the Peace Rest House is called Zhuo Pingan. 1. As long as you go to Peace Rest House, it would be equivalent to being under his shelter. To anyone who dared to fight in Peace Rest House, there's only one word: death. In the countless of years, Peace Rest House had sheltered many pursued cultivators. It was exactly because of the existence of the Peace Rest House that the Cape of Peace formed. Eventually, it became a rule that in the Cape of Peace, no killing could take place. Of course, this rule does not extend to immortal emperors. But immortal emperors still wouldn't do anything in the Peace Rest House itself, Gai Guangyi explained. So impressive? Mo Wuji suddenly thought of a movie that he had watched back on Earth. That movie was called Peace Hotel. Anyone that went to the hotel were not allowed to fight. Mo Wuji was very clear that anyone who could operate such a rest house must be incomparably strong. However, he also knew another thing: anyone who would open such a hotel would eventually be killed. Brother Mo, the vast ocean immortal school would definitely be able to trace Wan Ping's death to you. The moment a genius like Wan Ping gets killed, the person who killed him will leave threads behind. There's no need to talk about senior, there might already be an imprint of the three of us. Seeing Mo Wuji's silence, Gai Guangyi continued. Mo Wuji did not think that Gai Guangyi was blindly speaking. Gai Guangyi's words were very logical. He was an array master, so he, himself, had done much research on imprints. Back when he was in Jinxing, he also suffered under the imprint of the broken sect. Of course, with his current abilities and his 108 meridians, the vast ocean immortal school should forget about leaving any imprints on him. However, the Cape of Peace did catch his interest. He had offended far too many people. Perhaps one day, when he had no other roads to take, he could really make a trip to the Cape of Peace. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, "Then I will have to trouble Brother Gai to lead the way." I will also be heading to the Cape of Peace. 1. Pingon means peace or safety. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, Peace is Relative. Chapter 604, Peace is Relative. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. All right. Guy Guanyi immediately agreed. Thereafter, he seemed to recall something and he continued, Brother Mo, the Cape of Peace is in the Gulf in between the West Moat Ocean and the Great Desolate Sea Domain. If the vast ocean immortal school really finds us at the Cape of Peace, we could try to hide at the Great Desolate Sea Domain. Great Desolate Sea Domain? Mo Wuji stared at Guy Guanyi in doubt. Guy Guanyi explained, the Great Desolate Sea Domain is the true endless ocean. It is boundless and limitless. Very few in the immortal world are able to traverse across the entire Great Desolate Sea Domain. In the depths of the Great Desolate Sea Domain, there's countless treasures and opportunities, but only innumerable dangers. Typically, one could stay in the depths of the Great Desolate Sea Domain for 10 years, and that's already considered very lucky. Actually, the reason why we are heading to the Cape of Peace is because we have intentions of going to the Great Desolate Sea Domain. Why? Didn't you say that there's the Peace Rest House? Mo Wuji was increasingly confused. Peace Rest House was even able to block an immortal emperor, so why's there still a need to leave the Cape of Peace? Guy Guanyi laughed ruefully, there's something that Brother Mo doesn't know. The prices of Peace Rest House are staggering, it's 10,000 high-grade immortal crystals a day. Think about it, who would be able to afford that? Mo Wuji released a breath of cold air. 10,000 high-grade crystals a day, that would be millions of high-grade crystals in a year. Even he wouldn't be able to afford it. No, that wasn't an apt example, even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to afford it. If it's really like that, then this Peace Rest House really didn't deserve its name. Guy Guanyi gave a bitter smile. In reality, there are very few who could afford to stay at Peace Rest House. Most people stay at another rest house nearby. Once they received notice that an immortal emperor was coming, they would rush to Peace Rest House. That way, they would be able to save on their immortal crystals. Of course, there are risks with that method. He's really a moneymaker. Mo Wuji could not help but sigh in praise. That Chua Pingon was really quite smart to use such a method to earn immortal crystals. Of course, this was based on the premise that he had true capabilities. I have also heard of some people that stay in Peace Rest House for prolonged times. The longest time is already more than a century and that person still hasn't left. Guy Guanyi added when he heard Mo Wuji's lamentation. A century? How many immortal crystals was that? That was a number counted in the billions. Before this, Mo Wuji thought that he was rather wealthy, but in front of these billionaires, he really wasn't anything much. Regardless of how expensive the Cape of Peace was, Mo Wuji still intended to take a look. After all, the people he had offended were rather strong. Mo Wuji invited the trio on his flying shuttle. His flying shuttle was a grade 7 immortal equipment and there basically weren't any powerful beasts in this part of West Moat Ocean, so their journey went very smoothly. After a few days, during their hearty conversations, Mo Wuji discovered some land in his spiritual will. In Mo Wuji's perspective, a land within the sea was either an island or a reef. Thus, that's what he expected the Cape of Peace to be. But in Mo Wuji's spiritual will, he saw that this land was actually like an ordinary city. There was no jutting mountains, it was simply a flat city square built on the ocean. Not only that, the land seemed to be on the same level as the sea. The Cape of Peace was protected by arrays, thus not a single drop of the violent waves were able to seep in. Brother Mo, we will have to stop the flying shuttle here. The Cape of Peace only allows ships to sail in from the sea, no flying equipments are allowed to enter through the sky, Guy Guanyi explained by the side. Even without Guy Guanyi explaining, Mo Wuji had already stopped his flying shuttle. It wasn't because he knew the rules, but because his spiritual will detected another grand sight. Past the Cape of Peace, there was another ocean. However, the seawater in that ocean was actually dark red. Brother Guy, could that Red Sea be the Great Desolate Sea Domain? Mo Wuji asked in astonishment. Guy Guangyi nodded. Yes, the seawater in the Great Desolate Sea Domain is entirely dark red in color. Mo Wuji sighed. This was truly a mystical place. Mo Wuji had gone to the Red Sea before. The red color of the Red Sea was completely different, and it was caused by sea sawdust. Moreover, it only turned red during certain seasons, and the area didn't encompass the entire sea. This Great Desolate Sea Domain was countless of times wider than the Red Sea. Clearly, this dark red color wouldn't be because of sea sawdust. Guy Guangyi brought out a small boat. This small boat could fit 7 to 8 people. The pier at the Cape of Peace wasn't very big. Moreover, Mo Wuji didn't even see a single vessel docked at the pier. Guy Guangyi's little boat soon approached the pier. At the pier, there was only an ordinary-looking cultivator standing guard. After the four stepped onto the pier, that cultivator scanned the four of them and said, "Grandee immortals and above need to pay 50,000 high-grade immortal crystals each." Guy Guangyi took the initiative to hand a storage ring to that cultivator and said, "The four of us intend to stay on Cape of Peace for some time. Here is 200,000 high-grade immortal crystals." The cultivator accepted Guy Guangyi's storage ring, then brought out 4 jade tokens and handed them to Guy Guangyi. "Go in then. I wish you good luck. Remember to inscribe your names on the jade tokens." As they exited the pier, Mo Wuji asked, "Brother Guy, everyone needs to pay 50,000 high-grade immortal crystals just to enter?" Guy Guangyi nodded. "Yes, and that's not the only fee. There will still be all sorts of various fees later. For example, living fees, cultivation fees, safety fees. That 50,000 that we just paid was merely the shoring fee." Mo Wuji lamented in his heart, "What a sinister man. With such methods, it was hard for this Shuapingan not to get rich." Guy Guangyi handed the jade tokens out. "Remember to inscribe your names on the jade token." Mo Wuji accepted the jade token. On it, there was today's date. From the looks of it, any random name could be carved on the jade token. It seems like the Cape of Peace didn't care what your name was, but how long you stayed. Mo Wuji casually inscribed his name on the jade token as he said, "Brother Guy, I will hand you the 50,000 high-grade immortal crystals later." Guy Guangyi hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Brother Mo, we're all in the same boat together. Also, for this trip to the Cape of Peace, I have already prepared quite a number of immortal crystals. I can still afford a mere 50,000 immortal crystals." Since Guy Guangyi had already said this, Mo Wuji didn't add anything further. He wanted to make some inquiries here in the Cape of Peace so he wouldn't be leaving so quickly. When he leaves, he would hand Guy Guangyi some immortal crystals then. Boom! The force of immortal elemental energy colliding swept over. Mo Wuji and company immediately stopped in their tracks. In his astonishment, Mo Wuji saw 2 cultivators fighting not far away. There were even people spectating by the sides. The cultivator that was in the disadvantage was entirely covered in blood. Mo Wuji stared at Guy Guangyi in confusion. "Brother Guy, isn't this the Cape of Peace? Why are people fighting here?" Guy Guangyi smiled bitterly. "Brother Mo, there's something you don't know. Fighting in the Cape of Peace is very normal. Only if you stay in Peace Rest House, then no one would dare to provoke you. However, these fights aren't lethal because if you kill a person in the Cape of Peace, you would be killed. These fights only result in physical injuries and the losing party would hand over some immortal crystals as compensation. That's about it. Just as Guy Guangyi finished speaking, that injured cultivator indeed threw a storage bag to the victorious cultivator. After grabbing the storage bag, that cultivator left hurriedly. Since the fight had already ended, the spectators also dispersed in their separate ways. Mo Wuji was speechless. How could this be considered mere physical injuries? He clearly saw that the injured cultivator had damaged muscles and bones, and even his dantian was injured. Even though they could be healed, these injuries would require expensive immortal pills. Gai Guangyi seemed to know what was on Mo Wuji's mind. He explained, actually, there's a way to avoid conflict with other people, that is to stay in a rest house for the entire day and cultivate. Mo Wuji's lips twitched as he asked, but staying in a rest house probably isn't cheap, right? Gai Guangyi sighed, indeed. The cheapest one already requires 100,000 high-grade immortal crystals a year. Thus, many people would take the risk to go to the Great Desolate Sea domain to search for materials to sell. It's just that every time you leave the Cape of Peace, you would need 100,000 high-grade immortal crystals. Mo Wuji finally understood, every aspect of living in the Cape of Peace required immortal crystals. Not having any immortal crystals was akin to waiting for death. To put things plainly, this was a money-squandering establishment that brought no form of pleasure whatsoever. Brother Guy, why didn't anyone come and find trouble for us? Logically, we are newcomers, so we should be easy targets, Wunyan asked softly. Gai Guangyi explained, it's exactly because we're newcomers that no one would cause trouble for us. In the first month, we wouldn't be in any trouble. But when it comes to the second month, you will see for yourself whether anyone would come causing trouble for you. Usually, weak cultivators wouldn't have enough immortal crystals, so they wouldn't even be able to come to the Cape of Peace. In this world, peace is relative. How can there be absolute peace? Mo Wuji acknowledged Gai Guangyi's words. Indeed, peace was relative in this world. The few of you should be newcomers, right? Why don't you come to our Peace Hotel? Our Peace Hotel is surrounded by rich immortal spiritual energy and the service is excellent. Cultivating in there is many levels higher than cultivating outside. A slightly tanned man walked in front of the four of them, giving an introduction as saliva and splitter splattered out of his mouth. From Gai Guangyi's previous explanation, Mo Wuji already understood that fighting wasn't allowed in any rest house in the Cape of Peace. Thus, this fella is using immortal spiritual energy and service to draw in customers. In reality, the immortal spiritual energy in the Cape of Peace was extremely scarce. Even if it was many folds higher than the Cape of Peace, the rest house probably wouldn't be any good. Gai Guangyi asked, may I ask how much your Peace Hotel charges a year? This man hurriedly laughed, not much, just 150,000 immortal crystals per person. If the four of you need 4 rooms and pay together, then it would only need 550,000 immortal crystals a year. Gai Guangyi shook his head, that's too expensive. We aren't able to afford it. This man clearly wasn't someone to give up easily. He hurriedly took another step forward and said, in the Cape of Peace, the cheapest rest house already costs 100,000 a year, and the conditions are extremely lacking. Not only does my Peace Hotel have a beautiful environment, the rooms are big and we even provide stall windows for you to sell anything. Those only cost 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals a day. Gai Guangyi seemed to want to say something, but Mo Wuji smiled and said, let's go in and take a look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Enemies Everywhere. Chapter 605, Enemies Everywhere. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. This soliciting fella really wasn't bragging. Peace Hotel was indeed bigger than an average rest house, and outside, there was really a row of stalls. Take a look at this row of stalls. They are all facing the main street. In the Cape of Peace, a standard stall would cost at least 2,000 immortal crystals a day, and it would be very hard to get your hands on one. As long as you stay in Peace Hotel, you only need 1,000 immortal crystals a day to rent a stall here, the man pointed at the row of stalls and said proudly. Then we'll stay here, Mo Wuji said to Gai Guangyi and co. That fella had quite a bit of immortal crystals, so there's temporarily no need to worry about immortal crystals. Actually, Mo Wuji had yet to open Wan Ping's storage ring. However, he said these words to imply to Gai Guangyi that they also had a share of Wan Ping's immortal crystals. Guy Guanyi wasn't a garrulous kind of person. When he heard Mo Wuji's words, he expressed his consent. When he heard that Mo Wuji had agreed to stay here, the smile on that solicitor got even wider as he said, "We even have a deluxe suite. Not only does it have a spiritual beast room, it also has pill rooms, smithing rooms, and even..." Mo Wuji lifted his hand and directly interrupted this fella's words. "There's no need to introduce anything else. You only need to tell me, if we stay in a normal room, is it possible to have 4 rooms for 3 years for 1,500,000 high-grade immortal crystals? If it's possible, then we'll take a room immediately. If not, then we will leave right now." Ah! This fellow was dumbfounded. Who would bargain like Mo Wuji? He sliced the price by 150,000 immortal crystals at a single go, and he didn't even give the other party a chance to negotiate. Moreover, this price that Mo Wuji stated was definitely impossible. Of course it's possible. I will call the shots then. 4 rooms, 1,500,000 immortal crystals for 3 years. A clear, crisp voice sounded. A pretty woman walked out. When he laid eyes on this woman, the first person that came to Mo Wuji's mind was Lu Yueshuang. This woman was also very pretty, but just like Lu Yueshuang, she was flat-chested. She's truly a beautiful woman, but the ironing board at the front was a real pity. As she waited for Mo Wuji to pay the immortal crystals, this woman said to Mo Wuji with some slight overtone in her voice, "My name is Han Long, I'm the person in charge here. Perhaps in the future, I would need your help. You recognize me?" Mo Wuji furrowed his brows and said calmly. Han Long smiled, "To be honest, I don't know you. It's just that I recently made a trips to several immortal domains recently and I find you very familiar. If you don't mind, I will visit you later." Guy Guanyi was an experienced man. He didn't say anything much. He only bid his farewells to Mo Wuji, then hurriedly brought the other 2 to their rooms. Mo Wuji did not mind. When he returned to his room, he brought Shui Gui out. 100,000 over 1,000 high-grade immortal crystals a year. This was already not a bad price even when compared to other immortal domains. However, the room here wasn't very big. In Mo Wuji's rough estimations, it was at most 20 square meters. The first thing Mo Wuji did was to install a defensive array and a warning array. Even though fighting was not allowed here, he wasn't going to go defenseless. Before Mo Wuji could complete installing all his arrays, the seal on his door was activated. Mo Wuji released the seal and he saw Han Long standing at his door with a huge smile on her face. "It was bold of me to come unannounced. I seek Pill Master Mo's understanding." The moment she opened her mouth, Han Long exposed Mo Wuji's identity as a pill refiner. This let Mo Wuji know that the other party definitely recognized him. "Dao friend Han, please come in." Mo Wuji nodded and allowed Han Long in. Han Long didn't behave courteously. She invited herself to sit as she entered the room. Waiting for Mo Wuji to reform the seal back on the door, she said, "Does Pillmaster Mo know his own predicament?" Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, "Pray tell." Han Long's tone turned serious. "Pillmaster Mo, not long ago, I went to several immortal domains. I have to tell you an unfortunate bit of news. Immortal Emperor Luan Kai already knows that you're alive and he's searching for you everywhere. I even heard that Yonging Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyun and the Vast Ocean Immortal School seem to be looking for you. They said that you are related to the death of Bai Chi Tian. There's also this sect called Mirage Mountain that seems to be looking for you, even claiming that there's a sect destroying grievance on you, but... Then what about the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance?" Mo Wuji wasn't surprised that these people were looking for him. He had destroyed Hai Continent's Mirage Mountain and the Immortal World's Mirage Mountain clearly went ahead to spread news of his survival. Han Long said, "The Pill Dao Immortal Alliance did not say anything, nor did they indicate any opinions." Mo Wuji laughed coldly in his heart. Not saying anything in itself was an opinion. The Pill Dao Immortal Alliance had completely abandoned him. "What about my Tianji Pill Court?" Mo Wuji asked. From Han Long's tone, he could tell that Han Long seemed to have specially investigated on him. Indeed, Han Long answered, Tianji Pill Court was destroyed by immortal Emperor Luan Kai. I heard that he even killed 4 people. Mo Wuji suddenly stood up. Even though he already knew that immortal Emperor Luan Kai had killed the people in Tianji Pill Court, when he heard it again, he could not help but want to charge out and kill immortal Emperor Luan Kai. Han Long didn't do anything. She knew that since Mo Wuji came here, it meant that he wasn't going to do anything rash. Even though Mo Wuji wasn't here to run away from his enemies as Han Long thought, he still calmed down. Immortal Emperor Luan Kai was not someone he could handle. There was no need to talk about immortal Emperor Luan Kai. None of the people pursuing him were people he could handle. 4 people of Tianji Pill Court were killed. From the looks of it, Do Hualong, Elan and company were probably already dead. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. He originally gave refuge to those surviving disciples of Tianji sect in his Tianji Pill Court. However, the contrary happened. They had been implicated by him. This filled his heart with guilt and discomfort. If I was the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, for a honored grade tier 5 Pill King, I would definitely come forward and make a stand. I wouldn't allow immortal Emperor Luan Kai and the rest continue to search for you. When Han Long saw Mo Wuji calm down, she made a statement on the side of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji said indifferently, if no one in Tianji Pill Court were killed, I would have forgiven them. But now, I will not forgive them. Perhaps I wouldn't seek the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance for revenge, but for me to reconcile with the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance is impossible. The Pill Dao Immortal Alliance didn't stand out to say anything because they already know that I wouldn't have any association with them. If Mo Wuji knew what the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance head Xiao Lishir said, he would definitely be shocked at how terrifying Xiao Lishir was. Xiao Lishir had never met him, but was completely clear with the way that Mo Wuji thought. The only difference was that Mo Wuji did not intend to antagonize the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Because of this, the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance was worried that Mo Wuji would cause problems for them in the future, so they wanted to choke this fire before it got any bigger. So Pill Master Mo, it isn't entirely safe for you in the Cape of Peace. Perhaps only Peace Rest House can assure your safety, Han Long said. Mo Wuji stared at Han Long in doubt. I'm now considered a customer of your Peace Hotel, but you're advising me to stay at Peace Rest House? Han Long sighed, because I'm stating the truth. I believe that in less than a month, countless of experts would come to the Cape of Peace to look for you. If you were taken away from Peace Hotel by an immortal emperor, it would also be detrimental to my Peace Hotel. Of course, I'm not talking about a fall in reputation. What kind of person was Mo Wuji? He could already see through Han Long's intentions. Dao friend Han, just go straight to the point. I believe that you didn't say those words completely because of Peace Hotel. When Han Long heard Mo Wuji's words, she specially stood up and bowed to Mo Wuji. Pill Master Mo, I did indeed come here to ask you for help. The reason why I know so much about you was because I had specially investigated about you. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to locate your whereabouts. I never expected that when I disappointedly returned to the Cape of Peace, I would meet you. Perhaps, this is a kind of fate. Mo Wuji didn't say anything. He glanced at Han Long's flat chest and felt a little confused. Han Long was at the great circle of the Grand Luo Immortal stage. If she wanted a fuller chest, she didn't need to specially find him. Han Long felt Mo Wuji's gaze. She shook her head and said, Pill Master Mo, I'm not referring to my chest. I know that you are a honored grade tier 5 pill king, and perhaps, you would soon be able to concoct tier 6 immortal pills. Mo Wuji interrupted Han Long's words. Dao friend Han Long, you just said something wrong. I'm not a honored grade tier 5 pill king. I'm already a tier 6 pill king. When he was a Xian immortal, Mo Wuji could already concoct tier 6 immortal pills, albeit low-grade ones. Now that he had advanced to the Grand E immortal stage, even though he hadn't tried to concoct any pills, Mo Wuji believed that he could definitely be able to concoct high-grade tier 6 pills. This was how confident he was of himself. Mo Wuji guessed that Han Long probably wanted to engage in some trade with him. Since that's the case, it would be better for him to have as many chips as possible. Since Han Long knew his predicament and still wanted to trade with him, she probably wouldn't do anything bad. Mo Wuji's words seemed to be within Han Long's expectations. Mo Wuji was a honored grade tier 5 pill king, so how he be unable to concoct tier 6 immortal pills? She nodded. Pillmaster Mo, I want you to help me concoct a batch of draining immortal king pills, but I don't have any draining immortal king Dao fruit. Mo Wuji frowned slightly. Dao friend Han, I'm indeed a tier 6 pill king, but I'm unable to concoct the draining immortal king pill. Han Long was currently in the great circle of the Grand Luo stage, so it was not unexpected that she wanted the draining immortal king pill. However, Mo Wuji wouldn't casually agree to such a request. It's true that he was unable to concoct draining immortal king pill, but even if he was able to, he wouldn't agree to it. His cultivation was not high and he had too many enemies. If news got out that he could also concoct the draining immortal king pill, wouldn't he be courting his own death? Moreover, Han Long didn't even have the main ingredient, the draining immortal king Dao fruit, but she was still asking for a batch of pills. That's simply asking for too much. Han Long didn't seem to know what was on Mo Wuji's mind. She continued speaking. I know that Pillmaster Mo is unable to concoct the draining immortal king pill, but I know that Pillmaster Mo has a large number of draining immortal king Dao fruits on him. When Mo Wuji heard this, his face changed slightly. Previously, he had the backer of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, so it wasn't a problem for him to have the draining immortal king Dao fruits on him. But now, if everyone knew that he had so many draining immortal king Dao fruits, how terrifying would that be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Zhuopingyan's Secret. Chapter 606, Zhuopingyan's Secret. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I believe that with Pillmaster Mo's talent, it wouldn't take many years for you to become a tier 7 pill emperor. I also know that my request is crossing the line. I don't have the draining immortal king Dao fruit, but yet I still wanted Pillmaster Mo to help me concoct a batch of draining immortal king pills. However, I do have something to offer. I can tell you a secret of the Great Desolate Sea Domain. If they know of that place, even immortal emperors would personally come and fight for it. Han Long spoke in a solemn tone. Mo Wuji had an indifferent expression on his face. He didn't respond to Han Long's words. Only when it was in his hands, then could it be considered a secret. If it wasn't in his hands, then it was simply an unknown. Thus, he wasn't very enthusiastic about Han Long's suggestion. He even wanted to send her off. Han Long could clearly see Mo Wuji's indifference. Before Mo Wuji could even express his idea of sending her out, she hurriedly added, Pillmaster Mo, you shouldn't know the current value of a draining immortal king Dao fruit, right? Due to some unknown reason in the immortal world, all the draining immortal king Dao fruits that were grown by cultivators suddenly withered. Only wild draining immortal king Dao fruits could survive. However, how many wild draining immortal king Dao fruits are there? So after knowing that you have many draining immortal king Dao fruits on you, there are already countless of people that have their eyes on you. There's no need for you to remind me. I also know that I'm in a precarious position. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows and said, his tone was still indifferent. Previously, he did overlook and forget that he had the draining immortal king Dao fruit. If he remembered it previously, perhaps he wouldn't have come to the Cape of Peace. Han Long did not seem to mind Mo Wuji's attitude, and she continued, in the Great Desolate Sea Domain, there's a land of immortal herbs that has yet to be opened. It's said that it's even more abundant than Yunxian Immortal Valley. Moreover, I even know that there's an Emperor Dao fruit. When she mentioned the Emperor Dao fruit, Han Long paid special attention to Mo Wuji's expression. She believes that anyone would be emotional if they heard of the Emperor Dao fruit, much less a pill refiner like Mo Wuji. To her disappointment, Mo Wuji didn't even raise an eyebrow. Clearly, he didn't really care much about Han Long's words. Mo Wuji naturally didn't care about it. He already had one Emperor Dao fruit and that thing wasn't even useful to him at this time. Why would he need so many Emperor Dao fruit? I'm not interested. Mo Wuji shook his head. At this moment, he was thinking about how he should hide from Grand Emperor Luan Kai. It wasn't safe in the Cape of Peace, nor did he want to leave with any other people. I can introduce someone to protect you. Even Grand Emperor Luan Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to you. When Han Long saw that Mo Wuji wasn't even interested in the Emperor Dao fruit, she decided to make one final attempt. Mo Wuji looked at Han Long doubtfully. Was this woman mad? Would such an expert who wouldn't even fear Grand Emperor Luan Kai want to protect a Grand Immortal like him? When Han Long saw a hint of interest flash across Mo Wuji's eyes, she began to speak even more spiritedly. The person I'm introducing is Xue Pingan. I believe that since you've come here, you would definitely know about Xue Pingan, right? Before this, Mo Wuji really didn't know a thing about Xue Pingan. But after Gai Guangyi's introduction, he did know a bit about that fella. He's the one in control of the Cape of Peace, the owner of Peace Rest House and the unscrupulous moneymaker. Mo Wuji guessed that this fella's strength must be exceedingly high. Why would he want to protect me? Mo Wuji did not think that his mere status as a Tier 6 Pill King would earn the protection of an expert like Xue Pingan. Han Long said enigmatically, because Xue Pingan needs a pill emperor to concoct pills for him, and the pill emperor who concocts pills for him would change every other decade. Think about it, how many pill emperors are there in all 7 immortal domains combined? If he changes a pill emperor every decade, then no number of pill emperor would be enough. So if you can become a Tier 7 pill emperor, Before Han Long could finish speaking, Mo Wuji's eyes turned cold. Han Long could clearly feel the iciness in Mo Wuji's eyes and she subconsciously stopped talking. Mo Wuji said coldly, Dao friend Han Long, we have no grudges or enmity between us, so why must you try to harm me? Han Long looked at Mo Wuji in doubt. When did she try to harm him? Mo Wuji could see Han Long's confusion and his tone momentarily eased. Since Xue Pingan needs to change a pill emperor every other decade, it would mean that the pills he requires is concocted with the pill emperor's vitality and longevity. If the pill emperor concocts such pills for a prolonged time, his vitality would suffer greatly. Once his vitality falls to a certain level, he would no longer be able to concoct that pill. Tell me, when Xue Pingan chooses a pill emperor, does he show a preference for younger ones? Han Long jolted, but she immediately reacted. She subconsciously said, that seems to be the case. She wasn't a pill refiner, but with this simple prompt by Mo Wuji, she came to a complete understanding. Mo Wuji was right. Sorry, I didn't know that concocting some pills would require vitality and longevity. Actually, I don't have the rights to meet Xue Pingan, I only wanted you to agree to my request, Han Long said apologetically. Mo Wuji didn't say anything further. Actually, if Xue Pingan really needed some vitality pill, he was suitable for that job. He had the vitality channel. If he ran out of it, he would only need to absorb vitality from the surroundings. However, unless he had no other choice, he really wouldn't choose to do such a thing. Concocting pills for Xue Pingan to get rid of Grand Emperor Luan Kai's threat was equivalent to jumping into a sea of fire after escaping from a mountain of blades. Tell me about your secret in detail. If it's feasible, I'm willing to follow you to make a trip to the Great Desolate Sea domain. Mo Wuji sighed. He really didn't have any better alternative. If he was trapped in the Cape of Peace by Grand Emperor Luan Kai, then he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Seeking refuge in Peace Rest House would only be drinking poison to quench your thirst. Han Long's eyes sparkled. She hurriedly said, in the Great Desolate Sea domain, there's an unremarkable and inconspicuous place which holds an immortal herb garden. That immortal herb garden is protected by a high-grade array, and it is guarded by a powerful puppet beast. The reason I know of this place was because I managed to obtain an ancient treasure map. Eventually, I took the risk to travel there and all this turned out to be true. You say that it's guarded by a powerful puppet beast? What class is it? A glimmer appeared in Mo Wuji's eyes. Han Long didn't hide anything. That puppet beast is at least class 7 or above. I even suspect that it might be class 9. But there's no need for you to worry. That puppet beast seems to be running out of energy and its movements are slow and sluggish. At the moment, it doesn't pose any threat. After saying that, Han Long decided to incite Mo Wuji by adding, "That garden is left behind by an ancient power. A majority of the herbs inside are tier 7 and above. If Pillmaster Mo wants to advance to become a Pill Emperor, that place would be of great help. Moreover, there might even be other treasures in there." Mo Wuji didn't continue asking about that herb garden in the Great Desolate Sea domain. Instead, he asked, "Why did you request for a batch of draining immortal king pills? Usually, people would only ask for a single pill, but..." Han Long took in a deep breath, then she spoke in a steady and firm voice, "Because I want revenge. My breasts were chopped away by a beast. Just because he wanted to please another woman, a woman who he thinks is better than me, that beast did such a vicious action. The reason why I need an entire batch is because I have 2 junior sisters. Supposedly, they had a 50% chance of being able to advance to become immortal kings. But because of me, they were implicated and suffered the same fate. Now, they are no longer able to get a glimpse into the immortal king stage. So, I want to use this to compensate them." Mo Wuji thought in his heart, there were really human scum everywhere. Just to make another woman feel happy, he actually sliced off the breasts of several other women. One can only imagine what a pervert this fella was. If this fella had the misfortune of meeting Mo Wuji, then there's only one word for that scum: death. To an immortal, it was true that severed breasts could be recovered. But the fleshly body was an immortal's most important foundation and source of power. The moment it was damaged, even if it was recovered, the Tao foundations would still be affected. An immortal king had always been a peerless existence, and almost every immortal king had perfect bodies. For such cultivators who had their Tao foundations damaged, unless they used some heaven-defying treasure, they typically weren't able to regain their original appearance. The reason why Han Long didn't use any precious treasure was probably because she was carrying the hope that she could advance to the immortal king stage with 2 draining immortal king pills. Once she advanced into the immortal king stage, the damage to her body would naturally heal itself, and she would regain her perfect body. But how expensive was a draining immortal king pill? It was already hard to obtain one of it, much less 2. There's no wonder why Han Long was asking him for a batch of draining immortal king pills with such fervor. After Han Long finished speaking, she looked at Mo Wuji expectantly. She was worried that Mo Wuji might reject her again. This time, Mo Wuji didn't hesitate. Even if he didn't work with Han Long, it was still likely that he was going to go to the Great Desolate Sea domain. After all, he was being pursued by so many powerful people, there really wasn't many good places he could flee to. "I agree. When I advance to become a tier 7 pill emperor, I will help you concoct a batch of draining immortal king pills." The moment Mo Wuji made a decision, he wouldn't falter. "Many thanks, Pill Master Mo." Han Long was so emotional that even her voice was trembling. "I suggest that Pill Master Mo and I head to the Great Desolate Sea domain now. The methods of those immortal emperors are truly too terrifying. Even though there aren't any transfer arrays in the Cape of Peace, no one can be sure of when they will arrive. Especially immortal Emperor Luan Kai, his beloved concubine is still alive, so he's constantly trying to catch you." Mo Wuji sneered, "This fella killed 4 of his people from Tianji Pill Court, and he still expects Mo Wuji to save his concubine? Did this immortal Emperor Luan Kai think he was the god of creation? He, Mo Wuji, wasn't such a magnanimous man. If he were to see Grand Emperor Luan Kai now, he would only say one sentence: keep your neck clean and wait." On the other hand, Mo Wuji approved of Han Long's words. It was better for them to leave the Cape of Peace as soon as possible. Every day spent here was an additional day of danger. "Dao friend Han Long, you recently made a trip to the several immortal domains. Did you hear anything about the Devil Moon Immortal School?" Mo Wuji didn't intend to ask this question, but he was truly unable to hold it in. Moreover, he had already formed an agreement with Han Long, and before it was fulfilled, Han Long wouldn't be likely to lie to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Juopingan. Chapter 607, Juopingan. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. What is it? Mo Wuji was slightly anxious as he stood up and asked. Han Long answered, the moon-seeking mountain of the Devil Moon Immortal School was raised by someone. I've heard that when the Devil Moon Immortal School tried to stop it, they even lost a few immortal reverend and a quasi-emperor. Who was it? Mo Wuji questioned immediately because there was a fire raging wildly in his heart. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of Cin Shuyin, he should first find out about Lin Gu. Mo Wuji was aware that Lin Gu was from the moon-seeking mountain of the Devil Moon Immortal School, and if Cin Shuyin was really saved, she would definitely be brought back to the moon-seeking mountain by Lin Gu. If the moon-seeking mountain was raised, there was a high chance that Cin Shuyin would be implicated. It was Grand Emperor Luan Kai. Grand Emperor Luan Kai often had mood swings, and because he believed that it was the Devil Moon Immortal School's moon-seeking palace who helped you get your slot to enter the soul-condensing immortal pond, which eventually led to your death. My guess was that he was not strong enough to exterminate the Devil Moon Immortal School, otherwise, it wouldn't be spared as well, Han Long answered promptly. It was indeed this B** starred with the odd temper. He didn't even know this B** starred Luan Kai, yet Luan Kai was so angry that he would think that raising the moon-seeking mountain was logical and a natural thing for him to do. There was a sharp killing intent in Mo Wuji's heart, and after staying silent for a while, Mo Wuji said, it wasn't because Luan Kai was unable to exterminate the Devil Moon Immortal School, but probably because he managed to strike some deal with the Devil Moon Immortal School. Moreover, the Devil Moon Immortal School was so afraid of Luan Kai, so they allowed him to do whatever he wanted to the moon-seeking mountain. If this was true, there wouldn't be any purpose or meaning for the existence of this sect anymore. In Mo Wuji's eyes, if a sect would allow others to kill any of their disciples freely just to protect their self-interest, this sect would be exterminated sooner or later. What was the point of having a sect without any souls? This was also the very reason why Mo Wuji admired the origins of the Tianji sect. It was simply because the Tianji sect would never sacrifice its disciples to preserve the sect. At this moment, the communication bead of Han Long lit up. Han Long shouted out, Pillmaster Mo, someone is asking around about you. Mo Wuji nodded because now that he had no backers, it was only natural that someone would covet for the draining immortal King Dao fruit. In fact, even if he still had his backers, there would still be people who would be interested in him and his possessions. So when will we be heading to the Great Desolate Sea Domain? Han Long asked enthusiastically. The truth was that Mo Wuji was actually not that worried because these experts who got the news would not appear straight away in the Cape of Peace. Just as he was about to check the items in Wan Ping's storage ring, he suddenly thought of something. His face turned pale before saying, let's go, we will leave now. To the Great Desolate Sea Domain, hurry. The hurried tone revealed Mo Wuji's anxiety and impatience. Han Long was hoping that Mo Wuji would leave now because Mo Wuji was considered to be her only hope. Even if she had the draining immortal King Dao fruit, she wouldn't be able to invite a pill emperor to concoct the draining immortal King pill for her. Now that she had found an insanely talented Mo Wuji in terms of his knowledge on Pill Dao, how could she miss her chance? Mo Wuji was very decisive as he simply bade goodbye to Gai Guangyi and company before heading straight out of the Cape of Peace with Han Long towards the Great Desolate Sea Domain in the shortest possible time. At almost the same instant Mo Wuji and Han Long left, several experts in the ranks of the Great Circle of the Grand Luo stage arrived at the Peace Hotel. The moment these few people entered the lobby on the level 1 of the hotel, they started shouting, which room does Mo Wuji live in? Get Mo Wuji down to leave with me, a gentle voice was heard from behind these shouting men. Following the gentle voice was a pale-faced scholar as his skin was as white as a white paper, which made the veins on his skin visible. His eyes were half opened as if he had yet to wake up completely from his nap. The most impressionable part of him was his pair of hands as they were long and clean. Senior Joie. When these shouting Grand Luo immortals turned and saw this pale-faced scholar, they started stammering as one of their legs even started to shiver. This scholar appeared to have not seen these few grand Luo immortals as he maintained his composure and looked politely at the front desk clerk of the Peace Hotel. The clerk bowed nervously as his tone was trembling slightly. Senior. Mo Wuji had left for the Great Desolate Sea Domain not too long ago. He said he will be back very soon. The pale-skinned scholar furrowed his brows before saying, then you let him know when he is back. Get him to find me straight away. Yes, Junior knows what to do. The clerk lowered his head throughout the entire conversation. Senior. A round human ball came tumbling down from the second level with a terrified tone. The speed at which he descended from the second level was slightly comical. However, nobody dared to laugh at this human ball because as the owner of the Peace Hotel, how could he not be nervous upon the arrival of the number one figure in the Cape of Peace? The scholar merely nodded his head before walking out of the hotel emotionlessly. When he observed that the scholar was far away, the round, obese man wiped his cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. Once he entered the Great Desolate Sea Domain, Mo Wuji could smell the smell of fish. This was not the normal fish smell but a type of fishy blood energy. The seawater underneath him was all red and Mo Wuji suspected if he was standing on a piece of bloody sea. Pillmaster Mo, your flying shuttle should be a grade 7 immortal equipment, right? Han Long exclaimed while standing on it. If they were to use her flying treasure, they would probably need at least a year. However, with Mo Wuji's flying shuttle, they would only require 2 months to reach their destination. Yes, even though I am no longer a member of the Pildao Immortal Alliance, I would still owe the Pildao Immortal Alliance Nong Yong a favor, Mo Wuji said appreciatively. Nong Yong had given him this flying shuttle which had saved his life many times, so Mo Wuji would definitely find opportunities to repay him someday. Pillmaster Mo, what did you recall previously? Why did you rush us out so suddenly? Han Long was curious because Mo Wuji was previously not in a hurry, but when he seemed to have thought of something, he suddenly insisted that they left as soon as possible. This made her extremely confused. Mo Wuji clasped his fist and said, many thanks to Dao friend Han, because if you didn't inform me that Zhuo Pingan would be needing a new pill emperor after settling down, I would have been taken away by Zhuo Pingan right now. Mo Wuji thought about this and let out a body of cold sweat. He had always neglected his own worth and that he was a honored grade tier 5 pill king. It wouldn't be too difficult for a honored grade tier 5 pill king to advance to become a tier 7 pill emperor. The reason Han Long looked for him was also because she was certain that he could become a tier 7 pill emperor. If Zhuo Pingan was able to sustain the Cape of Peace single-handedly and even act like an overlord here who even some immortal emperors dare not act against, how could he be a simple man? He wouldn't be able to attain what he had attained throughout the years if he didn't remember how useful Mo Wuji would be to him. Even Han Long was able to tell that Mo Wuji could become a pill emperor in the future, so why would Zhuo Pingan not be able to do so? There was nothing much for Zhuo Pingan to do because all he needed to do was to capture Mo Wuji, throw him some tier 7 immortal herbs to practice, and after he became a tier 7 pill emperor, he would have him refine equipments. This was also why Mo Wuji had to thank Han Long, because if Han Long had not told him about how Zhuo Pingan needed a pill emperor to concoct vitality pills, he would have no idea even when he was captured by Zhuo Pingan. Han Long also understood Mo Wuji's words and became slightly worried. If Mo Wuji was captured, her only hope would be dashed. Fortunately, Mo Wuji reacted fast. Dao friend Han, could you take the helm for me? I would like to make use of this time to analyze the concoction of tier 7 immortal pills. After Mo Wuji knew that Zhuo Pingan wanted a pill emperor, he knew that this was his only lifeline. If he had no other ways, he would sit down for a chat with Zhuo Pingan. Since Mo Wuji wanted to advance into a tier 7 pill emperor, Han Long would naturally not question or delay his progress as she instantly took over the helms. She had traveled through this path once or twice, so she knew how to avoid demonic beasts along the way. After returning to the cabin of the flying shuttle, Mo Wuji took out Wan Ping's storage ring. Mo Wuji managed to remove the seals on the ring in no time. Wan Ping's storage ring really didn't disappoint because there were over 5 million high-grade immortal crystals in it. Besides this, there was also a huge piles of immortal herbs and materials for forging equipments. As for the rest of the assorted pills and items, none of them caught Mo Wuji's eyes. What caught Mo Wuji's eyes was a 7 flowers fire heartstone lying within Wan Ping's storage ring. This was an absolutely priceless treasure which could evolve a flame into a grade 7 immortal flame. At the thought of flames, Mo Wuji thought of the scholar's heart in his undying world. Mo Wuji casually took out a few array flags and sent it straight to his scholar's heart. The scholar's heart was like a sleeping lotus as it was quietly suspended at the side of his undying world. There was not much changes to red crystal that fell on the scholar's heart. Mo Wuji walked over, and as he stretched out his hand, the scholar's heart landed on his hand. Mo Wuji could feel the terrifying temperature within the scholar's heart, and he could have a feeling that if he were to use this scholar's heart to fight against an immortal emperor, even the immortal emperor would be scrambling for his life. At the center of the scholar's heart, 7 crystal clear buds appeared. Could this already be a grade 7 immortal flame? Mo Wuji was shocked. He quickly picked up the red crystal and noticed that there were still no changes to it. Mo Wuji took in a breath of cold air because he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. To allow his scholar's heart to become a grade 7 immortal flame without exhausting any part of its physical body, what heaven-defying could this red crystal be? Mo Wuji's spiritual will seeped into the scholar's heart, and he soon found out what was happening. The scholar's heart advanced at an unbelievable pace, and it needed to absorb the law of heaven and earth from the outside as well as the spiritual energy to be able to continue advancing. Otherwise, this scholar heart would not only be advancing into a grade 7 immortal flame but of an even higher grade. He cautiously kept this unused red crystal as Mo Wuji was certain that this would not be any less valuable than a Xiantian treasure. Once he settled things here, he would find ways to find out more about this crystal. Since his scholar's heart had already advanced into a grade 7 immortal flame, there was no longer any use for the 7 flowers fire heartstone he got from Wan Ping's storage ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Wu Ben Husband and Wife. Chapter 608, Wu Ben Husband and Wife. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji felt very satisfied looking at the 12 high-grade immortal copious pills. After reaching the grandee stage, Mo Wuji felt that he would be able to concoct high-grade immortal copious pill. Now that his scholar's heart had advanced into a grade 7 immortal flame, everything he couldn't do in the past became simple to him, just like how he expected it. The very first batch of pills he concocted was the 12 high-grade immortal copious pills. Given his understandings towards pill Tao, it was certain that the future pills he concoct would not be any lower than high-grade. Mo Wuji grabbed a bunch of immortal herbs once again as he prepared to concoct the second furnace of immortal copious pills. A capable pill master would need at least a few hours to concoct a batch of tier 6 immortal pills, and the weaker ones might even need a few days to concoct the same batch. However, Mo Wuji only took 1 hour, and the second batch of immortal copious pills were fresh out from the furnace. It was not unexpected that it was a full furnace worth of 12 pills that were produced. This time round, the only difference would be that there were 4 unique grade immortal copious pills within the 12 successfully concocted pills. For the third batch, Mo Wuji didn't continue concocting the immortal copious pills but chose the Grand Luo immortal pills instead. The Grand Luo immortal pill was an extremely valuable tier 6 immortal pill because it would increase the probability of advancing from a Grand Ji immortal to a Grand Luo immortal. Whenever this pill went up on sale in any market, there would be intense auctions for it. Mo Wuji had more than enough materials needed to spend as freely as he wished for the concoction of the Grand Luo immortal pill. Even though the Grand Luo immortal pill was much harder to concoct than the immortal copious pill, Mo Wuji managed to concoct a full batch of 12 Grand Luo immortal pills, with 6 of them being unique grade on his third try. On the fourth attempt, Mo Wuji managed to concoct 9 unique grade Grand Luo immortal pills and 11 unique grade Grand Luo immortal pills on his fifth try. Finally, Mo Wuji managed to concoct a full batch of unique pills on his sixth attempt. After Mo Wuji stopped concocting the Grand Luo Immortal pills, he felt slightly emotional. Back when he was a Xian immortal, no matter how hard he tried, he could at most concoct low-grade Grand Luo Immortal pills. Today, he managed to use only 6 attempts to raise himself up to the standard of a honored grade tier 6 immortal king. Mo Wuji was well aware that the reason why he couldn't concoct unique grade tier 6 immortal pills previously was not because of insufficient knowledge of the pill Tao but because of the restriction on his strength. Now that he had advanced to become a Grand E immortal and his flame turned into a grade 7 immortal flame, concocting the tier 6 immortal pills became a matter of course. Mo Wuji cleaned the pill furnace but didn't start concocting tier 7 immortal pills. Even though he had many tier 7 immortal herbs on him, he didn't want to waste it. He wanted to reflect and summarize the gains and losses when concocting the tier 6 immortal pills before starting the concoction of the tier 7 immortal pills. The value of tier 7 immortal herbs was definitely not comparable to tier 6 immortal herbs. The reason why he would be able to obtain this many tier 7 immortal herbs was because he took advantage of Kuei Fengyun. Kuei Fengyun's secret was exposed and found by Mo Wuji, so all the immortal herbs ended up in Mo Wuji's bag. Mo Wuji believed that with his level of understanding of the pill Tao and the amount of tier 7 immortal herbs he had on him, advancing to become a tier 7 pill emperor would not be too difficult. In fact, he was certain that no other tier 6 pill king would be able to be as luxurious as he was when progressing to become a tier 7 pill emperor with a pile of tier 7 immortal herbs readied for him. Other pill emperors would accumulate the experience by spending a lot of time, while Mo Wuji couldn't afford that much time, so he compensated with the vast amount of herbs he had. 3 days later, Mo Wuji took out the first batch of tier 7 immortal herbs as he intended to start by concocting the trio revolving solitary blood pill. The trio revolving solitary blood pill was neither the hardest nor the easiest tier 7 immortal pill to concoct. It might be a little too expensive for other pill refiners to practice with this pill, but it was comparatively suitable for Mo Wuji. The trio revolving solitary blood pill's main immortal herb was the morning blood rattan, a rattan which would let out a solution like blood when broken. Even though this was considered to be a more expensive herb as compared to the other tier 7 immortal herbs, the trio revolving solitary blood pill concocted could be used to replenish a cultivator's blood essence. Because Mo Wuji found a sizable amount of morning blood rattan in the Yunxian Immortal Valley, he decided to use this for practice. The reason why it was difficult to concoct high-grade immortal pills was because of the difficulty in controlling the immortal medicinal properties of the immortal herbs. The higher the tier of the immortal herb, the harder it would be to control the properties, which would mean an increased chance of failure. Mo Wuji's flame was a grade 7 immortal flame, but his pill furnace was only a grade 6 immortal equipment, and this would mean a greater difficulty in his concoction. Stalks of tier 7 immortal herbs were sent into the pill furnace, and under the flame of the scholar's heart, Mo Wuji managed to purify the essence skillfully. As for any other matters, Mo Wuji wouldn't dare to speak about it, but when it came to purification of immortal herbs, he believed that no one would be more capable than he was. After just 4 hours, all the immortal herbs were completely purified by Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief as he started to fuse the solution. Mo Wuji never found this step difficult, and even though he had failed in his concoction plenty of times, he had never found a problem at this step. However, after just half an incense, the pill furnace let out a bang as some of the immortal herb essence exploded within the furnace. If Mo Wuji wasn't in Immortal Physique level 9, he would have been hurt. Mo Wuji took in a deep breath as he wasn't too surprised that he failed in his first concoction of the tier 7 immortal pills. Instead, he was surprised at how he failed at the fusing stage. After cleaning up the pill furnace, Mo Wuji started to concoct the second batch of trio revolving solitary blood pill. Just like the first batch, the solution exploded after about 4 hours. The third batch, fourth batch. After having 9 batches of the trio revolving solitary blood pill exploding, Mo Wuji couldn't help but to stop his concoction. This was not an issue of experience because the 9 consecutive batches failed during the fusion process. Only 2 batches made it through the fusion stage, only to explode very shortly after. After consolidating his thoughts for half a month, Mo Wuji still could not find the reason. He had an intuition that there was no problem with his technique or experience, but the same problem he faced when he was trying to break through into a Tier 5 Pill King. The problem was because he was not in a higher cultivation realm that he was supposed to be a Tier 7 Pill Emperor. However, the difference was that even if his cultivation level was too low, he had to become a Tier 7 Pill Emperor as soon as possible. If he were to wait for his cultivation level to become an immortal king before becoming a Tier 7 Pill Emperor, that would take way too long. Just when Mo Wuji was preparing to try concocting other Tier 7 immortal pill, Han Long sent an urgent message that the flying shuttle was blocked. Mo Wuji's spiritual will extended outwards immediately and realized that it was a man and woman who was obstructing his flying shuttle. Mo Wuji kept his pill furnace and landed right on the deck of his flying shuttle within one step. It is the Wu Ben husband and wife. I doubt this will be anything good. The moment Mo Wuji came out, Han Long whispered to Mo Wuji. Wu Ben husband and wife? Mo Wuji replied in doubt because he had not heard of anything like that before. The man and woman standing in front of Mo Wuji's shuttle didn't look too old, as the man's look was average with a black face. Mo Wuji didn't know if this was because of his cultivation method or any other reasons. The woman looked gentle, pleasant, and was slightly more good-looking than Han Long too. Her skin was the complete opposite of the man, as she was extremely fair. Her hands were very delicate as well, and it could be considered to be perfect. Just based on her appearance, Mo Wuji believed that this woman was a very intellectual lady. Since the two of them were obstructing his flying shuttle, coupled with Han Long's claim that they were some Wu Ben husband and wife, Mo Wuji knew that what he saw was only superficies. So it was merely an ant. The black-faced man noticed Mo Wuji's appearance and his tone was filled with traces of ridicule. Mo Wuji didn't speak as he noticed that these two fellas were both in the Grand Luo Immortal stage. The man should be in the advanced Grand Luo Immortal stage, while the woman should be in the Great Circle of the Grand Luo Immortal stage already. Han Long continued to transmit a message to Mo Wuji. The Wu Ben husband and wife was a couple who escaped to the Cape of Peace and eventually escaped to the Great Desolate Sea Domain. The man is called Quang Benho while the woman is called Go Wuyu. These two were already numb to killing, as their livelihood in the Great Desolate Sea Domain were largely dependent on killing others. Moreover, they have a unique technique to escape as well as to detect danger. Others might consider themselves lucky to be able to survive 10 years in the Great Desolate Sea Domain, but this couple had been here for over hundreds of years. Their cultivation level also improved from the Granji stage to the Great Circle of the Grand Luo Immortal stage as they continually became stronger. These two were much stronger than those of the same stage as them, and they never go easy on anyone. Up till now, there was less than 10 people who managed to escape from their clutches. Because they were ruthless, vicious, and earned quite a fair bit from what they were doing, they have earned the nickname of Wu Ben husband and wife because there were the word Wu and Ben in their names. More terrifyingly, their flying magic treasure was also a grade 7 one, so it would be extremely difficult for us to escape from them by our flying shuttle. While Han Long was transmitting the message to Mo Wuji, she had already decided to fight for her life here. Mo Wuji's cultivation level was definitely lower than them, and even though she was also in the Great Circle of the Grand Luo Immortal stage, she was definitely not as strong in combat as either of the couple. Brother Ben, get them to leave their things behind before getting them to commit suicide. This way, we could at least let them die with a complete body, Go Wuyu said. Her voice was so gentle as she spoke with a merciful tone that made others want to thank her for her kindness. Mo Wuji extended his arm and a grey saber appeared in his palm before turning to Han Long. Since we are unable to avoid them, let's fight them. We will take one each and I shall deal with Go Wuyu while you take on Quang Benho. Don't be anxious to win the battle because all you need to do is to hold him back. Han Long's cultivation level was similar to Go Wuyu and was slightly higher than Quang Benho. Despite Han Long having a higher cultivation level than Quang Benho, Mo Wuji was well aware that she was still not a match for Quang Benho. As for Go Wuyu, she was the terrifying one. Mo Wuji was unsure of Han Long's combat ability, but according to his judgment, Mo Wuji believed that she had no chance of defeating Quang Benho. Therefore, he initiated to deal with that woman. Ah! Han Long heard Mo Wuji's words and let out an ah, and before she could respond, Mo Wuji's saber had already been swung at Go Wuyu. Go Wuyu stared blankly at the incoming Mo Wuji and waited for the saber radiance to turn into tens of blade radiance before turning to Kwang Benho. Brother Ben, I finally know what is the meaning of the stupid being fearless. As for that Mo Wuji's attack, she appeared as if she didn't see it at all. Ha ha ha. Kwang Benho laughed out loud. Please don't forget my favorite part of the body to eat and not let too much of the spiritual energy seep out. Go Wuyu chuckled and took a step out before appearing as if she was strolling through Mo Wuji's blade radiance. However, at this very moment, her expression changed drastically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, The Spatial Channel to Leave the Immortal World. Chapter 609, The Spatial Channel to Leave the Immortal World. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji's ordinary-looking blade radiance suddenly evolved into countless of blade radiances. These countless of blade radiance was so overwhelming that it looked like a great desert was about to sweep her in. Go Wuyu was naturally not an idiot, as she knew straight away that Mo Wuji's desert attack was definitely a peak-grade sacred art. Initially, Go Wuyu didn't even regard Mo Wuji highly, but now, she was anxious to draw out her own magic treasure, which was a pink mixed gold bucket. The moment the mixed gold bucket was brought out, it acted like a massive mouth which was trying to swallow Mo Wuji's boundless desert. Just when she felt that her mixed gold bucket was able to fend against Mo Wuji's grand desert blade, she saw a blade radiance hacking from the sky locked onto her forehead even before she could take a breather. A chilling sensation was felt throughout her body before letting out a sharp cry. She instantly took out a green-colored handkerchief as she spat out a mouthful of blood, which was quickly spreaded across the handkerchief. Kwang Benho, who was initially feeling disdainful of everything, saw that Go Wuyu was struggling in her fight against Mo Wuji, so he couldn't bear to continue watching without doing anything. In the next instance, he grabbed a handful of black sand before charging towards Mo Wuji. No matter how inexperienced Han Long was, she knew that she shouldn't let Kwang Benho attack Mo Wuji while Mo Wuji was dealing with Go Wuyu. In that same instance, she drew out her remnant lamp and blocked out Kwang Benho. The light overspread, and when it clashed against Kwang Benho's black clouds of sand, there was yet another overwhelming explosion of immortal energy in the sky. Han Long's cultivation level was slightly higher than Kwang Benho, so even if Kwang Benho didn't think highly of Han Long, he had no choice but to give up on the idea of attacking Mo Wuji and focus on Han Long. Bang! Mo Wuji's winding river was actually blocked out by the darker green-colored handkerchief, while the pale Go Wuyu was blown off tens of meters by the sheer force of the blade. Mo Wuji knew that this was not because his winding river was incapable or because his cultivation level was not high enough, but because his winding river was far from being completed. Mo Wuji didn't continue to execute his setting sun because his setting sun was similar to his wheel of life and death. Not only was it extremely powerful, it brought along some killing intent of the Tao spirituality. The setting sun was one of his trump card, and there wasn't a need to use his trump card at this moment. Moreover, his winding river was still far from completion, let alone his setting sun, which he had never executed properly. Despite not being able to kill off Go Wuyu, Mo Wuji was strong enough for her to forget about taking advantage of him. At the instance Go Wuyu's handkerchief managed to block off Mo Wuji's winding river, Mo Wuji took a step forward and released a punch. Ever since Mo Wuji started his attacks, Go Wuyu had been on the receiving end with no power to retaliate at all. In other words, Mo Wuji had been attacking and she had been defending. It wasn't because there was a vast difference between Mo Wuji and Go Wuyu's strength, but because Go Wuyu had looked down on Mo Wuji from the very beginning. In the end, Mo Wuji caught her by surprise, so she could only defend herself all these while. Mo Wuji was too experienced in battles, so why would he allow Go Wuyu to regain her composure to fight back? After the domain crushing fist, Mo Wuji executed a spatial imprisonment. To kill you while you are sick and weak. This was the mindset that Mo Wuji had throughout this fight, so he would not go easy on her. Not only was Go Wuyu's cultivation level much higher than Wan Ping, her strength and combat experience were something Wan Ping didn't have. If Go Wuyu didn't underestimate Mo Wuji and allowed him to take the initiative to attack her with his stunning blade sacred art, Mo Wuji would have found it tough to gain the upper hand in this fight. After fending off 2 blade attacks from Mo Wuji, Go Wuyu didn't loosen her muscles as she was well aware that Mo Wuji was incredibly as strong or even stronger than herself. What she experienced proved her point because Mo Wuji's domain brought along a whirlpool which was shockingly not restrained by her own domain. Furthermore, this was the first time she had seen a fist with a domain. Mo Wuji's fist brought along a fist domain which was capable of crushing her domain. At the moment her domain was split apart, the space around her started moving and she was trapped in that very instance. Go Wuyu was astonished as she spat out a faint yellow radiance before screaming out, "Stop!" She had already tried everything within her means, and if Mo Wuji was still able to counter it, she could only suffer the force of his attack. If she didn't escape, she would simply be waiting for her death. The yellow radiance that Go Wuyu spat out turned into a faintly discernible large net as it seemed to be wrapping around Mo Wuji's domain crushing fist. Boom! Mo Wuji's domain crushing fist instantly broke this large net, and under the explosion of the immortal energy, Go Wuyu's outerwear was almost torn off. Mo Wuji stopped, and in countless of battles, Mo Wuji had heard countless of people shouting stop. This was the first time he actually complied with the opponent and stopped. This wasn't because Mo Wuji's heart turned soft, but because he was clear that even if he didn't stop, he wouldn't be strong enough to kill Go Wuyu. Since he was unable to kill her off, and while the opponent shouted in desperation for him to stop, he shall turn this into a discussion. Therefore, after he stopped attacking, Mo Wuji's spatial imprisonment was still undulating around Go Wuyu's body. This made Go Wuyu extremely uncomfortable because even though she wasn't trapped in Mo Wuji's spatial imprisonment, the constant fluctuations of energy around her body was locked onto her and ready to trap her at any moment. Quang Benhao and Han Long stopped fighting when they saw Mo Wuji holding back his attacks, and Han Long landed right beside Mo Wuji. Just when Quang Benhao was about to move towards Go Wuyu, Mo Wuji shouted, "Quang Benhao, if you dare move a single inch, I will make Go Wuyu suffer. Try me if you dare, because I am confident I can cleave one of her arm off." This was not a meaningless threat because Mo Wuji was confident he would be able to do so if he were to use all his energy. Indeed, Quang Benhao stopped when he heard Mo Wuji's threat because he didn't think that it was purely a scare. He was Go Wuyu's husband for many years, so he could sense that Go Wuyu was clearly feeling very uncomfortable. If she hadn't fought against Mo Wuji, she would treat whatever Mo Wuji was saying as fart, but now, she really didn't dare to move. She believed that Mo Wuji was truly capable of doing what he said, and she had a feeling that there was more to Mo Wuji's winding river. This would mean that Mo Wuji had even more powerful sacred art which he had yet to execute. Additionally, Mo Wuji knew spatial imprisonment, so once she was trapped, it wouldn't take more than half a breath worth of time to cleave off one of her arm. To her, she could recover her arm very quickly, but the arm would never be comparable to her original arm. She didn't temper her physique so the damage to the fleshly body would be equivalent to the damage to her blood and Tao spirituality. This was a crucial period of time for her as she was preparing to advance into the Immortal King stage. Once she suffered damages to her fleshly body, how long more must she wait before being ready to advance once more? "What do you want?" Quang Benhao controlled his anger as he said one word at a time. Mo Wuji replied faintly, "Since the two of you had been raiding people in the Great Desolate Sea domain for so many years, I believe that you must have plenty of good items with you. Show me both of your storage ring for me to choose 1 or 2 items." "Ha ha!" Quang Benhao laughed, "Does your excellency want to form a deadly feud with us? Fight me if you want to see the storage ring." Mo Wuji sneered in his heart because if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't kill these two fellas, he would have acted without spouting all these nonsense. As for the deadly feud, it was already formed when they obstructed his path and was finding trouble with him. Mo Wuji also knew that it would be impossible for him to get them to pass him their storage rings. Hence, he was thinking of a way to cleave off one of Go Wuyu's arm at the instant she tried to escape. Go Wuyu gave Mo Wuji a death stare and was sensing for any changes in the space around her. She didn't dare to move because she was worried that the second she moved, Mo Wuji would attack. She and her husband had never encountered a situation like today because they would always pick the correct target before acting and never failed once. However, this time round, they had actually misjudged their target. This was not because they were too careless but because Mo Wuji really looked too ordinary. Even though Mo Wuji was this close to hurting her, she still couldn't tell that how dangerous Mo Wuji actually was. In other words, even if this young man in front of her acted like a mortal, she wouldn't have her suspicion. Quang Benho grunted and threw 3 items in the air. Choose either one of these 3 treasures. A grade 6 immortal equipment, tier 7 immortal fruit and a grade 7 ore. For a normal Grand E immortal, this would be a peak grade item, but to Mo Wuji, these were all thrash. Mo Wuji raised his hand and all 3 items were thrown away by him. That immortal fruit was destroyed into pieces while his killing intent surged. Mo Wuji decided to teach these 2 fellas a lesson. This was the first time Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to enter his whirlpool domain and the space started trembling wildly. Go Wuyu cried out in pain, "Stop, I know of a spatial channel which could lead you out of the immortal domain." Spatial channel to leave the immortal domain? Mo Wuji's killing intent ceased. Quang Benhao's face turned pale because he never expected this youth to be so arrogant that he treated the items he brought out as thrash. These 3 items might not be the best items he had with him, but it should be considered to be valuable treasures to any other ordinary cultivators. "Say it, this would be your last chance, as I would definitely not stop for the 3rd time. Mo Wuji said this as his spirit storage channel was already sketching the Wheel of Life and Death's imprint. Previously, Mo Wuji's Wheel of Life and Death was executed openly, but he intended to use his spirit storage channel and elemental storage channel to execute the imprint this time round. The effectiveness of using this method would be significantly lowered, but it should be more than enough to cleave off one of this woman's arm or leg. Even if he failed to kill her and he was hit with the after effect, Mo Wuji didn't mind. While others executed the Wheel of Life and Death, only one could live while the other had to die. For him, he had the vitality channel, so even if his opponent didn't die, he wouldn't die either. On the surface, Mo Wuji appeared as though he had stopped his attack, but the deathly energy around them surged tremendously. Even Han Long, who was standing beside Mo Wuji, could sense the deathly aura and took a few steps back subconsciously. The pale-faced Quang Benho looked even more awful as he could also feel that energy even though he didn't see Mo Wuji doing anything. The one being targeted, Go Wuyu, could feel it even more evidently as she said anxiously, "In the depths of the great desolate sea domain, there is a channel which could lead people out of the immortal world. As to where it leads to, I am not very sure. This is a map which I made myself." As she spoke, Go Wuyu threw a crystal ball to Mo Wuji. Ever since she started cultivation, she had never felt such clear deathly aura looming around her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, Scram, Luan Kai. Chapter 610, Scram, Luan Kai. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan through it, and a clear azimuth map of the great desolate sea domain appeared in his brain. Mo Wuji was impressed at this woman's self-made azimuth crystal ball. After keeping the crystal ball, Mo Wuji retracted his spiritual will and said coldly, "Scram, don't fall into my hands in the future." The moment she sensed that her surrounding had eased up, Go Wuyu fled instantly. Quang Benho saw that his wife had escaped to a safe place before heaving a sigh of relief and said in the same tone as Mo Wuji, "I want to say the same thing to you. Don't let us meet you again." Soon after, Quang Benhao's body shifted and he hurried behind his wife into the depths of the great desolate sea domain. Han Long finally managed to catch her breath as she looked at Mo Wuji with a newfound respect and admiration. When she first traveled with Mo Wuji, she felt that Mo Wuji was much weaker than her, and according to her sources, Mo Wuji was only a Xian immortal. Now, she realized that Mo Wuji was definitely not a Xian immortal but a Grand E immortal whose strength was not any weaker than a Grand Luo immortal. Even so, not every Grand Luo immortal was able to restrain Go Wuyu back, or at least, Han Long herself was not able to do so. Let me take the helm and we shall head towards the place you mentioned. After receiving Go Wuyu's positioning ball, he was feeling very satisfied. Since he was unable to concoct Tier 7 immortal pills, he would not force himself at this moment. With this positioning ball, if he couldn't defeat or had nowhere to go, he would leave the immortal world immediately. His only concern would be Cin Shuyin, as he wondered how was Cin Shuyin coping now. Dao friend Han, the moon-seeking mountain of the Devil Moon Immortal School had been raised, so did you know about the whereabouts of Lin Gu? The one who invited me to treat her mother. At the thought of Cin Shuyin, Mo Wuji couldn't help but to ask. Han Long knew that Mo Wuji was friends with Lin Gu, and she wouldn't even be surprised if there was something between them. Therefore, when Mo Wuji asked about Lin Gu, it wasn't much to her surprise. I am not sure about Lin Gu, but Lin Gu's mother, Shirgulan, managed to escape with severe injuries with the help of Elder Gu of the Devil Moon Immortal School. Hearing that Shirgulan managed to escape, his heart felt lighter. Since Lin Gu was Shirgulan's daughter, she wouldn't have neglected her if she managed to escape out alive. The Cape of Peace had been welcoming countless of experts, and all of these experts had been asking about the whereabouts of Mo Wuji. There were even 2 immortal emperors who came looking for Mo Wuji. However, now that Mo Wuji was not in the Cape of Peace, even these immortal emperors were helpless. Today, an extremely unordinary person had came to the Cape of Peace. He was a skinny and tall man wearing a black and white immortal robe. This man was already tall, but when there was an extra crown on his head, he looked extremely outstanding even from far away. This was not the most eye-catching part about him because he had a pair of triangular eyes. These triangular eyes were far too distinct for one to miss it. No matter who it was, everyone who saw this man bowed respectfully towards him. Even though this man didn't even take a look at those who bowed and greeted him, no one dared to do otherwise. Everyone was aware of who this man was because he was Grand Emperor Luan Kai of the Unfettered Emperor Palace. If someone were to pick out 10 most eccentric experts of the immortal world, Luan Kai would definitely be one of them. If someone were to pick out the top 5, Luan Kai would still be within the rankings. This man's cultivation level was extremely high, and he does things based on his mood. When he got angry, his anger might even result in the deaths of many innocent people. He could ignore you even when you greet him, but if you choose not to greet him and angered him, he would slap you into ashes with one hand. Moreover, nobody dared to offend his unfettered Emperor Palace. He was the only one who could offend others and not the other way round. In other words, those who offended him would no longer be in this world. Even though Emperor Luan Sai was rude and arrogant, he wasn't an idiot to know that he was in the territory of the Cape of Peace. This was why after he entered the Cape of Peace, he took the initiative to contribute 100,000 immortal crystals. In the Cape of Peace, any personnel above the ranks of an immortal king would have to contribute 100,000 immortal crystals. Contributing the immortal crystals didn't mean that this fella would be a law-abiding person. The moment he set foot on the Cape of Peace, his immortal energy was agitated as he shouted, "Those who can tell me the whereabouts of Mo Wuji would be rewarded handsomely by me. If someone knew about Mo Wuji but choose not to tell me, if I were to find out, you would not have a second life." Ah! The moment Grand Emperor Luan Kai finished his piece, a sarcastic voice could be heard, "Luan Kai, this is not your unfettered Emperor Palace, so you shouldn't act so arrogant here." Scram! Scram? It had been way too many years since Luan Kai heard someone asking him to scram. Immense killing intent shrouded his body, and a few weaker cultivators who were greeting him died on the spot. The remaining cultivators scrambled to get away from him because no matter would be able to handle the wrath of Grand Emperor Luan Kai. If this old fella actually extended his domain, everyone caught within his domain would definitely be wiped out. Zhuo Pingan, do you really think that because we are in the Cape of Peace, I, Luan Kai, wouldn't dare to do anything? Luan Kai's killing intent extended outwards and the energy destroyed a few neighborhood shophouses instantly. Under this immense killing energy, tens of innocent cultivators lost their life just like that. This killing intent was blocked immediately as a similarly terrifying energy surged from the depths of the Cape of Peace, and then an ordinary-looking fan was waving in front of Luan Kai. Luan Kai's immortal emperor domain was actually tearing apart by this fan, and a pale-faced scholar walked out. He had no killing intent around his body, and while Luan Kai's killing intent was approaching him, he managed to disperse it when it came close to him. This pale-faced scholar-looking man was indeed the ruler of the Cape of Peace, Chuapingan. A warning alarm rang in the head of every cultivator in the Cape of Peace, as if even the space around them was about to collapse. Luan Kai looked even more imposing than ever as he reached out his arm to grab a 10-feet-long red pole that was as wide in his arm. Chuapingan looked just as serious, as he knew that this wasn't an ordinary red pole but Luan Kai's famous magic treasure, the blazing Babel Pillar. If he were to allow this blazing Babel Pillar to let loose in his Cape of Peace, there wouldn't be a point even if he were to make Luan Kai retreat. Therefore, before Luan Kai could swing his blazing Babel Pillar, Chuapingan's foldable fan opened up. A seemingly lifeless gray world enveloped the entire space around them, and Luan Kai seemed to have been brought out of the immortal world, into this world that Chuapingan brought out. Luan Kai grunted coldly as his blazing Babel Pillar skyrocketed abruptly in an attempt to destroy Chuapingan's gray world. Chuapingan wouldn't let Luan Kai have his way as his gray world instantly wrapped around the blazing Babel Pillar to prevent the flame from the pillar to burst apart. Concurrently, some gray color pierced through Luan Kai's domain and banged against Luan Kai's chest. It was as if his immortal domain was smashed apart as Luan Kai's face turned pale before spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. Following which, Luan Kai couldn't be bothered about executing his attack with his blazing Babel Pillar as he retreated instantaneously. After half a breath later, he returned to a place which was miles away from the Cape of Peace. Chuapingan, I will remember your plot against me today. Luan Kai's cold voice could be heard even from the Western Sea. Chuapingan couldn't be bothered with Luan Kai as he walked back instead of going after him. He forcefully swallowed some blood because in the short clash with Luan Kai earlier on, he looked like he won a beautiful battle, but the truth was that he didn't have the upper hand. He didn't chase after Luan Kai because he knew that Luan Kai would not come after him too. Any other person who dared to kill and destroy people and buildings in his Cape of Peace, he would never let them go no matter how far they escaped. However, there was nothing Chuapingan could do against Luan Kai. An earth-shattering battle between two great forces ended in a jiffy. Even though the battle ended, the topic it left behind became a topic for conversation in the Cape of Peace. It was an honorable experience to be able to witness the fight of two immortal emperors, and who would honestly care about the tens of cultivators who had been killed? This is it. In the Great Desolate Sea domain, Han Long indicated for Mo Wuji to stop the flying shuttle and pointed to a place. Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to scan that place and even the sea domain underneath his feet, only to look suspiciously at Han Long. Dao friend Han, are you wasting my time? There are nothing here. There was indeed nothing around here, with neither hidden arrays nor island reefs. After saying this, Mo Wuji appeared to have thought of something as he condensed his spiritual eye immediately. With the aid of his spiritual eye, a faint shadow appeared. Hold on. Han Long didn't know that Mo Wuji had already noticed something odd with his spiritual eye, but after she told Mo Wuji to hold on, she raised her hand to cut herself. Following which, she brought her bloodstains to sprinkle in the space in front of them before using her light to shine it where the bloodstain was. There was initially nothing there, but a pitch-black spatial whirlpool suddenly appeared in front of them. Han Long turned to Mo Wuji and said, "Pillmaster Mo, follow me in quickly. The first space that I open would be the biggest, and I might not be able to do the same once it closes." With that said, Han Long jumped into the whirlpool. Mo Wuji didn't hesitate as he kept his flying shuttle and jumped right in too. The two of them landed on solid ground and they couldn't see the Great Desolate Sea domain anymore. Both of them were standing on a black stone with radius of about less than 10 feet, and behind the rock, there was a faint ripple. Mo Wuji predicted that this ripple would be the way out. Mo Wuji condensed his spiritual eye once more and he really did see a long pathway in front of this rock. There seemed to be a puppet standing right at the end of the pathway. Wait for me to sprinkle some more blood, a pathway will appear here. Afterwards, we would follow the path and we would meet a puppet beast. Behind the puppet would be a massive array and we would be able to tell that there are still immortal herbs in it. Han Long finished her piece and was prepared to release more of her blood. Mo Wuji stopped Han Long's action and said, "Dao friend Han, hold on and let me try. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 611, Han Plan Ruins. Chapter 611, Han Plan Ruins. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When Mo Wuji finished speaking, he tried to imitate what Han Long did, raising his hand and slitting his wrist. Thereafter, he dropped his blood on the space in front of them. However, nothing happened. Mo Wuji said puzzledly, "Don't tell me we have to attack it?" Han Long hurriedly waved his hand, "No need. There's no need to attack anything. Let me do it." With that, Han Long sprinkled some fresh blood. Indeed, it was just as she said, a pathway appeared in front of them. It was exactly the same pathway that Mo Wuji saw with his spiritual will. "Dao friend Han, are you of some ancient bloodline?" Mo Wuji looked at Han Long with a bemused expression on his face. Han Long hurriedly waved her hand, "No. The reason why I'm able to cultivate to this stage has nothing to do with bloodline, but my own hard work." Even though Mo Wuji was still quite confused, he didn't continue asking. The two of them followed along the path to the end. There, they saw an immortal puppet. It was clearly deficient in spiritual energy as it didn't even move after a long time. Behind the immortal puppet, there was indeed the faint outline of an immortal herb garden. "I know a bit about arrays. If the two of us join forces, we would need 3 years at the most to open this concealment array." Han Long pointed to the array behind the immortal puppet and said. Mo Wuji waved his hand, "There's no need to worry about the array for now. Let me research on this immortal puppet first." This immortal puppet looked extremely ugly. 1. Clearly, the person who forged this puppet didn't put much effort into it. Logically, if that was the case, the grade of the puppet shouldn't be too high. However, Mo Wuji could feel an intensely strong energy from within this immortal puppet. As he stood in front of this puppet, he felt like nothing more than an ant. A puppet that couldn't move could actually evoke such an extraordinary feeling. It was indeed quite peculiar. Mo Wuji condensed some immortal spiritual energy and struck it against that immortal puppet. That immortal puppet seemed to have been enraged as its stagnant arms suddenly sped up and it actually attacked Mo Wuji. Before Mo Wuji could even react, he felt an intense force looming towards him. Mo Wuji wasn't even able to resist as this force struck heavily on his chest. He instantly coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood as he was sent flying backwards, crashing against the path. You can't touch the immortal puppet. Even though it doesn't have enough spiritual energy, its ability to counterattack is very strong. I suffered under it once before. Seeing Mo Wuji attack that puppet, Han Long cried out anxiously. Mo Wuji sat on the ground. He waved his hand towards Han Long, indicating for her to stop talking. He tried to recall that immortal puppet's attack. That attack contained an indescribable Tao energy. Even though it seemed very simple, that move actually contained some great heavenly Tao. It gave the impression of complexity within simplicity. That move seemed to grab the entire space between them, and smashed it against him. At this instant, a new insight appeared within Mo Wuji's mind. This was the kind of power that only immortal kings and above could demonstrate. It borrowed the power of the heavenly Taos, and with a simple gesture, it created supreme might. In Mo Wuji's path of cultivation, he had created his own technique and skills. With this attack from this puppet, he was able to grasp the Tao energy from within. This Tao energy continuously circulated within Mo Wuji's Tao revelation channel, and thereafter, it became Mo Wuji's understanding towards the Tao. By the side, Han Long could also feel that Mo Wuji was in a state of understanding. She didn't say another word and waited silently by the side. Multiple days later, Mo Wuji suddenly stood up. He uttered a long sigh and muttered to himself, "I understand." He did understand. He understood why he was unable to concoct Tier 7 pills. It was because Tier 7 pills were meant for Grand Luo immortals to advance to become immortal kings. Such pills must contain a heavenly Tao, or the Tao energy from an immortal king or above. He was just a Grand E immortal and he hadn't made any contact with such a Tao energy. It would be weird if he was able to concoct Tier 7 immortal pills. This wasn't related to his current standards with the pill Tao. But now, he had glimpsed upon such a heavenly Tao, and he continued to ruminate on this bit of insight with his Tao revelation channel. Mo Wuji believed that he would finally be able to concoct Tier 7 pills at the Grand E immortal stage. This time, his trip was not in vain. Just this insight alone made Mo Wuji feel that this trip had been very worthwhile. This puppet is not bad. I hope to keep it. Mo Wuji's eyes turned away from the puppet and onto Han Long. Han Long smiled, "I don't have any interest in this puppet. Since Pillmaster Mo wants it, then feel free to take it." Han Long was only interested in advancing and becoming an immortal king, so she really didn't have any interest in this presumably grade 7 immortal puppet. Moreover, this puppet was extremely ugly. As a girl, she did prefer beautiful things. Whether it was a beast or a puppet, she wanted one that was cute. Many thanks, Tao friend Han. After I refine this immortal puppet, we can break this array. Mo Wuji hurriedly expressed his gratitude. In his eyes, this puppet definitely wasn't as simple as being only grade 7. Mo Wuji suspected that this puppet was at least at the pinnacle of grade 8, or even grade 9. As long as he didn't attack this puppet, the puppet wouldn't counterattack. Mo Wuji approached this puppet and his spiritual will was easily able to penetrate in. When Mo Wuji felt the boundless runes and enigmatic seals within the immortal puppet, he came to realize that his scant of array knowledge was truly not worth mentioning. Mo Wuji didn't even understand many of the runes, much less to be learnt about them. Fortunately, he was only refining this puppet and he didn't need to learn about these arrays. Mo Wuji's spiritual will from both his spirit storage channel and his sea of consciousness landed on this immortal puppet. He soon began to forget where he even was. If not for his elemental storage channels, anyone could easily assassinate him. The moment Mo Wuji started refining this puppet, Han Long sighed. She knew that Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't awaken for quite some time. With her array Tao standards, it was basically impossible for her to break this array alone. As she thought of this, she decided to train and condense her immortal elemental energy. Time passed like that. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. On this day, the puppet emitted an ear-piercing shrill. The closed-eyed Han Long immediately opened her eyes and she discovered that Mo Wuji was already standing up, caressing this child-sized immortal puppet with a brilliant smile on his face. "Pillmaster Mo, you've already refined this immortal puppet?" Han Long only needed a single glance at Mo Wuji's expression to know that he had succeeded. Mo Wuji nodded, "Yes, thanks for bringing me here and even acting as my defender. This immortal puppet is very useful to me." "What grade is this immortal puppet?" Han Long couldn't quell her curiosity. Mo Wuji contemplated, but he still shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't really know what grade this immortal puppet is. I feel that this puppet should at least be grade 9, but unfortunately, I've never seen an immortal emperor fight before, so I don't know what's the gap between this puppet and an immortal emperor. However, this immortal puppet doesn't seem to be powered by immortal crystals." Ah! As she continued to hear about the puppet, Han Long's expression turned from shock to muddlement. She looked at Mo Wuji in confusion. If this immortal puppet didn't use immortal crystals, then what did it use? Mo Wuji did not lie to Han Long. "I can faintly feel that it's powered by a crystal that is at an even higher grade than an immortal crystals. Even though the grade of this immortal puppet isn't low, I'm not able to display its full power." As he said this, Mo Wuji felt deep regret. "Perhaps we'll find that crystal inside. Let's work together to open this concealment array." Han Long pointed at the array behind the immortal puppet. I'm enough to deal with this array. Actually, the first step here was to refine this immortal puppet, then we would naturally be able to open this array. Mo Wuji explained. After refining this immortal puppet, he already came to understand this array. Actually, before he refined this puppet, Mo Wuji already knew how to open this array. However, he would need to use his spiritual eye. But now, he didn't even need to use his spiritual eye. With just 10 array flags, and less than 10 breaths of time, this array was opened. Han Long never expected that the array she thought would require a few years to break, would now be casually opened by Mo Wuji. Before she could even sigh in praise, she was stunned still by the statue that appeared before her. This statue actually looked similar to her, especially the eyes and the nose. That was not the main point. The main point was that she recognized this statue. This statue actually had a 90% resemblance to her Han clan ancestor, Han Yi. Her Han clan ancestor, Han Yi, was the number one person in the entire planet High Hope. It was because of this Han Yi that the Han clan's name spread throughout planet High Hope, and in the countless of years, no one dared to lay hands on the Han clan. Mo Wuji also noticed that this statue looked similar to Han Long. His spiritual will then turn towards the jade letter in the statue's hand. The jade letter wasn't sealed, so Mo Wuji was easily able to see the contents. Since you're able to come here, it must mean that you are related to the Han clan. My name is Han Yi, I came from planet High Hope's Han clan. In the very high heavens, I was plotted against by Hu Qisheng and I fled to the great desolate sea domain. Hu Qisheng is extremely powerful, so no matter who obtains the storage ring, you must not seek revenge for me. That immortal puppet isn't from the immortal world, nor is it from the very high heavens. I managed to obtain it by chance, and in the ring, there's 6 crystals which can power the puppet. Use them frugally. The ring requires blood to be refined, otherwise, it would be destroyed. Han Long had already picked up the jade letter and her spiritual will soon saw the contents within. Pa! The jade letter fell onto the floor. No wonder why she had never been able to find her ancestor Han Yi. It turns out that her ancestor had already perished in the great desolate sea domain. There was also no wonder why she seemed to feel some calling when she passed by this array. So this was a place prepared by her Han clan ancestor. Mo Wuji also came to an understanding, this was the ruins of a Han clan ancestor. The reason why Han Long could enter this place wasn't because of some ancient bloodline, but because of the Han blood that flowed within her. From the looks of it, that puppet that he obtained was Han Long's. This left Mo Wuji slightly disappointed. However, he was soon able to cast this disappointment aside. Even without the puppet, he could negotiate with Zhuo Pingan. He did not believe that there was no place in the immortal world that he couldn't run to. After some time, Han Long walked to the ring agitatedly. She dripped a drop of blood on it and that ring landed in her hand. That ring disappeared. Then the statue crumbled. Mo Wuji didn't say a word. There were indeed immortal herbs here, but they were all withered. From outside the array previously, that Emperor Dao fruit looked normal, but when Mo Wuji entered, he could feel that there wasn't any sort of immortal spiritual energy or Dao energy within it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, The Tragic Tianji Sect Disciples. Chapter 612, The Tragic Tianji Sect Disciples. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Han Long looked at the crumbled statue in a daze. She only regained her countenance after some time. She carefully placed the crushed stones into her storage ring, then she turned to Mo Wuji and said apologetically, Pillmaster Mo, I'm truly sorry. I thought that this place was an immortal herb garden that even contained the Emperor Dao fruit. I didn't expect that it was the resting place of my Han clan ancestor. Mo Wuji hurriedly waved his hand, it's okay. I have many tier 7 immortal herbs which are already enough for me to advance and become a tier 7 pill emperor. Whether there are immortal herbs here doesn't really make a big impact on me. With that, Mo Wuji waved his hand again and brought that immortal puppet out. Dao friend Han, since this is left behind by your Han clan ancestor, then you should keep it. Han Long shook her head, no. Since I obtained my ancestor's ruins, these items are mine. I have already agreed to give it to you. Moreover, I'm even asking Pill Master Mo to concoct pills for me. When Han Long got here, she suddenly stopped. She retrieved 5 green crystals and handed them to Mo Wuji and said, Pill Master Mo, my ancestor left 8 of these crystals. There should be used to fuel the puppet. I'm keeping 3 and I will 5 to you. If not for the fact that he had far too many enemies, Mo Wuji would definitely have rejected it. This was equivalent to receiving gifts from Han Long for free. But now, he really couldn't reject the crystals. He accepted the 5 crystals and was about to express his thanks. However, the moment those crystals landed in his palm, the pure immortal spiritual energy left him stunned. This thing was not only more concentrated in spiritual energy than high-grade immortal crystals, it seemed to be at an even higher grade than his immortal essence crystals. It didn't merely contain immortal spiritual energy, there was even a sort of Tao energy. This was definitely some good stuff. Mo Wuji carefully took a jade box out and stored the 5 crystals. Then, he took out a 7-flower fire heartstone and handed it to Han Long and said, Dao friend Han, I really obtained a lot this time because of you. In the future, if you need my help, I definitely won't reject you. I'm giving this 7-flower heartstone to you, I no longer need it. No matter what, he really owed Han Long a considerable debt of favor. Han Long accepted the fire heartstone and laughed, we're already considered friends. In the future, we should mutually help one another. However, Pill Master Mo, we shouldn't return to the Cape of Peace now. Let's find some place and enter seclusion. I will wait for you to become a Tier 7 Pill Emperor. Mo Wuji smiled proudly, there's no need to find some other place, here is enough. I have confidence that I will become a Tier 7 Pill Emperor in half a year. Moreover, it's not necessary that we don't return to the Cape of Peace. That immortal puppet definitely isn't weaker than Luan Kai. Han Long directly ignored the last part of Mo Wuji's words. She asked in pleasant surprise, Pill Master Mo, you're saying that you can concoct the draining immortal king pills in half a year? No one could understand Han Long's desire for the draining immortal king pill. That's right. I'm sure that I will definitely be able to concoct the draining immortal king pill in half a year. To soothe Han Long's heart, Mo Wuji continued speaking in a voice of certainty. In reality, after he gained enlightenment on the foundations of a Tier 7 immortal pill, he did have that much certainty and confidence. Alright, we'll enter closed doors here, Han Long said promptly. Her wish to advance to the immortal king stage was always hanging on her heart. Mo Wuji retrieved some array flags and started to install an array. He was going to stay here to continue trying to concoct Tier 7 immortal pills. Previously, he felt a sort of heavenly Tao from that puppet, it was extremely useful to his understanding of concocting Tier 7 immortal pills. During this closed-doors session, organizing his understanding and thoughts was his utmost priority. Dingpa Immortal City. One of the number cities in Luoling Immortal Domain. At this instant tall barefooted man with golden hair was walking into the Immortal City. The moment this man appeared, he immediately caught the attention of the crowd. The reason why people were looking at him wasn't because of his bare foot or his golden hair, but because of the spear that he carried on his shoulder. There wasn't anything special about the spear, what was unique was the people hanging on the spear. That's right, there were people hung on the spear. It was not just one person, but 4 people. The 4 people were naked, not even a single shred of skin could be seen in their entire bodies. Their entire bodies were dripping with blood. What caused people's hearts to turn cold was that the 4 people were impaled through their collarbones, and their heads were drooping on the spear. As the barefooted man walked into the Immortal City, a trail of blood could be seen behind him. It was unknown whether the 4 on his spear were dead or alive. How cruel! a cultivator muttered softly outside the city gates. However, before his words could fully form, his companion hurriedly pulled him away and scolded him in a hushed voice, "Fomi, are you tired of living? Do you know what that is? That's the great sword path immortal Reverend Sa Jian's direct disciple, Niju. In Sa Jian's honorable sword school, his status is only second to Wang Sha. The 4 people hanging on his spear should be the survivors from Tianji sect." Ah! When he heard that this person was Great Sword Path Sa Jian's disciple, that cultivator exclaimed in fear. At the same time, in another corner outside the city gate, a veiled woman's entire body was trembling. Tears was staining the veil on her face. Beside this woman, there was a thin-looking youth. When he saw the situation, he whispered, "Senior Sister Su, what do we do now?" That veiled woman anxiously pulled the thin youth and the two swiftly walked off. Only when they were far from Dingpu Immortal City, that woman said in a sobbing tone, "The people impaled on Niju's spear are all my fellow disciples of Tianji sect. That person is truly too cruel. It's not bad enough that he's killing the disciples of Tianji sect, but he even used such vicious methods. That beast. Unfortunately, Big Brother is not around. If Big Brother was here, he would definitely take revenge." That thin youth clenched his fists tightly and scolded. These two were exactly Dou Hualong and Su Roer. When Grand Emperor Luan Kai sent people to destroy Mo Wuji's Tianji Pill Court, the two of them coincidentally weren't around. When Tianji Pill Court's array was still blocking the other party, Elan hurriedly sent them a message, allowing them to preserve their lives. However, Elan, Bian Huiyu, as well as 2 Tianji sect disciples that they saved, were killed. Because Mo Wuji left behind large amounts of pills and cultivation resources in Tianji sect, Dou Hualong is already at the early Golden Immortal stage, while Su Roer had just advanced into the Xian Immortal stage. After Dou Hualong uttered that sentence, he recalled the rumors that Mo Wuji had already died, and he sighed. He didn't continue speaking any further. Previously, he was a useless odd job, but because he got to know Brother Mo, he was able to get to where he was today. Su Roer also turned silent, the two of them didn't know where they should go. The immortal world was so big, but they realized that they didn't have any place that they could take refuge in. "Senior Sister Su, I heard that Brother Mo is from Yoming Immortal Domain. Why don't we go there?" Dou Hualong said after some time. His anger had already faded, grief took its place. Before Su Roer could respond, they heard 2 cultivators discussing loudly not far from them. "Grand Emperor Luan Kai really fought with Grand Emperor Pingan?" "That's definitely true, one of my friends witnessed it personally. The power from their battle seemed to be able to turn the entire Cape of Peace into a wasted ruins. If not for Grand Emperor Pingan having a sacred art that was no weaker than Grand Emperor Luan Kai, then there might no longer be a Cape of Peace." "Has Luan Kai gone mad? He actually went to offend Grand Emperor Pingan? Doesn't he know that Grand Emperor Pingan is an expert that shouldn't be offended? I heard that Mo Wuji took refuge in the Cape of Peace. Thereafter, Luan Kai tried to find Mo Wuji, and ended up angering Grand Emperor Pingan." As the two talked, they had already walked into the distance. However, Su Roer and Dou Hualong stopped. They had just received some important news. Mo Wuji was in the Cape of Peace. "Senior Sister Su, why don't we go over to the Cape of Peace to look for Big Brother?" When he heard that Mo Wuji was alive, a hint of spirit appeared within Dou Hualong's eyes. In his eyes, Mo Wuji was a godlike existence that no one else could compare to. When Su Roer heard that Mo Wuji was alive, she also seemed to have a new sense of direction. She calmed down, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she said seriously, "I heard of the Cape of Peace before. Without a large amount of immortal crystals, you won't be able to enter that place. With the immortal crystals that both of us have combined, we might not even be able to enter the shores of the Cape of Peace. Moreover, since Brother Mo is in the Cape of Peace, we would only be causing him trouble. With Brother Mo's character, he definitely wouldn't let things go now that such unfortunate things happened to him. I think, We should search for a remote place to cultivate and wait for more news about Brother Mo. Senior Sister Su, I'll listen to you. Where should we go? Do Hualong didn't have much opinions of his own. Now that Su Roer had brought up such a logical argument, he would naturally agree with it. I hear that watering Immortal City had gotten a lot of benefits from Brother Mo. Why don't we hide in watering Immortal City? Su Roer answered. Mo Wuji, who had been behind closed doors for 2 months, was now concocting a batch of trio revolving blood solitary pill. Initially, he wanted to integrate that puppet's heavenly Tao with his own pill Tao. However, after practicing and trying for 2 months, Mo Wuji came to a conclusion: he wasn't able to do it. Firstly, he wasn't able to do it. Secondly, that heavenly Tao was diametrically opposite with the Tao that he was cultivating. It was like walking in the opposite direction. On theory, even if one walked in opposite direction, as long as he continued to persevere, he would still be able to reach his destination eventually, albeit he would have to spend much effort and time. For instance, if you want to get from your front door to your back door, you only need to cross the distance of your living room. But if you choose to take the other way, you would still be able to get to your back door. It's just that instead of the distance of a living room, you would be crossing the distance of the entire planet. Mo Wuji didn't have the effort to cross the distance of the entire planet. He was going to use his own great Tao and insert it into the pill and concoct a Tier 7 Impertal pill. His great Tao was about turning the mortal into an immortal. If he treated these immortal herbs as ordinary items, then with his own pill Tao, as well as his own great Tao, he would turn these ordinary objects into unordinary ones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Tier 7 Pill Emperor. Chapter 613, Tier 7 Pill Emperor. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Purifying the immortal herbs, removing the impurities, extracting the essence, separating the essence. Mo Wuji wholehearted placed all his effort into this batch pills, up till 4 hours later when Mo Wuji was hauling the pills, a muffled explosion came from his pill furnace. Another failure. Mo Wuji regained his countenance, but he wasn't half a bit disappointed. Previously, he had tried concocting many Tier 7 pills, spending 100 over Tier 7 immortal herbs in the process. However, he had never had a batch of pills that could reach the pill hauling stage. But now, right when he understood what a Tier 7 pill needed the most, his first batch of pills reached that stage. Clearly, his conjecture was right, a Tier 7 pill did indeed need to contain some heavenly Tao energy. If it was some pill refiner that had yet to advance to the Immortal King stage, they would probably have given up when they knew of that. After all, to insert the heavenly Tao energy of Immortal Kings and above into the pill required one's cultivation to be of a certain level. Moreover, knowing was one thing and being able to do it was another. There was no need to talk about how cultivators below the Immortal King stage might not understand, or even have any contact with an Immortal King Tao. Even if they knew about it, they would require large amounts of Tier 7 immortal herbs to practice on. Not everyone had so many Tier 7 immortal herbs like Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji wouldn't give up. Even without spiritual roots, he was still able to cultivate, and he even reached the Grand Immortal stage. How could he be fazed by the difficulty of concocting a Tier 7 immortal pill? Moreover, the Immortal King Tao that others understand might not necessarily be more profound than his own Tao. His Tao was making the mortal, immortal, turning the impossible, possible. Second batch, Trio Revolution Solitary Blood Pill, pill hauling fail. Third batch, Trio Revolution Solitary Blood Pill, Spirit Condensing fail. Fourth batch, Trio Revolution Solitary Blood Pill, pill retrieval fail. Fifth batch, Green Bodhi Pill, pill retrieval fail. 17th batch, Wind Scar Blood Pill, pill retrieval fail. 29th batch, Green Bodhi Pill, pill retrieval. Success. At this instant, Mo Wuji's entire body was covered in pill dust. However, all his attention was on the pills in his hand. As he looked at the 4 immortal pills in his hand, Mo Wuji was incomparably excited. Over the past few months, he had never stopped concocting pills. After every failure since his 3rd batch, he would stop to ruminate for a day, or even several days. After understanding where he went wrong, he began to work on his next batch of pills. The reason why he concocted 29 batches of immortal pills at one go was because after every batch he attempted, he would always have an improvement. Even though the improvements were very minute, Mo Wuji continued practicing. Fortunately, he had large amounts of Tier 7 immortal herbs, which was sufficient for him to spend extravagantly. Originally, Mo Wuji intended to use 50 batches of herbs, but he never expected that he would be successful in concocting 4 Tier 7 immortal pills on his 29th attempt. Even though the 4 pills were low-grade Tier 7 immortal pills, to Mo Wuji, it was a huge success. Over these 29 batches, he tried 4 to 5 different kinds of pills, but he still managed to succeed. After half an incense's time, Mo Wuji kept the 4 Tier 7 immortal pills. A full batch of Tier 7 pills was 6 pills. Even though Mo Wuji managed to concoct 4 low-grade pills, it did not mean that he was a true Tier 7 immortal pill emperor. After cleaning himself up, Mo Wuji went into seclusion and contemplated on his insights. 10 days later, he started concocting his 30th batch of Tier 7 pills. This time, Mo Wuji went back to Trio Revolution's solitary blood pills. Following the same steps, Mo Wuji did not face any obstacle as he concocted a batch of Trio Revolution's solitary blood pills. This batch only contained 5 pills. Even though it was not a full batch, it contained an intermediate-grade Trio Revolution's solitary blood pill. Mo Wuji finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was very clear of his own standards of the pill Tao. As long as he succeeded, he wouldn't encounter any sort of unstable scenarios. A primary reason was due to his purification of immortal herbs. For those old fogies, their stability in concocting pills was due to their experience and understanding towards the pill Tao. But for Mo Wuji, more than his understanding towards the pill Tao, his stability in concocting pills was due to his purification of the immortal herbs. After concocting another 15 batches of Tier 7 pills in a row, Mo Wuji finally concocted 6 unique grade Bodhi pills on his 15th batch. Mo Wuji knew that he was a true honored grade Tier 7 pill emperor now. It wasn't far from his prediction. It was roughly half a year since he made his promise to Han Long. Looking at the energetic grade 7 scholar's heart in his hand, Mo Wuji felt really emotional. His cultivation was merely at the grand immortal stage, but he actually became a Tier 7 pill emperor. Indeed, adversity and pressure was what allowed a person to grow. If not for his urgent need to become a Tier 7 pill emperor, he would probably need a few decades to achieve his success today. Mo Wuji didn't immediately go out. Instead, he cleaned his pill furnace and brought out a draining immortal King Dao fruit as well as a pile of other herbs. Next, he was going to attempt to concoct the Tier 7 draining immortal King pill. The draining immortal King pill was not the hardest pill to concoct among Tier 7 pills, but its value was definitely the highest among Tier 7 pills. It was the pill desired by every Grand Luo immortal. Countless of Great Circle Grand Luo immortals were unable to even obtain a draining immortal King pill in their entire lifetime. Mo Wuji, who had already concocted more than 10 batches Tier 7 immortal pills, was already very experienced. He placed the immortal herbs in Toto the pill furnace and started purifying them. After 2 hours, Mo Wuji already started separating the pills. After 4 horse, Mo Wuji started condensing spirituality. Thereafter, comes pill retrieval. Without surprise, Mo Wuji retrieved 4 red and white pills. The 6 pills, which were roughly of the same size, landed in Mo Wuji's palm. Even though they looked incredibly ordinary, Mo Wuji knew that they were all unique grade draining immortal King pills. Every single draining immortal King pill was enough to cause a crazy riot. However, he was able to concoct 6 of them so easily. In the future, if he ran out of immortal crystals, he only needed to auction some of these draining immortal King pills and the immortal crystals would come rolling in. 4 hours later, Mo Wuji retrieved his second batch of draining immortal king pills. They were also all unique grade. Mo Wuji placed the 6 pills into a jade vase, but he didn't store the jade vase in his ring. He knew that he could go out now. Keeping his pill furnace and releasing his seals, he discovered that Han Long didn't enter closed doors, but was gazing at those withered immortal herbs. Pill Master Mo, you're out? Han Long clearly wasn't observing those immortal herbs, but paying attention to Mo Wuji's situation. Mo Wuji knew the feelings of anxiety in Han Long's heart. He handed the jade vase in his hand to Han Long and said, "Dao friend Han, things went well. I already concocted a batch of Tier 7 draining immortal king pills." Ah! In her excitement, Han Long even forgot about her decorum as she directly grabbed the jade vase and opened it. Thereafter, she exclaimed, "They are actually all unique grade draining immortal king pills, Pill Master Mo." What's the matter? Mo Wuji saw Han Long's expression turn from glee to astonishment, and he asked puzzledly. Han Long's glee had suddenly disappeared. Her expression was weird as she said to Mo Wuji disappointedly, "Pill Master Mo, your draining immortal king pill might not work." The disappointment in her heart could not be expressed using words. She had clearly obtained unique grade draining immortal king pills, but she actually discovered that these might not even be true pills. It would be weird if she could conceal her disappointment. Why? Mo Wuji furrowed his brow and looked at Han Long in confusion. He had put in much effort to concoct these draining immortal king pills, and he had even integrated his own understanding of the Tao into the pills. Moreover, with his purification, he did not even waste a hint of the draining immortal king Tao fruit's medicinal properties. Mo Wuji believed that not every Tier 7 pill emperor could do the same as him. But now, Han Long was telling him that his pills were useless. This left Mo Wuji's heart feeling rather uncomfortable. The reason why he was so fervent in researching and improving his pill Tao was indeed because he had thoughts of engaging in a trade with Shui Pingan. However, it was also because he wanted to repay Han Long. Han Long had helped him greatly, so he urgently wanted to help Han Long advance and become an immortal king. Han Long could see Mo Wuji's discomfort and she hurriedly explained, "Pill Master Mo, a true Tier 7 draining immortal king pill would have a faint pill fragrance and it would also emit a Tao energy." Han Long didn't continue speaking. The pills that Mo Wuji concocted only looked like a draining immortal king pill, but they didn't have the other qualities. Mo Wuji's pills didn't have the pill fragrance, nor exude Tao energy. When Mo Wuji heard Han Long's words, he was also slightly dumbfounded. He believed that Han Long would have a deep understanding of the draining immortal king pill. After all, Han Long wholeheartedly desired to become an immortal king, so how could she not understand what a draining immortal king pill was? However, he didn't encounter any problem when he concocted the draining immortal king pills. And he even inserted his own understandings of the Tao in during the process. However, his Tao had always been derived from his Tao revelation channel and his immortal mortal technique. He didn't really interact with other pill emperors, so he didn't know the unique characteristics of the draining immortal king pill. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji said directly, "Tao friend Han, I'm still confident with the pills that I concocted. If Tao friend Han believes me, then try one of the pills. If it really doesn't work, then Tao friend Han can tell me what was wrong. I still have some draining immortal king Tao fruits on me, so I can continue trying." Han Long promptly said, "I will naturally agree. Later, I will try to break into the immortal king stage, so I still need Pill Master Mo's help to defend me." Half an incense later, the two were at a protruding reef on the Great Desolate Sea domain. Mo Wuji had helped Han Long install a spirit gathering array and was acting as Han Long's defender. From within the spirit gathering array, Han Long nodded towards Mo Wuji. Then she carefully poured out a draining immortal king pill from the jade vase, kept the jade vase, then placed the pill into her mouth. The reason why she was acting so carefully was because she wanted to tell Mo Wuji that regardless whether Mo Wuji's pills worked or not, she still respected them. After all, a pill refiner had entered seclusion for so long just to concoct the draining immortal king pill for her. If she behaved carelessly, she would only cause Mo Wuji's heart to swell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Do Huang. Chapter 614, Do Huang. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The moment the draining Immortal King pill dissolved in her mouth, Han Long sighed. It was worse than she had predicted. Previously, she guessed that while this pill might not increase a person's chances of advancing into the Immortal King stage, it should at least provide some immortal spiritual energy for her to cultivate. So because of that, when she swallowed the pill, she also started circulating her cultivation technique. It wasn't because she wanted to induce the Immortal King tribulation, but because she didn't want to waste the pill that Mo Wuji worked so hard for her. But in reality, the moment the pill entered her mouth, nothing happened. There wasn't even half a bit of immortal spiritual energy or medicinal properties. That meant that the pill that Mo Wuji created was just like an ordinary pill with some red coloring added on it. Oh, it should be said draining Immortal King Dao fruit red coloring. Just when Han Long wanted to stand up, a Dao will suddenly appeared within her mind. She suddenly felt like she was back to when she first started cultivation. She experienced the wonder and excitement from when she absorbed her first strand of spiritual energy. How many years ago was that? Thereafter, within Han Long's body, she felt the sensation of her first spirit channel opening, then her second, then her third. Thereafter, she transcended mortality, she formed her Yuan Dan. Soon, she re-experienced the feeling of just stepping into the worldly immortal stage, then earthly immortal, heavenly immortal, golden immortal. Han Long clearly already had those cultivation, but as she was preparing to enter the Immortal King stage, the feelings when she entered those past stages portrayed themselves again in the deepest part of her heart. It was like she had went back to becoming an ordinary mortal and she was slowly walking on the path to immortality. She had finally advanced to the Grand Luo Immortal stage. The time Han Long spent in the Grand Luo Immortal stage was the shortest, so the feeling of advancing was still familiar. At this instant, she felt that familiar sensation again. Soon, she felt the Tao of an immortal king. It was a sort of energy from the heaven and earth. It felt like a new heaven and earth where she shed the shackles of her body. As long as she advanced into the Immortal King stage, she would become a true expert, someone with a strand of chance of controlling her own fate. Han Long didn't have time to think whether these sensations were due to the draining Immortal King pill. At this instant, her insights on the Immortal King stage were getting deeper and deeper. It was so deep to the point that Han Long had never envisioned herself ever having such a clear understanding towards her own great Tao. Even if she stepped into the Immortal King stage, she didn't expect herself to have such a profound understanding of her own Tao. That understanding seemed to etch itself onto her brain, allowing her to step into that stage with but a single thought. The spirit gathering array finally showed its use. Because at this instant, Han Long was furiously drawing in boundless amounts of immortal spiritual energy. The sky dimmed, seemingly brewing ominous and intense lightning clouds. Han Long's eyes were tightly closed as both her hands rapidly formed various enigmatic hand seals. At this instant, her aura was continuously getting stronger. By the side, Mo Wuji also heaved a sigh of relief. He extended his hand and threw 1,000,000 immortal crystals into the spirit-gathering array. Previously, he got a shock when Han Long said that there was a problem with the draining Immortal King pill that he concocted. From the looks of it, there shouldn't be any problems, otherwise, Han Long wouldn't be beckoning for the Immortal King lightning calamity. How could Mo Wuji's draining Immortal King pill have any problem? If Han Long could speak right now, she definitely wouldn't hesitate to say that this was the #1 draining Immortal King pill in the entire world. No, this should not be considered a draining Immortal King pill. The draining Immortal King pill did not have such an intense pill Tao energy. Boom! 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 Multiple thick lightning bolts came descending down. Mo Wuji knew that it was all up to Han Long now. Only Han Long herself knew how long she longed for and prepared for this day. The moment the lightning bolts came, she unhurriedly took out a defensive treasure, then she continuously condensed her emerald elemental energy. By the side, Mo Wuji looked at the lightning bolts and he was thinking, meh. If he was the one facing Han Long's immortal king lightning calamity, he could pass it, and he could pass it at a more relaxed way than Han Long. The draining immortal king pill that Han Long was gaining insights from was concocted by him, so Mo Wuji wasn't really interested in the heavenly Tao energy that was currently in the surrounding. These things could be said to be mere leftovers. He directly took out that immortal puppet, then placed the green crystal into the puppet's crystal groove. The moment the crystal entered the immortal puppet, there did not seem to be any change on the puppet's surface. It was still incredibly ugly. However, Mo Wuji could immediately feel the change within the puppet. A sort of energy which seemed capable of destroying the heavens and splitting the earth appeared within his spiritual will. At this instant, Mo Wuji had a feeling that if he wanted it to, he could easily order this immortal puppet to do just that. That might just be an illusion, but it also demonstrated that this puppet was truly impressive. If not for Mo Wuji's worry that the immortal puppet would expend too much energy from the crystal, he would have wanted to try his puppet out, to see how powerful one of its punches was. Mo Wuji extended his hand and caressed this immortal puppet's head, wondering whether this immortal puppet was enough to block that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Wuji saw that Han Long's tribulation would still take some time, so he directly threw Shuaigui out. Shuaigui merely glanced at Han Long for a moment before he lost interest. In its eyes, Lord Mo's tribulation was much more spectacular. "My lord, that ugly lump looks really stupid, could." Shuaigui landed on that immortal puppet's shoulder and said. But before it could finish the sentence, that immortal puppet snorted, "You're the ugly lump. Your whole family are ugly lumps." Shuaigui wasn't the only one startled. Even Mo Wuji was shocked. He didn't know that this immortal puppet could talk. It was truly quite intelligent. It was good that it could talk, but why did the way this fella talked sound rather familiar? "You can speak? Then why didn't you feel anything when I was refining you?" Mo Wuji asked in astonishment. Even though Mo Wuji seemed to be asking an innocent question, his heart was already on guard. If it could speak, it meant that it had its own intelligence, and if it had its own intelligence, it meant that this puppet would have its own opinions. A puppet that had its own opinions wasn't terrifying. The terrifying part was if he didn't have full control of the puppet. Unless this ability to speak was due to some computer chip, he wouldn't be at ease. The immortal puppet spoke in a low and muffled voice, "I have always been able to speak. This thing has been sealed by that fella Han E. Only if the crystal enters, then I can vomit it out and let it be refined by you." When it finished speaking, the immortal puppet opened its mouth and vomited a palm-sized object that was engraved with runes and handed it to Mo Wuji. The moment Mo Wuji accepted this object, he knew that this immortal puppet wasn't powered by some computer chip, but an artificial equipment spirit. This artificial equipment spirit seemed to be made from some unknown material. It actually contained some hints of vitality. That means to say, if this immortal puppet was washed in some heavenly Tao energy, it was possible for this artificial equipment spirit to become a true equipment spirit. Since this immortal puppet possessed life and intelligence, it wasn't impossible for it to come alive. What impressive forging skills! Mo Wuji sighed with emotion as he started refining this artificial equipment spirit. In merely half an incense's time, Mo Wuji refined this artificial equipment spirit. Only at this time did Mo Wuji finally let his guard down. He learned that this immortal puppet wouldn't turn on its owner. He also learned that this artificial equipment spirit was the source of life for the immortal puppet. With a single thought, he could completely destroy this immortal puppet. Mo Wuji also genially understood why Hani would seal this artificial equipment spirit, requiring the green crystal for it to be accessed. As long as it wasn't a descendant of the Han clan, they wouldn't be able to make use of the immortal puppet even after they obtained it, because they wouldn't have the green crystals. Within the Han clan blood, the storage ring wouldn't recognize an owner. Forcefully opening it would cause the space within the ring to collapse and the things inside would be destroyed. When he understood this logic, Mo Wuji felt a lot better. He then placed the artificial equipment spirit back into the immortal puppet's mouth and said, "You can take this back." "Oh, I offended a late-stage immortal emperor. Are you able to beat him?" The immortal puppet spoke in contempt. "A late-stage immortal emperor only counts as fart." Mo Wuji didn't think any further. When he heard those words, he immediately patted the immortal puppet's head in delight. "Not bad, not bad. In the future, I will call you." Mo Wuji started thinking of a name for the immortal puppet. If he knew that the meaning behind the immortal puppet's words was that it had seen far too many late-stage immortal emperors before, and not that the power of a late-stage immortal emperor was only fart compared to it, perhaps Mo Wuji wouldn't have the mood to think of a name. "My lord, why don't you call him Shui Wan? I'm Shuaigua, and he can be called Shui Wan." When Shuaigua saw that Mo Wuji was thinking of a name for that ugly lump, it immediately thought of that rotten idea. In its eyes, a pot is more important than a bowl. 1. "My lord, then I will be called Shuaigua too." The immortal puppet kept its equipment spirit and spoke unhesitantly. It even began to learn from Shuaigua the way to address Mo Wuji. "That's impossible. Shuaigua is my name. You can only be called Shui Wan. And lord is for me to call. You are just a puppet, so you must call master." When the mosquito saw that this lump actually dared to steal its name, it was instantly enraged. "But I want to call my lord, 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 lord." The immortal puppet continued to diss Shuaigua with a "what can you do about it" face. Shuaigua's breath started getting heavy. Unfortunately, while it had been following Mo Wuji for quite some time, it was still a Class 7 beast. Compared to this immortal puppet, 108,000 li was but a step in the distance between them. Mo Wuji waved his hand and said, "I will call you De Huang then. Anyway, I found you in the Great Desolate Sea Domain. This name is not bad." 2. "Many thanks, master. In the future, I will have the name De Huang, which is slightly better than the name Shuaigua." The immortal puppet did not dare to be impolite to Mo Wuji. "Brother De Huang, don't you know about respecting your elders? You only just came, must you stand on top of my head and sh*t on me? Do you believe that I will eat you up in a few bites?" The puppet's words infuriated Shuaigua. How could there be a better name than Shuaigua? De Huang was about to rebut, but Mo Wuji hurriedly said, "Everyone, stop fighting. We still have to help each other in the future." Mo Wuji was very clear of Shuaigua's origins. Perhaps De Huang didn't think much of Shuaigua's words. But Mo Wuji knew that Shuaigua was a descendant of the bloodthirsty black mosquito, so he knew that Shuaigua's words were true. This big mosquito really did have the capability to eat De Huang. If one day, this mosquito waits for an opportunity when De Huang didn't have any crystal powering it, and when he was cultivating, to eat De Huang, then it would truly be a huge loss. 1. Gui is pot, while Wan is bowl. So maybe Mo Wuji's future pet could be a fork? Or maybe a knife. 2. De Huang is the Hanyu pinyin for Great Desolate. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Come to My Peace Rest House. Chapter 615, Come to My Peace Rest House. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Half a day later, Han Long's lightning calamity gradually dispersed. Mo Wuji didn't even need to look at Han Long, he only needed to feel her energy to know that Han Long had already advanced to the Immortal King stage and was currently absorbing immortal spiritual energy to stabilize her cultivation. Mo Wuji wasn't in a hurry, he started to converse with De Huang. It was just that De Huang knew little, it only knew the person who forged him was a green-robed man. It seems like that green-robed man was forging a magic treasure and had some leftover materials, so he casually used those materials to forge De Huang. As for the green-robed man's appearance, name and location, De Huang didn't know anything. The only thing it knew was that after that green-robed man forged it, he didn't seem too satisfied. After some time, that person felt that De Huang really looked too unsightly, so he casually threw it into the void. Initially, Mo Wuji admired this green-robed man, as he was able to easily create such a powerful immortal puppet. But when he heard that the green-robed man casually threw De Huang away just because he wasn't satisfied, Mo Wuji's recognition of this person fell by a bit. If De Huang was an ordinary immortal puppet, then so be it. But the key thing was that De Huang had an artificial equipment spirit, which meant that it was something that had the possibility of life. Casually throwing such a puppet away was really different from the way Mo Wuji would have done things. The big mosquito Shuaiguo was very discontented with the way Mo Wuji was treating De Huang. In its heart, it was thinking of ways to show De Huang who was boss. Of course, all this had to wait till Lord Mo wasn't around. 3 days later, Han Long had tentatively stabilized her cultivation, and the first thing she did was to find Mo Wuji. She bowed to Mo Wuji emotionally. "Pillmaster Mo, many thanks for your draining immortal king pill. This was the best draining immortal king pill that I have seen. Other draining immortal king pills, even unique grade ones, would only increase a Grand Luo immortal's chance of advancing to the immortal king stage by 30 to 40%, but yours was at least 90%. No, it would definitely allow a Grand Luo immortal to become an immortal king with 100% certainty." Mo Wuji laughed and said, "I was entrusted by Dao Friend Han to concoct this pill, so I would definitely do my best. However, in this world, there's no draining immortal king pill which could allow a person to become an immortal king with 100% certainty. It was just that Dao Friend Han was much better prepared at it." After Han Long advanced to the immortal king stage, her breasts were recovered. Now, she had the curves that a beauty should have. This left Mo Wuji rather satisfied. He did really want to help Han Long. Compared to De Huang, 10 batches of draining immortal king pills wouldn't even be worth anything. The value of a draining immortal king pill was nothing compared to De Huang. Han Long continued with a serious expression on her face. "No, I was wrong previously. Your draining immortal king pill is indeed different from the ones concocted by other pill emperors. It allowed me to feel extraordinariness from within the ordinariness. It even contained an eternal and lasting Tao energy. That allowed me to naturally step into the immortal king stage without any sudden interruptions, and it didn't even require much." These words of Han Long were genuine. She really felt the unordinariness from Mo Wuji's draining immortal king pill. No, it should be said that this ordinary pill was actually able to create such unordinary Tao effects. Originally, she intended to use 50 years to charge to the immortal king stage. She didn't expect that not even a year passed, but she was able to advance to the immortal king stage. Her current feelings of gratitude towards Mo Wuji simply couldn't be described with words. After saying that, Han Long took the jade vase out. "Pillmaster Mo, with such a powerful pill, only 3 is enough. The remaining 3 can be returned to you." Mo Wuji waved his hand, indicating that Han Long could keep the pills. "I'm a honored grade tier 7 pill emperor. These pill really don't mean much to me, so you can keep it. Now, let's return back to the Cape of Peace, then I intend to make a trip to Sharphorn Ruins." When she heard that Mo Wuji wanted to return to the Cape of Peace, Han Long hurriedly said, "Pillmaster Mo, we really can't return back to the Cape of Peace now. If you don't want to stay in the Great Desolate Sea Domain, we can skirt around the Cape of Peace and find some other place to hide." There was no need to talk about Mo Wuji. Even Han Long knew that she, herself, couldn't return to the Cape of Peace. She was the one who brought Mo Wuji out of the Cape of Peace. If she were to return, those experts would definitely force her to reveal Mo Wuji's whereabouts. Mo Wuji patted De Huang and said, "Previously, we couldn't go out. But now we can. You're going to depend on this immortal puppet?" Han Long looked at this puppet that was only half the size of a person and asked in astonishment. "That's right. It is now called De Huang and it can help me. So this time, I should be the one grateful to you. If you hadn't brought me to the Great Desolate Sea Domain, I wouldn't have met De Huang." Just like how Han Long was grateful towards Mo Wuji was also feeling deep gratitude towards Han Long. But even if this is a grade 9 immortal puppet, it wouldn't be able to match against an immortal emperor. Pillmaster Mo, you should know that an ordinary immortal puppet couldn't be compared to a Dao body of the same grade. Before Han Long could finish speaking, De Huang interrupted her with its low and muffled voice. Who says I'm an ordinary puppet? I'm no lesser than a Dao body. Immortal emperor, so what? In my eyes, they only count as fart. Han Long stared at De Huang in shock. It was only after some time that she muttered, You can speak? You are a Dao body that contains life? Dao body. It refers to beings with life and intelligence which could cultivate to grow. It's no *TTY Dao body. It's merely an artificial equipment spirit. Shuaiguo shot a diss from the side. Shuaiguo was currently lamenting its low cultivation. If it was a little stronger, if anyone dared to be disrespectful to it, this heroic and handsome bird, oh, it should be this big mosquito, Shuaiguo would show that thing what this mosquito could do. Han Long was disrespectful just now. I hope that you would forgive me. When Han Long knew that De Huang had its own thoughts and didn't even place immortal emperors in its eyes, she immediately clasped her fists in apology. In the eyes of a cultivator like her, an expert was an expert and a weakling was a weakling. In front of De Huang, she was a weakling. Cape of Peace. After the battle between Grand Emperor Luan Kai and Zhuo Pingan, this place seemed to gradually regain its original appearance. When some of the immortal kings and immortal emperors knew that Mo Wuji wasn't in the Cape of Peace, they took their leave. When Mo Wuji and Han Long returned to the Cape of Peace, they didn't really cause a big stir. There were some people who didn't even recognize him. Even though the other experts had already gone, there was still a Zhuo Pingan. During the first time, Zhuo Pingan had ignored Mo Wuji, allowing Mo Wuji to come and leave from his territory. He definitely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen again. So the moment Mo Wuji returned to the Cape of Peace, Zhuo Pingan immediately knew about it. Let's go to the Peace Hotel first. I still have some friends in Peace Hotel, so before leaving with you, I would need to bid my farewells. Han Long said as they stepped onto the pier of the Cape of Peace. Mo Wuji was also about to say that he intended to bid his farewells to Gai Guanyi and company too, when a gentle voice rang beside his ear. Pillmaster Mo, I am Zhuo Pingan. If Pillmaster Mo doesn't have anything to do, come to my Peace Rest House for a talk. What's the matter? Han Long hurriedly asked when she saw the disoriented expression on Mo Wuji's face. Mo Wuji said helplessly, Zhuo Pingan invited me to Peace Rest House for a talk. Zhuo Pingan didn't use the word invite, he was very forceful in asking Mo Wuji to go over. Ah! Han Long exclaimed. Thereafter, she immediately transmitted a message to Mo Wuji. Wuji, you definitely can't directly address him as Zhuo Pingan. You must call in Grand Emperor Pingan, or Senior Pingan. Mo Wuji smiled slightly. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to call Zhuo Pingan as Grand Emperor Pingan or Senior Pingan. But he was intending to have a trade with Zhuo Pingan. If he addressed Zhuo Pingan as a senior, then they wouldn't be on equal terms during the trade. I will follow you over. Han Long didn't even wait for Mo Wuji to reply as she hurriedly added. There's no hurry. I will first go to Peace Hotel to greet a few friends before heading to Peace Rest House. After going to Peace Rest House, I will be leaving the Cape of Peace, Mo Wuji said calmly. Han Long was speechless, but since Mo Wuji said that he wanted to see his friend first, there was nothing else she could say. When Mo Wuji and Han Long returned to Peace Hotel, they discovered that Gao Guanyi and company had already left Peace Hotel a few months ago. They also seemed to have gone to the Great Desolate Sea Domain. Mo Wuji could only leave a message behind and entrust the attendant at Peace Hotel to pass it to Gai Guanyi and company. At the same time, on the highest floor of Peace Rest House, a pale-looking youth smiled in disdain, then he muttered to himself, Zhuo Pingan, Kiki, how many years had it been since a junior dared to call me like that? Leave the Cape of Peace? Probably in your next life. In his eyes, now that Mo Wuji was here, Mo Wuji would have to concoct pills for him. Leave? This Mo Wuji must be dreaming. Han Long, this place is much richer in immortal spiritual energy than your Peace Hotel, Mo Wuji sighed as the two of them arrived at the entrance of Peace Rest House. He was already familiar with Han Long, so the way that he talked to her had also become more casual. Han Long laughed self-deprecatingly, that Peace Hotel isn't mine. I'm only a worker there. Pill Master Mo has arrived? An attendant welcomed them with a face full of smiles. As for Han Long, this attendant directly ignored her. Yes, that's me. Mo Wuji nodded. The attendant hurriedly said, Pill Master Mo, please follow me. Mo Wuji gestured to Han Long and the two brought Di Huang and Shuaigui into Peace Rest House. There was an expert like Zhuo Pingan inside, so if Di Huang wasn't by his side, Mo Wuji really wouldn't dare to enter. The attendant directly brought Mo Wuji to the entrance of the 5th floor and said, Pill Master Mo, please enter. I will be taking my leave now. Thereafter, Mo Wuji, Han Long and Di Huang entered and arrived in a huge room. There was only a pale youth sitting in the room. In front of him, there was a cup of immortal tea, and by the tea set, there was a folding fan. This youth's skin was truly too white, Mo Wuji could not help but notice it. And this room was also too empty. Besides the tea set and the chair that the youth was sitting on, there was nothing else. There weren't even any chairs for Mo Wuji and Han Long to sit on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, The Pill Zhuo Pingan Needs. Chapter 616, The Pill Zhuo Pingan Needs. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. You are Mo Wuji? Honored Grade Tier 5 Pill King? Zhuo Pingan's gaze landed on Mo Wuji. As for Han Long and Di Huang, he acted as though he didn't notice them. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and brought out 2 stone stools and he first said to Han Long, first take a seat. The host doesn't have the habit of treating his guests with courtesy, but we can't allow ourselves to suffer. I'm fine standing. Han Long wasn't as bold as Mo Wuji. In front of Zhuo Pingan, she really didn't dare to take a seat. Mo Wuji didn't really care. As long as Zhuo Pingan didn't use his strength to suppress him, then he didn't need to feel inferior. Thus, Mo Wuji didn't hesitate to sit down. Seeing Mo Wuji invite himself to sit, an additional hint of disdain appeared in the corner of Zhuo Pingan's eyes. To act so unbridledly in front of him, Zhuo Pingan, did this Mo Wuji think that this would improve Zhuo Pingan's impression of him? And he even dared to bring his own guests here. Besides his pill Dao, this Mo Wuji did not seem to know anything else. To Mo Wuji, the immortal world was the same as the cultivation world. Only the strong could speak. Now that he had Di Huang, even if Di Huang wasn't as powerful as Zhuo Pingan, Mo Wuji believed that Di Huang wouldn't be far off. Moreover, Mo Wuji did not believe that an invalid like Zhuo Pingan would attack him, someone who had no enmity with Zhuo Pingan and could even be of help to Zhuo Pingan. Since that's the case, Mo Wuji did have the rights to talk to Zhuo Pingan on equal standings. Thus, Mo Wuji directly ignored Zhuo Pingan's contempt and said indifferently, half of Dao Friend Zhuo's words were wrong. I am indeed Mo Wuji, but I'm not a honored grade tier 5 pill king, but a honored grade tier 7 pill emperor. Is what you're saying true? Zhuo Pingan suddenly stood up and stared squarely at Mo Wuji. As for the disrespect that Mo Wuji showed him previously, he had already cast it aside. When he heard this answer from Mo Wuji, even though he was a wise and firm late-stage immortal emperor, he still couldn't maintain his calm. Mo Wuji looked calmly towards Zhuo Pingan. He did not reply to Zhuo Pingan's words. He knew that this was a crucial time to balance the power. Once the power was balanced, it would be easier for him to negotiate. Stay in the Cape of Peace and concoct pills for me. Even if you have offended Luan Kai, he wouldn't dare to touch you. Zhuo Pingan was, after all, an immortal emperor. In an instant, he was able to make his decision. As a honored grade tier 7 pill emperor, Mo Wuji did deserve to act arrogantly in front of him. As for the girl that Mo Wuji brought in, he was willing to let her go. Of course, that was based on the condition that Mo Wuji concocts pills for him. I can concoct pills for you, but there will definitely be conditions. At the same time, I will not be staying in the Cape of Peace. Mo Wuji's tone remained calm. A vicious expression flashed across Zhuo Pinggan's eyes. Thereafter, an intense energy suddenly came pressing down on Mo Wuji. There was clearly nothing in front of him, but Mo Wuji could actually feel something pressing against his chest, forcing him to be unable to breathe. This aggressive energy didn't simply stop there, instead, it got heavier and heavier. Standing by Mo Wuji's side, De Huang could also feel this vehement immortal emperor aura. A faint green light shot out from its eyes, and thereafter, a fierce energy no inferior to Zhuo Pinggan's burst out. The two forces clashed in mid-air and the space in between them started to hum. A hint of astonishment appeared in Zhuo Pinggan's face. He only just discovered that he had disregarded this immortal puppet. This immortal puppet actually had such an intense Dao aura. From the looks of it, it was at least a grade 9 immortal puppet. Zhuo Pinggan finally understood why Mo Wuji would act so boldly in front of him. It was because of this immortal puppet. He sneered in his heart, even if it was a grade 9 immortal puppet, it was still useless in front of him. As he thought of this, Zhuo Pinggan's aura raged with greater intensity. Previously, he didn't intend to injure Mo Wuji. Not only couldn't he injure his pill refiners, he didn't want to waste a single bit of his pill refiner's vitality. Similarly, De Huang's aura also started to grow. Whether it was its Dao domain, or its oppressive aura, De Huang was in no way inferior to Zhuo Pinggan. In fact, it even started to surpass Zhuo Pinggan's aura. Zhuo Pinggan startled. This was definitely not a grade 9 immortal puppet. He knew that he would no longer be able to merely use his aura to intimidate Mo Wuji. Just when he intended to personally take action, Mo Wuji suddenly said, "Zhuo Pinggan, if you try to lay your hands on me, I will immediately leave the Cape of Peace. As for the matter of the cooperation, I believe that you aren't the only one that needs to cooperate with." When he heard Mo Wuji's words, the malicious intent within Zhuo Pinggan's heart suddenly soared. A mere ant-like cultivator actually dared to threaten him, Zhuo Pinggan. De Huang, prepare to fight. Feeling Zhuo Pinggan's malicious intent, Mo Wuji stood up and took a few steps back. He was also prepared to fight. Naturally, Han Long also braced herself to help Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji understood that his cultivation was low, but he should be able to aid De Huang. Moreover, he had his own hidden cards such as his spatial imprisonment and his spirit storage channel. Even though these things would only be a mirage to Zhuo Pinggan, but in a fight between experts, even a mirage could have a huge impact on the outcome of the battle. Very good. You have the rights to discuss with me. Zhuo Pinggan's malicious intent gradually faded as he stared at Mo Wuji calmly. In his heart, he was still feeling very resentful. In that instant, he did want to attack to teach this immortal puppet a lesson. How dare an immortal puppet dare clash with him in terms of aura? It was simply courting death. But eventually, he had no choice but to suppress his feelings. There was no other reason but the fact that Mo Wuji was a honored grade tier 7 pill emperor. Mo Wuji had such a puppet, which meant that Mo Wuji did not need to help him, Zhuo Pinggan, to concoct pills. What if Mo Wuji was really very young? The pill Mo Wuji concocted might possibly thoroughly treat his ailment. Seeing Zhuo Pinggan calm down, Mo Wuji also signaled for De Huang to stop. You're really a honored grade tier 7 pill emperor? Zhuo Pinggan took in a deep breath, then he stared at Mo Wuji and asked solemnly. This time, Mo Wuji didn't remain silent. He answered with great certainty, "That's right, I am indeed a honored grade tier 7 pill emperor. A few months ago, Han Long was still a Grand Luo immortal, but she's now an immortal king because of a draining immortal king pill that I concocted for her. Are you more than 1,000 years old?" Even though Zhuo Pinggan already guessed that Mo Wuji wasn't likely to be more than 1,000 years old, he still wanted to verify it. No. Mo Wuji answered simply. In his heart he was thinking, there's no need to talk about 1,000 years old, he was still far from being 100 years old. Zhuopingan nodded, his face was expressionless and aloof, as though he wasn't the same person that was shocked after knowing that Mo Wuji was a honored grade tier 7 pill emperor. Mo Wuji was sure that he had met Zhuopingan's requirements. As for why Zhuopingan wasn't as emotional as he had been previously, it was perfectly normal. Previously, Zhuopingan thought that he, Mo Wuji, was simply a fish that had no capability to resist. That's why Zhuopingan didn't need to care about his emotions. But now that Zhuopingan knew how strong De Huang was, he naturally wouldn't reveal any primal emotions before the negotiations concluded. Whether Zhuopingan revealed his emotions or not wasn't critical to Mo Wuji. If they couldn't come to an agreement, then he could just forget about it. He did have the base card. This bird of yours is not bad. Zhuopingan suddenly changed the topic and focused his attention on Shuaigua. Mo Wuji didn't know the meaning behind Zhuopingan's words. Logically, he should be rocking about De Huang, but he unexpectedly praised the unassuming Shuaigua. De Huang said discontentedly, in its low and muffled voice, "Did you think that it was that tiny bird that blocked you? It was me, De Huang, okay? Your words are really too unpleasant to the ears. Why don't we spar once and I'll let you see my power?" De Huang, don't talk nonsense. Mo Wuji scolded De Huang. He didn't want De Huang to actually fight with Zhuopingan. It wasn't because he was afraid of Zhuopingan, but because De Huang was simply a money-burning machine. Moreover, he only had 5 of those crystals that could power De Huang. Every time De Huang made a move, he would have one less move which he could use to ensure his own safety. You can talk? Even though De Huang was able to block his aura previously, Zhuopingan didn't really care too much about it. But now when he heard De Huang speak, he was truly shocked. A speaking immortal puppet, that meant that this immortal puppet had an equipment spirit. Any equipment with an equipment spirit was a first-class equipment. A puppet could also have an equipment spirit? De Huang pouted its lips and didn't answer. Zhuopingan continued, "I take back my previous words. You are not bad too." After saying that, Zhuopingan turned and looked at Mo Wuji with greater seriousness. "Have you heard of the 7 runes glimpsing pill?" Mo Wuji shook his head. "I'm sorry. Even though I'm a tier 7 pill emperor, I don't know many pill formulas." Zhuopingan didn't find it unexpected. He continued, "The 7 runes glimpsing pill has 3 main ingredients. The first one is the pill refiner's vitality." After saying this sentence, Zhuopingan paid special attention to Mo Wuji. Actually, this wasn't a hidden secret. There were a few people in the Cape of Peace that know that he needed pills with vitality inserted in them. When he saw that Mo Wuji didn't have any reaction after hearing his sentence, he knew that Mo Wuji was already cognizant of that fact. Even though he was a tyrant in his own right, Zhuopingan actually heaved a sigh of relief. If it was before this meeting, such a thing wouldn't have happened. When he, Zhuopingan, needed pills, there was no need to talk about vitality. Even if he asked for their lives, the pill refiner would still have to give it. Secondly, it needs the green Bodhi flower. Zhuopingan continued speaking. There was nothing much about the green Bodhi flower. Even though it was expensive, it wasn't that difficult to procure it. This immortal herb was also the primary ingredient for the green Bodhi pill, one of the peak healing pills. Thirdly, it needs the heavenly nature grass. When Zhuopingan said this, his eyes dimmed. This heavenly nature grass was truly too hard to obtain. It needs the heavenly nature grass? Mo Wuji asked in astonishment. Zhuopingan nodded, "That's right. That's what the pill formula says. The heavenly nature grass is a tier 7 immortal herb and it is already hard to find. Over these few years, I only managed to find the heavenly desolate grass. The heavenly desolate grass is, after all, only a tier 5. The worst part is that the heavenly desolate grass is extremely hard to purify. All this time, even the best pill emperors are only able to concoct 4 runes out of the 7 runes glimpsing pill." Mo Wuji didn't interrupt him. Only he knew that the heavenly desolate grass was actually the precursor to the heavenly nature grass. Their only difference was just a difference in purity. The pill emperors that Zhuo Pinggan found didn't even understand about the heavenly desolate grass and heavenly nature grass. So what dog's fart 7 runes glimpsing pill could they concoct? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Mo Wuji's Condition. Chapter 617, Mo Wuji's Condition. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. You're requesting for me to help concoct the 7 runes glimpsing pill for you? Mo Wuji only asked calmly when Zhuo Pinggan was finished speaking. Zhuo Pinggan's lips twitched slightly. He was a peak immortal emperor. Did he need to request for a pill refiner who was not even at the immortal king stage to do something? However, he was helpless as Mo Wuji did not seem to place a regional tyrant like him in his eyes. Even though the other party's cultivation wasn't high, as a pill emperor, Mo Wuji did have the qualifications to use the word request. As he thought of this, Zhuo Pinggan calmed down. His tone was tranquil as he said, "That's right. I'm requesting for you to concoct the 7 runes glimpsing pill for me." The way he said request was especially jarring. Mo Wuji did not mind Zhuo Pinggan's attitude. It was true that an immortal emperor was a peak existence. However, there were still several other immortal emperors. On the other hand, he, Mo Wuji, was the one and only cultivator without spiritual roots. His existence was no less unique to an immortal emperor, and moreover, he was the honored grade tier 7 pill emperor. That was an existence which was even rarer than an immortal emperor. Why should I concoct the pill for you? Mo Wuji furrowed his brows slightly. Supposedly, he shouldn't be the one asking this question. Zhuo Pinggan should have taken the initiative to suggest a remuneration and they would negotiate. However, he never thought that this fellow would be so thick-skinned, to not mention anything about remunerations. Did this fella think that it would be an honor for Mo Wuji to concoct a pill for a grand emperor like him? Mo Wuji didn't need this kind of bullsh*t honor. Indeed, when he heard Mo Wuji's words, Zhuo Pinggan's face sunk, the malicious intent in his heart threatened to explode once more. It was just as Mo Wuji expected. He had never unintended to offer Mo Wuji any form of remuneration. At the most, he could allow Mo Wuji to use his name. De Huang, prepare to fight. We will try to leave immediately. When Mo Wuji felt Zhuo Pinggan's anger and malicious intent, he was also ruffled. He did not come here to please Zhuo Pinggan, but to have a mutual negotiation. It could even be said that he came to offer help. But this old thing seemed to constantly want to his power to threaten him. Even he, Mo Wuji, had limits to his patience. Pillmaster Mo, what do you mean by that? Why aren't you willing to concoct pills for me? Zhuo Pinggan opened his palm and that folding fan appeared in his palm. At the same time, his domain started to extend outwards. However, he did not merely use his domain and his aura this time. His heavy killing intent also swept towards Mo Wuji. A grand emperor had a grand emperor's pride. Did this mere ant think that it was very impressive because it had an immortal puppet? Today, his, Zhuo Pinggan's, patience had been pushed to the limits. It was his first time speaking with such patience to an ant, but he never expected this ant to think that it was on top of the entire world because of an immortal puppet. Mo Wuji directly retreated to the entrance of the staircase and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Why must I concoct pills for you? De Huang, fight." Zhuo Pinggan didn't lay his hands on Mo Wuji, he merely wanted to his killing intent to suppress Mo Wuji. He didn't think that Mo Wuji didn't even fear him and even took the initiative to attack. De Huang had already released its punch. Minute tears began to appear in the space around it. Its immortal elemental energy exploded violently, causing the protective array within this room to make ricketing and cracking noises. A simple punch had directly sealed this area in space. Han Long, who actually wanted to help, immediately felt difficulty breathing. She anxiously retreated, her heart was in aghast. Previously, she thought that as an immortal king, she would at least be able to offer a bit of help. But the moment De Huang came with this punch, she knew that in the battle between immortal emperor-level experts, she didn't even have the rights to intervene. However, the next scene left Han Long stunned. Supposedly, if she didn't have the rights to intervene, then Mo Wuji should have even lesser rights. However, Mo Wuji was actually standing beside De Huang as it attacked. Not only that, he even wielded his saber and slashed towards Zhuo Pingan. Mo Wuji's cultivation was clearly much lower than hers. However, when she thought about how Mo Wuji was able to advance from a Tier 6 pill king to a Tier 7 pill emperor in nearly half a year, and that Mo Wuji was able to concoct such a unique draining immortal king pill, Han Long came to an understanding. A person like Mo Wuji should not be judged using conventional means. There was no need to talk about how Mo Wuji could advance to Tier 7 pill emperor in such a short time. Just the fact that Mo Wuji dared to remain so calm in front of a powerhouse like Zhuo Pingan was something that she, Han Long, wouldn't be able to do. If Han Long's heart was pounding in astonishment, then Zhuo Pingan's heart was reverberating in shock. Han Long only saw Mo Wuji slashing his saber. But she didn't know that Mo Wuji's domain was able to merge with De Huang's domain, creating a whirlpool effect that suppressed Zhuo Pingan's domain. More importantly, that slash of Mo Wuji's was like a winding river cascading from the heavens. That incomparably tyrannical killing intent left a deep impression in Zhuo Pingan. This slash did not pose a threat to him now, but if this slash continued to grow, then there will come a day when he will no longer be able to defend against this slash. This slash encompassed a natural killing aura, and from the looks of it, it was a prelude of a more powerful slash. This thought only fleeted across Zhuo Pingan's head. He immediately half-opened his folding fan, and similarly, he swept up a heaven-shaking wave of force which boomed towards De Huang's punch. As for Mo Wuji's slash, he didn't care about it. That slash was very strong, but its strength came in its potential. But now, this saber wasn't of any threat to him. Boom! The two juggernauts of elemental energy slammed against each other in this tiny building. Rips appeared in the space between them. It was as though firecrackers had exploded within the room as the room began to fall apart. Indeed, it was as Zhuo Pingan had predicted. Mo Wuji's slash was like an ocean, but it didn't cause a splash. Zhuo Pingan lightly waved his folding fan. Soon, the crumbling room reverted back to its original appearance, as though no explosion had happened. Let's go, De Huang. De Huang seemed to be raring to fight, but Mo Wuji extended his arm and stopped it. He could tell that De Huang was slightly weaker than Zhuo Pingan. If Zhuo Pingan really went all out, he would still be able to escape, but De Huang would definitely be reduced to shreds. Zhuo Pingan didn't continue either. He also knew that with this immortal puppet, it did not seem possible for him to keep Mo Wuji. The only possibility was that as he was destroying De Huang, Mo Wuji would use that opportunity to escape. This would be of no benefit to him at all. There was no need to say how Mo Wuji's future was bright and limitless. He would be losing out if he offended such a fellow with potential. Moreover, Mo Wuji was the Tier 7 pill emperor that he was searching all over for. Pill Master Mo, I was too reckless. I, Zhuo Pingan, would like to apologize. Zhuo Pingan threw away his pride and clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. If De Huang was the one suppressing Zhuo Pingan in the previous battle, Mo Wuji would not hesitate to leave even if Zhuo Pingan apologized. But in reality, during that exchange, even though he had helped, De Huang was still in the losing end. If he were to leave now, Zhuo Pingan should not continue to stop him, but how was he going to deal with Luan Kai? If De Huang wasn't able to defeat Zhuo Pingan, then it also shouldn't be able to trump over Luan Kai. Mo Wuji did not wish for De Huang to be destroyed in a skirmish with Luan Kai. Thus, after Zhuo Pingan apologized, Mo Wuji also stopped. He clasped his fists in return. Dao Frenzhua was too serious. I came here to offer help to Dao Frenzhua help. How could I have known that Dao Frenzhua looks down on me? How could Zhuo Pingan, this cunning fella, not know that Mo Wuji was here to negotiate for his protection. His original intention was to simply lend Mo Wuji his name. But now, he could tell that he wasn't even able to keep Mo Wuji here, so he could only say, "Pillmaster Mo, let's start on a clean slate. I have the 7 runes glimpsing pill formula here. Can Pillmaster Mo take a look and see whether you are able to concoct it?" With that, Chua Pingan already fetched a jade letter and handed it to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji waved his hand and said, "Let's temporarily not talk about the pill formula. As long as it's a tier 7 pill, I will definitely be able to make it. If Dao Frenjua doesn't believe me, you can take a look at this green Bodhi pill." When he finished speaking, Mo Wuji retrieved a green Bodhi pill and threw it to Chua Pingan. If he saw the formula and didn't come to an agreement with Chua Pingan, then things would be bad. The moment the green Bodhi pill entered Chua Pingan's hand, a trace of agitation appeared on his face. The green Bodhi pill was a pill that he used and saw frequently. The pill that Mo Wuji took out was completely perfect, and this was even his first time seeing such a fresh, unique grade green Bodhi pill. Chua Pingan very seriously handed the pill back to Mo Wuji and he asked in a low tone, "Pillmaster Mo, if you have any conditions, say them. If I, Chua Pingan, am able to do it, I will definitely offer my help." Mo Wuji nodded. "Now that's the way. If you had such an attitude from the start, wouldn't things have been much faster? Let me first tell you what I can do. Firstly, I can definitely be able to concoct at least a 4 runes glimpsing pill. However, I estimate that the actual pill that I concoct would have 5 runes. Secondly, 20 years later, I promised Dao Frenjua that I would be able to concoct a true 7 runes glimpsing pill. He did not see the 7 runes glimpsing pill formula, but he did know about the heavenly desolate grass and the heavenly nature grass. The heavenly desolate grass is an extremely difficult immortal herb to purify, so it's expected that other pill refiners weren't able to purify out the heavenly nature grass. At the same time, Mo Wuji was very confident with his own pill Dao. He believed that if other pill emperors were able to concoct a 4 runes glimpsing pill, then he would definitely be able to do it too. The reason why he estimated that he was able to concoct a 5 runes glimpsing pill was because Mo Wuji did not think that those pill refiners only managed to concoct the 4 runes one because they weren't able to get the heavenly desolate grass to a purity of 90% and above. When the heavenly desolate grass was purified to above 90%, it would become the heavenly nature grass. You're able to concoct a 7 runes glimpsing pill 20 years later? Chua Pingan was truly emotional this time. If Mo Wuji was able to concoct the true 7 runes glimpsing pill 20 years later, then he would be willing to promise anything. No, there's no need to talk about 20 years, even if it was a century, or 2 centuries, he would be willing to wait. Mo Wuji said calmly, "That's right. I am sure that I will be able to concoct the 7 runes glimpsing pill 20 years later. The condition is that you follow me for the 20 years. If anyone is blind enough to do anything to me, then you will need to help me discipline that person." Chua Pingan did not hesitate to say, "As long as you are able to concoct a glimpsing pill with 4 runes or above right now, I believe that you will be able to concoct the 7 runes glimpsing pill 20 years later. I, Chua Pingan, will be willing to follow you for 20 years, but the premise is that I will not follow you to take your revenge. I will only appear when someone lays his hands on you. I also wouldn't help you if you go about offending people for no apparent reason." Chua Pingan was, after all, an immortal emperor. He had his own sense of discernment. If Mo Wuji randomly offended people everywhere he went, then how many enemies would he, Chua Pingan, have to accumulate? Even if he managed to get the 7 runes glimpsing pill 20 years later, it would still be a loss. Thus, he definitely needed to make things clear now. Mo Wuji chuckled, "If I, Mo Wuji, want revenge, I also wouldn't want for you to interfere. I only need for you to tell me if you can do this. Even if no one comes to offend me throughout this 20 years, and even if you never made a move at all, our transaction will still conclude." "All right, deal." Chua Pingan lifted his hand and a spiritual will imprint appeared in mid-air. Then he stared at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji did not form his own imprint to merge with Zhuopinggan's. Instead, he waved his hand and dispersed Zhuopinggan's spiritual will imprint. Then he said calmly, "Gentlemen's agreements are as clear as water. I believe Dao Frenzhua, and Dao Frenzhua must have trust in me too. Ha 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 ha. Then I, Zhuopinggan, will trust you this once. Since that's the case, then may Dao Frenzhua please take out the pill formula. I will attempt to concoct the 7 runes glimpsing pill now." Mo Wuji said on the spot. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 618, The Unordinary Pill Emperor. Chapter 618, The Unordinary Pill Emperor. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Zhuopinggan didn't utter any nonsense. He did not hesitate as he retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Mo Wuji. "Pill Master Mo, inside contains the immortal ingredients for a batch of 7 runes glimpsing pill, as well as the pill formula. I will wait here as you concoct the pill." Mo Wuji could feel that when Zhuopinggan handed him the ring, Zhuopinggan also sealed the array in the room that they were in. However, he wasn't afraid. At the very most, he and De Huan would bring Zhuopinggan down with them. There's nothing much to be afraid of. The storage ring was not sealed. The moment Mo Wuji sent his spiritual will in, he saw more than 100 strands of immortal herbs. Most of them were tier 7 immortal herbs. A pill which required 100 over herbs was already considered a relatively difficult pill. The immortal herbs were maintained relatively well. From the looks of it, as Zhuopinggan searched around for pill refiners, he must have picked up some skills on preserving immortal herbs. Mo Wuji took all the herbs out from the ring and piled them by the side. Thereafter, he retrieved the jade letter from within the ring. As his spiritual will penetrated into the jade letter, he soon found the pill formula within. The pill formula was extremely detailed, and it even included some observations that some other pill emperors made during the pill concoction process. This pill formula could simply be considered a perfect pill formula. But when Mo Wuji saw that the pill formula didn't mention anything about the heavenly desolate grass and the heavenly nature grass, he knew that it was still lacking. The herbs that Zhuopinggan gave him were strictly according to the pill formula, not a single one was missing. Mo Wuji placed the pill formula down, but he didn't immediately start on the concoction. He was closing his eyes and rehearsing the process in his mind. After all, Zhuopinggan only gave him enough herbs for 1 batch of pills. Even though he was a honored grade tier 7 pill emperor, he would still need to prepare himself before trying a new pill. Zhuopinggan was not anxious as he waited silently by the side. In fact, Mo Wuji's actions caused his heart to be more at ease. He had met several pill emperors who simply start and follow according to the pill formula, but ultimately most of them would meet with failure. Even if they succeeded, they would only get 2 runes out of the 7 runes glimpsing pill. To him, a 2 runes glimpsing pill was insufficient. To this kind of people that were so irresponsible with his immortal herbs, even though they were tier 7 pill emperor, he would still cut them down. Don't simply look at the fact that he's a grand emperor. It wasn't easy for him to obtain the heavenly desolate grass. After all, he didn't only need 1 to 2 strands of it. Moreover, in the recent years, he discovered that the heavenly desolate grass was increasingly hard to find. This sort of immortal herb was completely unable to be farmed, so one used heavenly desolate grass was 1 less grass. Only pill emperors that didn't rush to concoct the pill, but took the time to analyze and rehearse the pill formula, were more reliable. The longer time they spent rehearsing, the higher the success rate in concocting the pill, and more runes would also be formed. Most pill emperors take half a year to analyze the formula, only a rare few were able to do it within half a year. What left Zhuopinggan disappointed was that Mo Wuji had only spent a day analyzing before starting on the pill. To be honest, a day's analysis was akin to not doing it at all. However, since he had already formed an agreement with Mo Wuji, he couldn't renege on it. After Mo Wuji brought his pill furnace out, he ignited his scholar's heart. Scholar's heart was a grade 7 immortal flame. The moment the flame appeared, Shuopinggan's eyes went bright. There was no need to talk about Shuopinggan, even Han Long's heart started pounding. They never expected that Mo Wuji would have such good stuff. The reason why Mo Wuji didn't conceal anything was because he wanted Shuopinggan to be assured with his pill Dao. That way, when Shuopinggan was protecting him, he would do so with greater effort. At the same time, Mo Wuji also knew that now that he had De Huang, he no longer needed to be a person who curls his tails and hides his powers. Except for items like the Book of Luoan and Breath of Hongmeng, it wouldn't be of much impact for him to reveal his capabilities. After cleaning the pill furnace multiple times, he threw the immortal herbs in. Shuopinggan had seen many pill emperors concocting the 7 runes glimpsing pill. By now, he was also quite familiar with the pill formula. To concoct this pill, the first step was to purify the heavenly desolate grass. The main reason why the 7 runes glimpsing pill was so hard to concoct was exactly because of the heavenly desolate grass. Thus, it was important that the heavenly desolate grass be the first to be purified. If the others were purified first before the heavenly desolate grass, it might waste the previous efforts. If the heavenly desolate grass wasn't purified properly, the essences would end up with too much impurities and the concoction would fail. In reality, it was also according to the pill formula to place the heavenly desolate grass in first. Today was the first day he saw a pill refiner first place a herb other than the heavenly desolate grass into the pill furnace. Instead of the heaven desolate grass, he added the rainbow mulberry stalk. When he saw that the first herb that Mo Wuji placed in the furnace was the rainbow mulberry stalk, Shuopinggan's face turned dark. He started to suspect that Mo Wuji was merely boasting previously. After all, Mo Wuji was truly too young. One must know that whether it was the pill Dao or the smithing Dao, they were the culmination of countless ages of experience. Mo Wuji was not even 1,000 years old. Was he really a tier 7 pill emperor? As he played around this thought, Mo Wuji had already threw the rest of the immortal herbs into the pill furnace. At this instant, the medicinal dregs were already being disposed out of the pill furnace. One could clearly see how fast Mo Wuji's purification was. In Shuopinggan's memories, other pill emperors would take at least 2 hours to purify the heavenly desolate grass before placing the other herbs into the pill furnace. Then, they would take another 2 to 4 hours before discarding the medicinal dregs. Their speeds weren't as exaggerated as Mo Wuji's. He did not know that Mo Wuji could be said to be the #1 herb purifier in the entire immortal world. To Mo Wuji, the reason why he placed the rainbow mulberry stalk in first wasn't because he wanted to be unconventional. He was clearer than any other pill refiner about the difficulty of purifying the heavenly desolate grass. The reason why the heavenly desolate grass was called so was because of how the impurities intertwined with the medicinal essence. They were so strongly intertwined that they gave the impression of lasting together till the end of time. 1. The heavenly desolate grass was completely unable to purify. Since it could not even be purified, then what more about pill concoction? Thus, in an average pill refiner's eyes, the heavenly desolate grass could not be used for pills. Only tier 7 pill emperors and above could grudgingly use the heavenly desolate grass in pills. But whether or not they were deceiving others and themselves, only the pill emperors themselves know. Previously, Mo Wuji had tried purifying the heavenly desolate grass before, so we know exactly how hard it was to purify. However, Mo Wuji was only a tier 4 pill king back then. Now, he was a tier 7 pill emperor and his cultivation was vastly higher than what it was back then. Thus, Mo Wuji believed that he should at least be able to purify the heavenly desolate grass to 90%. The reason why he placed the rainbow mulberry stalk first was because the rainbow mulberry stalk essence required simmering. It would not lose its spirituality because of a longer time. During the entire pill concoction process, this step would only have a minor effect. However, to concoct the perfect 7 runes glimpsing pill, Mo Wuji even factored this detail in. 4 hours passed and Mo Wuji was done with his purification. It was just as he expected. Now that his pill Dao had improved and his cultivation had increased, refining the heavenly desolate grass had become much simpler. The reason why he stopped was because he felt that he should have already purified the heavenly desolate grass to 90%. If he were to continue purifying, he might reach 99%. When that happens, it would become a true heavenly nature grass. However, Mo Wuji was not sure whether he could actually achieve that. Regardless of whether he could do it or not, he was not going to try it out now. Now, he did not intend to truly concoct a 7 runes glimpsing pill, so he did not need to purify the heavenly desolate grass to become a true heavenly nature grass. Zhuo Pingan looked at Mo Wuji's complex hand seals as he continuously removed the medicinal dregs. In Zhuo Pingan's heart, he started to suspect whether the previous pill emperors were quacks, and only this pill master Mo was a true pill emperor. In reality, the difficulty of the 7 runes glimpsing pill wasn't in the concoction itself. Its first difficulty was purifying the heavenly desolate grass, and its second difficulty was injecting vitality into the pill. However, these two didn't pose any problems to Mo Wuji. A portion of his vitality from his vitality channel had already soundlessly entered into the pill furnace. No matter what, Mo Wuji wasn't going to use his own body's vitality for Zhuo Pingan's pill. With the vitality entering the pill furnace, as well as the high purity of the immortal herbs, the pill concoction process became very simple. In another 4 hours, Mo Wuji waved his hand and 6 faint green 7 runes glimpsing pills were sent into the jade plate that Mo Wuji prepared. The 6 pills each had 5 faint, gray runes, and they were brimming with vitality. You really succeeded? And it's unique grade 5 runes glimpsing pills? Zhuo Pingan stood up agitatedly as he stared at the jade plate in Mo Wuji's hands. If it was some other pill refiner, he would have already grabbed a pill and tried it. However, he's slightly apprehensive towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji completely had no fear for a grand emperor like him, and Mo Wuji was someone with true capabilities. Dao friend Zhuo, you're wrong again. These pills look like they're unique grade, but they could barely even be called top grade. In fact, they should only be in the intermediate grade, Mo Wuji explained. Even though he had only concocted 1 batch of the 7 runes glimpsing pill, his understanding towards the pill was far more than Zhuo Pingan. If he wasn't even able to create a 7 runes glimpsing pill with 7 runes, how could it be unique grade? His 5 runes glimpsing pill should only be considered intermediate grade, and he was sure that those 4 runes glimpsing pills that Zhuo Pingan used previously were basically all low-grade pills. Pill Master Mo, can I try those pills? Zhuo Pingan fidgeted with his hands, a hint of desire appeared in his eyes. The previously arrogant and threatening Grand Emperor had long disappeared. Mo Wuji passed all 6 glimpsing pills over. I concocted these pills for you. Try one. Zhuo Pingan eagerly grabbed 1 5 runes glimpsing pill and threw it into his mouth. In merely a few breaths' time, an expression of disbelief appeared within his eyes. Immediately, his pale white skin seemed to have some additional red color. Even Han Long could feel Zhuo Pingan's life force increasing. Moreover, there seemed to be something within Zhuo Pingan stabilizing his life force. Great pill. Pill Emperor Mo, previously I was blind. I almost missed out an opportunity with Pill Emperor Mo. I hope that Pill Emperor Mo would forgive me. It was not unexpected for a Grand Emperor to have this bit of open-mindedness. Moreover, Zhuo Pingan was truly contented at this moment. He had finally met a pill refiner that could help him concoct pills. He could finally see some hope of him recovering his health. Mo Wuji nodded his head. After waiting Zhuo Pingan to calm down from his excitement, Mo Wuji acted exhausted as he said, Dao friend Zhuo, concocting this 7 runes glimpsing pill has a severe impact on my longevity. I feel a bit fatigued right now. It will take a long time before I can concoct the next batch of pills. 1. Until the end of time here is actually an idiom that contains the Chinese characters for heavenly and desolate. In literal terms, the idiom is talking about staying together till the heavens turn barren. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, Ping Fan. Chapter 619, Ping Fan. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Zhuo Pingan was like a little chicken as he nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, we will naturally follow according to Pill Master Mo's words. Moreover, these 6-5 runes glimpsing pills are enough for me to last several years. Zhuo Pingan did not know that Mo Wuji was feigning it, because he knew that concocting the 7 runes glimpsing pill required a pill refiner's vitality. That's why he did not feel that following Mo Wuji for 20 years in exchange for Mo Wuji's services was a huge price. Moreover, Mo Wuji still had to help him concoct the true 7 runes glimpsing pill 20 years later. If Dao Frenjua doesn't have any matter to tend to, then please follow me to make a trip to the various immortal domains. When Mo Wuji saw that his pill had taken effect, as well as Zhuo Pingan's attitude, he knew that he should not face any problem if he were to make such a request. Mo Wuji believed that with his pill Dao standards, as well as Zhuo Pingan's desire for the 7 runes glimpsing pill, even if he dragged this fellow around for 100 years, he would still be absolutely willing to do it. However, Mo Wuji did not want to do that. The path to immortality was like sailing against the currents, it required fate and resilience. If he had these 2 peak experts constantly by his side, he would achieve everything smoothly without any danger or challenge. Even if he were to become an immortal emperor, he would only be an average one. Only by sailing through adversity and facing different challenges would one be able to improve. Of course, within the danger and challenges, he might have to face the possibility of death. But since he had chosen the path of cultivation, Mo Wuji knew that this was necessary. Getting Zhuo Pingan as his bodyguard wasn't merely because he wanted to protect himself, he also wanted to search for Tsin Shuyin and make a trip back to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. For these 2 places, he would need to go there outrightly. And if he didn't have any experts following him, he would definitely be killed. If he was lone, he did have some methods to avoid that **starred Luan Kai. I don't have any matters to tend to. Is Dao friend Mo thinking of going to God's immortal domain? Zhuo Pingan said unhesitantly. Even if he wasn't personally in the Cape of Peace, his immortal crystals would still continue rolling in. In fact, even if Mo Wuji didn't want him to tag along, he would want to follow Mo Wuji closely. If he were to lose contact with such a godly pill emperor like Mo Wuji, he would never be able to live with the regrets. He wanted to constantly be by Mo Wuji's side for these 20 years. Mo Wuji shook his head. I don't need your help to deal with Luan Kai. When the time comes, I will go to him by myself. Mo Wuji thought that Zhuo Pingan asked him about God's immortal domain because Zhuo Pingan was worried about him searching for Luan Kai. Han Long, however, knew that Zhuo Pingan wasn't worried about that. She hurriedly said, Senior Zhuo is referring to the opening of the God's Tower in God's immortal domain. What he's asking is whether you will be going to the God's Tower. Mo Wuji jolted and asked hurriedly, Han Long, you're saying that God's immortal domain's God's Tower will be opening soon? Mo Wuji had 2 unique tokens on him, one was the heaven-seeking token and the other was the universal peak token. The reason why he had these 2 tokens was because he promised the white-whiskered elder back at Heaven-Seeking Palace that he would take these 2 tokens to God's Tower, then save Geely from the immortal sealing array. Since he had already made this promise, Mo Wuji did not intend to renege on it. Now that he knew that the God's Tower was in the God's immortal domain, and that it would be opening soon, Mo Wuji felt that he would have to make that trip to God's immortal domain. It should only be 2 to 3 years to the opening of God's Tower. I heard that it's extremely hard to enter the God's Tower. Everyone that entered would need to possess the God's token. It's rumored the God's Tower was the battleground of ancient gods. As a result, there are several ruins and treasures inside. So, each placing to enter the God's Tower is extremely precious. Typically, the big sects in God's immortal domain are the ones in control of who gets the God's token, Han Long explained. When Mo Wuji heard Han Long's explanation, he did not hesitate for a single moment as he said, we will first handle some matters, then head to God's immortal domain and host an auction. I don't believe that an honored grade tier 7 pill emperor like me wouldn't be able to obtain a God's token. Zhuo Pingan, who was acting ignorant by the side, sighed as he took out 2 black tokens and said, I have 2 God's tokens here. I have been to God's tower before, there are indeed many treasures inside. However, it is also a place of great danger where one could easily perish. I'm giving these 2 tokens to Pill Master Mo. As for the auction, there's no need to organize one. Deep in his heart, Zhuopingan did not wish for Mo Wuji to go to God's tower. However, he knew that if Mo Wuji was to publicly announce his status and even his ability to concoct unique grade tier 7 pills, then it truly wasn't difficult for Mo Wuji to obtain a God's token. Since that's the case, he had no use hiding his God's tokens. After all, he did not want for Mo Wuji to announce his prowess with the pill Dao. If other people know that Mo Wuji was a honored grade tier 7 pill emperor, then there would be too many people requesting Mo Wuji for pills. That would not be good for him. Mo Wuji was clear about what was going through Zhuopingan's mind, he did not care too much about it. Now that Zhuopingan had taken out the tokens, he said delightedly, indeed, there are many benefits when being with an immortal emperor. Such a priceless token could be casually taken out just like that. Han Long, I will give one to you. Thank you, Wuji. Han Long excitedly accepted the token. She had never thought that there would come a day when she could obtain the token to God's tower. This was simply unbelievable. One must know that such a thing could only be obtained by peak experts or peak sections. There's no need to be so courteous to one another. We'll first go to Devil Moon Immortal School, then to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. Our final destination will be God's tower, Mo Wuji said as he waved his hand towards Han Long. Wuji, when God's tower opens, there will be many powerful sects present. You're a tier 7 pill emperor, and you have exceptional talent. I suggest that you join a powerful sect. That way, Emperor Luan Kai wouldn't be able to do anything to you, Han Long said as she kept the God's token. She was especially clear of how talented Mo Wuji was. She really didn't want a cultivator of such talent to get killed by an expert for no apparent reason. Zhuopingan was indeed very strong, but Zhuopingan would only follow and protect Mo Wuji for 20 years. To an immortal, 20 years were as short as a blink of an eye. After 20 years, Mo Wuji would no longer have the protection of an immortal emperor. What would he do then? When he heard Han Long's words, Zhuopingan immediately frowned. He discovered that he detested this little girl, to actually come out with such a rotten idea. What's so good about joining a sect? Being free and unfettered so much cooler. I still believe that it's better to be free and unrestrained. There's so many stupid restrictions when you join a sect. There's nothing good that would come from joining a sect. Zhuopingan did not want Mo Wuji to join a sect. Because Mo Wuji had an immortal puppet, he wouldn't be in too much danger in God's tower. But the moment Mo Wuji joins a sect, then the sect will interfere with his interaction with Mo Wuji. That wouldn't be any good to him. Mo Wuji did not respond immediately. Instead, he brought his flying shuttle out and said, "Everyone, hop on my flying shuttle then." After Zhuopingan boarded the flying shuttle, he waved his hand and a pathway opened in the array protecting the island. Thereafter, he said, we can directly fly out. After Han Long got on the flying shuttle, Mo Wuji controlled the flying shuttle to charge out of the Cape of Peace. Only then did he speak in a serious tone, "I don't intend to join any sect. I intend to form my own sect." Originally, the sect was supposed to be called Tianji sect. But now, I will call it Ping Fan. Tianji sect will be a branch of my Ping Fan. Mo Wuji originally wanted to rebuild Tianji sect. But now that he had certain success in the Pill Dao, he was able to temper his physique, he had stepped into the Grand Luo Immortal stage, his own technique had been improved and he had accepted some disciples. Mo Wuji's idea changed. He could ignore the fact that he was not the one to personally establish the sect, but he could not ignore his legacy, and the legacy that he would pass down was not related to Tianji at all. Following this change in his attitude, Mo Wuji began to see things more clearly. Even if he rebuilt Tianji sect, not every person of Tianji sect would be grateful to him. Moreover, he wanted to pass down his own legacy, his immortal mortal legacy. Since his legacy was unrelated to Tianji sect, if he were no longer around, would his disciples inherit Tianji sect or inherit his immortal mortal technique? The most terrifying prospect was if a sect head like Yuan Gu appeared in Tianji sect, then the successors of his immortal mortal legacy might simply be extinguished. Whether it was from a public perspective or a private perspective, he would need to establish his own direct sect. As for Tianji sect, it could be a branch of his Ping Fan. If the disciples of Tianji sect don't agree, then he would just cut that branch away. Not bad, not bad. Establishing your own sect is much better than being a guest at some other person's house. Pillmaster Mo, I support your decision to establish your own sect. When the time comes, I, Zhuo Pingan, will be there to support you. The name Ordinary One is full of character. We'll go with that. When he heard that Mo Wuji wanted to establish his own sect, Zhuo Pingan did not hesitate to show his support. Ordinary? Han Long looked at Mo Wuji quizzically. What kind of sect would have such a name? Mo Wuji shook his head. It's not ordinary, but Ping Fan, one. It's the fan from Sanskrit. This seems to have some links to Buddhism? Han Long was even more confused. According to her understanding of Mo Wuji did not seem to have any sacred arts of the Buddhist Tao among his skills. Mo Wuji laughed. Actually, it is supposed to be ordinary, but ordinary doesn't sound cool enough, so I changed it to Ping Fan. The technique that I cultivate is very ordinary, which was why I chose that name. Zhuo Pingan blushed slightly in embarrassment. But he immediately clapped his hands and said, Good, good. The name Ping Fan sounds more imposing. It has the grand demeanor of the heavens and earths. This time, even Shuaigua could not help but roll his eyes. I say, Dao friend Pingan, aren't your bootlicking skills a little too subpar? Even De Huang is slightly better than you. When De Huang heard that Shuaigua was talking about it again, it immediately jerked its shoulder, throwing Shuaigua off. Then, it grunted, the most capable bootlicker here is you. De Huang, don't do such things, I depend on my true capabilities. When Han Long heard Mo Wuji's words, she immediately recalled the draining immortal king pill that Mo Wuji concocted. That pill was just as Mo Wuji said, ordinary without any form of Dao aura or pill fragrance. However, the effects were still the same. When it first entered the mouth, it seemed to be some ordinary pill, but then, it displayed some unordinary effects. As she thought of this, Han Long smiled. Pillmaster Mo, if I don't have anywhere else to go in the future, can I join your Ping Fan? 1. Ordinary is also Ping Fan in Chinese. The ping is the same but the fan is different. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Luring Luan Kai Out. Chapter 620, Luring Luan Kai Out. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Devil Moon Immortal School could be considered one of the big sects of Six Paths Immortal Domain. Even though it wasn't one of the peak sects, it was a sect that had an immortal emperor. When Mo Wuji and company arrived at Devil Moon Immortal Sect, it no longer had its grandeur as a big sect. The sect's protecting array wasn't even repaired yet, and there was only one disciple standing guard at the entrance. As he stood there, he gave people the impression of defeat. Do the few of you have some business here? When this disciple saw Mo Wuji and company, he hurriedly bowed and asked modestly. Mo Wuji stopped. I'm here to find Moon-Seeking Mountain Summit Lord Shergulan. Please report our arrival. Senior, Moon-Seeking Mountain no longer exists in Devil Moon Immortal School, and Summit Lord Shergulan has disappeared without a trace. When this disciple heard that Mo Wuji was searching for Moon-Seeking Mountain Shergulan, his tone became even more modest. Then is Lin Gu here? Mo Wuji continued asking. That disciple replied, Senior Sister Lin Gu was already gone for several years before the Moon-Seeking Mountain itself was destroyed. She currently isn't in the Immortal School. When he heard that Lin Gu hadn't returned to moon-seeking mountain, Mo Wuji's heart eased slightly. From this disciple's words, Mo Wuji could tell that Lin Gu had not returned since their trip to the soul-condensing immortal pond. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji said to Zhuo Pingan, "I want to make a trip to Six Paths Ruins. Before we get to Six Paths Ruins, I still need to get some placings to enter the soul-condensing immortal pond." Zhuo Pingan did not know why Mo Wuji wanted to go to the soul-condensing immortal pond, but when he heard that Mo Wuji wanted a placing, he said proudly, "There's no need. I have plenty of placings to enter Six Paths Ruins soul-condensing immortal pond. Let's head there straight away." Even though Mo Wuji still did not have any news about Qin Shuyin, he could not help but be impressed with the cards that these grand emperors had. They truly had the placings for everything. Previously, when he wanted to go to God's Tower, Zhuo Pingan was able to take out 2 placings. Now, he wanted to go to the soul-condensing immortal pond, and Zhuo Pingan even had the placings for that. From the looks of it, when he becomes powerful, he would need to keep these placings constantly by his side. That way, he would not need to search all over for one if he ever needed it. 3 months later, the group was in a private room in Starling Rest House, the biggest immortal rest house in Starling Immortal City. All 3 of them were present. Additionally, De Huang was standing behind Mo Wuji. At this moment, even the garrulous and talkative Shuaigua did not dare to speak. Everyone could tell that Mo Wuji was in a bad mood. Even though Starling Rest House immortal wine was amazing, Mo Wuji did not even touch the wine gourd in front of him. Zhuo Pingan was also silent. He knew that Mo Wuji did not find the person he was looking for in the soul-condensing immortal pond. In his perspective, this matter wasn't as important as a bad constipation. If the 2 of them didn't already have an agreement, he really would have looked down on such a faint-hearted pill emperor. Han Long also knew that Mo Wuji was looking for a person called Qin Shuyin. She saw that the atmosphere was slightly gloomy, so she sighed and said, "Wuji, perhaps Shuyin had already left the soul-condensing immortal pond. In the future, when you establish your sect, she would definitely receive news about it and she would find you at Pingfan's sect." Previously, Mo Wuji promised her that she could join Pingfan as long as she was willing to. Since then, she had subconsciously treated Pingfan as her own sect. Zhuo Pingan sneered in his heart. He did not know exactly how Mo Wuji was able to escape unscathed after entering the soul-condensing immortal pond, but he was sure that Mo Wuji had some unique methods. However, he was sure that few would have methods like Mo Wuji. It was unlikely that Qin Shuyin and Lin Gu had left. They were probably already buried deep in the soul-condensing immortal pond. If he was the one that fell into a place like that, even he would have to put in 120% of his effort. Even then, he would still face the danger of death. However, he was lazy to say such words to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded. "That's true. Since that's the case, let's head over to God's immortal domain first. Then we would find a suitable location to establish Pingfan." Originally, Mo Wuji intended to make a trip to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. But after his trip to soul-condensing immortal pond, he felt that it would be useless for him to go to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. Any lucky survivors of Tianji Pill Court were unlikely to remain in Sharphorn. Good. Pill Emperor Mo is truly an adaptable person. Starling Immortal City was plenty of transfer arrays. There's even one that leads to God's immortal domain. We can head over any time you want. Zhuo Pingan purposely emphasized on the word good. This time, even De Huang shot Zhuo Pingan a look of disdain. After interacting with Shuaigua, De Huang had also become sharp and sarcastic with its words. Zhuo Pingan's new bootlicking really made it cringe. Mo Wuji stood up. "Since that's the case, we'll head to God's immortal domain now." Bang! Before Mo Wuji could even finish his sentence, the seal over their private room was smashed apart. A green-faced man appeared in the room. He looked coldly at Mo Wuji, then swept his gaze across Zhuo Pingan and Han Long. As for the immortal puppet and Shuaigua, he directly disregarded them. When he looked at Zhuo Pingan's sickly appearance, he also dismissed him. Only Han Long's immortal king aura left him slightly shocked. Han Long, it looks like someone doesn't want us to go to God's immortal domain. Mo Wuji could see through this green-faced man's cultivation. He was also in the immortal king stage, and his cultivation was even slightly higher than Han Long's. The green-faced man then brought his gaze back on Mo Wuji. His voice was icy cold as he said, "You won't be going anywhere. You will follow this king back to unfettered Emperor Palace. Remember, this king's name is Lai Yi. You are Luan Kai's lackey?" Mo Wuji immediately came to an understanding when he heard the unfettered Emperor Palace. Courting death. How dare you be too disrespectful to a grand emperor? Just because. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Lai Yi was instantly infuriated. When Mo Wuji heard that this fellow was Luan Kai's lackey, why would he still want to be polite? Before Lai Yi could finish speaking, he had already slashed forward. Anger and fury flashed across Lai Yi's eyes. He heard that Mo Wuji was only a Xian immortal, but this Xian immortal actually dared to attack an immortal king like him? If not for the fact that this fellow was needed to treat the emperor's concubine, he would have directly smashed Mo Wuji's brain into juice. This slash of Mo Wuji's was not sharp. In fact, it did not contain any sacred art Dao energy, only killing intent. This slash, to Lai Yi, would only hurt as much as an itch. Lai Yi's lips curved into a smile of contempt. He did not even move as he intended to use his immortal elemental energy to suspend Mo Wuji in the air. He had a good idea, but when Lai Yi was conjuring his immortal elemental energy, he found that his energy had been sealed by a majestic and boundless aura. He had been following by Grand Emperor Luan Kai's side for so many years. How could he not know that this was the aura of an immortal emperor? Before Lai Yi could even react, Mo Wuji's blunt saber light landed on his skull, directly slashing him in half. Immediately after, a lightning bolt slammed down on him. Lai Yi's primordial spirit wasn't even able to flow out before it was exploded by the lightning bolt. Mo Wuji nodded towards Zhuo Pingan. Just now, he had made a sudden and casual move because he wanted to see whether Zhuo Pingan was constantly ready to assist him. Indeed, Zhuo Pingan didn't disappoint him. The moment he slashed with his saber, Zhuo Pingan's immortal emperor domain had already restrained Lai Yi. That way, Mo Wuji's saber was easily able to decapitate Lai Yi. Crash! After killing Lai Yi, Mo Wuji continued to slash randomly with his saber light. Starling Rest House Array had been completely ripped apart. The second floor of the rest house collapsed, followed by the third floor. Han Long lowered her head. She was sure that Mo Wuji was doing this intentionally. Mo Wuji was indeed doing this intentionally. He had just entered the rest house and Lai Yi had already come chasing after him. Naturally, he could deduce that someone in the rest house had leaked news about him. This actually wasn't the reason why Mo Wuji was so angry at the rest house. The main reason was that Lai Yi was even able to find his private room. One thing could be confirmed, the rest house had specifically told Lai Yi of his location, and had even allowed Lai Yi to battle him. Logically, they were the customers of the rest house. If someone was looking for them, even if the rest house wasn't able to stop the other party, they should have at least informed him about it first. Even an early warning would have been good. "Friend, why are you purposely destroying my Starling rest house?" A middle-aged man landed in front of Mo Wuji and company. Noticing Lai Yi's corpse on the floor, he spoke with an especially warm tone. The Starling rest house second and third floor had collapsed. Everyone, including Mo Wuji and company, were all in the first floor hall. Starling Rest House was one of the best rest houses in Starling Immortal City. Naturally, this rest house would have a strong backer. Mo Wuji had actually destroyed the second and third floor of such a rest house. Thus, many cultivators remained in the first floor hall, to see who exactly was the tyrant that dared to do such a thing. Mo Wuji unhurriedly placed his saber on his back. Then he said, "These words of yours are wrong. Which one of your eyes saw me destroying the rest house? Just now, that lackey of Luan Kai's tried to attack me. I could not help but retaliate, which was why I accidentally broke some tiles and bricks. This fella is an immortal king. I guess I will have to compensate somehow, so I will give his corpse to your Starling rest house. As Mo Wuji finished speaking, he opened his palm and Lai Yi's storage ring got drawn into his hand. Luan Kai's lackey? When they heard these words, a majority of the immortals hurriedly retreated, then silently left the rest house. It was better if they avoided this kind of trouble. Who didn't know that Luan Kai was a madman? If they dared to stay here to watch the show, Luan Kai might suddenly appear and kill each and every last one of them. This person was clearly courting trouble. The middle-aged monk's pupils constricted slightly. Anyone that would find trouble with Luan Kai was not someone his Starling rest house could offend. Mo Wuji was indeed courting trouble. He was waiting here for Luan Kai. He believed that if Luan Kai was nearby, he would immediately receive news of his lackey's death and immediately come here. This place was a suitable place to have a battle with Luan Kai. In fact, he was afraid that Luan Kai wouldn't come. After all, he would eventually have to battle with Luan Kai. If Luan Kai didn't come, then this battle would have to be postponed at God's immortal domain. But Luan Kai was a powerhouse of God's immortal domain. Fighting there would be extremely disadvantageous to him. You are truly bold. You actually dared to kill my, Luan Kai's, man. Today, let this emperor see how robust your soul is. A faint voice could be heard in the distance. Right when this voice was heard, a tall and thin man with a crown on his head started to walk towards them from mid-air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, God's Heavenly Chasm. Chapter 621, God's Heavenly Chasm. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Almost the same instant that Grand Emperor Luan Kai's voice appeared, the cultivators that were looking from the sidelines all left. When an immortal emperor came raging, would you stay there to wait for death? Moreover, this immortal emperor was one well known for having a weird temperament, Grand Emperor Luan Kai. De Huang, remember what I said. When the time comes you must give that guy a dirty blow. Mo Wuji slashed his saber at Grand Emperor Luan Kai right after sending this message to De Huang. The saber radiance rose to 5 meters high and illuminated a radius of tens of meters. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen. Seeing Mo Wuji's saber radiance, Luan Kai broke into a laugh. This was indeed the first time he met an ant that dared to attack him. However, before he could finish, he had to swallow his words, because at the same time, a blanket of dense aura came pressing down on him. It directly suppressed his domain, following which a fan came swinging down on his head, with the countless fan spines forming a formation of spears that secured the space between them while blasting straight at Luan Kai. Every single fan spine encompassed the frightening roar of a type of ancient beast, seemingly swallowing up the heaven and earth, and Luan Kai was just a mere leaf within this space. When Luan Kai appeared, even if Mo Wuji wasn't present, Zhuopingan would have attacked anyway. This B** star destroyed a good part of his Cape of Peace and randomly killed people there, which made him lose a lot of face. Hence, he had to get some payback today. It's you. Once Zhuopingan made his move, Luan Kai recognized that this sickly scholar was him, a Grand Emperor no weaker than him. After seeing Zhuopingan, Luan Kai's heart sank. If Mo Wuji had Zhuopingan's protection, he really couldn't take him away. Regardless whether he could bring Mo Wuji away or not, anyone that made a move against him, Luan Kai, had to die. Also, no matter how impressive Zhuopingan was, he would only be able to hide at his Cape of Peace. A blazing Babel pillar was lifted up by Luan Kai, and it exploded instantly, filling the entire area with flames, and causing small spatial cracks. The sea of flames covered half of the sky of Starling Immortal City. Countless buildings turned to dust under the effects of the blazing Babel pillar. Deep rumbling echoed throughout the city, and booming sounds of Zhuopingan's fan spines clashing with the sea of flames could be heard periodically. In such a large-scale battle, other than the initial attack, Mo Wuji could not interfere at all. Han Long similarly shied to one side. After the both of them backed up, De Huang stepped forward instead. While the immortal elemental energy continuously exploded around his body, and the flames of the blazing Babel pillars swept over his body one wave after another, but to him, they were no different from someone scratching an itch of his. He always kept Mo Wuji's words in mind, to strike this noble piece of sh*t with all his strength when the moment was right. Chua Pingon, what do you want? The blazing Babel pillar almost engulfed the entire Starlying immortal city, but Chua Pingon's fan was still not affected. Luan Kai clearly knew that this situation was disadvantageous to him. Even if it were advantageous, he wouldn't be able to kill Chua Pingon. One could say that once he met Chua Pingon, there wasn't much difference whether he fought this battle or not. However, Chua Pingon did not speak. He knew that based on Mo Wuji's style, if he didn't take this chance to fight Luan Kai one-on-one now, he wouldn't be able to take on Grand Emperor Luan Kai either. Indeed, Chua Pingon's guess was spot on. Luan Kai stopped mid-sentence as he felt an endless wave of immortal elemental energy coming his way. No, this elemental energy was even a little stronger than immortal elemental energy. Even Chua Pingon might not have been able to create such frightening power. Could this be another grand immortal emperor? In response, Luan Kai wildly tore at the restrictions on him, but no matter how wild he was, it was still a little too late. Boom! De Huang's fist landed on Luan Kai's chest, creating a crater of blood. Luan Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body twisted a few times in mid-air before disappearing completely. As Luan Kai vanished, so did the blazing Babel pillar. If it weren't for the scene of destruction left behind and the countless buildings that were incinerated, everyone might have thought that nothing had happened. They had left as quickly as they arrived. Let's go, we can't use the transfer array here anymore. Everyone, board my flying ship, will fly straight to the god's immortal domain. Chua Pingon had become much paler after he landed on the ground. Roger. Mo Wuji replied. Although they didn't manage to kill Luan Kai this time, but at least he got seriously injured. In the near future, this guy would definitely not dare to act against him. While Mo Wuji really wanted to find an opportunity to exact revenge against Luan Kai, but he knew that the time was not ripe yet. Heavenly Chasm City. In the entire god's immortal domain, this was the most famous city. The Heavenly Chasm City was not only famous because it was big, but because it was close to the number one heavenly chasm in the immortal world, God's Heavenly Chasm. It was rumored that this heavenly chasm was left behind after the War of the Gods. No one knew how long or wide this heavenly chasm was. All that was known about it was that this heavenly chasm passed through the god's immortal domain, and extended into the endless void. As for its width, no one could really cross the god's heavenly chasm, and thus no one knew what domain was at the other side. All that was known was that the opposite side of the heavenly chasm would regularly face spatial disturbances, which would bring top-grade equipment, forging materials and immortal herbs to the god's immortal domain. On top of that, there were some floating pieces of land in God's heavenly chasm where you could find many good stuff normally. As a result, countless people flocked to this area to try their luck, or to purchase some immortal herbs or materials. Naturally, the Heavenly Chasm City flourished with activity, but all this was not what really propelled the city to fame. Most immortals came for the God's Tower, which was located in the center of the God's heavenly chasm. Before the God's Tower opened, its surrounding area remained blurry, and only after it opened up would it become clear for all to see. Mo Wuji and company arrived outside of Heavenly Chasm City, and the first thing they saw was a gigantic display array outside of the city. The word invitation was at the top of the array, followed by the following message below: God's Tower is about to open. Heavenly Chasm Resthouse welcomes all immortal friends coming to God's immortal domain. In the 3 years before God's Tower opens, there will be a large-scale trade forum at the hall on the top floor of Heavenly Chasm Resthouse at the end of the 9th month. As long as you are staying at the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse, you will be able to enter for free. The God's immortal domain sure are generous, to actually provide free lodging. Just that we don't know what the conditions for that are. Mo Wuji gave rare words of praise after seeing the large display array. He was very clear that in such a situation, rest houses would be the most profitable, and this was when they could strike it rich. Having gone into many secret domains in the past, including the opening of Broken World's third level, Yongying Immortal Domain Grand Alchemy Competition, etc. The most expensive thing was always accommodation. Generous? Wait till you've moved in, then you'll know how well Heavenly Chasm Resthouse does business. But back to your point, the way that Heavenly Chasm Resthouse does things is very commendable. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to find somewhere to stay at this kind of time. Moreover, Heavenly Chasm Resthouse is the #1 resthouse in Heavenly Chasm City, so they weren't boasting about that. Zhuo Pingan casually commented. Indeed, Mo Wuji agreed with Zhuo Pingan's comments. With so many people coming and going, it would be rather difficult to find a slot in an above-average resthouse. Heavenly Chasm Resthouse was not boasting indeed. The moment Mo Wuji set foot into the resthouse, he could sense extremely dense immortal spiritual energy. The entire resthouse was very grand and spacious too. Fellow Dao friends, Heavenly Chasm Resthouse is currently only serving guests who have a God's token, so could you please? Once Mo Wuji and company entered the place, they were promptly stopped by a member of staff. Before the guy could even finish speaking, Mo Wuji took out his God's token and said, "We are guests who have God's tokens. 3 rooms please." Without any prompting from the staff member, Han Long took out her own God's token, while Zhuo Pingan drew out a black card. After the staff member saw the black card, he suddenly became much more respectful. As fast as he could, he helped the 3 of them check in with their God's token numbers, and brought them upstairs. The room is indeed quite good. After Mo Wuji entered the room, he nodded his head while praising it. Not only did the room have dense immortal spiritual energy, there were many different types of cultivation rooms that came with it. The staff member spoke with a smile. "This is our resthouse VIP room. Since the 3 of you are VIPs, it's only natural that you are allocated the VIP room. I'll make a move first. If you need anything, just call for me." Once the staff member left, Mo Wuji chuckled, "It's rather good to have an immortal emperor traveling with you. We even got the VIP room for free." But Zhuo Pingan replied, "Next month it will be the end of the 9th month. There's many good things at the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse trade forum. I suggest that you refine some top-grade Tier 7 immortal pills, otherwise you'll have nothing to exchange for something that you want." Knowing that Mo Wuji would not miss out on such an opportunity, Zhuo Pingan casually dropped some hints, giving him a free favor. Even without Zhuo Pingan's reminder, Mo Wuji already planned to attend the trade forum at the end of the 9th month. Those who could stay in the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse were obviously not ordinary people. If they weren't immortal emperors, then they would be a leader of their own area. Top-grade items would only appear with such people. As he was in Grand Immortal stage, the cultivation resources he needed were of higher quality, so there wouldn't be a point to attend normal trade forums. On top of that, he wanted to promote himself as a Tier 7 honored Great Pill Emperor. If he were alone, then he wouldn't have cared whether his reputation was good or bad. But now that he wanted to build a sect, it couldn't be done just with words. He had to have a certain status, and at the same time also have a proper network of connections. For his status, he did not even fear Luan Kai. And for connections, he would naturally rely on his status as a Tier 7 honored Great Pill Emperor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, SCR*W off. Chapter 622, SCR*W off. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. As a Tier 7 honored Great Pill Emperor, he was already well versed in refining Tier 7 immortal pills. Within a few days' time, the pills he concocted included the Draining Immortal King Pill, Trio Revolving Solitary Blood Pill, Green Bodhi Pill, and tens of other valuable Tier 7 immortal pills. Every single one of them were unique grade without exception. There was still a good half a month before the end of the 9th month, but just as he stopped making Tier 7 immortal pills and was about to start to try concocting Tier 8 immortal pills, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Heavenly Chasm City's Castellan, Kuju, welcomes all esteemed immortal friends to Heavenly Chasm City. Heavenly Chasm Resthouse set the exchange forum to be held at the end of this month, because Master Su has come out from closed-door cultivation and successfully advanced to Grade 9 Smith Emperor. Master Su intends to forge an extremely important magic treasure, and came to Heavenly Chasm City as a guest. To welcome him, and to entertain all of the immortal friends staying in Heavenly Chasm Resthouse, the exchange forum will be brought forward to tonight. Other than the immortal friends from Heavenly Chasm Resthouse, some other immortal friends from Heavenly Chasm City will get the chance to join in. Finally, I hope that all friends that made their way here will be able to leave satisfied. Regarding when the exchange forum would be held, Mo Wuji didn't care. What he really cared about was Master Su, who actually was a Grade 9 Smith Emperor. Wouldn't this mean that Master Su could forge Grade 9 immortal equipment? Although he had just started learning smithing, but he could only forge Grade 2 immortal equipment at best. How revered a guest and Smith Emperor that could forge Grade 9 immortal equipment must be, Mo Wuji could imagine. Just for this Smith Emperor, Heavenly Chasm Resthouse brought forward the exchange forum, even inviting all experts in Heavenly Chasm City. All this made sense. To Mo Wuji, if he could get acquainted with this Master Su, it would benefit him tremendously. That grey saber had already become insufficient for his uses, and now he had the half-moon halberd blade and the Tianji pole, so if he could combine both items into a top-grade halberd, it would be the best outcome for him. All of his Blade Dao sacred arts, Grand Desert, Winding River, Setting Sun, when unleashed with a halberd would have a sort of oppressive and grand aura about it. After all, the halberd was the true king of the battlefield. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji quickly packed up his pill furnace and changed into a fresh set of clothes, deciding to leave for the exchange forum's location. Pill Master Mo was preparing to go to the exchange forum now? Once Mo Wuji opened the restrictions on his door, Zhuo Pingan was standing right outside his doorway. He nodded, yes, Dao friend Zhuo, let's go over together. However, Zhuo Pingan shook his head, I'm not going. This exchange forum doesn't have much that's worth exchanging for me. Moreover, such exchange forums are very safe, so even if De Huang doesn't tag along, no one will dare to do anything to you. I'm just here to remind you, no matter what, do not offend Su Surin. Su Surin? Mo Wuji asked with a puzzled tone. Zhuo Pingan nodded his head. Su Surin is that Master Su, the Grade 9 Smith Emperor. You just have to remember what I said. He can't be compared to Luan Kai. For Luan Kai, if you offended him, then that's about it. But if you offend Su Surin, unless you're already not in God's immortal domain, otherwise it would be very difficult to leave God's immortal domain. Dao friend Zhuo, don't worry. I'm already intending to make friends with him, so how could I offend him? Mo Wuji immediately replied. If what Zhuo Pingan said was true, then all the more he had to get acquainted with Master Su. Why would he offend a Smith Emperor with such power? Just that this guy's name had such an ordinary feel to it, to be actually named Su Surin, 1. Wuji, since Elder Zhuo is not going, why don't we go over together? There's bound to be many people there tonight, so if we're late, we might have to sit in the corner. Han Long swiftly approached them. At such an exchange forum, Han Long would very likely not exchange anything, but for such an event, she really wanted to go to take a look. One could imagine that those who attended such an exchange forum were top-notch experts from various large immortal domains, or at least people who were the leaders of some large organization. Good, let's go De Huang. Mo Wuji patted De Huang who was on his side, walking towards the top floor with Han Long. Even if it were safe, he wouldn't allow De Huang to leave his side. As for Shuaigua, there wasn't much use for him to attend such a function, so he was sent into T Undying World. Heavenly Chasm Resthouse top floor's doors had already been opened, and over 10 beautiful immortal women of Xian immortal and above were lined up on both sides. These immortal women seemed to have been hand-picked, and if you picked any one of them by random, that woman would still be prettier than Han Long, who was already considered rather ravishing. Mo Wuji walked through the front door with Han Long, and no one checked the identity cards. In reality, as long as one could enter Heavenly Chasm Rest House, one would have qualified to attend this exchange forum. The interior of Exchange Forum location was like a rather flat pot, with a large piece of white jade of radius 3 meters in the center. All of the seats surrounded this large piece of white jade, and extended outwards row by row, from low to high. Other than the first 2 rows, the seats had been occupied to the 5th row already. Hence Mo Wuji quickly brought Han Long to sit at a more prominent spot at the 5th row. There were many seats here, but the space in the room was definitely sufficient. Moreover, there was a white jade table in front of every seat. A few immortal women slid between the rows nonstop, serving tea and water for the people who were seated. In such spacious environment, there would be no issues even if one wanted to move around freely. Although this exchange forum didn't really look like some social event, but with the amount of space and level of service provided, it wasn't much different from one. Many immortals were even bringing cups of wine and going around to chit-chat with other people. The moment Mo Wuji and Han Long sat down, tens of eyes turned their way immediately. While the rest of the room still had vacant seats, the 5th row was considered to be one of the front rows, which was not somewhere all those that arrived early could sit at. And Han Long's cultivation level of Immortal King might have had some weight in a small town, but here, it was nothing to write home about. There were simply too many immortal reverends and immortal kings around. Even immortal emperors could be spotted from time to time. Greetings, my name is Yanwei. I'm from Luoling Immortal Domain's Waterfall Immortal Sect. May I ask how I should address my fellow Dao friend? And which upper immortal estate you're from? Mo Wuji hadn't sat down for long before a young man behind him took the initiative to ask him some questions while bowing respectfully. This guy was actually an immortal king, which made Mo Wuji quite shocked. Yanwei didn't look like a talented person, and was without much spirituality, but in the end he was an immortal king. It seemed like Yanwei was a little younger than Han Long too. Mo Wuji responded by bowing respectfully as well. I'm Mo Wuji, a rogue cultivator. This is my friend Han Long, also a rogue cultivator. As for the Waterfall Immortal Sect, Mo Wuji had heard of it before. Their sect head, Immortal Emperor Wenlan, whose Tao was created from a waterfalls, advanced to Immortal Emperor before subsequently founding the Waterfall Immortal Sect. The sect itself wasn't a small one. At the same time, Han Long could sense that Yanwei's strength was higher than her own, hence she swiftly returned the bow. Dao friend Mo, you're a rogue cultivator? Upon hearing that Mo Wuji was a rogue cultivator, Yanwei was stunned momentarily. A rogue cultivator dared to seat at the 5th row? He dared to sit on the 6th row not because he was an immortal king, but as the Waterfall Immortal Sect was at least a large sect with an immortal emperor. Moreover, the sect founding sect head of Waterfall Immortal Sect was Immortal Empress Wenlan, one of the famous immortal emperors of the 7 great immortal domains. That's right, I'm a rogue cultivator. Mo Wuji replied. This caused Yanwei's expression to change slightly, and he spoke in a hushed tone. Dao friend Mo, if you trust me, Dao friend Han, and you should occupy seats from the 10th row onwards. When Mo Wuji turned around to take a look, in the short period of time, the first 10 rows had already been fully occupied. Sitting at a seat further back wasn't something he was very keen on doing either. He had a motive for coming here, and that was to promote his upcoming new sect. If he were so low-key, what sect could he set up then? Before Mo Wuji could say that he was comfortable in his current seat, a gentle voice appeared by his ears. Friends, would you be willing to give up these 2 seats for me? I'll naturally not disadvantage you either. A slightly pale youth stood in front of Mo Wuji and spoke with a smile on his face. Beside this youth was a lady wearing a light green dress. After hearing this guy's words, Mo Wuji knew that he had heard what Yanwei said, otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to ask for the seat. Even if he wanted to, he would have to ask about Mo Wuji's background first. On the other hand, the lady was extremely beautiful, and based on Mo Wuji's estimates, she wouldn't lose out to Chen Shuyin at all. It seemed like this youth wanted to find a seat in the front rows for the pretty lady. Seeing that Mo Wuji did not answer, the youth began to frown, and asked once more while bowing respectfully, "I'm Yan Zhenjiang, from God's Immortal Domain's Dao-Seeking Palace. This is Green Immortal House's Mo Xianma. If you're willing to give me some face, I will owe you a favor. Dao friend Mo, Dao-Seeking Palace is one of the big sects in God's Immortal Domain. Its strength is unparalleled. If we offend Dao-Seeking Palace, it would be difficult for a rogue cultivator to leave God's Immortal Domain. Green Immortal House is even more well-connected, and has greater influence in God's Immortal Domain than Dao-Seeking Palace. That Mo Xianma is also one of the 7 immortal women of Green Immortal House." Yan Wei frantically sent a message to Mo Wuji's ears. Gazing at Mo Xianma, Mo Wuji couldn't believe that he would find someone of the same clan around here. But as she saw that Mo Wuji was looking away, she frowned slightly, with a tinge of disdain appearing in her eyes. Mo Wuji didn't even care about Mo Xianma's look of disdain. It was only a surname, so this woman was still equivalent to a stranger, hence he casually replied, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't intend to give up my seat. Both of you please find a seat somewhere else. Don't try to push your luck," Yan Zhenjiang said. However, Mo Wuji's position did not change, hence his expression immediately changed. He had gone through so much trouble to invite one of the 7 immortal women of Green Immortal House, and wanted to use the exchange forum to get acquainted with her. Who knew a rogue cultivator wouldn't even give up a seat to him? In his original plans, when he, a member of Dao-Seeking Palace, asked a rogue cultivator to give up a seat for him, the rogue cultivator should have happily stood up and bowed respectfully while vacating the seat. But now not only was there no bowing, but the rogue cultivator had given him a slap to the face. SCR*W off. Mo Wuji scolded directly. His gaze never even fell on Yan Zhenjiang, and had always been fixated on Luan Kai, who was walking over, while at the same time, De Huang was preparing to attack. He could ignore Yan Zhenjiang, but not Luan Kai. Who knew whether that psychopath would start attacking him here? 1. The Surin in Su Surin is, which means ordinary man. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, SCR*W off again. Chapter 623, SCR*W off again. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. It's you? A surprised voice broke Mo Wuji's concentration. A beautiful white-haired woman walked over swiftly, and looking at the happiness in her eyes, one could sense how elated she was to see Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji knew this white-haired woman, and her name was Nai. He also knew why she was so happy to see him, because he had the Immortal Seeking Token and Universal Peak Token. Thus, Mo Wuji wasn't that excited to see her. Just based on the fact that Nai wanted the 2 tokens on him, he didn't have anything to say to her, much less after they clashed in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. This woman was rather talented, to have reached Grand Immortal stage just like him after a short period of time. Junior sister Nai, you know him? Yan Zhenjiang naturally knew Nai, but when he saw her so excited upon arriving, he became a little suspicious about whether Mo Wuji was truly a rogue cultivator. Yan Zhenjiang was aware of Nai's background as one of God's Immortal Sect's core disciples. Who would actually dare to claim that God's Immortal Sect was lousy while inside of God's Immortal Domain? God's Immortal Sect was once the top sect in God's Immortal Domain, and even though it had fallen from its peak, it was still one of the large sections. This sort of large sect had very strong foundations, so it could rise again at any moment. Hence, although Dao-Seeking Palace was very popular now, Yan Zhenjiang couldn't be disrespectful towards Nai. Pillmaster Mo, greetings from Emperor Luan Kai. At this moment, Grand Emperor Luan Kai also walked over, and to Mo Wuji's surprise, Grand Emperor Luen Kai actually bowed respectfully towards him. Regardless whether it was Nai He, Yen Zhenjian, or Mo Xianma, all of them were stunned. How could they not know who Grand Emperor Luen Kai was? This was a rather bipolar grand immortal emperor with an eccentric side. Moreover, he was also extremely strong, and loved to do things that angered others. Finding absurd reasons to kill someone was not beyond him. So why would such a person bow respectfully towards Mo Wuji, a mere rogue cultivator? Did they see things wrongly? Grand Emperor. Yen Zhenjiang stuttered as he bowed respectfully, while Nai He and Mo Xianma followed suit at the side, not even daring to breath. Tao-seeking palace, God's immortal sect, and Green Immortal House did not fear Luen Kai, but sex were sex, and they were themselves. If Luen Kai's unusual temperament got triggered, what would stop him from killing them? With a casual strike they would be disabled, and no one would listen to their cries of bitterness. In her heart, Nai He regretted. Once she saw Mo Wuji, she immediately lost sight of her surroundings. If she had seen Grand Emperor Luen Kai earlier, she definitely would not have come for Mo Wuji that quickly. Since Mo Wuji had come here, he would not leave that soon. She was equally shocked about how Luen Kai treated Mo Wuji too, as she knew much more about what happened between Luen Kai and Mo Wuji. Even if Mo Wuji was a honored great immortal king of the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance, it would be impossible for Luen Kai to bow respectfully to him. So what exactly was going on today? By the next moment, most of the people's attention was focused towards Mo Wuji's area. I know that your name is Luen Kai, there's no need for introduction. Mo Wuji stood up and went one step back, while De Huang took one step forward at the same time. Now De Huang, who was originally behind Mo Wuji, was half a step in front of Mo Wuji. The reason he stood up was not out of respect for Luen Kai, but out of worry that once Luen Kai attacked, he would lose the initiative by being seated. As for Luen Kai's bowing, Mo Wuji knew what was going on. In his heart, his respect for Luen Kai grew. This guy actually liked his concubine that much, to the point that he could put aside his pride as an immortal emperor to bow respectfully at Mo Wuji. However, the enmity between Mo Wuji and Luen Kai could not be resolved through apologies. Someone that killed his friends had to pay with blood. I offended you previously because my beloved concubine was severely ill. I would like to invite you to lend a helping hand as a doctor, considering that we're all on the same path of immortal Tao. After speaking, Luen Kai bowed respectfully once more. Mo Wuji stared coldly at Luen Kai. If this were anywhere else, he would immediately summon Zhuopingan and kill this *** road. Cure your beloved concubine? Haha, Luen Kai, you must be joking. As the surrounding crowd saw Mo Wuji remain silent, they were very worried for him. Grand Emperor Luen Kai actually treated an ant-like character with such dignity and respect, but this ant didn't even care in the slightest. While this place had rather strict rules, if Luen Kai killed Mo Wuji, nothing would happen to him at all, and he would still be able to attend the exchange for him. Sometimes things like rules were like a circle, and there would always be some people outside of this circle. Luen Kai was one of the experts outside of the circle. Pill Master Mo, you should reply Grand Emperor quickly. Nai He could sense the killing intent emanating from Luen Kai, hence she frantically sent a message to Mo Wuji. Once Mo Wuji was killed, the items on him would be taken away by Luen Kai for sure, so she wouldn't be able to get anything. Similarly, Mo Wuji could feel Luen Kai's killing intent, but he was not afraid. He and De Huang already had a plan. If Luen Kai dared to make a move on them, they wouldn't allow him to leave as easily as before. As long as De Huang could occupy Luen Kai, Zhuopingan would come within a breath's time. Then he would take the time to set up all kinds of trap arrays, and even if his trap arrays could only trap Luen Kai for 1/10 of a breath, to De Huang or Zhuopingan, that would be enough. Hung Jun, who is that? He actually made Grand Emperor Luen Kai bow respectfully? Not that far away from Mo Wuji, an elegant youth asked at the front row. A middle-aged man with a head of red hair sat beside this youth, and that middle-aged man was Pil Dao Alliance's Tier 7 Pil Emperor, Hung Jun. Alliance head, he's Mo Wuji. Hong Jun respectfully replied. His voice had a hint of confusion, as he had heard that Luan Kai wanted to kill Mo Wuji, but in the end Luan Kai turned out to be rather courteous towards Mo Wuji instead. The elegant youth suddenly stood up, and asked in shock, he's that Mo Wuji? The Tier 5 honored grade pill king? The one that Hu Zhenyu gave up on? There was another sentence that he did not say, which was that after he had come out from closed-door cultivation, there was another error in their judgment. Nodding his lowered head, Hung Jun didn't even want to speak anymore. In the Pill Dao Alliance, he and Gong Yangshua knew the extent of Mo Wuji's talent in Pill Dao the best. Back when they consulted with Mo Wuji, he and Gong Yangshua both gained quite a bit from the exchange, and after that, his success rate at refining Tier 7 immortal pills increased. In short, it was all due to Mo Wuji. Based on his assessment, Mo Wuji's understanding of purification was number one in the immortal world. Even the Pill Dao Alliance's alliance head that sat by his side, in the peak of Tier 8 Pill Emperor, Xiao Lishir, was still beneath Mo Wuji in this aspect. If he knew that Mo Wuji did not die, he would have helped Mo Wuji out with Tianji Pill Court. Hung Jun, let's go take a look too. Xiao Lishir took in a deep breath, before he spoke again. But Alliance Head, didn't you ask the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance to secretly get rid of him? Hong Jun asked, puzzled. Although the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance had not succeeded yet, but this sort of thing would be made known to Mo Wuji sooner or later. Since that was the case, what was the point in getting on his good side? Xiao Lishir took in another deep breath, then he explained, I believe that I shouldn't have given that order. I should have first taken a look at what kind of person Mo Wuji was. This guy does not falter in front of Grand Emperor Luan Kai, not even being courteous towards him at all. He must be a very intelligent man, so if my Pill Dao Immortal Alliance makes an enemy out of him, it would be difficult to predict the outcome. On top of that, he has that immortal puppet, which seems rather extraordinary, by his side. Hung Jun still did not really understand the intent behind these actions. No matter how intelligent Mo Wuji was, he was still an ant. So shouldn't everything be fine and dandy after killing him? Sighing, Xiao Lishir understood what Hung Jun was thinking about. However, the part that he left out was that it was not impossible to kill Mo Wuji. Even someone as crazy as Luan Kai had to bow respectfully towards Mo Wuji, so there should be a power behind Mo Wuji that was no weaker than Luan Kai. Otherwise, based on Luan Kai's personality, how could he be so nice? Since Mo Wuji had strength rivaling Luan Kai's, then he was no longer someone that they could easily wipe off the face of the world. Hence, the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance had to change their plans. Pillmaster Mo, as long as you give the word, I will bring Ding Zhu here, and I won't complain at all. As for your compensation, just tell me what you want. As long as I, Luan Kai, can do it, I will not go against my word. However, Mo Wuji replied coldly, Luan Kai, will settle out debt slowly. The debt for your murder of my disciples of Tianji Pill Court will not be forgotten. I'll give Heavenly Chasm Resthouse some face today, and not touch you. One day, I, Mo Wuji, will flatten the dog kennel of yours. Once Mo Wuji's last word landed on his ears, the veins on Luan Kai's face popped up. If he could kill Mo Wuji, he would have attacked immediately. But he didn't dare to, not because he was afraid of the rules here, but as he knew that Zhuo Pingon was also around. Moreover, that ugly puppet's immortal elemental energy seemed to be stronger than his own. If he acted first today, perhaps he really wouldn't be able to leave Heavenly Chasm City. The injury from his last clash with Zhuo Pingon had not fully healed yet, so he didn't have the ability to fight once more. Indeed, his temperament was a little odd and he was rather arrogant, but this arrogance was built on the premise that he wasn't in any danger. Once his life was at risk, these traits would disappear completely. Good, very good, I, Luan Kai, will wait for you to come to my unfettered Emperor Palace to take revenge. Luan Kai clenched his fist tightly, but he still did not dare to fight here. SCR*W off. Seeing that Luan Kai dared not attack, Mo Wuji shouted without hesitation. No one knew, and no one believed that when Mo Wuji and Luan Kai clashed, Luan Kai was the weaker party. In reality, Mo Wuji hoped from the bottom of his heart that Luan Kai would attack. Once Luan Kai made the first strike, he would be the defending party, and as the defending party, he could call out Chua Pingon, without anything holding him back, to teach Luan Kai a painful lesson. If his luck was good, Luan Kai would die or get injured to the point that his cultivation level dropped, then he would be able to eradicate the unfettered Emperor Palace. However, Luan Kai actually dared not attack, so it would seem that his usual personality was faked. Even those unreasonable bursts of anger were intentional. This sent a signal to everyone: he, Luan Kai, did not function logically, and could get angry for no reason. As he thought about this, a shiver went down Mo Wuji's spine. These old guys were indeed not simple. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, SCR*W off number 3. Chapter 624, SCR*W off number 3. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Seeing that Luan Kai also turned around and left after Mo Wuji asked him to screw off, Yan Zhenjiang's heart froze. This Bast *RD is a rogue cultivator? Even Grand Emperor Luan Kai had to obediently leave in front of this rogue cultivator, so wouldn't he, Yan Zhenjiang, not be recognized at all? But Pillmaster Mo, it was my mistake just now. I'll take my leave now. After Yan Zhenjiang finished speaking, without waiting for Mo Wuji's response, he sped off. As for the title Pillmaster Mo, he had borrowed it from Luan Kai. Nai's heart also sank. She was here to find Mo Wuji for the Universal Peak Token. Logically speaking, since he did not have the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance as a backer anymore, it should have been easier for her to negotiate. However, he could even ask Luan Kai to SCR*W off, so what could her, a mere Grandie Immortal, do? Initially back in the Cultivation World's universe, she was sure that Mo Wuji's future achievements were immeasurable, but this was a little too fast, wasn't it? How long had it been only, and Mo Wuji already grew so much? Although she knew that taking the Immortal Seeking Token and Universal Peak Token from Mo Wuji was as hard as reaching the heavens, but she couldn't stop. These two tokens were too important to her, much too important. Mo Wuji didn't really care about these guys, and once again, a familiar face approached him. Hong Jun, Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Tier 7 Pill Emperor. Truthfully, Mo Wuji still had a rather good impression of Hong Jun and Gong Yangshui previously. This had nothing to do with the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance at all. The impressive part of the both of them wasn't their cultivation level, but their Pill Dao. Initially, when he had discussed about Pill Dao with these two Pill Emperors, he didn't hide anything. They were only constrained by time, so the two Pill Emperors had taken away a limited amount of information from him. For the incidents that followed, it made him very disappointed. Pill Dao Immortal Alliance gave up his Pill Court in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, and Gong Yangshui might have really not known about the issues surrounding Tianji Pill Court, as this old fart was obsessed with Pill Dao, not caring about anything else. But if one said that Hong Jun did not know anything, Mo Wuji wouldn't really believe it. Since Hong Jun knew, then he should have helped on the basis of their relationship from the Pill Dao exchange. If it were Mo Wuji, if he knew that Hong Jun's or Gong Yangshui's family members had any problems, he would lend a helping hand to them. However, Tianji Pill Court was still destroyed by Luan Kai, and the people of the Pill Court were killed by Luan Kai too, hence it seemed like Hong Jun didn't help at all. Pillmaster Mo, it's been a long time since we've met. Hong Jun bowed respectfully from a distance. Before he even walked over, laughter could be heard. Mo Wuji's face was expressionless, not even with a smile. Neither did he bow respectfully, nor did he greet Hong Jun. Since Hong Jun was not worth getting acquainted with, these fake actions were all excessive to him. Hong Jun also understood Mo Wuji's intent, hence he awkwardly put his hands down. In reality, he was a little regretful, as back then he did know about Hu Jinyu giving up on Mo Wuji. Tianji Pill Court could not have been saved by him, but saving some of the helpers in the Pill Court in advance was not beyond him. From his perspective, a few helpers dying didn't mean much. But who knew that Mo Wuji actually valued these helpers greatly? Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Luan Kai to scr*w off. Yet, Xiao Lishur acted as though he never saw Mo Wuji ignore Hong Jun, smiling and bowing respectfully while speaking. Pill Master Mo, I've heard of you for so long. Indeed, you're as good as the rumors say. A strong aura hit him right back in the face, while Mo Wuji squinted that little bit. Mo Wuji felt that this Xiao Lishur wasn't a simply person. Although this guy looked like a youth, by Mo Wuji's guess, he was at least in intermediate immortal emperor stage. Why was such an expert being so courteous towards him? Regardless, the other party was an immortal emperor. Hence Mo Wuji still returned the bow. Could I ask who Dao friend is? Xiao Lishur replied, actually it seems like we have rather great enmity between us. Previously I was in closed-door cultivation, and only found out about Hu Jinyu's foolish decision after I came out. I represent Pill Dao Immortal Alliance to apologize to Pill Master Mo. Don't worry, Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's doors will always be open for you, so you can return anytime. As for your loss, the Alliance will make it up to you many times over. However, Mo Wuji's eyes turned cold, and he was no longer that courteous as before. You're the Alliance head of Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, Xiao Lishur, but... That's right, I am Xiao Lishur. Anger started to build up in Xiao Lishur's heart. After all, he was the Alliance head of Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, and also an advanced immortal emperor, so Mo Wuji was still being a little too rude. Alliance head Xiao, is what you're saying true? Mo Wuji suddenly asked. Of course, I, Xiao Lishur, never lie. Hu Jinyu has been sacked from his position as Vice Alliance head due to your issue. Xiao Lishur explained. While his face still had a kind expression on it, but there was not also the dignity of an emperor. Then Alliance head Xiao is also aware of the great enmity between Luan Kai and me? Mo Wuji asked again. Nodding his head, Xiao Lishur replied, naturally yes. If Luan Kai dared to make a move just now, I would have acted without hesitation too. Oh. Mo Wuji spoke expressionlessly, since that is so, then why could Luan Kai still stand here today? Unless the whole Pill Dao Immortal Alliance couldn't even handle a single Grand Emperor Luan Kai? Or does the Alliance not know where Luan Kai's unfettered Emperor Palace is at? Xiao Lishur didn't know what to say in response. Wasn't Mo Wuji a little too unreasonable? To actually ask something like that in such a setting, didn't it not allow anyone to back down? This was openly disrespecting the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. What Mo Wuji hated the most was this sort of hypocritical fellow who could put on a smiling face while lying. At this moment, after Xiao Lishur was stunned by his line of questioning, he unceremoniously shouted, scr*w off. Towards such a hypocritical piece of trash, he couldn't be bothered to waste a single word more. This was still before Mo Wuji was aware that Xiao Lishur wanted to kill him. If he knew, then he wouldn't have just uttered the words scr*w off today. You're asking for it. Xiao Lishur charged forward out of rage. He wasn't Luan Kai, so even though he guessed that Mo Wuji's immortal puppet was strong, but he never imagined that it would be as strong as a grand immortal emperor. A mere Tier 5 Pill King actually asked him, the Alliance head of Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, to scr*w off. Wasn't this asking to die? With an immortal emperor's dignity, how could he allow an ant to be so disrespectful? Strong waves of energy flew towards Mo Wuji. He wouldn't just attack straight up, instead intending to cripple Mo Wuji with the aura of his domain. Since Mo Wuji couldn't be brought to their side, then he would use this excuse to incapacitate Mo Wuji. With a cold snort, an equally strong aura was generated from Mo Wuji's side. As both auras clashed in the air, it caused a direct explosion in the air. Two grand immortal emperors, even if no attacks were made, such an explosion was enough to destroy everything in the vicinity. However, before the wild energy could spread out, a brown-clothed middle-aged man landed at the side, and with a wave of his hand, the energy all disappeared completely. In an instant, Xiao Lishi's anger vanished. He stared at De Huang, who was by Mo Wuji's side, in fear. After his strong aura and killing intent shot towards Mo Wuji, it was easily diffused by this immortal puppet. The strength of the immortal puppet seemed to be greater than his own. Once they began fighting, he, Xiao Lishi, would lose all of Pil Dao Immortal Alliance's face. No wonder even Luan Kai didn't dare to make a move. Thus he immediately gave up on the idea of fighting Mo Wuji, bowing respectfully at the brown-clothed man. Castellan Ku, just now I was a little out of hand. Obviously, the brown-clothed man knew who Xiao Lishi was, and responded with a bow. I would like to request for Alliance Head Xiao to refrain from fighting here on the account of Heavenly Chasm City. I, Ku Zu, would be extremely grateful. Castellan Ku, what are you saying? It was indeed I who was at fault just now. When we have the time I'll make it up to you. Xiao Lishi turned and walked towards his seat after speaking, not looking at Mo Wuji anymore. Mo Wuji greets Castellan Ku. Mo Wuji didn't dare to be disrespectful, hence he also bowed respectfully. Ku Zu's strength was weaker than Xiao Lishi, but from his aura, Mo Wuji could sense that this guy was still an immortal emperor. Surprisingly, Ku Zu did not use an immortal emperor's power to teach Mo Wuji a lesson. Instead he broke into a smile while speaking. Immortal friend Mo is too kind. Everyone here is a guest of my Heavenly Chasm City. If immortal friend Mo doesn't mind, I can arrange for you to sit at the first row. Just now, Mo Wuji asked both Luan Kai and Xiao Lishi to SCR*W off, and both of them could not do anything about it. Hence, although Ku Zu did not really know Mo Wuji that well, he could sense that this guy was not simple. If Mo Wuji did not want to set up a sect, he would definitely have rejected this opportunity. But now since he wanted to do so, he naturally had to promote himself before his sect could become famous. Moreover, he also wanted to get acquainted with Su Guren. Thank you Castellan Ku then. Mo Wuji accepted the offer. Seeing that Mo Wuji had agreed, Ku Zu's was even more impressed with Mo Wuji. Frankly, the first row of such an exchange forum was not that easy to sit at. Sometimes even when someone gave you a seat, you wouldn't dare to sit there either. Since Mo Wuji dared to sit at the first row, it meant that he was powerful enough. Immortal friend Yen, thanks for just now. I'm a Tier 7 honored grade pill emperor, so you can look for me directly if you need any pills refined in the future. Before he left, Mo Wuji turned around and thanked Yen Wei with a bow. Ah! Thank you very much. Even though Yen Wei was an immortal king, he was still rather touched. Mo Wuji had asked Dao Seeking Palace's core disciple, Grand Emperor Luan Kai, and Pil Dao Alliance's alliance head to SCR*W off. These three SCR*W offs displayed Mo Wuji's strength and power prominently, and such a guy actually got acquainted with him. No, that was not the point. The main point was that Mo Wuji was also a Tier 7 honored Great Pill Emperor. How heaven-defying could he be? Immortal friend Mo is a Tier 7 honored Great Pill Emperor? Ku Zu, who had been guessing Mo Wuji's origins, became excited. A Tier 7 honored Grade Pill Emperor meant someone equivalent to a Tier 8 Pill Emperor. Based on Mo Wuji's age, eventually advancing to Tier 9 Pill Emperor seemed like a possibility. He finally understood why Luan Kai had to beg Mo Wuji. Luan Kai's favorite concubine was seriously ill, so it was definitely to ask Mo Wuji to help with pill refining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, Su Surin. Chapter 625, Su Surin. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji initially wanted to advertise his status as a Tier 7 honored Grade Pill Emperor, hence there was no hint of humility in his words. Of course, if Castellan Ku needs any Tier 7 or 8 immortal pills refined in the future, you can look for me. To Mo Wuji, advancing to Tier 8 Pill Emperor was only a matter of time. Once Ku Zu heard this, he felt surprised and happy. What a Tier 8 Pill Emperor! One had to know that in the entire immortal world, the person with the highest pill Dao level was Xiao Lishir, who was at the peak of Tier 8 Pill Emperor. Moreover, Xiao Lishir looked like a youth, but in reality everyone knew that he was an old fart that had lived for millions of years. In terms of talent, Xiao Lishir paled in comparison to Mo Wuji. "Brother Mo, please take a seat at the front row." Kuzu changed his title for Mo Wuji to Brother Mo after he found out that Mo Wuji was a Tier 8 Pill Emperor. Although he was an immortal emperor, but a Tier 8 Pill Emperor's status was no lower than an immortal emperor's. As Heavenly Chasm City's Castellan and an immortal emperor, there were simply too many reasons for him to borrow the expertise of a Tier 8 Pill Emperor. Xiao Lishir might have also been a Tier 8 Pill Emperor, but he was the alliance head of Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, a much higher social status than him, Kuzu. If he made a request to Xiao Lishir to concoct some pills, who knew how high a price he would have to pay, even possibly having to beg. However, Mo Wuji was different, as it would be much easier to request for pills from a rogue cultivator. If he could get on Mo Wuji's good side and become friends. As Heavenly Chasm City's Castellan, Kuzu understood this difference. As for Mo Wuji's sworn enemy, Luan Kai, Kuzu didn't care either. No matter how crazy Luan Kai seemed, he wouldn't dare to anger Heavenly Chasm City. With Kuzu personally escorting him, Mo Wuji went to sit at a prominent spot on the first row. All those around him were either sect heads or various large immortal domains leaders. "Brother Mo, you can sit peacefully. Part of Heavenly Chasm Rest House also belongs to me, so I have to go to entertain some guests. In a moment, Smith Emperor Su will arrive, I'll have to receive him too." After Mo Wuji and Han Long sat down, Kuzu said apologetically. Standing up, Mo Wuji replied, "Immortal friend Ku, please do as you please, I'm rather good here." Naturally, Mo Wuji understood the intention behind Kuzu befriending him, and he did not reject it. Kuzu wanted to make use of his pill Dao, and he also needed a powerful friend like Kuzu. Regardless whether it was in the mortal world or the immortal world, this was reality. Having a few friends who would die for you in your life was already considered very lucky. But most of your friends would definitely come from mutually beneficial exchanges. This was the reality, and also essential. With Kuzu's departure, a few cultivators in the vicinity took the initiative to greet Mo Wuji. His previous declaration that he was a Tier 7 honored grade Pill Emperor was heard by them, so who wouldn't want to get acquainted with one? In other words, their intention was to befriend Mo Wuji while his cultivation level was still low, otherwise they probably would not have the qualifications to befriend him after he grew strong. "Welcome Master Su to Heavenly Chasm Rest House Exchange Forum, and at the same time we would like to congratulate Master Su for advancing to Grade 9 Smith Emperor and becoming the only Grade 9 Smith Emperor in the 7 grade immortal domains." Kuzu's voice echoed out in the room. Following which, everyone in the exchange forum location stood up to welcome Master Su. Mo Wuji saw Kuzu and a few immortals with exceptional auras escorting a skinny man into the room. Upon seeing the skinny man, the first thing he noticed was that this guy was rather similar to him, without any spirituality about him. If he didn't know that this was Su Surin, he would have assumed that this guy was just another passerby on the street. Since Su Surin was a smith, there should have a grand flaming aura about him, or so Mo Wuji thought. Who knew that the actual person differed from his expectations by that much? The skinny man before him didn't seem that old, but had the appearance of a middle-aged man. "Greetings Master Su. Elder Su." When Su Surin passed by, all of the people in the vicinity greeted him, and he responded with a smile, which made everyone feel that his gaze fell on them for a good period of time. This was a form of respect indeed, and at the same time, Mo Wuji knew that it was also a form of strength. It was apparent that Su Surin's strength was no lower than Luan Kai. In his heart, Mo Wuji decided that he had to raise his cultivation level more, even though he already had achieved a certain level in Pill Dao. If he were as strong as Su Surin, who would dare to attack those close to him in his absence? As Mo Wuji was thinking about how to raise his strength, he suddenly felt Su Surin stare at him, hence he quickly bowed respectfully and greeted Su Surin. Could his senses have lied to him? He felt that Su Surin nodded at him, but didn't see this with his eyes at all. Welcome immortal friends from all great immortal domains to the exchange forum. While I, Kuzu, thank everyone for attending, I would like to take this opportunity to give everyone a welcome gift. In celebration of Master Su's advancement to Grade 9 Smith Emperor, the exchange forum will only charge a 5% transaction fee. When he heard this, Mo Wuji was stunned, and he asked, Han Long, exchange forums charge a transaction fee? Han Long shook her head, I don't know, but 5% doesn't seem like a lot. Mo Wuji frowned slightly. 5% might not be much to other people, but not to him. His main item for exchange were Tier 7 immortal pills, and it wouldn't only be for 1 or 2 transactions only. If 5% was charged each time, how much would he lose? He. You can ask Kuzu to SCR*W off too, to actually dare to charge a fee. Someone behind Mo Wuji let out a round of laughter, seemingly mocking Mo Wuji's previous 3 SCR*W offs. Pillmaster Mo, I'm very sorry. My sect's disciples are ill-disciplined, so please don't take it to heart. I am the nunnery head, Yuani, of Buddhist Immortal Domains Meditation Nunnery. This is my disciple, Sushi. Before Mo Wuji said anything, an apologetic voice sounded out. When Mo Wuji turned around, he noticed that the 2 people that spoke were actually nuns. The older nun appeared around 20+ years old, and she was stunningly beautiful, with a naturally clear aura. He was sure that this was definitely not her real age, and it wouldn't be unusual for her to be a few million years old, as she had a strong aura, possibly even around the cultivation level of Kuzu. Regarding the young nun that called for him to ask Kuzu to SCR*W off, she seemed like a young girl, and with her shiny bald head, she looked around the age of 14 to 15 years old. Although she was young, but it was difficult to mask her ravishing beauty that would defeat most of the girls her age. However, Mo Wuji did not think that this young nun was older than him. But he did not look down on this young girl either, as he could see that her cultivation level was no lower than his own, probably having just advanced to Grand Immortal stage. Meditation Nunnery, what an old-fashioned name, while also a very ordinary name, almost as ordinary as his ping fan. Normally people would choose more impressive names for a newly set up sect in the immortal world. For example, if it were other people naming his ping fan, they would likely name it as Great Fan Immortal Sect or Heavenly Fan Dao Sect. Only when one reached Mo Wuji's level of Dao then one would realize that Ping Fan was the most suitable name based on his self-made techniques Dao. Just like the meditation nunnery, on the surface it seemed ordinary, just like Su Surin's name. Su Surin? Mo Wuji suddenly recalled that Su Surin appeared almost like a mortal, just like him, so could it be that this Su Surin also cultivated with the immortal mortal technique? My apologies Pillmaster Mo, I shouldn't have made that joke just now. Seeing that Mo Wuji did not reply, the small nun, Sushi, started to worry. This guy was an expert that could ask Luan Kai and Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's alliance head to SCR*W off, so her meditation nunnery couldn't afford to offend him. At this moment she hated herself for speaking too much. The main reason behind her actions was that Mo Wuji didn't seem scary, just like an ordinary mortal. Once Mo Wuji regained his senses, he didn't think Su Surin anymore, chuckling while speaking, "What are you saying Master Yuan-e? Sister Sushi was just joking. These small issues are not worth bringing up. After all, Sister Sushi, you're so beautiful. I'm happy that you would joke with me." Pillmaster Mo, you're saying that I'm beautiful? Sushi's eyes lit up upon hearing Mo Wuji praise her for being beautiful, and her hands subconsciously moved up to touch her face. She was a sheet of paper untainted by the world, Mo Wuji thought to himself. Thankfully it was him that she joked with. If it were that pseudo-crazy Luan Kai, he might have attacked and killed this cute little Sushi. Sushi, don't be disrespectful. Yuan-e chided once more. After scolding her, Yuan-yu quickly explained to Mo Wuji, Heavenly Chasm Resthouse Exchange Forum and other auctions all have a transaction fee. Once a transaction is confirmed, the usual rate is 15%, and it's taken from both the buyer and seller. The 5% this time is indeed very little already. Taking in a deep breath, Mo Wuji thought to himself, why not just rob us? Each transaction would incur a fee of 15%, and the total of both parties would be 40%. Wasn't this tax a little too high? No wonder it was free to stay in Heavenly Chasm Rest House. Which one of the people who could obtain a god's token would be a pauper? These people would definitely attend some exchange forum or auction, and by taking a percentage of the transactions as fees, it would be enough to feed the rest house. That's good, I won't continue rambling on. This exchange shall start with Master Su. Ku Zu ceased his introductions. Mo Wuji finally understood the benefits of sitting in the front row. When you wanted to make an exchange, you could raise your token, but the order of precedence started from the first row. For example, if there were multiple people in the first 5 rows that raised their tokens at the same time, then the person in the first row would be the first to show his goods for the exchange. If all of them were from the first row, then it would be based on one seat number. Mo Wuji's seat number was 78, which meant that if another person in the first row raised her token before him, as long as the other party's seat number was not lower than 78, then he would be able to report the items he was putting up for exchange first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, Something Everyone Wants. Chapter 626, Something Everyone Wants. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Su Surin stood up and clasped his fists towards everyone before speaking out in a pleasantly warm tone. I arrived late, yet I am the first to transact, so I would like to thank all the immortal friends here for your understanding. I am only an equipment master with not many extremely useful items with me. I only have 8 and 9 grade immortal equipments. In the hall of the trade forum, everyone took in a deep breath together. Not many extremely useful items, only right and 9 grade immortal equipments. My immortal equipments include defensive, offensive and flying immortal equipments. Besides these, I can also go according to your request and forge any equipment of your wish. Su Surin paused for a moment before continuing, of course, I still have an primal wood crystal. Many people were like Mo Wuji as they had no idea what the primal wood crystal was, but Mo Wuji noticed that when Su Surin mentioned this, numerous immortal emperors in the first row revealed their desire for it. Who knows what this item was to even get those immortal emperors to be this interested? Su Surin chuckled, perhaps many of my immortal friends here have no idea what the primal wood crystal is, so let me introduce it to everyone. The primal wood crystal is a treasure which can nurture wood attributes. In fact, as long as there is sufficient time, one could even breed the wood elemental bead out of it. Mo Wuji heard this and his heart skipped a beat as he remembered about the 11 fire-red crystals he had. A single fire-red crystal was able to turn his scholar's heart into a grade 7 immortal flame, yet didn't exhaust much of its energy. It was evident that this fire-red crystal was not simple. Moreover, Mo Wuji was also certain that his fire-red crystal was able to breed out a fire elemental bead, so could his fire-red crystal be a primal fire crystal? The items I wish to trade for would be 2 types of materials and a treasure. The first material would be the Underworld Dao thread and the second would be the 9 Flowers Fire Heartstone. The third item I need would be the Primal Fire Crystal. Of course, my Primal Wood Crystal would only be exchanged for the Fire Crystal, Su Surin's words welcomed a series of discussion because most of them, like Mo Wuji, only knew what the 9 Flowers Fire Heartstone was but not the Underworld Dao thread. Mo Wuji confirmed that there was a high possibility that the 11 fire-red crystals he had with him were the primal fire crystals. The entire venue became silent as the first exchange was already stuck with no one answering Su Surin. This was because nobody was able to bring out the treasures that Su Surin wanted. Or rather, even if ordinary people were to possess such valuable items, they wouldn't dare to trade it openly. Su Surin seemed to have already predicted this as he simply smiled. I will be temporarily staying at the 9th floor of the Heavenly Chasm Rest House, room 19A. I will be welcoming anybody to find me within the next 3 months. I am sorry to have delayed this exchange, everyone please continue without bothering about me. Evidently, Su Surin knew that the items he wanted were far too valuable. Even if he asked for it in a large-scale trade forum like this one in the Heavenly Chasm City, he might not get what he asked for. The moment Su Surin finished speaking, tens of tokens from the first row rose up. Cultivators of the further rows were well aware that it was not their time to exchange for their items. May I invite number 16 of row 1 to bring out your item for exchange? In less than a second, the chosen cultivator brought his item up for exchange. It is Xiao Lishir, Han Long whispered into Mo Wuji's ears. Even without Han Long's reminder, Mo Wuji had already noticed that Xiao Lishir was the one sitting on seat number 16. This proved that the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance's position was rather decent. Xiao Lishir took out a jade vase before saying, "This is a vase of 4 high-grade and 2 intermediate-grade Grand Virtual Reverend pills. What I need would be the Undying Holy Bamboo or other immortal herbs that are similar to the Undying Holy Bamboo. Of course, those who don't want the Grand Virtual Reverend pill can also approach me and put forward your own personal request." It was something he had again. In fact, Mo Wuji had more than one Undying Holy Bamboo with him. However, he would definitely not trade with Xiao Lishir. The Grand Virtual Reverend pill was considered to be a Tier 8 immortal pill which was meant for Immortal Reverend to use for cultivation. It was capable of helping many Immortal Reverends break through many bottlenecks, for example, from the elementary stage to the intermediate stage or the intermediate stage to the advanced stage. For an ordinary Immortal Reverend, this was an extremely useful pill, but to Mo Wuji, this was thrash. He might not be able to concoct Tier 8 immortal pills now, but he had no need to concoct such pills now. Truth be told, even if Mo Wuji needed the pill urgently, he wouldn't trade with Xiao Lishir. The Undying Holy Bamboo was not something that could be easily obtained, and even if someone had it, they would be as unwilling as Mo Wuji to exchange it. Eventually, Xiao Lishir didn't manage to exchange anything. The third person chosen to bring out their item to exchange was a well-built man, as he instantly placed a piece of pitch-black ironstone onto the white jade table. This ironstone had a volume of 1 cubic meters, and despite it being enveloped by all sorts of arrays in the surrounding, everyone could feel the heaviness when the stone landed on the table. "This is a heavy rootless gold?" an astonished voice exclaimed. At the same instant, Mo Wuji managed to recognize this heavy rootless gold. A fist-sized heavy rootless gold would already be an invaluable treasure, let alone such a big piece. Even though Su Surin's item worth much more than this item, everyone knew that it was impossible to exchange for the primal wood crystal. However, this heavy rootless gold was something everyone believed they would be able to obtain. Some people's eyeballs were already turning red as they stare intensely at this evidently peak grade 9 immortal material. In the immortal world, this item was considered to have surpassed a grade 9 immortal material, and it belonged to an even higher grade of treasures. This was a supreme material used to forge offensive immortal equipment, and its value was not something that could be measured. That's right, this is indeed the heavy rootless gold. The item I want to exchange for must be of similar value to this heavy rootless gold, and it must also be beneficial for me to step into the Immortal Emperor stage. If you're unable to fulfill these 2 requests, please don't bother trying. Immortal friends who are interested, please transfer the item for me to inspect, and if I think it is suitable, we will strike a deal immediately. The man clasped his fist after putting his item down. Even after giving a speech like this, there were still 5 to 6 reporting lights that lit up. Mo Wuji was also interested because he needed this piece of heavy rootless gold urgently. Su Surin would be at the Heavenly Chasm City, so as long as he managed to obtain this piece of heavy rootless gold, he could request for Su Surin to help him forge his half-moon halberd blade with this heavy rootless gold into a true half-moon weighted halberd. Originally, Mo Wuji was intending to melt his Tianji pole to recover the half-moon green halberd, but now that this heavy rootless gold appeared, there was no need for him to melt his Tianji pole anymore. Unless he was truly desperate, Mo Wuji didn't wish to melt this iconic treasure of the Tianji sect. Furthermore, Su Roer even mentioned that the Tianji pole was related to an extremely huge secret. However, Mo Wuji didn't have much items which were of similar value to this heavy rootless gold. The primal fire crystal might be plausible, but the value of the primal fire crystal was much more than the heavy rootless gold, so Mo Wuji wouldn't want to touch it. Additionally, this primal fire crystal would not be of much use for the man to advance into the immortal emperor stage. As for the breath of Hong Meng, he would naturally not touch it unless he met something he yearned for the longest time, like the 5-elemental bead. Oh yes, he had an emperor Dao fruit with him. The Emperor Dao fruit's value was not low, but because the opponent's heavy rootless gold was so huge and he only had one Emperor Dao fruit, the value might still be slightly lower. As he sensed the man's energy around his body, Mo Wuji confirmed that he was in the great circle of the immortal reverend stage and that this man was slightly similar to him. His energy were calm and vast and didn't exude any ethereal illusory which the ordinary immortal reverence would have. Mo Wuji's physique tempering was almost in the immortal physique stage, so it only took a second for Mo Wuji to realize that this man was also an expert who tempered his physique. This was no wonder he was able to sit in the first row despite being in the immortal reverence stage. Now that he was aware that the man was an expert who tempered his physique, things should be easier for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji took out 2 jade boxes as he placed the Emperor Dao fruit and an undying holy bamboo into the 2 different boxes before shutting it up and pressing his reporting light. The moment Mo Wuji pressed his light, it attracted the attention of many people around him. Who wouldn't want the heavy rootless gold, but not everyone would be able to match the price tag of the man. Mo Wuji was merely a tiny ant to think that he could exchange for such a big piece of heavy rootless gold. Ah, this is the true meaning of the ignorant is fearless. If this item could be exchanged for any rubbish, the number of people trying their luck would not be just 5. Even Yuan Yi, who was seated behind Mo Wuji, shook his head when she saw Mo Wuji trying his luck. Many people came forward to meet Mo Wuji earlier only because they knew he was an honored grade tier 7 pill emperor and not because they knew about his cultivation level. In everyone's eyes, Mo Wuji's action made him look like someone who hadn't seen much of the world, and when he saw a good item, he wanted it immediately. This would be a problem of his character. Secondly, she knew the man who owned the heavy rootless gold. He, Ni Fengyi, was an expert of the number 1 physique tempering sect, heavenly weighted immortal sect. There were not many fellas who would be able to match immortal emperors while being in the immortal reverence stage. The moment Mo Wuji made such a person furious, he would be seeking trouble for himself. As for those who stepped out to make friends with Mo Wuji earlier on, she was sure that none of them would come out to save him. Wuji, I've heard about this person. He is Ni Fengyi of the heavenly weighted immortal sect, and I've heard that the heavenly weighted immortal sect is the number 1 physique tempering sect. If we were to anger him, Han Long transmitted a message to Mo Wuji when she saw Mo Wuji sending his items over for exchange. Mo Wuji shook his hand. Don't worry. I believe the items I offer would be sufficient. If he thinks otherwise, he could just call off the exchange. Ni Fengyi had already seen all 5 of the treasures that were transferred to him and was extremely disappointed. None of these treasures could be comparable to his heavy rootless gold, and the difference was pretty vast. Furthermore, these items had no use for him to break through to become an immortal emperor. Just as he sent all 5 items back after rejecting them, he noticed yet another item being transferred to him and his eyes lit up. Following which, he noticed that the light at Mo Wuji's seat was still bright. If he didn't see Mo Wuji, he would still be full of confidence, but when he saw that Mo Wuji was not even an immortal king, he got off the stage furiously. Does everyone thinks that he, Ni Fengyi, was very nice to lie to? For all of them to use rubbish to exchange for his items? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, The Exchange That Everyone Was Jealous Of. Chapter 627, The Exchange That Everyone Was Jealous Of. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. My name is Ni Fengyi and I am from the heavenly weighted immortal sect. If your item worth much lesser than my heavy rootless gold and waste my time, don't blame me for destroying it on the spot. If you are unhappy, you can find the heavenly weighted immortal sect directly. I, Ni Fengyi, would accept any challenges from you. For such an invaluable item like the heavy rootless gold, not everyone who yearned for it would be able to obtain it. When the 2 jade boxes were transferred to Fengni, he hadn't even opened it but chose to stare coldly at Mo Wuji before making a statement like this. The crowd turned to stare at Mo Wuji as some were making fun of him while others remained speechless. Those who knew that Mo Wuji was a Tier 7 immortal emperor were slightly less obvious in their discussions of Mo Wuji, but those didn't know anything started looking down on him without holding back. Nobody knew how Mo Wuji knew Ku Zhu and managed to obtain a seat in the first row, but even Ku Zhu would not be able to make a fair judgment for Mo Wuji if Fengni were to destroy the items of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji replied faintly, "If you have the guts, try destroying my items. If you were to destroy my items and still made it out of the Heavenly Chasm City alive, I, Mo Wuji, would deserve it. Of course, you would be free to destroy the items once you hand the heavy rootless gold to me." Mo Wuji was not even fearful of Grand Emperor Luan Kai or Xiao Lisher, so why would he be afraid of the threats from a mere immortal reverend? Even if he was an immortal reverend who tempered his physique, he was still only an immortal reverend. Perhaps his Emperor Dao fruit and undying holy bamboo might still be worth slightly lesser than his heavy rootless gold. Mo Wuji believed the difference was minute. More importantly, it would be useful for Fengni if he wanted to advance into the immortal emperor stage. His Emperor Dao fruit would help his progress to become an immortal emperor, while his undying holy bamboo would help the tempering of his physique. If Mo Wuji were to look at things from Fengni's perspective, he wouldn't think that either one of Mo Wuji's items was poor, but that his heavy rootless gold was slightly more valuable. However, Mo Wuji wasn't willing to take advantage of others, so he decided to take out 2 items to trade with Fengni. Once he brought these 2 items out, even if Fengni was unwilling to exchange, he wouldn't be qualified enough to destroy his items. It would be fine if he was unwilling to exchange and sent his items straight back to him. However, if Fengni dared to destroy his items, the first thing he would do would be to ask Ku Zhu if the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse was going to intervene, and if Ku Zhu said no, he would attack Fengni immediately. Following which, he would transmit a message to Zhuo Pingan to ask him not to let Fengni leave the Heavenly Chasm Immortal City. If 2 Grand Emperors were unable to finish one immortal reverend off, Mo Wuji would really deserve it. Ha ha ha. Fengni laughed out loud. Fengni would really want to see if your methods were as powerful as your words. When I destroy your items, I really do want to see how you're going to stop me from leaving the Heavenly Chasm City, but... Not everyone noticed Mo Wuji's conversation with Luan Kai, and his actions towards Xiao Lisher and Fengni definitely didn't see it. If he saw it, even if he didn't hold Mo Wuji in high regard, he wouldn't say such things to Mo Wuji. Luan Kai was sneering in his heart, and the person he was mocking was Fengni. He had always looked down on immortal experts who tempered their physique because he always thought that they were simple-minded people. While others might think that Mo Wuji would be unable to stop Fengni from leaving, Luan Kai was certain that if Mo Wuji wanted to kill Fengni in the Heavenly Chasm City, it would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. To let you understand that Fengni, is not someone who likes to bully, I will open the jade box for everyone to see. The moment Fengni finished speaking, he opened the first jade box. Mo Wuji chuckled. Bully? An immortal reverend really did say he could bully him. Even if Zhuo Pingan wasn't here, De Huang was still with him. Fengni was already stunned, and he wasn't the only one, as everyone in the hall was equally stunned. This was because even though Mo Wuji's first item was not worth as much as the heavy rootless gold, it was not some sort of rubbish. This was an undying holy bamboo which the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance's Xiao Lisher wanted earlier. The initially rowdy hall became much quieter, and while the undying holy bamboo was really not able to exchange for this large piece of heavy rootless gold, Fengni would really be bullying if he dared to destroy the undying holy bamboo. An item like this should be returned in one piece if he wasn't interested in exchanging for it. Fengni's expression turned slightly ugly because he needed this undying holy bamboo. While it was not enough to exchange for his heavy rootless gold, he had already said what he said, so if he didn't destroy it, he would be viewed as weak. The person with the worst expression was Xiao Lisher, because this undying holy bamboo was something he really wanted. When he requested for it earlier on, Mo Wuji didn't even bother about him. It seemed like he would be finding Mo Wuji later on because this undying holy bamboo would really be of use to him. The first jade box was the undying holy bamboo, and even if the item in the second jade box was not worth as much as the undying holy bamboo, it shouldn't be much worse. Everyone was starting to think that Mo Wuji was really not just trying his luck but was actually taking out decent items. At this moment, everyone was focused on the second box on Ni Fengni's hand as everyone wanted to know what Mo Wuji brought out in addition to the undying holy bamboo. Ni Fengni opened the second jade box in front of everyone. A grey fruit was lying in the middle of the jade box and there was pin-drop silence throughout the entire hall. Even though this fruit was locked in by countless of seals, everyone could feel the heaven and earth Tao spirituality seeping out of the box. A few cultivators in the advanced immortal reverence stage were so rash that they almost couldn't control themselves from rushing forward to snatch it away. Mo Wuji was cursing in his heart at how stupid this fellow was. By showing everyone a precious fruit like the Emperor Tao fruit was simply equivalent to courting his own death. However, Ni Fengni courting his own death would have nothing to do with him. The Emperor Tao fruit was extremely rare, and to be able to find one was already incredibly miraculous, let alone two. The moment Ni Fengni took out the Emperor Tao fruit, everyone would only find that fool and not think that Mo Wuji had a second one. In fact, Mo Wuji really didn't have a second one. Emperor Tao fruit. A breath of cold air was took in by everyone as many more rapacious breaths could be heard. Everyone expected this second item to be something like a tret in addition to the undying holy bamboo and not the other way round. In terms of value, the Emperor Tao fruit might not worth as much as the primal wood crystal, but in terms of practicality, the Emperor Tao fruit was something everyone wanted. If one were to place both the primal wood crystal and an Emperor Tao fruit in front of an immortal reverend, he would definitely choose the Emperor Tao fruit and not the primal wood crystal. Many people started to laugh at Mo Wuji in their hearts because they couldn't believe that Mo Wuji actually took out such a treasure for exchange. Not only that, he also added in the undying holy bamboo. One must know that the Emperor Tao fruit should be able to exchange for a heavy rootless gold, and even if it was not enough, the difference should be very minute. Furthermore, Ni Fengni added that he wanted a treasure which could help him with his advancement into the immortal emperor, so even this made it certain that even if Mo Wuji didn't add in the undying holy bamboo, Ni Fengni would agree to exchange. Bang! Ni Fengni closed the jade box immediately as he banged the table and transferred the heavy rootless gold to Mo Wuji. After doing so, he turned and bowed to Mo Wuji before saying, Ni Fengni was indeed villain-hearted, and Tao friend here is indeed the generous one. To be honest, the Emperor Tao fruit is enough to exchange for my heavy rootless gold, and the fact that Tao friend added in the undying holy bamboo proved that Tao friend is really truly an upright person. Ni Fengni would like to apologize to this Tao friend here, and I hope for your forgiveness. But because this undying holy bamboo would be too useful for me, I will accept it shamelessly. Ni Fengni would owe you a favor, and my heavenly weighted immortal sect is a rather decent sect for physique tempering. In the future, if Tao friend wants to find a place to temper your physique, you can find my heavenly weighted immortal sect. Mo Wuji's heart was tempted because he was also a cultivator who tempered his physique. The heavenly weighted immortal sect was the number one sect for physique tempering, so they might be of use to Mo Wuji in the future. This Ni Fengni was really considered bright, upright, and had no hesitation in admitting his mistake. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji clasped his fist. Mo Wuji will definitely find you if I ever need you. Ni Fengni clasped his fist in return before leaving. Now that he had gotten what he needed, there was no need for him to stick around for any longer. Too many people coveted for the Emperor Tao fruit, and since he had it in his hands now, he should hurry up to ignite his tribulation with it. This pill master Mo was really a fool to think he actually added a undying holy bamboo for free when he could have gotten it with the Emperor Tao fruit. After Ni Fengni left, Sushi, who was sitting behind Mo Wuji, transmitted a message to her mentor, Yuani. Yuani was like the rest, as he never expected Mo Wuji to actually exchange something so treasured for the heavy rootless gold, but she seemed to have thought of something after hearing Sushi's message. Sushi, it is not disadvantageous to suffer some losses at times. This Mo Wuji is not a simple man, you have to show some respect if you ever see him again. Yuan Yi was an immortal emperor, and after his exchange with Ni Fengyi, she could sense the extra admiration everyone held for Mo Wuji. A person who was willing to suffer some losses would always be able to gain the admiration of people around him. Everyone would be more than willing to befriend such a person. Fool! How many fools are there seated here? Mo Wuji's edition, The Undying Holy Bamboo, didn't only win the admiration of the crowd but also Ni Fengyi's friendship and gratitude. He even invited Mo Wuji to the heavenly weighted immortal sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628, The Insidious Elder of the Lightning Sect. Chapter 628, The Insidious Elder of the Lightning Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The next few items up for exchange might not be as valuable as the heavy rootless gold and the Emperor Dao fruit, but they were all still peak-grade treasures. One of them was a peak-grade earth transformation sacred art which was not any weaker than the Emperor Dao fruit. This sacred art allows the use to turn the surrounding earth elements into other elements. It could also be used for combat on ground or in vile environment, hence, it was definitely a peak-grade method. Mo Wuji had intentions to exchange for this sacred art, but he had limited treasures on him. This sacred art was not something ordinary items could exchange for, and if Mo Wuji were to bring out extraordinary items consecutively, it would attract unwanted attention from the others. Just the few exchanges earlier on proved that this was the most notable trade for him in the entire immortal world. Presently, a male cultivator in purple silk robe stood up and took out a jade box before clasping his hands. I have a portion of an ancient treasure and I would like to invite everyone to identify it. The man opened up the jade box immediately and it contained a gray thick thread. To be exact, it was a lampwick. When Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on the lampwick, he revealed a dignified expression. This lampwick was definitely not an ordinary item because it contained Tao energy of the ancient vicissitudes of life. When his spiritual will landed on it, it was as if it landed on a vast ocean with no specific details of anything. Upon more detailed observation, the lampwick exuded the feeling of a world and it contained an endless law on the energy. As compared to the half-moon green halberd which he received previously, this lampwick was of a slightly higher grade. Because Mo Wuji had already condensed his own undying world, he only needed one look to realize that this lampwick had a world of its own of decent grade. But because this lampwick had no lamp dish, the world should still be unable to form up. Mo Wuji was certain that if the lampwick was able to find its lamp dish, this would be a treasure which value would greatly surpass the heavy rootless gold. This was not just a spiritual treasure because it also brought along a spatial world. Han Long, do you know who this purple silk man is? Mo Wuji looked at the fellow with the lampwick and sensed that he was up to no good. He put this lampwick up for exchange because if anyone was willing to exchange for it, it would mean that the lamp dish was with the person. This fella could be searching for the person who had the lamp dish with him and definitely did not want to trade this item away easily. Otherwise, no matter how good the item was, it was still incomplete, so what's the point of spending a large amount to obtain it? Similarly, since he dared to bring this treasure out for exchange, it showed how emboldened he was. I recognize this man. He is the most powerful elder of the lightning sect, Shi Junyi. I've heard this man was very close to being a grand emperor and even had a lightning attribute sacred art. He was not someone a normal grand emperor would dare to fight with, Han Long whispered to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded his head subtly because given his strength, nobody would have the guts to harbor intentions of obtaining the lampwick. Mo Wuji was confident that no one would stand up to exchange because even if they had the lamp dish with them, they wouldn't want to risk their life exchanging for this lampwick. This was such an obvious trap, so unless the person was a fool, he wouldn't reveal the lamp dish in his possession. Or rather, only those who thinks that they are stronger than Shi Junyi would dare to exchange for it. Shi Junyi continued, I am only here in the Heavenly Chasm Rest House trade for him incidentally. After this ends, I would be leaving the lightning sect to look for a secret hideout to undergo my closed-doors cultivations for 300,000 years. After I am out from my closed doors, I will not appear in the immortal world anymore. This lampwick is of no use to me, so if anyone is interested, please bring out 50 million high-grade immortal crystals and 10 stalks of tier 9 immortal herbs to exchange for it. Naturally, if you do not have that much, you could use something of similar value to exchange for it. Mo Wuji thought to himself, this fellow was simply forcing someone to exchange for it. Because if the person had the lamp dish and chose not to exchange for the lampwick in this forum, he might not have the chance to do so in the future. This fella mentioned that he was about to be behind closed doors for 300,000 years and would not even return to the immortal world afterwards. If someone had the lamp dish, he would rather believe his words, because what if he really did go behind closed doors for 300,000 years and not come out after that? The regulated time was up and there was still no one interested in the exchange. Shi Jinyi said with a trace of disappointment, since this is the case, I shall take my leave now. I wish that everyone would be able to exchange for something they want by the end of the day, but... After saying that, Shi Jinyi really left the hall in a jiffy without stopping by. Mo Wuji shook his head at how vicious this fellow was. This was evidently a tactic of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Who knows how many auctions and trade forums he had used this method on. As long as one was not a fool, one would definitely not follow him out at this juncture. The moment someone followed Shi Jinyi out of the place, wouldn't he be giving himself away? Mo Wuji thought that there would be no one foolish enough to follow Shi Jinyi out, but the reality was the exact opposite. Just as Shi Jinyi left the place, Yuan Yi actually brought her disciple, Sushi, out of the place. Mo Wuji was slightly astonished at the foolish act of this nun. By following out there like that, even if she didn't have the lamp dish, others would think that she had the lamp dish with her. Soon after, Mo Wuji realized that the lamp dish must be with Yuan Yi. Shi Jinyi had finally managed to fish for the person who had the lamp dish of the lampwick. Mo Wuji could only shake his head because this was something he couldn't and wouldn't interfere with. Even though Yuan Yi was an immortal emperor, Mo Wuji was certain that Yuan Yi would not be a match for that sly old Shi Jinyi. By following him out, Shi Jinyi could have already swallowed even the bones of Yuan Yi. Mo Wuji felt pitiful for the small nun, Sushi, because Mo Wuji still had a good impression of the pure and innocent Sushi. After letting this incident go, Mo Wuji raised his exchange token. And after so many exchanges, it was finally his turn. Mo Wuji retrieved a large jade box before taking out over 10 different types of immortal pills to put on display. Fellow immortal friends, I am an honored grade tier 7 immortal emperor, so I am willing to bring out some unique grade tier 7 immortal pills which I've concocted. My immortal pills for exchange includes the draining immortal king pill, wind scar pill, trio revolving solitary blood pill, green Bodhi pill. While a small portion of people had already found out that he was a tier 7 immortal emperor previously, the entire hall had heard his words now that he used the exchange to announce himself as a tier 7 immortal emperor. This method was evidently more effective. Even though tier 7 pills were considered valuable, it didn't mean much in a venue like this. However, this was not the point of this exchange, because the point was that Mo Wuji was an honored grade immortal emperor. Discussions filled the entire hall because from the exchange between Mo Wuji and Ni Fengni earlier on, most people already knew about Mo Wuji's origins. However, the news that they received was that Mo Wuji was an honored grade tier 5 pill king who was abandoned by the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. How was it possible that Mo Wuji had managed to become a tier 7 immortal emperor in such a short period of time? Majority of the people's spiritual wills landed on the immortal pills, and everyone was able to tell that Mo Wuji wasn't lying. The reason being that all the pills Mo Wuji brought out were unique grade tier 7 immortal pills. There is even the unique grade draining immortal king pill. If unique grade immortal pills meant nothing, unique grade draining immortal king pill would definitely not be a simple pill. This was a pill which was worth more than an ordinary tier 8 immortal pill. Even though the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Shao Lisher brought out the tier 8 Grand Virtual Reverend pill, the majority of people here would choose the rare tier 7 draining immortal king pill over it. Pill Master Mo, I need a draining immortal king pill. What are your requests? Someone couldn't control his excitement as he shouted out. Pill Master Mo, are you able to help concoct a furnace of tier 7 immortal pills? Another excited person exclaimed. Previously, when Su Surin and Xiao Lishir was on stage, nobody dared to ask questions like these. Given the status of Su Surin and Xiao Lishir, asking questions in this manner would cause others to think that you're arrogant and even anger the two experts. However, things were different with Mo Wuji because Mo Wuji was not that reputable and he was not even a member of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. A rogue cultivator pill emperor helping to concoct pills was definitely normal. Initially, Mo Wuji wanted to sit throughout the entire trade forum, but after watching Su Surin leave, Mo Wuji changed his mind. He wanted to visit Su Surin even before this trade forum ends so that he could request for Su Surin to help forge his half-moon weighted halberd. Mo Wuji stood up and chuckled before clasping his fist. Fellow immortal friends, if I were to exchange for each and every one of my pills, I might waste everyone's time. I thought of an idea, and that is after this trade forum ends, those who wishes to exchange for some of my pills or those who wants me to concoct some pills could proceed to the 7th floor room 6A of the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse to find me. I will be staying at the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse for a prolonged period of time, so I would be able to help everyone concoct immortal pills. Naturally, because this was the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse trade forum, I will hand out the necessary fees to the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse when an exchange is completed. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, everyone guessed that Mo Wuji had deep connections with the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse. In the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse, no matter which level it was, as long as the person lived in the room, he should be of high status. This evidently showed how good Mo Wuji was at conducting himself. He announced his status as a tier 7 pill emperor here, and initiated to help others concoct pills in the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse together with the exchange of pills without neglecting the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse. Kuju might have thought highly of Mo Wuji's pill Dao, but Mo Wuji was not willing to take advantage of the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse because of Kuju's high regard. Whether he was a true friend or a beneficial friend, friendship and benefits had to be mutual. Kuju's voice was heard across the hall. Pill Emperor Mo would be a friend of my Heavenly Chasm Resthouse in the future, so I would warmly welcome anyone who would wish to find Pill Emperor Mo at my Heavenly Chasm Resthouse. As for the fees that Pill Emperor Mo mentioned, my Heavenly Chasm Resthouse would not accept Pill Master Mo's immortal crystals no matter how poor we become. There was still a sentence which Kuju didn't mention, and that was to say that those who wishes to enter the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse to visit Mo Wuji to concoct pills would still have to pay the fees to the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse to enter. Mo Wuji was able to tell Kuju's intentions but was not bothered by it at all. Since they had come to find him to concoct pills, they must not be people of simple backgrounds, so if he were to be concocting their pills for them at the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse, it was only necessary for the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse to collect the required fees. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, Half-Moon Weighted Halberd. Chapter 629, Half-Moon Weighted Halberd. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Many thanks Castellan Ku, and I would like to announce one more news. 10 years later, I will be establishing my own sect, Pingfan. I would like to welcome immortal friends from all over the immortal world to show your support then. When that time comes, I will be concocting pills for everyone for 3 months. Pingfan has a branch sect called the Tianji sect, so I would like to welcome all the remaining disciples of the Tianji sect to return home from everywhere you are. From today onwards, enemies of the disciples of the Tianji sect would be enemies of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji made use of this opportunity to announce his future establishment of his Pingfan. Mo Wuji mentioned about the Tianji sect because he did have the capability to protect the survivors of the Tianji sect now. Concurrently, he wanted to let those who have been bullying disciples of the Tianji sect to let go before Mo Wuji vents his anger on them. After announcing all these, Mo Wuji brought De Huang out of the trade forum. As for Han Long, because she had no important matters on hand, she didn't follow Mo Wuji out of the hall. Once Mo Wuji left the trade forum hall, he didn't return straight to his residence but went to level 9 room 19A instead. Even before Mo Wuji could touch the sensor of array at the entrance, a gentle voice could be heard, "Since you're here, please come on in." The entrance opened up and the first thing Mo Wuji saw when he walked in was Su Surin working on an equipment which even Mo Wuji had not seen before. The restrictions on the door were put in place once again and Su Surin completed his work on the equipment before placing it to one side when he saw Mo Wuji walked in. Rogue cultivator Mo Wuji greets Senior Su. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and greeted with an extremely respectful tone. "Immortal friend Mo, please take a seat. You are a honored grade tier 7 immortal emperor and in time to come, your status would not be any lower than mine. Therefore, there is no need to be so punctilious between us," Su Surin nodded and said. The fact that he left early and was still aware that Mo Wuji was an honored grade tier 7 immortal emperor showed that someone transmitted the message to him. Mo Wuji didn't stand on ceremony because in the immortal world, power comes with respect. However, Mo Wuji was respectful to Su Surin not because he was a level 9 immortal emperor but because of his character. From the moment Su Surin stepped into the trade forum till the moment he left, Mo Wuji noticed that he didn't exude or display any aura to pressure others. Mo Wuji was also able to sense that Su Surin's politeness to everyone was not a pretentious act but a sincere attitude he held with him through his life. There was one more point and that was the fact that he cultivated the immortal mortal technique because he felt that Su Surin had a similar type of energy around him. After Mo Wuji sat down, Su Surin noticed the immortal puppet behind Mo Wuji and said, "This immortal puppet is very strong which even I am unable to forge. If my guess is not wrong, it shouldn't be from the immortal world." "Yes indeed, in my eyes, De Huang is my friend and someone I've met coincidentally," Mo Wuji answered. Mo Wuji was already prepared to let Su Surin observe De Huang for a while if he requested for it. After all, it would be very hard for a smith master like Su Surin to be not curious at the sight of De Huang. Looking at how Mo Wuji treated an immortal puppet as his friend, Su Surin's eyes lit up and formed an even more favorable impression of Mo Wuji. Neither did he continue harping on the immortal puppet nor request for Mo Wuji to let him have a look at De Huang but took the initiative to ask instead, "May I know why immortal friend Mo is looking for me?" Mo Wuji took out that piece of heavy rootless gold and the half-moon halberd blade before saying, "Junior would like to request Senior to help me smith out a new halberd." Great items. At the sight of the two items Mo Wuji brought out, Su Surin couldn't help but to praise it. The first thing Su Surin grabbed was not the heavy rootless gold but the incomplete half-moon green halberd. After flipping the incomplete halberd for numerous times to look at it, he placed it back on the table without saying anything. Mo Wuji stood up and clasped his fist once more, "Senior Su, I." Mo Wuji truly wanted a good magic treasure so he intended to use an primal fire crystal to exchange for Su Surin's help to forge this magic treasure. Naturally, the value of one primal fire crystal would definitely be much higher than someone's help to forge a magic treasure so Mo Wuji was intending to request for a grade 9 flying equipment from Su Surin too. What Mo Wuji didn't expect was that even before he could complete his sentence, Su Surin interrupted and said, "Pillmaster Mo, are you cultivating the immortal mortal technique?" Upon hearing Su Surin's words, Mo Wuji confirmed that Su Surin cultivated this technique too as he nodded straight away, "Yes, I am indeed cultivating the immortal mortal technique." Could Senior's cultivation technique be the same one too? Mo Wuji was indeed cultivating the immortal mortal technique but it was not the immortal mortal technique which Su Surin thought it was. He was cultivating the immortal mortal technique which he had modified himself and in fact, it was the exact opposite because his modified technique was the reverse immortal mortal technique. Su Surin didn't reply Mo Wuji's question but continued speaking, "Pillmaster Mo, please wait for me here as I would need about 5 days to forge this magic treasure. During the process of smithing, I would need some of your blood so that this magic treasure would merge much more thoroughly with you." Mo Wuji was shocked because Su Surin didn't mention anything about the price or said anything about whether he was also cultivating the immortal mortal technique. He simply agreed to help him just like that? One must know that the price and effort to forge out an offensive grade 9 immortal equipment should be shockingly high. What is the meaning behind these actions of Su Surin? At this instance, Su Surin was already fully focused on analyzing the halberd, and Mo Wuji could only wait patiently for him to finish before saying anything else. Fortunately, he still had some items with him which should be able to cover the fees Su Surin might claim from him. Su Surin analyzed the halberd for a full 4 hours before releasing a flame from his hand. A terrifying temperature could be felt, and Mo Wuji subconsciously leaned back away from the flame. There was a tint of redness within the violet flame flower, and within the flame, Mo Wuji saw 9 faint flower buds. This was a grade 9 immortal flame? Mo Wuji was secretly speechless because he had no idea how many years he would take to advance his scholar's heart to become a grade 9 immortal flame if he didn't obtain the primal fire crystal. The violet flame with a tint of red in front of him was actually a grade 9 immortal flame, and Mo Wuji had no idea what kind of flame it was. He wondered why Su Surin still wanted an primal fire crystal if his flame was already a grade 9 immortal flame. The more shocking thing was that Su Surin actually threw Mo Wuji's half-moon halberd into the flame to start merging it. Even though the half-moon halberd was a peak-grade treasure, with its restrictions being destroyed, the halberd would eventually melt under a grade 9 immortal flame no matter how strong the material of the halberd was. Wasn't he supposed to merge the heavy rootless gold into the half-moon halberd to turn it into an improved halberd? If he were to resmith a new halberd from the half-moon halberd, would the new magic treasure still be related to the half-moon halberd? Wouldn't it be a brand new halberd? Su Surin's hands moved increasingly fast, and after the half-moon halberd was melted, he sent the heavy rootless gold into the flame. Under the grade 9 immortal flame, the speed at which the heavy rootless gold melted was extremely fast too. In just half a day, the melted items had been converted into a distorted liquid. Su Surin constantly executed all sorts of hand seals, and with every seal executed, it seemed as though countless of impurities were crowded out. Mo Wuji was also a grade 5 immortal array master and had been dabbling with restrictions and arrays, but he realized that he was still way too far behind the proficiency of this Su Surin in front of him. No wonder it was said that every smith expert would be a top-notch array master. Mo Wuji had no idea how good Su Surin was in smithing, but he was confident that Su Surin was definitely a peak-grade array master. Following Su Surin's constant execution of hand seals, the formless halberd started to exude a sharp, murderous intent. "Spurt out some blood now." At this instance, Su Surin shouted at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had been in contact with equipment Dao and was even able to forge out a grade 2 immortal equipment, so when Su Surin shouted at him, he naturally understood what was going on. Without any hesitation, he spurted out some blood into the embryo of the equipment. After Mo Wuji released some blood, the halberd seemed to have a new life within it. The energy of this new life seemed to have faint connections to Mo Wuji's will. "Continue spurting out more blood." Su Surin's face was turning pale as the execution of his hand seals were getting faster. At this moment, he started to draw out all sorts of arrays in the embryo of the equipment. Mo Wuji didn't dare to waste any time as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Under normal circumstances, 2 mouthfuls of blood should suffice, but Mo Wuji had no idea that this was only the beginning. Because of Su Surin's instructions, Mo Wuji had to constantly spit out mouthful of blood from time to time. Days passed and the embryo started to take the shape of a halberd, while Mo Wuji's face started to turn paler by the day. If not for the support of his vitality channel, Mo Wuji suspected that he might not be able to last any longer. When even Di Huang started to feel uncomfortable, Su Surin shouted, "Collect!" Boom! A faint cry could be heard and it was gone in the next second. Mo Wuji wasn't too bothered by it as his focus was on the long halberd. Ding! A clear sound could be heard. A 2 meters long halberd started suspending in front of Mo Wuji. The long halberd's body was faint green in color. However, this green was not sumptuous at all and was in fact a little ugly because it even looked like there were moss growing on it. About 1/3 of the long halberd had the shape of a half moon and it didn't look very glorious either. No matter how he looked at it, this long halberd looked like an extremely ordinary magic treasure. Even though he had to grab hold of the halberd, Mo Wuji could feel the connection between the halberd and his heart. Mo Wuji subconsciously opened his palm and the halberd landed onto Mo Wuji's hand automatically. An extremely sharp and mighty energy was released as a lofty pride surged in Mo Wuji's chest. He had a sensing that as long as he was willing, he would be able to slice everything apart with this incredible halberd. What a mighty feeling! Mo Wuji's immortal energy started circulating and the halberd in his hand let out a meters-long green radiance surged with killing intent. Mo Wuji hurried to withdraw his immortal energy before bowing excitedly at Su Surin. Many thanks Senior Su for helping Junior forge out such an incredible magic treasure. This long halberd looked very ordinary, but Mo Wuji was well aware of how extraordinary this halberd was the moment it landed on his hands. This was definitely a grade 9 immortal equipment and could even be in existence which surpassed the grade 9. The only doubt he had was that this halberd didn't require him to refine it by himself. Your blood was added into this halberd, so there is no need for you to refine and no one would be able to snatch it away from you. This is a halberd belonging to you alone, so you should give it a name. The exhausted Su Surin appeared as if he could read Mo Wuji's mind as he explained to Mo Wuji. I shall call it the half-moon weighted halberd then, Mo Wuji said casually. He knew that he was able to give it a much more creative name, but he still felt as though the more ordinary the name was, the more apt it was for his halberd. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, The Peculiar Master Su. Chapter 630, The Peculiar Master Su. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Su Surin nodded his head. This name seemed pretty strong. This halberd turned from an ordinary weapon to an immortal weapon, so the more ordinary the name, the more suitable it was. Regardless, this long halberd is most suitable for you. Senior, should I change it to a more ordinary name? Mo Wuji hurried to ask because it wasn't easy to come up with a simple name. Su Surin shook his hand. The first name that came out from your mouth was already recognized by the halberd. It coincides with the heaven and earth's Tao spirituality, so there is no need to change it anymore. This would be the name of the halberd. Mo Wuji didn't continue speaking because even though he had yet to reach that realm, he could feel the fate laws of that realm. Senior, because you have forged out such an invaluable treasure for me, I have a... Before the half-moon weighted halberd appeared in front of Mo Wuji, he had no intentions to tell Su Surin that he was willing to use an primal fire crystal to exchange for his service. After he had seen the half-moon weighted halberd, he changed his mind. For a treasure like this, Mo Wuji was even willing to use 2 primal fire crystals in exchange for it. Perhaps the half-moon weighted halberd would never be worth the same amount as the primal fire crystal. Mo Wuji had already grew a liking towards it. And to Mo Wuji, nothing was more important than his likings. What made Mo Wuji stressed out was that Su Surin interrupted his sentence yet again as he even handed Mo Wuji a jade letter and a communication token. I am not interested in any of your items, so this is a communication token from me. In the future, just lend me a helping hand if I ever need your help. The jade letter contains some of my insights towards smithing, so you should keep it well too. Alright, I want to rest now, so I shall not send you to the door. Please take care. He didn't want anything from Mo Wuji and all he needed was Mo Wuji's help in the future? Mo Wuji looked suspiciously at Su Surin, and only when Su Surin indicated for him to leave, Mo Wuji bowed to show his respect before leaving Su Surin's residence doubtfully. Something feels wrong here because Mo Wuji didn't even say what he was about to offer, so why did Su Surin think that Mo Wuji had nothing he was interested in? It would make some sense if Mo Wuji hadn't completed the exchange with Ni Fengni. However, after he took out the Emperor Dao fruit to exchange with Ni Fengni, it could be said that nobody would dare to say Mo Wuji didn't have any more decent items with him. How could a reputable figure like Su Surin make such a mistake? If there was no chance of him making such a mistake, there would only be one possibility left. That was the fact that Su Surin was aware of the valuable items on him and knew that he even had the primal fire crystal, but he simply wasn't willing to let Mo Wuji bring them out. Su Surin had clearly just came out of his closed doors and even went to the trade forum in high profile to ask for the primal fire crystal, so why was he not willing to let Mo Wuji bring out his items? Besides, he even gave Mo Wuji a jade letter which contained some of his insights and knowledge on smithing? One must know that Su Surin's smithing insights and knowledge was something as treasured as the Emperor Dao fruit. Mo Wuji was certain that he had no association with Su Surin in the past and was not aware of his existence before this. He lowered his head to look at the communication token before using his spiritual will to scan through it. Following which, he stopped in his tracks before throwing the jade token in his undying world before leaving in a hurry. Mo Wuji was a grade 5 immortal array master, so he was naturally proficient in his understandings towards communication token. The communication token which Su Surin gave him was a little peculiar because it contained a trace of Su Surin's spiritual imprint. This imprint was not meant to track him but for allowing Su Surin to meet Mo Wuji once more moments before he dies. Given Mo Wuji's smartness, he was able to understand Su Surin's meaning in the shortest possible time. It seemed like Su Surin really knew about the valuable items Mo Wuji had with him and was unwilling to take his items and even let Mo Wuji say out what he had. When Mo Wuji arrived at the entrance of his own doors, Mo Wuji was astonished at the crowd of people gathered in front of him door. Pill Emperor Mo is back. The excited crowd rushed towards Mo Wuji at the sight of him. Han Long had also walked over before explaining to Mo Wuji, the trade forum has ended and these people are here to exchange for your immortal pills. Some are even here to invite you to concoct pills for them. Mo Wuji's mind had been occupied with the Su Surin's incident, so he really didn't expect so many people to be gathered here to exchange with him. When Han Long woke him up from his daze, he clasped his fists and said, "Fellow immortal friends, because I have been concocting pills for someone for the past few days, I am feeling slightly lethargic now. I would need to rest for about 3 days, so may I ask everyone to come back in 3 days' time? I will start concocting pills of your requests or exchange some of the available pills I have with me 3 days later." For the half-moon-weighted halberd, Mo Wuji had lost too much blood and what he needed now was rest more than anything else. Even though most of the immortal friends here were slightly dissatisfied, they could only agree to Mo Wuji's request. After sending these cultivators away, Mo Wuji put up the restrictions in his residence before taking out the jade letter. The seals on the jade letter were broken easily and the first sentence Mo Wuji saw was, "If a smith master requests to take a look at your immortal puppet, you must not agree." For a cultivator who practiced the immortal mortal technique, once you've reached a certain standard, it would be extremely easy for you to learn pill concoction or smithing. However, such techniques are easy to learn but hard to master. This is because generally, most pills or magic treasures are made from the most ordinary of materials and herbs, and this was similar to the immortal mortal technique in the Grand Tao spirituality. You are the only person whom I have seen manage to cultivate the immortal mortal technique and reach the Grand E stage. This is my outline and some insights of the equipment Tao, and I hope it will be useful for you in the future. After this would be some of his opinions of the equipment Tao, as there were no other words or hidden meanings. Regardless the case, Su Surin had good intentions in his heart, so Mo Wuji kept the jade letter before swallowing some immortal pills to recover his immortal energy. 3 days later, Mo Wuji had fully recovered the immortal energy he lost as he started concocting and exchanging some Tier 7 pills with the interested cultivators. During these exchanges, Mo Wuji's main purpose was to collect a few Tier 8 immortal herbs or some more important Tier 7 immortal herbs as he began his preparations to become a Tier 8 pill emperor. As for the pills that he brought out for exchange, Mo Wuji brought out a total of 6 draining immortal king pills. It was not that he didn't have more, but because he was reluctant to bring out too many of such pills. The draining immortal king pill was a strategic immortal pill, and since he wanted to establish his own sect, he should have more of such pills. Moreover, he had promised some people in the broken world to help them concoct the draining immortal king pills, so in other words, a portion of the draining immortal king fruit belonged to others. Therefore, he would definitely not waste it casually. For over 10 consecutive days until Mo Wuji announced that he had stopped the exchange, there were still people streaming towards his residence. Mo Wuji was no longer willing to continue exchanging because during this period of over 10 days, other than publicizing his reputation and exchanging out a bunch of Tier 7 immortal pills, he didn't receive much Tier 8 immortal herbs that he needed. Fellow immortal friends, I wish to undergo closed doors cultivation for a while. I have basically exchanged out all the Tier 7 immortal pills I had with me, so the exchange with me has come to an end. Seeing that there were still about 7 to 8 cultivators who were unwilling to leave, Mo Wuji expressed his intentions to go behind closed doors so as to chase them away. Mo Wuji was a Tier 7 immortal emperor who was not even fearful of Ni Fengni of the heavenly weighted immortal sect, so now that he was unwilling to exchange anymore, nobody dared to force Mo Wuji to exchange with them. Even if they were slightly reluctant to leave, these cultivators had no other choice but to respect his decision and leave. Why are you still here? I have already said that for the time being, I am not willing to exchange any more pills nor concoct any more pills for anyone. After everyone left, Mo Wuji questioned when he saw a short youth still standing at his entrance. The youth cupped his fist towards Mo Wuji. Pill Emperor Mo, I would only like to invite you to help me concoct a few furnace of Ji Desolate pills. Ji Desolate pill? Mo Wuji's heart skipped a beat because the Ji Desolate pill needed the heavenly desolate grass which both himself and Zhuo Pingan needed. Despite his emotions, Mo Wuji's expression remained calm. He was able to tell that this youth had intentionally paused for a moment when he mentioned the Ji Desolate pill. When he noticed Mo Wuji's calm expression, this youth continued, if Pill Master Mo is willing to help me concoct the Ji Desolate pills, I am willing to tell Senior where the Ji Desolate grass are located at. Mo Wuji maintained his emotionless expression before saying, my apologies, I have already mentioned that I am not going to concoct any more pills for the time being. Please take your leave. The place where the heavenly desolate grass could be found was similar to the heavy rootless gold, in which there would be nothing else in the area. Additionally, it was in a place where one without vitality wouldn't be able to find the place with the 5 elements. Therefore, the heavenly desolate grass was extremely rare. Mo Wuji didn't agree immediately because he was certain that this youth would not give up just like that. The Ji Desolate might indeed be a Tier 5 immortal pill, but this pill was not something a pill king could concoct. An ordinary pill king would find it extremely difficult to perfect the concoction of this pill. This youth looked like he was in the grand immortal stage, and he would simply be dreaming if he were to think that he was strong enough to request a pill emperor to help him concoct the pills. The only way for him to get the Ji Desolate pill would be to continue pleading Mo Wuji. Indeed, when he heard that Mo Wuji had no opinions towards the heavenly desolate grass, the youth's expression changed slightly and increased the speed of his voice. Pill Master Mo should know that the Ji Desolate pill is used to condense spiritual will and increase the primordial spirit. The reason why I want to concoct this immortal pill was because I found an incomplete scroll, and the scroll contained a sacred art to condense the primordial spirit. If Pill Master Mo is willing to help me concoct the pills, I am willing to offer this sacred art to Pill Master Mo. Mo Wuji wanted to hear this sentence because Mo Wuji knew that this youth must have had a primordial spirit-related sacred art, which was why he wanted the Ji Desolate pill. Mo Wuji created his own technique to condense spiritual will, but it was still full of weak points and had yet to turn into a proper form. Since he wanted to establish his own sect, he would naturally need a sacred art like this. After finishing his piece, the youth noticed that Mo Wuji had remained silent, and when he was about to continue, Mo Wuji suddenly called out for the youth, since this is the case, come on in. The moment he entered Mo Wuji's residence, this youth took out the incomplete leather scroll before passing it to Mo Wuji. Pill Master Mo, this is the incomplete scroll that I've obtained, but there are far too many missing parts. Mo Wuji took over the scroll and knew at that instant that this youth was not being honest with him. There were simply far too many missing parts of the scroll, and that this was merely the introduction. If this really only the introduction, the youth in front of him would never be able to condense his spiritual will and primordial spirit, hence, he would not need the Ji Desolate pill. However, Mo Wuji wasn't too bothered by this because his technique was different from everyone else, and even if he were to receive a complete sacred art, he would alter it anyway. Star C's sacred technique? As he saw the name of the sacred art in the next few sentences, Mo Wuji said in doubt, this doesn't seem like a technique for condensing of spiritual will and primordial spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, Asking for Help. Chapter 631, Asking for Help. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After saying that, Mo Wuji sensed that every word on the scroll seemed to contain an endless amount of Tao spirituality within it. Every word was like a technique was its own, and even though there were only a few sentences on the scroll, Mo Wuji could feel the vast interaction of the universe. The interlace of the vast universe seemed to be forming a few more words. Could this be the letter of Great Tao? The letter of Great Tao was not a simple letter by its own, but it is something which looks simple but complicated, turning from complicated to vast, and then something simple would be derived from the vastness of the letter eventually. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji's Tao revelation channel seemed to have found a trace of Tao spirituality, and this spirituality was forming a brand new Tao insight. The Tao energy started to turn into an embryonic form in Mo Wuji's mind as Mo Wuji took in a deep breath. He knew that the item on his hand was definitely not a sacred art to condense spiritual will or primordial spirit, but a technique to condense the sea of consciousness. From a certain angle, this would be much more rare than a technique to condense spiritual will and primordial spirit. The extent of increase of one sea of consciousness would be directly related to the cultivator's talent, cultivation technique, and his own fate. He didn't expect to have found a true technique to condense his sea of consciousness, and he believed that this was much more valuable than the heavy gold. The youth in front of him only showed him the introduction while keeping the remaining part of it for himself. However, Mo Wuji believed that this was more than enough, because if he were to look through the entire scroll, it might affect his understanding towards the sea of consciousness. Pill Master Mo, this incomplete scroll is definitely beneficial to the primordial spirit, which is why I wanted to try cultivating it with the Ji Desolate pill. If Pill Master Mo is willing to help me concoct the Ji Desolate pill, this incomplete scroll would belong to you, the youth said calmly. Alright, Mo Wuji didn't waste any more time as he kept the scroll without any hesitation before saying to the youth, bring out the herbs needed for the Ji Desolate pill and also the location of the heavenly desolate grass. The youth was the astonished one now, because he didn't expect the negotiations to be this simple. He thought that Mo Wuji might suspect that he had hidden the remaining parts of the scroll. He had even thought of the excuse to say to Mo Wuji, which was why he really didn't expect Mo Wuji to not talk about it at all. Yes, these are the ingredients and the location of the heavenly desolate grass. The youth reacted very quickly as he handed Mo Wuji a storage ring. After 4 hours, Mo Wuji managed to concoct 4 batches of Ji Desolate pills. Because the Ji Desolate pill was a Tier 5 immortal pill, it was simply too easy for Mo Wuji. What's your name? Mo Wuji handed the pills to the youth before asking him abruptly. Tai Shishao. The youth was still shocked at Mo Wuji's rate of concoction, and when Mo Wuji suddenly asked him, he answered subconsciously. Alright, you may leave now. Mo Wuji nodded as he saw Tai Shishao accepting his pills. On his way out of the Heavenly Chasm rest house, Tai Shishao was still annoyed at why he told Mo Wuji his name. After sending off Tai Shishao, Mo Wuji didn't continue analyzing the Starsea sacred technique, because in technique like this was not something he could gain enlightenment in just a few days, not even with his Tao revelation channel. What he wanted to do now was to leave the Heavenly Chasm Immortal City with De Huang to visit the gods' Heavenly Chasm. Bang! 2 shadows landed outside the entrance of a merchant house in the Heavenly Chasm City, and all the other cultivators gave way at the sight of the splattering blood. Those who were aware of the rules in the Heavenly Chasm City sighed, because these 2 people must have been chased by others and ended up with nowhere to run, which was why they broke through the restrictions of the Heavenly Chasm City and entered forcefully. One must know that the Heavenly Chasm City's defensive arrays would not always be ignited completely, and an ordinary immortal emperor would be able to break through it. However, being able to break through it didn't mean that one would be daring enough to break through it. One had to be held responsible if one were to tear apart the restrictions of the Heavenly Chasm City, and anyone who dared to do such things would instantly become the great enemy of the Heavenly Chasm City. I recognized the two immortal nuns. They were there at the Heavenly Chasm City's trade forum a few days ago. A small discussion was heard from within the crowd. I am also aware of them. They were chasing after the lightning sect's elder Qi Junyi, and I didn't expect them to suffer such heavy injuries to the extent that they had to force their way back here. The one who forcefully broke the restriction arrays of the Heavenly Chasm City was indeed Mentor Yuan Yi and her disciple Su Shi, who had left the trade forum a few days ago. However, Yuan Yi's energy was distorted and her entire body was filled with bloodstains. Other than this, the immortal energy around her was dissipating and death was looming around her. It was clear to everyone that she was escaping desperately from whoever was after her. Nobody would dare to step out at this moment because anyone who was associated with this incident would bring trouble to themselves. Without mentioning the Heavenly Chasm City, even the Lightning Sect was not a sect to anger. Master! The young nun, Su Shi, was crying in desperation as she held onto Yuan Yi without knowing what to do. A few strong forces hurried into the Heavenly Chasm City and two of them brought along killing intent with them. Yuan Yi managed to force her eyes open, and when she saw the mighty forces which had barged into the Heavenly Chasm City, she appeared to be at a loss. Mediation nunnery don't usually socialize, so they wouldn't have much friends here. At this moment, she knew that escaping into the Heavenly Chasm City would give her a glimpse of hope, but after reaching her, she had no idea where to go and who to ask for help. As the Lightning Sect members were getting closer to her, Yuan Yi suddenly said, "Su Shi, hurry to the Heavenly Chasm rest house and get Pill Master Mo to help." Before she could even finish her sentence, she lost her will and the deathly energy which was looming around her grew denser. She was not very close with Mo Wuji, but after thinking for a long while, she realized that other than the one-time fate with Pill Master Mo, she couldn't think of anyone else to ask for help. Su Shi had noticed the few people who were approaching them, and she was well aware that the moment they fell in the hands of the Lightning Sect, she and her master would be finished. Now that her master ordered her, she didn't even think as she carried her master and ran straight to the entrance of the Heavenly Chasm rest house. Fortunately, the Heavenly Chasm rest house was only half a street away from where they landed. At the same time, a few cultivators from the Lightning Sect continued their pursuit and landed right at the entrance of the Heavenly Chasm rest house too. "Pill Master Mo, I am begging you to save my master." Su Shi no longer cared about the people behind as she kneeled while carrying her master in front of the entrance of the Heavenly Chasm rest house. Mo Wuji just walked out of the Heavenly Chasm rest house and he saw Su Shi hugging her master and kneeling while pleading for help. Following which, he noticed members of the Lightning Sect chasing after them, and an extremely angered elder Qi Junyi was further behind. 3 disciples of the Lightning Sect, which included 2 men and 1 woman, were chasing after Su Shi and her master. Out of the 2 men, one of them was a Grand Luo immortal while the other was an immortal reverend. The woman was an immortal king. Mo Wuji had lightning attributes sacred art of his own, so when he sized the 3 of them using his spiritual will, he knew that all 3 of them cultivated lightning attributes sacred art. This was especially so for the immortal reverend because even though he was only in the elementary immortal reverend stage, the lightning spirituality around him were forming up well. If a cultivator who cultivated the mana technique were to face up against such lightning spirituality, even before the fight, he would have felt a form of innate restraint. The reason why the Lightning Sect had such great reputation was not unrelated to the Lightning Sect's cultivation technique. The Grand Luo immortal sized Mo Wuji up and realized that Mo Wuji would not be his match, so he didn't hesitate as he took a step forward to grab Su Shi. His action was instantly obstructed by the immortal reverend beside him as the immortal reverend clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. "Pill Master Mo, these 2 people surprised attacked the elder of my Lightning Sect, causing him to suffer severe injuries. My Lightning Sect wishes to capture these 2 and we hope that Pill Master Mo would not intervene as we have to answer to our higher-ups." The anxious Grand Luo immortal stopped in his tracks when he heard the words of the immortal reverend. If even an immortal reverend of the Lightning Sect had to be this polite and respectful to Pill Master Mo, he must not be someone simple. Qi Junyi walked towards them and clasped his fists too. "Pill Master Mo, this is the personal feud between the Lightning Sect and the Mediation Nunnery, so I would like to invite Pill Master Mo to stay out of this." As he noticed how terrified Sushi was, Mo Wuji lifted his hand and Sushi could feel a strong energy holding onto her as she got onto her feet involuntarily. Even though Mo Wuji and Sushi were in the Grandi immortal stage, the reality was that Mo Wuji was so many-fold stronger than Sushi. Junior sister Sushi, your master's primordial spirit is dissipating and her vitality is weak. She is already a dead person and no matter how strong I am unable to bring the dead back to life, Mo Wuji said apologetically, and while he was speaking, he lifted his hand and sent a stream of vitality energy into Yuan Yi's body. Mo Wuji's words were true because back when Sin Shuyin had fallen, the fortunate thing was that her complete primordial spirit managed to enter the Yin underworld. However, Yuan Yi's primordial spirit was almost disappearing, so how could he save her? After receiving Mo Wuji's stream of vitality, Yuan Yi woke up. Even right before her death, she managed to realize how precarious the situation her disciple was in. She took out the ring in her hand and placed it in Sushi's hand before saying to Mo Wuji, "Pillmaster Mo, my mediation nunnery always had a direct line of succession, so I would like to plead Pillmaster Mo to save Sushi's life. As for the rest, Pillmaster Mo could do whatever you want. Sushi, you have to listen to Pillmaster Mo, you." This stream of vitality managed to allow Yuan Yi to say out what she wanted to say in her final breath, but the pity was that even before she could say out her complete will, her primordial spirit had been completely dispersed. Heavenly Chasm City's Castellan Mansion. The person standing in front of Kuju was a grey-robe immortal king. As he hurried to say, Mediation Nunnery's Lord Yuan Yi had torn the restriction arrays of the Heavenly Chasm City apart but was found dead at the entrance of the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse. The Lightning Sect including Elder Chi Junyi wants to bring her disciple, Sushi, away. Kuju nodded his head as he was naturally well aware of the reason for this act. Yuan Yi was simply courting death to think she would actually find Chi Junyi for the exchange. It was her fortune that she managed to make it back to the Heavenly Chasm City alive. However, no one should expect to be alive after having the guts to tear the restriction arrays of the Heavenly Chasm City apart. Since Yuan Yi had fallen, her disciple shall be held responsible for it. Just as Kuju was about to order his men to bring Yuan Yi's disciple back to the Castellan's mansion, the grey-robe immortal king continued, Pillmaster Mo of the Heavenly Chasm Resthouse decided to intervene as he seemed to have some personal deal with Yuan Yi. He is currently negotiating with the members of the Lightning Sect. Should I bring her here first? Hold on. Upon hearing that Mo Wuji was interfering with this incident, Kuju replied, "Go over once their negotiations are over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 632, The Conflict with the Men from Lightning Sect. Chapter 632, The Conflict with the Men from Lightning Sect. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. When Yuan Yi perished, Sushi instantly started bawling. Ever since she could remember, she had always been with her master, and all they would do was cultivate. If her master didn't deduce that Meditation Nunnery's legacy treasure was about to appear, she wouldn't even have left Meditation Nunnery. She realized how pleasant life was when she was with her master. She did not have to worry about anything, all she needed to do was to work hard and cultivate. But now that her master was gone, she realized that even though the immortal world was vast and wide, she actually didn't know where she could go. Mo Wuji did not care about the bawling Sushi. Instead, his gaze landed on Chi Junyi. Chi Junyi only looked heavily injured, which was a much better condition than Yuan Yi's. But when Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on Chi Junyi's body, he immediately realized that he had underestimated Yuan Yi's ability. Chi Junyi's was no less than Yuan Yi's. It was just that the former had eaten some peak-grade healing treasures which suppressed his injuries. Mo Wuji's spiritual will then landed on Yuan Yi's fallen corpse. When he saw the fatal energy on Yuan Yi's body, he finally came to an understanding. When Yuan Yi and Chi Junyi were battling, Chi Junyi actually wasn't a match for Yuan Yi. The two afflicted injuries on one another, and in fact, Chi Junyi's injuries were heavier. If nothing unexpected occurred, Yuan Yi would have eventually trump over Qi Junyi and take away Qi Junyi's lampwick. But just at this moment, something unexpected did occur. Someone from Lightning's sect had helped. The ones that helped Qi Junyi are naturally the Immortal Reverend, Immortal King and Grand Luo Immortal in front of him. On the other hand, Sushi's cultivation was too low, and she was inexperienced, so she was completely unable to be of help. Even in such circumstances, Yuan Yi was still able to escape with Su Shi, and even managed to flee to Heavenly Chasm City. One could clearly see how impressive Yuan Yi was. Logically, with such heavy injuries, Qi Junyi shouldn't have pursued Yuan Yi to Heavenly Chasm City. But not only was he able to chase her over, even his accomplices had tagged along. The only explanation was that Qi Junyi hadn't managed to obtain the lamp dish, and he also wasn't at ease with asking his men from Lightning's sect to get it for him. That's why he took the risk to come to Heavenly Chasm City. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji's killing intent instantly swelled. He also had an enmity with Lightning's sect. Back in the Broken Ruins, because of the 7 pages of the Book of Luo, he had a clash with Lightning sect's Qinjusan. He was sure that the Lightning sect knows about the Book of Luo, but they just didn't manage to find him all this while. If the Lightning sect were to know of his whereabouts, they would definitely force him to reveal whether Morong Xiangyu had given him the Book of Luo. Even if the matter with the Yuan Yi master-disciple pair didn't occur, he wouldn't be friends with the Lightning sect. If he didn't have the capabilities, he would eventually be secretly eliminated by the Lightning sect. Now that Qi Junyi, he should take the opportunity to strike him when he is down. Mo Wuji didn't give Qi Junyi any face as he said coldly, "I have some relationship with the Yuan Yi master-disciple pair. Today's matter will end now. Please take your leave." Pill Master Mo, have you considered the consequences of going against my Lightning sect? Seeing that Mo Wuji wasn't even going to show them any face, Qi Junyi's face sunk. If not for the great Koan Buddhist lamp, how could he speak to Mo Wuji in such a manner? Is the Lightning sect very impressive? Then let your Lightning sect come find me. No matter how dire the consequences are, I, Mo Wuji, will be waiting. Go on then. Junior sister Su Shi, please come in. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to trample over Qi Junyi's threats. He even wanted to take Qi Junyi's life, so why would he still want to remain courteous? Qi Junyi's face turned dark with killing intent. He glanced towards that Immortal Reverend. Even if he had to offer an apology or compensation to Heavenly Chasm City, he definitely wouldn't let the great Koan Buddhist lamp escape from right under his hands. When that Immortal Reverend noticed Qi Junyi's glance, he immediately grabbed towards the ring in Sushi's hand. They were in no rush to kill Mo Wuji, the item was what took precedence. Just as that Immortal Reverend extended his hand, Mo Wuji directly punched his chest. A mere ant actually dared to act against him. As he thought of this, that Immortal Reverend sneered. Just when he prepared to counterattack, he suddenly felt the boundless aura of an immortal emperor enveloping him. At that instant, all the space around him had been sealed, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. Bang! Without fail, Mo Wuji's punch directly smashed against this Immortal Reverend's chest. His raging immortal elemental energy instantly exploded within this Immortal Reverend's body. A trail of blood slowly flowed out of this Immortal Reverend's mouth. The cultivators by the side only saw a simple punch. Only this Immortal Reverend himself knew that he was thoroughly screwed. This punch of Mo Wuji's had directly destroyed his Tao foundation, and at the same time, shattered all his spirit channels. What a vicious fella. This Immortal Reverend's face turned pale white as he stared hatefully at Mo Wuji. He knew clearly in his heart that he would no longer have a future. Some cultivators who did not know about De Huan thought that this was Mo Wuji's personal strength, and their hearts began palpitating in fear. He was able to injure an early-stage Immortal Reverend with a single punch. Exactly how powerful was he? Good, good. Qi Junyi's face was ashen as he muttered those words. He was just about to send a message when 2 men in maroon-colored robes walked over. The man walking at the front was of a medium build. He kept a beard and he had a stern expression on his face. The man at the back was slightly taller and had drooping eyebrows. He looked as though he was merely passing by. My heavenly chasm city does not allow any conflict or battle. The one speaking was the middle-aged man in front. These two were immortal kings and their powers did not seem low. They should be heavenly chasm city's immortal enforcers. Mo Wuji cursed in his heart. Immediately, he wondered whether Kuju would show him face this time around. If Kuju didn't, then he could only leave heavenly chasm city. When Qi Jinyi saw this man, he heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't have much power left. He was already struggling just to stand here. It was just as Mo Wuji, he wouldn't be at ease if someone else took the great Koan Buddhist lamp. Even if it was someone from his sect, he wouldn't rest assured. It was just that he never expected that a wild Mo Wuji would appear. That immortal puppet by Mo Wuji's side seemed to have the power of an immortal emperor. No wonder why this little kid dared to challenge heavenly weighted immortal Sex Ni Fengni to a fight. These two immortal enforcers, these people tore heavenly chasm city's spatial restriction array, and at the same time, Pillmaster Mo actually heavily injured my lightning sex immortal reverend elder. I request that the two immortal enforcers report this matter to Castellan Kuju and beseech Castellan Kuju to return the order to heavenly chasm city. Qi Junyi did not even mention the reason why they were here. Instead, he pointed out the matter of Yuan Yi destroying heavenly chasm city's spatial restriction array and Mo Wuji's malicious harm towards lightning sex immortal reverend. Mo Wuji sneered in his heart. Indeed, the saying "the thief is the first to cry thief" was true. If you didn't have a status, then someone could randomly point fingers at you and you would be unable to even refute. However, while Mo Wuji wasn't comparable to a regional lord, he was still someone with a high status. Towards such words, he had no reason for fear. That immortal enforcer clasped his fists to Qi Jinyi, then turned to clasp his fists towards Mo Wuji. Pillmaster Mo, you are of a distinguished status. However, the Heavenly Chasm City prohibits fighting. Anyone that fights in Heavenly Chasm City will be punished heavily, or even killed. Mo Wuji clasped his fists in return. Two immortal enforcers. Many people here saw what had happened. I am an esteemed honored grade tier 7 Pill Emperor, but this immortal reverend still tried to lay hands on me. I only injured him entirely out of self-defense. Because this is the Heavenly Chasm City, I went easy on him. Otherwise, things wouldn't have ended so simply. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, that immortal reverend could not help but cough a mouthful of fresh blood. Even my Dao Foundation and spirit channels had been wasted and you call that going easy? Then can I ask, what do you consider a heavy injury? And did I lay hands on you? The one I was trying to lay hands on was that little nun. As he was thinking of this, that immortal reverend suddenly recalled something important. If Mo Wuji was really an ant, how could Mo Wuji be able to easily wreck his Dao foundations? If it had been someone else, even if he had been suppressed by an immortal emperor, would his Dao foundation have been so easily destroyed? Much less his spirit channels? One must know that every person's Dao foundation and spirit channels were different. How did Mo Wuji know the position of his Dao foundation and his spirit channels so acutely? Could it be that this pill refiner wasn't actually a low-leveled immortal, but a real immortal emperor expert? And the one that helped him wasn't that immortal puppet. When he thought of this, that immortal reverend started to shiver. Is this really the case? That immortal enforcer's gaze turned to the injured lightning sect immortal reverend. This immortal reverend was currently worrying that if Mo Wuji was really an immortal emperor expert, then would he let go of the lightning sect? Because he was engrossed in his thoughts, he was completely unaware of the immortal enforcer's question.